Check, check, 1, 2. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. To the people in the grandstands, can you hear me? Put your hand. Yes, yes, you can. Thank you, thank you. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Good morning to everyone. Welcome to the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree presented by Fueltech. Chris Diggles here with you, Janie Smith, and this man, Rusty Gregory, Sydney Dragway Jamboree. So good to have you here. Old fella.
Mate, it is fantastic to be here, and I just want to give a big shout out to whoever organised the weather for today, because it is absolutely mint.
Beautiful.
Blue skies, sunshine, that's what we want on Jambo days.
And I think weather-wise, temperature-wise, it's going to be very turbo-friendly
Oh,
weather,
yeah.
I would imagine. Relatively decent humidity, good air temp. The guys, of course, a lot of them tested. We had a sold-out test day yesterday. We saw a lot of good numbers run. We saw a bit of heartache as well. That's the problem with testing sometimes, is the heartache comes early. And, well, look at the bright side. It didn't happen first run or second run of the day of the event. Because, of course, back in the old days, you remember, we never really had such things as test days.
Testing.
You would kind of test before the event and then
You
turn
test
up
at the event.
Now you're testing at the event. That is the trend that seems to have locked itself in right around the drag racing world. But no more obvious than here in Australia. No matter which drag strip we've got open, there's opportunities for testing before events, and especially in the likes of Jamboree. Our competitors almost demand that. I mean,
Yeah.
I think for the crowd, it's a better deal, because I remember the old days of, 2 runs before they may have found their mojo, and then by round 3 of qualifying, you would have seen everyone find something to qualify with.
You sort of expect people to come in prepared now.
Well,
They
these
come in
days
knowing
they do.
what they've got.
And I think that's better for the on-the-day spectator when you know these cars have had a little bit of practice or rehearsal. Because remember, big productions have a rehearsal. So let's just call it rehearsal, not testing. But let me tell you, folks, get on the phone, get your friends out here. I don't care how far away they live. The sooner you get onto them now and say, come on out, it's a beautiful day. You ain't going to believe the equipment we've got here from right around the country. We've got teams from Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia. I'm sure we'll see the other odd one pop up throughout the day, Rusty.
100%. And
we get new guys all the time, like Tolly Saris from Point Cook in Victoria, Michael Crouch from Jamboree in Queensland. We are in Street Compact, a fantastic category. And this one has always been sort of the traditional entry point. It's been the street-based cars, some of them a bit more serious than others. But how about this? Sign of the times, Hyundai i30.
Not something I think I've ever called on a drag strip before.
Well,
at least not here in Sydney. Oh, we've got a problem first up for Tolly Saris. The Sylvia down there has broken pretty much right at the hit of the throttle. He's done the right thing. He's pulled over to the wall, which is exactly what we try and coach into all of the races here today. It doesn't matter which class you're running in. If you have a problem, pull over to the wall so it limits any cleanup or any potential cleanup that we might have to do. The Hyundai, though, 1383, 101 miles per hour to get us underway.
You wouldn't pick a 1383 at 101 when you see him, but now that you've seen him here today, folks, you'll know never to look at i30 sideways again, especially the N ones. Now, Tolly, that's a K-swapped Sylvia, so that's got a K24 Honda, just a little bit out of the bonnet of the S13, and I think it had a manual transmission in it. And when I say had...
Yeah, I was going to say it might not have it in it anymore.
Look, it may not be anything to do with the gearbox. We know with S-Series cars, they have sort of like an R180, R200 IRS diff in them. They've got half shafts, they've got hub, they've got stub axles. It could be any one of those things. Whatever Tolly felt let go there, they're going to do it. Have a quick look, see if they can get themselves back for Q2. Some stuff's an easier fix than others. A couple of stories from yesterday. I don't think this is the first breakage of Sydney Jamboree. We've had a few fall by the wayside yesterday, unfortunately. Broken gearboxes, hitting the wall, cracking, like
who hit the wall?
Splitting blocks. I wasn't going to name names, but we
okay,
can.
we won't name names.
Well, look, you know what? It's a little bit close to my heart because they're actually all out of our one big spot on family in Brisbane that brought down an amazing amount of cars. Okay, the guy that hit the wall a little bit. Right.
It was a
It was Nick Baxter in his 3RZ powered Fox body.
No.
This thing's gone 5.0s in the 8th on a small tyre. So that's a real tough little Mustang. You won't find another 3RZ powered Mustang anywhere in the world, but Nick's done it, and it's a beast, except last night, I think in his in the aftermath, found out it was a fitting. It actually put a bit of water under the tyre.
Too much beast.
And lucky enough, it also happened early. It happened nearly just before the 3:30. So literally on the launch, it had just probably put a bit more power into the run, and then it blew a fitting off.
Oh, it is what it is. That's part of racing. A big hello to everybody watching on the Jambo stream as well on the official Jamboree YouTube channel. If you are watching, let us know where you're watching from. We'll
yes, please.
Give you a little bit of a shout out, a little bit of a hello, especially if it's somewhere like, unexpected. Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yep.
Howdy. Oh, that's a good start.
Howdy. All right, a bit more street compact. Ricky Crow from Collinton, New South Wales. A Camry. We're talking about an I-30N. This is true street compact.
Yeah.
Entrant T9 in the other lane. It's a Datsun 1000 wagon, but it did sound rotary powered in the staging lane. So, street cars, real street cars, 14.53 for the little Datto, 16.37 there for Ricky Crow in the Camry. That could have been my mother-in-law or any one of 10 previous Uber rides I've been in.
And when you say it's an entry point, that's a great example of it being an entry point.
You know what, mate? You're going to laugh at me one day when I say, geez, getting a good Camry's hard to get these days because people are hunting Camrys for new future builds. Oh, they are. See what they did on Mighty Car Mods with one, and that's just made them popular. Here we go. Bradley Halliburton from Warners Bay. That Cressida, 1JZ on board, and this screaming Luxo barge might go number one qualifier here in Street Compact. 10, you wouldn't pick it.
Yeah.
10.67 at 127. Sean Medjlak, that little KE, I think it was a KE 50, 30. Something.
20, oh yeah, 20. I was going to go with 20.
Yeah, 26, 20.
Bogged it down right off the head down there, but still goes through for a 15-second run. Next up, it is Craig Benson in the Toyota Celica taking on Michael Osborne in the Hilux.
Benson, the Celica, it's an RA, oh no, this one's an RA60. Mustang back as we call
That
them.
is a very sweet looking little car, isn't it?
And what a sweet build. It's got a one, from what I'm looking at here, 2.5 litre, I think it's a 1JZ in that car. Michael Osborne, it's a Hilux guy to get have one of 100 things in it. But let's just have a, can't really hear too much out there.
Got timed out for Benson.
Could be 3RZ, because 3RZs have their own sound as well, and I'm not finished talking about that engine yet after last night. Here we go, Michael Osborne, that Ute, 12.32, no time for Benson. I think that's what stuffed the staging lights up there, because I think he rolled, and that's why he didn't get any ET at all on that run.
Yep, correct. Didn't quite get it into the beams. Got a Sora down there now. It is Ilya Bendevsky.
Yeah, the Sora. Jeez, we've got a lot of 1JZs in Street Compact
straight
already.
up off the deck.
And this one, the last at the moment for Street Compact this morning. The Toyota. Here comes the Camry back. You just don't pick them as race cars. We might.
That's the ultimate sleeper, isn't it?
Oh, look, there's one that came up on my reels last week from Perth. I think it was running 11 or something like that. I think it was a Turbo V6 front-wheel drive one. Look at this big thing, the Toyota Sora. You can't say this is a lightweight street car.
No.
It ain't. It's up there with Cressidas.
Still gets out of the hole pretty well.
And 1360 at 98, very similar to the I-30 in performance. So that wraps us up right now for the first round of Street Compact. Now, of course, Sydney Street Compact's different to Brisbane Street Compact. Brisbane Street Compact has about 30 in there. Sydney today, only a handful today. But hey, All Motor will make up for a little bit here. Anthony Gregorio in the RX4 Coupe. Jason Studley, that Barra-powered Cortina, aspirated.
Right.
He's got a taste for victory in All Motor. He's had a crack before. So, it won't be a cutting-edge 9-second All Motor car. It is one hell of a good dial-your-own handicap, aspirated. I think 11-second car. Look at that. Aspo Barra in a Cortina with an auto, 11.67 at 114.
And you take it back to the pits, park it, and then bring it back around and do it again.
Probably
like no work to do on the thing between rounds.
They shouldn't have to touch the damn thing. The RX4 no slouch either, but here we go. And this is what I'm starting to like. We're seeing a little bit of stuff creep here. Check this out. Hayden Boyd, he's seen the all motor rules and goes, well, nothing stops me ramming 3.6 litres into a VW Golf. And that's what Hayden Boyd's got. I've got to get to the bottom of that thing. He and
Now I've got a question. When they're on the back wheels, are they still called front runners?
No, not anymore.
Not anymore. We can't call them front runners.
They're called passengers. 11:41. I tell you what, Hayden Boyd, he's got a taste of the all-motor craze. That's right. Imagine building a car with no power adders. Wow, no one's ever thought of that. That's the way we only used to do it. Anastasi Gregoriou, now the RX2, so there might have been 2 Gregorious today, and Aggie Desakis in the RX3. Traditional rotor-powered all-motor cars.
How good does a white RX2 look like? Just clean, white, crisp, just a really, really sweet-looking little car.
Times have changed to the point you're now looking at things that hold decent value.
Oh, yeah.
To even own a car like this anymore. 1307 at 104. 1523 at 88 for Anastasi, and they continue to come. Events like Rotary Revival have just brought rotary cars back. And for years, you know, if you were an old Chevy guy or an old Mustang guy, well, as the generations change, chrome bumper Japanese cars and particularly rotors are just now unobtainable as a car. You've got to spend serious money to own one.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? You know, it's not cheap to get into these type of cars. We see Andrew Stavropoulos in the 808 Mazda taking Andrew Pascal, getting all sorts of squirrely down there off the start line. That thing's still trying to turn itself inside out.
They were both turning tyres for a long time, Pascali and Stavropoulos. And look at this, side by side, 15-6, 15-1.
Battle of the wagons.
It's turned into cool little beasts.
I love it.
All motor. God, I can't wait to get into this class.
Sam Constantinou with a 67 Datsun 1000 wagon taking on Paul Matheson with the 1300 wagon.
Now, Paul Matheson told us on previous interviews, purposely built this car to run all motor. He chased to Adelaide, the first Jambo at the Bend, and he actually became officially our grand champion of the Jamboree.
Yeah, right.
By winning the most.
That's got a lot of tyre under it, that car. It's down. Getting a fair bit of axle tramp through it as well.
I think he's got himself a tricky gearbox in it now, Paul Matheson. That little thing is just winding up per gear change. 11.17 at 118. All the man's quick on the gear shift. 11.65 for that little wagon.
Yeah,
cute little
long way
cranky,
from clean.
Angry cars.
Long way from clean as well, as we see James Fakinos from Earlwood in New South Wales, not too far away. The Fakinos name, well known to Jamboree, has been for a long, long time.
This is an international language. I watch Puerto Rican drag racing under the Pal Fibru TV YouTube channel, and they have events in Puerto Rico called Asperados.
Yeah.
And it is nothing but peripheral port, open-headed, 13Bs, 4 cylinders, V6s in Lancers, like Asperados. So it's essentially a whole event on all motor.
Yep.
They do bend the rules a bit. They let you spray them. So you can run nitro in them and you can spray them. That's what Asperados is. No turbos.
But you can spray nitro.
But it's the air that you breathe and whatever you can pump into it.
But
no power adder other than the fuel and the nitrous, which people say is a power adder, which in a way, it's a chemical power adder, not a mechanical power adder. And we already know that, mate, some of them aren't slashes. They're into the 7s on nitromethane. There's a lady over this, I think the car's called El Andrea. It's an MX-5 full tube car, 13B on nitro. 777 this thing's run.
that must sound sensational.
It's ear piercing. Put it this way, the neighbours in my street know when I'm watching YouTube. It sounds a lot like what we're hearing right now, except at 10,000 RPM and 100-pound flywheels and wheel stands in 3rd gear. Little wheel stands, but little cars, little horsepower, big noise, big excitement. The cars weigh less than my sunglasses. That's how light these things are. It's the commitment to the ultimate lightweight title fight. Now, speaking of title fights, there's going to be a heavyweight title fight in Q2 today of Factory Extreme. We'll talk about that shortly because we're getting drowned out by James down here. Let's just listen to this thing fill the Sydney Dragway Auditorium full of Aspo rotary action here. Let's have a listen. I can hear it in the cans at the moment because we've got cameras on the line. But let's see what James does now. I think he's got a top loader or some Hey, in order to bang gears on a serious Aspo rotary, you need a fair amount of gearbox in them.
Yeah.
Because the trick is a little bit of heavy flywheel helps. You get the RPM up, you keep the RPM up. Oh, James Fakinos! Look at the boys on the line. Look at the boys on the line. They turn around and their jaws are around their ankles. Oh, boy. And we can almost pull a replay out of that somewhere along the line.
That just went for the moon. Absolutely went for the... There was no distance on that. It just straight up and down.
Oh, right.
Wow.
This is what we call one of those guys that have got the ultimate all-motor bug, and that is Craig Wasson. You know what? Sheriff, he's had this for years. The obsession with NA. 20B full tube RX-8. Like, this is exactly how serious they get around the world, especially in Puerto Rico. There are cranky, aspirated cars all the way around the world, especially in Puerto Rico. And Wasson's got that same dream here in Australia. I'm going to let it go here. I'm just going to let this thing eat here.
Yeah.
Big burnout. Come on, Craig. Big RPM for everyone. Come on. It's almost like it's either dropping, well, it's not neutralising. It just sounds like it's either run the tyre too much, and it didn't.
I think it did drop out. I think it did drop out of gear though.
I know with G-forces, sometimes they can drop out. If it's a Liberty, it shouldn't, but if it's a G-force, it can.
When you're backing on and off them, though, that's when it's going to do it, you know, because automatically, if you're not holding it in gear, they will neutralise themselves.
I tell you what, I remember even your Alf the Axe Axiac with his version of the Vets as well. So I love the way the guys attack the ultimate all-motor machine. This is one of Australia's most specifically intended ultimate all-motor machine.
Built for purpose.
Built for purpose.
Built for purpose. From not too far down the road down at Silverdale.
Is there a clutch issue in the car? Is there a clutch issue in the car?
I don't think it's a clutch issue, but it doesn't seem to be able to hold the RPMs. You're able to bring it up, but it's not holding the RPM up high.
That's weird because he could move himself to the beans, and then just somewhere there, that thing doesn't want to engage. God, so frustrating when you're ready to see it and it doesn't happen for you. But I'd love to see what that's over the scales as well. I'd love to see just
light.
Yeah, light. You know, as we said, built for purpose.
Has it got one of those offset wheelie bars on it too?
It looks like it's even got the offset single wheelie bar.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, I think the ultimate commitment to weight when you have a look at these things. And you know what, folks? Honestly, if you wanted to pick an entry-level category to go racing, actually racing, no more watching, actually racing at a Jamboree, is there's classes light, street, compact, and this class all motor, which essentially lets you come in a normally aspirated environment. But you go and have a look at these cars in the pits and just appreciate the minimalistic attitude to a build that you need for an all-motor car.
Yeah.
And that's actually appealed to me. That's why I'm building one, because I don't want to complicate my life anymore. I want something
new hobby.
I need something very simple.
Yes.
And back when I was one of the first to jump on turbos when they were around, I've had turbo cars before.
You've gone the full circle now. You've gone turbo, no turbo.
I'm going back to
no turbo.
Just going back to that. But I also been auto, and now I'm back to manual, clutch pedal and everything. Yeah, clutch pedal and everything. So that's kind of what I want. But maybe 12 months' time I'll say, guess what, mate? I'm ducking downstairs for Q1 of all motor and I'm hopping in Gordito and we're going to go and have a crack. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we talk about lightweight title fights. Let's talk about a middleweight title fight. Just right now, it is not Croydon versus Matuk Factory Extreme Q2 matchup as we're talking up as the main event in qualifying. This is a this is a Queensland versus Victoria 1.8 litre single overhead cam Isuzu shootout.
The Isuzu shootout.
Nearly
presented by Speedflow, Street 289.
And you know what, I'll put the kiss of death on poor old Hunter family because the red gem has been pushed back with an issue. No, Steve Sloan, the Queensland G180. He was ready. They were going to have a little match race. It was all arranged. Yeah. Again, as much as you think they're enemies, they're actually truly friends, and you know everyone shares the same info. It's a different discipline.
This is quick, this thing.
Now remember, folks. folks. Basically, same factory engine configuration in a Gemini 809 at 150, and that's the reason why Steve Sloan's one of the quickest Geminis in Australia.
How's the setup on the suspension on it? Just gets out there, sits up like a radial car, off it goes. Just perfect. It's absolutely perfect.
It's a history lesson, folks. The more you come to Jamboree, the more the history lesson continues to be told for future generations. The Gemini, again, $200 you'd buy a Gemini for. That
Not anymore.
That was your little P-plate car. It was a 120Y, a Gemini, or a Corolla, or if you could, you'd get an RX2 or an RX3. Forget about it now, kids. The dream is gone.
Absolutely.
They were our times.
Paul Tester taking on Josh Dowd next up. Josh Dowd, nicknamed the Hamburglar.
Hold on.
Go and ask him about it.
Okay, well, the Hamburglar in the Supra. This is Street 289 brought to us by Speedflow, proudly manufacturing and supplying quality hose and fittings to the performance industry, to the very best teams in the world for over 25 years, located in Taree. Speedflow, proud sponsors of one of our most exciting, I call middleweight categories.
I don't know if you can call it a middleweight category anymore when you've got 7-second cars in this class.
What makes a middleweight is the size of the gloves they're boxing with, 28.9. So they're only on a 28.9. So have all the horsepower you want. And this is the baddest Astron in the world, Astron street car in the world, Paul Tester. The 75 to land. Hang on, ladies and gentlemen. Tester's got the Liberty gearbox on it now too. Now look, not the perfect launch for Tester. He had to battle a bit of wheel spin. He'll send it out the back anyway. 841 at 169, and the Hamburglar has been robbed of some performance.
He has down there. It came out to try and do some testing on Wednesday night here at the street meet and just blew the tyres off it. Didn't look like it blew the tyres off too bad there. It was black tracking a little bit, but it's just...
I saw some sesame seeds fall out. We might just have to check that.
He's going to kill me for dropping the Hamburglar on him. He's going to come after me.
Thanks for getting me in trouble 8 minutes into the start of the
you
thing
won't
by
be.
throwing names around, which you shouldn't be calling.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm down with it. I'll wear that one. That's all right. So we'll just have to clear off Josh Dowd off the racetrack down there.
That's a shame. And another history lesson, the MA70 Supra. They were, of course, I think they were sold in showrooms in Australia. They did come out. By then, everyone rated the Supra, like the initial first Supra, which was that real wedgie shape with the 5M engine in it. I think it may have got the 7. I know the 7 MGE came out in that MA Supra base that we're seeing out there at the moment, but. And everyone bagged it because it was like, the new Supra, it's heavier, but it's got this other 7M engine in it. And performance-wise, it never really rattled the press with it. But then, of course, what happened after that was the JZA80 Supra, and then everyone forgot about no one bagged Supras after that. In fact, no one will ever bag Toyota Supras ever again. But this MA70 in the Australian Touring Car Championship in Group A, this was in class, so this was actually raced as like a factory Toyota Group A car. It wasn't competitive. Obviously, Godzilla was the competitive.
They're a pretty heavy car, aren't they?
They are. That's what it was. But you know what? My kids, younger generation, watching YouTube, we still watch the old Group A Touring Car Championships. You know, when we started to get the Skylines in there, like even the DR30, then the R31, then the R32. In the background, we always had Corollas in there. So you always had those early K-Series and A-Series Corollas. And now where do you get a Sprinter for any good money?
Good luck.
You know what I mean? So here they were in class running in the Australian Touring Car Championship. So was this Supra. And then, of course, the Quickies ended up in Turbo Sierras, which we never see one here, rarely.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney Dragway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Economy 3-cylinder engines to premium and high-performance V8s and V12s. And we do want to say a massive, massive thank you to the guys from Garrett Advancing Motion for their support of Jamboree for a very, 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 very long time.
And that's just one of the names that's been synonymous with this evolution we've just been talking about. We will continue to be a rolling history lesson of why we got to be so insanely powerful as not only a scene as far as the ultimate drag racing and small car festival in the world, some of the best performing vehicles that we know are internationally recognised. We know the rest of the world that digs this stuff, watches this stuff, watches what us Aussies do. We do the same. And Garrett recognises that there's a lot of cars out there that need a Garrett turbocharger as their next step, and they're continuing to evolve with their new series of turbos. A lot of guys that sell them as a normal sort of reseller are grabbing these brand new, putting them on, and showing that these things are making more power with even less boost. That just goes to show you how it's not all about getting a turbo that can give you, I want to run 100 psi through an engine. Well, I can tell you, nearly every other turbo out there will probably try and do that for you, but it's the mapping, it's the efficiency of the compressor, the wheel technology, that when these guys do back-to-back tests, they'll take what was, the previously hot setup turbo, and they will go to these new Evolution Garretts and go, well, there you go. It made 30 more horsepower at 5 less PSI. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's a delivery of it. It's not
giving you 100 more horsepower, but it's giving you more horsepower at less boost. And that's where turbos have come to be, where it's like back in the day, I just need a big one that can give me this. Yeah. Now these days it's about getting one that is even more suited, more
You're right.
efficient.
Back in the day, it used to be a sledgehammer approach, whereas now it's the chisel and the fine details. It's really knocking it out.
My uncle used to tell me, getting that world's fastest Austin Healey Sprite to the track, he'd be going to truck wreckers looking for old TO4 back housings.
Yeah, wow.
And then finding front compressor housings to suit. You'd actually have to go and raid factory stuff to make anything. These days, you can get the exact thing that turns up in that box ready for purpose. Another presenting partner of Sydney Jamboree, of course, is Fueltech. And let me tell you, it is everywhere. Founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation. And I love Mr. Anderson Dick from Fueltech. I do watch him a fair bit on YouTube. And it just... It's a dream come true. This man, I think, was inspired by such movies as Fast and Furious, the tuner culture. No, it was. This is a bit of folklore.
Yeah.
The man actually went and founded Fueltech, sort of based on that. Yep. So, well, why can't I, as a young electronics engineer, do something that Paul Walker had to pull a laptop out for? Why can't I make the display the actual ECU? So that was an idea 25 odd years ago. Anderson Dick is living the dream.
Oh, yeah.
Fueltech everywhere. We thank you, Anderson, for your support. Roots deeply embedded in the racing world. It's officially the official ECU of Brazil, by the way, too, because that's where Anderson's from. Cutting edge technology, plenty of cars out here running Fueltech everywhere. Another great presenting partner here for Sydney Jamboree. It makes you feel special knowing that we're rubbing shoulders with these heavyweights in the world.
Next up it is Mohammed Salem in the Aero who loves a burnout. Absolutely loves a burnout.
Folks, that was for you as much as it was for Mohammed.
Yeah. And I can see Moose standing behind the car with a bit of a smile on his face thinking, wish I was out there sitting in the seat.
I think from memory, Mohammed, who's driving it, he might be a plumber. I remember us having little deeper meaningfuls about plumbing. So he might have had a big week, and that burnout's the settler, you know.
Exactly. Norel Jamis in the Datsun Ute from Chipping Norton. Not quite as big a burnout, but still plenty of smoke on board.
Oh, Mohammed, that is another international language. There is nothing better than a 13B pegged in a burnout. That sounds the same all over the world. In fact, in Puerto Rico, you'll get horns and trumpets and people cheering for you after that burnout. It's a language
That's
that speaks
what we
to
need.
them.
We need vuvuzelas.
Yeah, we need. I think we had some last time. We tried them in Adelaide, actually.
Did we? Yeah.
We had, because Connor had all these, you know, the pressurised.
The air horns.
He brought them back from the States and they let them all loose. Sometimes at the wrong time, but it worked.
That's all right.
We had an idea of when we wanted them to play, and that's normally after the burnouts, because that sounds exactly like the atmosphere that's at World Cup finals or, you know, any Puerto Rican event. But here we go. Street 289, brought to us by Speedflow. Noel Aljamis, SR20 on board for the Datto 1200. Mohammed, it will be nothing more than a 13B on board for him. That little 28.9 tyre, both sides. You watch this RX-7 take the 28.9 to the limit here.
Bit of a staging duel.
I know that
in the first round of qualifying.
They tested the SR20 on the trans brake last night, and the thing can bump. He's just got to find the beams. Go, it's only qualifying, boys, unless you guys have arranged some match-up as well. We've got that heavyweight title match-up happening. The two quickest RB-powered cars in the world in Factory Extreme Q2 today.
Right now,
PRP Arena.
Right now, they've been told to stage by the starter down there twice.
These guys want a Billet J by the end of the day. That's what they want.
They're going to walk a very fine line here before the starter walks out in front of them and just shuts them off and backs them up. There we go.
No. Come on, boys.
There we go. We're not playing games in qualifying here.
It was simple. It was a simple thing to do. They could have avoided that themselves. And you know how? They could have just put the second bulb on, but I don't know why.
To quote Warren Johnson, anyone can stage at any time. He doesn't need to stage first or last. He'll stage when he's ready. And it didn't look like anyone was ready down there.
No,
so
watch out. We've got a car in the water here, both sides. So the guys have got to negotiate.
Yeah.
Watch out. There's an RX-7 behind you.
And ultimately, they've only hurt themselves here because they missed out on a qualifying run.
Look, unless there was concerns, but there shouldn't be concerns this early. There's the beams. They know how to get into beams, right? Unless he's worried about burning the SR down because it is an auto. And I know that some guys are a little gun shy on getting hung out because it is a little hard for some cars to go in, essentially boil the torque converter.
At the same time, all that takes is just going over, having a quick discussion with the other guy before you jump in the car back in the staging lanes. And you say, hey, this is what I'm going to do. What are you going to do? It's only qualifying. We're not racing for sheep stations here at this point.
Well, hopefully they'll learn by now. All right, here we go. Patrick Long and Billy Nabbit. Well, Mr. Billy Nabbit back at the Escort.
Oh, the Esky is back.
Oh, yeah, that's been one of my favourite 28.9 cars for a long time.
Love
Patrick
it.
Long from Wambarrel in New South Wales. Yeah, I'll take a bit of that too. Thanks, Patrick. So here we go, 28.9, brought to us by Speedflow. I told you we had a pretty big category of these exciting machines. And as we said, we'll call them our middleweights. Call them our middleweights today. We've had our little flyweights. We've had some big line-up of middleweights. We've got some heavyweights coming up a little bit later on as well. All right. right, 13B turbo for the RX-7 into the 7-second zone, I think, in testing yesterday, Bill Nab, and we know this thing can go 7-second runs. Out the front, of course, his partner, Gina Bullions.
The Grudge Queen.
Yeah, she's the Grudge Queen. Plus, of course, they took the car to Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
They raced the car in the States and Puerto Rico. Billy's
Ugly.
Big
Patrick Long off the start line.
big bog on the... Tell you what, the track is pretty good for these guys. Normally you see, 802 even with a big bog off the line. Billy, a massive bog at 13.33. That's all it's going to take right now.
Yeah. Next up, this is one of my favourite cars. It's the little 2J powered Datsun. I can't remember his name.
Used to be Marty Hurd.
Escapes me, and
Marty
it's not coming.
Hurd,
No,
used to be.
I
But I think it got... No, I'm thinking of another one. Sorry too, Marty. I might
Scott Cousins.
That's it.
That's what it is.
God, Scotty, welcome back, Scotty Cousins.
Yes, he came back late last year and started doing a little bit of testing at Sydney Dragway. Got back into the very low 8s, high 7-second zone with this thing pretty quickly. And he's going to take on Cameron Peace over in the Aeroflow lane with the Corolla.
I'm sorry, Scotty Cousins. See what happens when you're out for a while. People start calling you other names.
But it's go and have a look at this thing in the pits. It is a
It's
schmick-looking car.
It's an amazing car. Now look at this. Cameron Pease from Glenmore Park, 2.5 litre turbo in the KE70 Corolla. So parachute on the back.
Yeah,
Sus Corolla.
I'm just looking at where the wheelie bars are set on Scott Cousins' car.
Yeah.
They're a long way up.
Mate, this is modified compact now. Great category. You can run a big tyre. You can have any sort of engine swap you want. And he's out there, but it's just not... Here comes the big top end now for Scott, but it really sort of took its time getting to half track. 9.45 at 161. Cameron goes 8.68 in the Corolla at 153. So good to have Rusty back on here at Jambo, but it's Jane's turn to say good morning. How are you?
Well, thank you, Diggles. Good morning to you.
How are you? Good, lovely. In your element. We're back in our element.
Oh, we love it, don't we?
Oh, chrome bumper Jap cars everywhere. Andrew Rankin, check this out, the old Mark 1 Corona, I think they call them. And Robbie Butler, the KE10. That's right, kids. We're having a history lesson here. 1969 Toyota Corolla, and Robbie Butler is nearly that age. Like, he's nearly 70 years old, Robbie.
Yeah, and he's been racing this car since the 70s?
EMP, since the early days of EMP or D-Gas. He's always raced a KE10 in drag racing, Robbie Butler, and he still does today. Andrew Rankin, I think we're 3RZ on board as well. So the 3RZ, and we haven't really finished talking about 3RZ yet either, that 2.7 litre Hilux engine. Let's see what these guys do first here. Both from Queensland. 136 to the 60 for Robbie, 138 for Rankin, half track 554 for Robbie, chute comes out, 860 at 159, nice. 860 Robbie Butler, and an 894 there for Rankin. Oh, hold on to it, son. Ooh. Mr. Worthington, please. Here we go, modified compact, just, you know, street, so all motor wakes us up, street compact sort of lulls us in. All motor goes, wake up!
Wake up,
Then Street 289 goes, look at this! And now Modified Compact saying, guess what?
They're bringing the grunt
wild, too. Wild. And you can do a lot more in Modified Compact. You can run a slick, you can do whatever. If you don't fit into some of those other categories, if you're a street car out of control, well, you end up in Modified Compact.
This is your bits of class.
Well,
bits of everything. Whatever
Jimmy Paxton's packing, I've never had Jimmy Paxton come up on the screen before, but here he is at a Jambo 2024 in Sydney. Darren Worthington from Coonawarra, New South Wales, 13B RX3. What packeth thy combo in
the Hilux?
The RN40. I think it's an RN40, RN60. It's that James Horan shape anyway. All right, boys. Could be 3RZ in there, just listening to that engine.
I definitely don't think it's the original Hilux engine in there.
It could be a 22, it could be an 18R. Geez, I wonder what the world record is. 924 at 144. And beside him, Worthington, 1420 with not a really good launch from the RX3. Yes, I wonder where the outright 18R record ended up. They reckon they were a bulletproof old engine, the 18Rs. They took 262 leg timing change. I remember selling lots of 18R timing kits when I worked in the engine game, but they reckon you just couldn't kill them. So maybe can it take 50? With today's modern technology, could an 18R, and this is for some starry-eyed kid out there or a bloke in his 50s with a few bits laying around, either of the two, probably the bloke in the 50s actually, he might have a bit more of an attention span. I want to see 50 PSI in an 18RG. I don't care if Mighty Car Mods do it or the Skid Factory or whatever. Get an influencer to do it for us. Cameron Barrerio from Strathfield Say in Victoria, 13B in the Hilux. Dean Ferris, Disco Dean. It's a Barra in the Escort panel van. Why? Because.
We do love the Escort.
No, he's rolled forward, Cameron. That's not good. Disco Dean's going to get a good one here. Let's check the 8 mile. He normally goes right on the 550. He stepped it up a bit here, 539. Oh, yes, 8.38 for the panel van at 162. God, they're nearly all gone over 160 mile an hour, these things.
They're tough. No time for Barrerio after pulling through the beams there, but it was a nice clean pass, so hopefully he will get something from that.
Here's the bloke that never disappoints us, old Mr. Archer himself.
Mr.
Russell Archer.
Consistency, isn't he?
Yeah, he just turns up every time.
Does his thing.
He's our OG. I reckon before too long, we'll start to have a little Jambo OG sticker that you get to stick on where you've actually qualified to be an OG.
OG.
He gets the OG sticker. Dave Reed, where are you? We need a Jamboree OG sticker, like a nice big embossed metal shiny
Chrome
J and an OG in it. And that you know, you only get it if you're rated as an OG. Archer gets one. Ben Clark, I'd say, gets one too. He's run this VL forever. Make it, you've got to do, 20 Jambos to get one. There you go.
Yeah.
That'll be one. You've got to run 20 Jambos to get one.
So does that mean you get one as well, does it?
I hope so. I've turned up. I haven't raced. Russell's got the auto on board here now, so he's got to do a bit of bumping. Benny Clark's got to do the same thing. There is a little bit of bump city creeping in here. And whoever... Oh, Benny does the same thing he's done every Jamboree. He reaches for the sky. Reaches for the sky. 13B versus RB30, 885, 931. Benny Clark, quite the fighting wheel stand. You know what? It's not easy to win a Billet J trophy. And you can see just how hard some of these cars are to stage, to race,
and to launch.
So the winners, the worthy winners every time of a Jamboree is someone that has mastered the craft of racing. Jambo is always only ever reward the best racers in Australian sport compact folklore, and you have to be consistent. The vehicle can't let you down.
You have to know your vehicle as well.
You
have to know that personality.
Can't let your vehicle down either. So sometimes the driver can't stage the car, or you know what I mean, cuts a bad light. So it is the ultimate warrior. It's almost the ultimate drag racing warrior trophy, and of course it's going to be a nice trophy. It's a Billet J. The people that have won them can tell you that it hasn't been a cakewalk. Have a look at these things coming back here. Not only Street 289 with the RX-7, but check out Rankin's little Corona. It'd be good if it could be 3RZ. Actually, that's a good segue into 3RZs. Of course, last night, we watched it on the stream on the way in from the airport in private testing yesterday. Not that it was private. It wasn't private. I mean, you could pay to come in. But Chris Tate, and I didn't believe the number, right? But then, because all you said was, oh, there's a lot of smoke out of Tatey in the top end, which is normal.
No, I just said Tate. I said the photo with Tatey with the
That's right. There was, but I only saw the smoke. It's like, oh, what happened to Tatey?
You didn't look at the scoreboard.
No, well, I just assumed when I saw all the smoke in the finish line, oh, what happened to Tatey this time? And he only shaved 3/10 off his PB and ran the world's quickest 3RZ run in history. So that 2.7 litre Hilux engine, he has set. And again, all you got to do is run the number at a proper drag strip with proper timing within an event, and technically testing can be rated as within the event during Jambo testing. And I think we're going to get the Tater back here today. 6:48 blows the world 3RZ record to smithereens. And remember, Tatey is not a guy that runs that thing every 3 weeks. He runs it every 3 years by the look of it.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Look at these cars. Look at Robbie Butler's little street car. 860 Robbie Butler. He feels like he's 21 all over again. Disco Dean.
Still looks it too.
Runs in the low 8 second zone, and the beautiful REPU. as they used to call them, the rotary engine pickers, except that's a Hilux version of it. Moving, rolling history lessons as we go past. And I'm looking at it going, well, there's Robbie's thing. Chicka-ching, X amount of zeros behind that. Rankin, honestly, I'd love to know, and it might be hard for these guys to admit, but I'm looking for someone's genuine claimed cheap build. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Is there such a thing anymore? Is there room in the future, Janie, for a budget build that performs?
Maybe that's a new bracket we could introduce
A
here at
budget
Jamboree.
build.
You have to
A
provide
budget-
receipts.
A budget build?
Yeah.
It might be the old 13s for $1,300 thing all over again. But yeah, the budget, mind you, people that want that billet, Jay, mate, I'm sure they might have some good bookkeepers out there. There might just be a whole lot of unverified receipts there. But you know what? Sometimes I think...
But it could also bring it back to the innovation of our sport, you know, and people at home making their own bits and pieces.
I always thought an old school class would be good there too, where you could either be an old body or old technology.
Yeah.
Like, you know, bring back the draw through or bring back, you know, carburetors.
Yeah, Webbers.
But you know what? We've got enough categories that kind of allow you to be in with that ethos anyway, you know, like street compact, all motor, you can come in.
It can be old school.
But again, I mean, I look at Robbie's beautiful Corolla, and it's like, well, if you've owned the car for that long, you haven't had to cop the massive inflation on the price of those cars. Is that, you know, he's had that for a while, may have got it for X amount of dollars. They're now worth huge amount. But then you look at Andrew Rankin's little Mark 1 Corona, and they've been off the radar as far as a desirable, delectable car. It'd be good to find one in the, you know, in good condition, which is still going to fetch a few dollars, but just to do a build with something a little bit different. I do remember those cars when they came out in the time, but then to see one done up and running big numbers, it just goes to prove that, you know, the sky's the limit for expressing yourself if you want to get onto something. Like I went and bought some race seats off a guy the other day. He owned 6 240Zs. And he had 6 240Zs in a shed, 2 original Nissan Princes from the 60s. He had 2 other little Honda small cars there, but he had this huge amount. But he had an old-fashioned Toyota Crown, you know, just the older Toyota Crown. And I think he had that for sale for 11 and was just about to sell it for 11. And again, it was like a stocky, well looked after, low rust, zero rust, original patina, original Toyota Crown from the 60s, early 70s. So that stuff's currency. And the more years we keep rolling on with this, you know, we're going to still see beautiful examples come here at Jambo, because this is where the legends were born. I'd hate to think that without this sort of form of the sport, that those values would probably not be as held in high regard, because, you know, we're seeing the very best of these things just flat out haul. Honestly, the fastest, oldest, smallest cars in the world come out of Australia and kind of Puerto Rico as well. But, but no, that's a good point there, Kelly. Yeah, we're...
I've just let them know.
Yeah, that's right. We're just doing a little bit of something there. Then I'm trying to remember whom that was there, Janie. Do we remember?
No.
We'd be too busy rambling on, having a great time. So we're still in modified compact, but I do know that we've got a hell of a category coming up here shortly, which is J275. That's a hell of a category. It's going to have a mixture of import V8, bit of 4-banger maybe in there, but there is a lot of boosted V8 on radial tyres. There's a couple of imports, I think, flies in the ointment there that are going to probably stick it to the V8 boys here as well. But it's quite the popular class, J275. We did lose a couple out of the group in testing yesterday, and I just about cried when I turned up into the pits there that our favourite VL wagon, Danny Lansdowne, I think they did something in the gearbox, broke the gearbox, but then, of course, his best mate, partner in crime, Captain Risky, with his 2J Tirana, Ryan Holtz, kind of split the back of the block off.
Ew.
So it's technically a 5.5 cylinder 2J. That's finally cried enough after ringing 2,000 horsepower, 6-second, 200 mile an hour runs out of it on a 3,200 pound Tirana. So that cast iron 2J cried enough yesterday. So we've lost a couple there. I don't know whether Nick will be back in the 3RZ Mustang. He did tap the wall in 2 spots. Whether or not he can patch it and be there, I can't see it here in the staging lanes with the camera behind us. But that's what's coming up here shortly, J275. great Jamboree merchandise out. We're always changing that all the time. So from last time till now, go and have a look at the difference in our sub shirts, our caps. We've got event tees, visors, hoodies, lanyards, kids shirts, and more. All there, even the straw hats. So Sun Smart. We've got a great variety of that Jambo merchandise as well. Workshop Challenge, that's going to be on again, thanks to Castrol Edge. And Janie, you've already started writing up there, cramming all that information in as to how the workshops are going to go in battle here today. Great traders in the trader rally there, folks. Precision Turbo, Shannon's Insurance, PRP, of course, you can't go past that. That is the ultimate man bling down there. Platinum Racing Products, Fueltech, the Super Club Street 20 displays down there, Motive DVD, Speed for Sale, Wild Ink, Haltech, Garrett Turbo, of course, goes without saying, Toy Locker, Croydon Racing Developments, Legends Garage, they're all there, and our traders attending. And our Jambo Kids area is already up and running there. I love it when the big inflatables pop up there.
Have you been on the jumping castle yet?
No, look, the reality is, Jane, people don't seem to like 50-plus-year-old males on
I thought you were just going to complain about your knees again.
Oh, look, I forget that I've got pain if I've ever been on those things. In fact, what you do, you end up, tackling, if they've got the inflate, you end up tackling stuff. You go a little bit crazy in those places. I've grown out of it. Like PlayStation, I eventually grew out of it.
Did you?
I don't know.
Sad.
Anyone else out there still playing PlayStation? Anyone still gaming? Hands up if you're still actively gaming each week. Car gaming. Anyone? Car gaming, steering
Mario
stuff
Kart, once a week.
Do you?
Absolutely.
Steering stuff every day. Gaming, are we? Hands up who watches cars on YouTube during the week. You do that too? Yeah. Okay. What is it with that? You come to these events. You watch enough of it, you go home, what do you do for your recreation? You hit the big screen TV, you go to YouTube, and I'm watching more of it. Can't get enough of it. You can never watch enough of it. You never, because I can't watch free to air. There's no shows that I really like anymore. YouTube's kind of where I live.
Maths, and that's it.
What? Maths?
Yeah, you watch maths too.
No.
I know you do.
You know what I'd rather watch? I'd actually watch a picture of a real mass airflow sensor. That's the only maths I'm interested in. I'd rather watch a 1-hour documentary on a mass airflow sensor than Married at First Sight. At least at the end of it, no one's throwing wine over me at the end of it. My God, Jane, trash, absolute trash. Yeah, just a little indicator there.
Disappointed, Chris, disappointed.
Yeah. Mind you, if you want to know what's been watching on Netflix, have you watched Baby Reindeer on Netflix?
I have not yet.
Don't. Yeah. Do if you want.
I'm in two minds whether I watch it or not.
It's number one on Netflix. Do you watch it or not? And the answer is
no.
Do, but you might want to skip a few episodes.
Okay.
Yeah, so people are already messaging me, like Ricky going, yeah, I watch cars on YouTube. Of course we all do.
We all do.
And he's watching it live here as well. But I'll go downstairs to my middle son. He's a third-year apprentice mechanic. And what does a grown boy do with his time? He goes downstairs and he's steering cars or he's in the VR thing.
Nice.
Sometimes there's a gun in his hand. Sometimes it's a steering wheel.
There's a steering wheel. Likes to mix it up. We do have a bit of oil that we are cleaning up down through the braking area at the moment, which is why we are having a bit this delay.
Justin Simpson says that he's been watching mass airflow sensors as well.
Oh, no, I bet he's watching the real maths.
Hot. He reckons they're hot, mass airflow sensors. Event sponsor partners we also got to thank too as well. Wild Ink, Mainline Smart Dyno Technology, Pack Performance, Drag Photos and Drag News Magazine. Our Shannon Show and Shine might be something you might want to go and have a quick look at up here.
Oh, there's some machinery up there.
Oh, I know. Smithy was telling us that he went up there and had a look before. They're all sort of lined up along as you go. So go up and have a look. Now, there is some presentations.
Go check out Henry Spickag's Beetle up there.
Is that Henry?
Been up there for a chat this morning.
Was that his up there?
That was his up there.
Right, so Rusty's doing the Shannon Show and Shine presentations at 2:20.
Lovely.
So that's going to be up there for that. And there's some fantastic stuff. And you know what? It is Jambo, but we kind of open it up. So we've got all sorts of really nice stuff happening up there. Not just the small car stuff, but the some of the V8 and old school stuff that is just immaculate. And you just go, well, wouldn't that be cool to cruise around in? It's so good that people share their vehicles. I also watch another YouTuber called Horsepower Addiction. Have you heard of this guy? He goes to all the car shows here in Sydney. So he'll be at the markets or wherever. And he'll just film them all coming in. And he does a little bit of narrative. He's basically talking about which cars he's seeing. And we'll sit there and watch that, me and the boys, we'll watch that for 40, 50 minutes. And you just go, you shake your head, you go, where are these cars coming from?
Yeah.
But at the end of it, you're a little bit overwhelmed. You go, man, I'm living in the best country in the world. I've only seen Europe just late last year, and I didn't like it much as I miss the car culture in Australia. When the weather's fine, even if it's not, I know that sometimes it's harder event-wise to do anything when it's wet. But, God, if you said cars and coffee, you know, little show and shines, car parks, you talk about Joe's Diner in Brisbane, you talk about all the different places you can go and park and cruise and show your car.
Yep.
And I've been watching this unfold in front of me all my life, 50-odd years, and I have not seen it more vibrant, more inclusive, more prolific. Like, I knew Australians were big on car culture. We were bred kind of that way. When you had on free-to-air, you know, people we worshipped like football players. You know, it was about the only place in the world where, you know, you knew who the best rugby league players and AFL players were and cricket players were, but you knew who Peter Brock and Dick Johnson, and you actually saw that drama unfold over the years free-to-air. So we kind of had all that around us. We had legends of motorsport. Bathurst, the mountain, was probably always the one place that we knew was our semi-religious mecca for motorsport.
Yep.
And look what's unfolded from there. It is unfolded in every possible way, whether you are a hot rodder, whether you are that import car lover, whether you love a Brock Commodore, like forever. In Australia especially, that stuff is priceless.
Yep.
So, and what used to be, oh yeah, only guys with grease under their fingernails, they're the only people that, you know, are into this. No, it's now a part of being part of a community. So to even get into this community is now quite exclusive. Yes, you've got to have a car to be in it, but to have...
But everyone has a car.
Yeah, but to have the one maybe you've always wanted, and this is what happened, and this is still the onflow from COVID, is that people decided, I want a cool car, or this is the car I've always wanted. And when you look at all these YouTubers showing us that these real people turn up at these places, thousands of real cars, real people in this country alone, and you go, man, everyone's got their favourite car. Like, you know that thing turns heads anywhere you drive it.
Yep.
You hop in a brand new car, no one is looking at you. Even Teslas, no one's looking at Teslas. In fact, they don't want you to look at them. They want you to look the other way and have a good hard look at yourself and ask why you're not sitting on 9 tonnes of lithium, potential flammable lithium to save the environment. We don't even look at Teslas these days, but I tell you, if the right car goes past you, you're respecting it as it comes towards you. Sometimes you're hearing it before you see it, and I love that. But God bless Australia for what the culture's created. And you need to get up and look at that Shannon Show and Shine, because that is exactly what we're talking about. Get to the pits and check out some of the amazing driving machines. Oh, so this is the gentleman, Benny Clark. This is not the way to start the Sydney Jamboree, Benny Clark, on a tilt tray. But there goes the VL back to the pits on a tilt tray. That is not good news. I don't even remember whether he might have had a Jatco in that car, still the original sort of Nissan-based gearbox. I can't remember, but I don't know. That thing's hurting already. It's a shame. That was Benny Clark back on a tilt tray.
The VL?
Yeah. So I don't know what's happened there. So we're just cleaning that oil up from the finish line on. Another one of our product partners here, Janie, of course, is... well, I'll tell you what, we've got the best of everyone here in this country. Again, back to how proud we are living in Australia and being Australian businesses that help us. It's Bullet Race Engineering, partnering for all our 3 Jamboree events. You know, I'm sure we'll have them down there in the Bend later this year as well. Of course, the Adelaide Jamboree added a series of events this year for Darren Marcus and the Bullet team. Bullet Race Engineering manufacture billet engine blocks, cylinder heads and custom components for drag racing, circuit racing, time attack and many applications that call for high power outputs and rock solid durability. So we thank the team from Bullet Race Engineering. Quite a lot of their products, not only here, Jamboree, but they go right across the world. I think even one of the quickest, I think it's still the quickest import stick shift in the world, Joel Grannis, the Grannis team, the 6-second Supra. They've got that, I think they've got the Aussie Bullet block in it. So that's just one of many of that Aussie product going right around the world. Another one of our great product partners is someone in a very similar business, Platinum Racing Products. Wide range of vehicles, sports, compact, JDM and all 6-cylinder turbo performance platforms, niche top-end performance, electronic and billet parts for race applications that filter down to the modified streeter. PRP stuff, not only on street cars but race cars, designed majority of parts, plug-and-play kits, tech videos, instructions, and customer support. Another great product partner. They've all got one thing in mind in their business mission, and that is horsepower. And I'm up for any I'm up for any company that's up for horsepower, and I'm sure everyone out there is exactly the same as us. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, we can't also forget about our presenting partners as well. Fueltech, #Fueltech everywhere. Founded on a passion for motorsports and commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. With roots deeply embedded in the racing world, our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. #Fueltech everywhere.
I just wish we could get he's already been to Australia, I think, once or twice, Anderson Dick from Fueltech. I know that Frankie, of course, from Dandy Engines, he's got Fueltech everywhere, and he knows Anderson. I'd never had the opportunity to meet the man, but I knew he was in town at one of our radial events a couple of years ago. And I just know, you can just tell the man is now reaping the fruits of his success.
Yep.
That they've got their own, facility in the States, and when you want to go to Fueltech, these big high-end cars go in and get fitted, and they're on the hub making 4,000 to the hubs, some of them. I think they had a what they call a super stock pulling tractor in there, which is a massive, 27-litre diesel converted to methanol, and the thing's making 5,000 foot, more than that. I think it's 10,000 foot-pound of torque, but they couldn't measure it. They had to use some sort of multiplication factor to work that out, because you just can't measure that.
Can't measure that. Can't just use a calculator.
All right, Ali Butzi back in the Evo 10. Osman Ahmed from Lakemba, 13B RX-7.
And we are continuing on in modified compacts. Our cleanup is now all finished.
All right, Ali Butzi. $13B turbo for the Series 2 RX-7 of Osman Ahmed. Modified compact. All right, boys, go easy. Got to slip the clutch in that Evo. There we go. Second gear, come on, boys. Oh, not a good run for either of them.
I think I can. The RX-7, a lot of wheel spin there at the hit.
No, not ideal, either side.
Buzzy goes through 1340, 85 miles an hour. He won't be happy, but Ahmed will be even less happy with an 18.31 at 64 miles.
Yeah, that was a Evo 8. I apologise. Still not a cheaper Evo around. Honestly,
No.
Any of that Evo stuff now is ridiculous.
Yes, everyone wants one.
All right, here we go. Martin Whelan and Randall Graham. Black track performance, both sides. Now, go the XD. Go the XD. They're back in fashion the last few years. When we've run out of old Falcons, we go XD now as the classic. And for those people, remember the old True Blue. And the BA beside them. So, what are we? 2004 to 1981. So what's that? A quarter of a century between the Falcons. Have a look at the size difference. Like the XD was always known kind of as this sort of big car, but Dickie Johnson got this thing homologated for the Australian Touring Car Championship at 1,369 kilos. Because they said, oh, Dickie didn't give us a minimum weight. He quickly looked up 6-cylinder taxi pack and it was 1,369. Oh, the XD! Thank you, Val! Talk about tricky. 8:30 for Martin Whelan, but Randall Graham took the long way round. Oh, boy.
That looked like fun.
That, I can tell you what, old True Blue never used to do that. Yes, he used to pick the wheel up, but that was only coming down through the dipper.
Yeah.
That was power wheel stand.
He's going to be one to watch for our best wheel stand.
Do it again for us, Randall Graham, please.
We love it.
That was a carry. That had height hang, and I mean, it only ran 9 flat, so I guess that hauls.
That's a haul.
That was fantastic to see. Yeah, that fires me up. You wouldn't have looked at an XD sideways 10 years ago.
No.
$700, $1,200.
Give it away.
Give it away. You could. Yeah, I know you'll have it now. I know. I'm lucky I bought an EL at the right time. I can't believe I've ever said that. I've got an EL wagon in the family, 6-seater, 4 on the tree, taxi cab. Oh.
Matthew Unan in the RX3 now makes his way down the track here.
Not a bad run for the little 13B Auto, 979, 142. But that is the endeth. Can you tell I watched a doco on William Shakespeare before I went to bed?
Oh my
Because I know. I thought I need something to put me to sleep. And now on ABC, a documentary on the life of William Shakespeare. You know, it's gone.
Oh, Chris, what are we going to do?
Well, I didn't know the bloke was famous poet. And back then there were 2 forms of media. There was the paper and the theatre. They were the only 2 media back then. So they looked at, even then, successful playwrights as media. It was interesting. All right, here we go. J275, and I know J275.
All right, Dave Reed sending me through the goods. He's got the photo of Fakinos hoiking the wheels up in all motor.
Dave from Drag
What a machine.
Photos. He's quick on the draw. Now, J275. Now, I know we talked about middleweight for 289. This is more of a... Well, is welterweight higher or lower than middleweight? No. Lower, no. We've got a cruiserweight. This is cruise. I'm trying to get ourselves up to Pro Modern Factory Extreme. But what do you say? 275 millimetre drag radial, end of rule essentially. Door car, of course. Peter Fedanos in the RX8. Now, I'm sure this was AWOD's, but I think he might have sold it. Ben Blecken, well, my cousin. He is legitimately my cousin, Ben Blecken, from Spot On Performance. Elite Automatics is his business in Queensland. The rebuilt LS-powered VH Vacationer, drag and drive. This is what this car does really well, but for today, J275, the only dragging and driving he will do is up and back. He's not... Mind you, he might have driven it from Queensland, but I doubt it. He's not in drag and drive mode at the moment. It's about sending it. Now, can he run a good 7-second run? He has gone 490s in the 8th. All right, here we go. Oh, little wheel stand. Oh, big wheel stand. Oh, these guys are turning on the performance. Ben Blecken in the wagon, 768, 184 mile an hour from the street car. 768 at 184 mile an hour. And if you don't think that's a street car, come on a drag and drive and watch him drive it for the week. 768, 184 mile an hour. That's where we're at. Oh, yeah, we're going to have a few in this class that just offer you this insight. Cars on the edge. A lot of these are street cars on the edge. That radial tyre, the last little thing that just lets them drive that thing to the Macca's. Lee Povey in that VL Commodore. And Nicholas Constantinou, CNV Performance, 6-litre Commodore. Need I say more? Hey, any Commodore with twin parachutes is a serious Commodore. May the Commodores, like as we said, the Falcons.
Any Commodore that comes out of CV Performance even.
Or CV Performance, those words themselves is enough to say,
fast.
This Commodore, baby, watch this thing. J275, so out of the CNV Performance stable in New South Wales, Lee Povey from Mount Isa.
How's the XD coming up the Burnout pad now?
Yes,
Put on a great show for us.
Go the XD. Go the XD. True blue. Okay, Bum City, baby. Whoa, on the radials, getting up on the suspension. Nicholas Constantinou, half track, 452, big number, 685. 685 for the Commodore, 204 mile an hour. Lee Povey streetcar, 768. But hang on, 685. Yeah.
Crew look very, very happy with that one, Diggles. What a pass.
Wow, New South Wales to the top in J275. Oh. And yeah, I forgot about Paolo Tortorello's 620 cubic inch
Cortina.
multi-kit C&V performance tuned Cortina. He might get a 6. Graham Horner from Lewiston in South Australia. Horner Performance, another one of these Dragon Drive style cars. These lethal Commodores we've got in this country on that 275 radial. Horner, capable of 7-second runs as well. J275, she might be a 4-state battle here today. Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia. So there's plenty of bump city going to be happening in this group today. But right now, some spray from Parlo, some boosted Dart small block for Graham Horner. All right, let's have a look at the racing gasoline with nitrous on top come out of the Cortina here. Just thunders. Oh, Horner, little wheel stand, pedals it twice. Parlo 748 at 179. Horner, here he comes. 725. 725 at 199 mile an hour. Horner had to pedal that thing twice on the run. This track is on point for these guys. Bang. What does that look like already? What does that group look like? Here's Ayan Setnay, the 3.2 litre Supra. Elite Race Parts Team Setnay Mortgage Choice Aftermarket Industries and Kebab House.
Need to go to the Kebab House.
I actually,
Down at
Wetherall Park.
Park.
That's, yeah, I'm hanging for one. Sometimes, if you haven't heard the word for a while, you just immediately want one.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Mark Daskalakis in the. This thing's been around for a while too. This Tirana, I think we are side mount blower. I think I saw. Or no, single. I think it's single. Single turbo on. It had something I know protruding from the bonnet area. Now problems here for Ayan to get reverse. So that's a little bit of a drama right there to not have reverse. The question will be, do you have any more gears
Do you have forward?
as well? As long as he can get him back past the start line, he might be all right, but we don't want to hold Mark up too long. Yeah, these cars, like this J275, just falls into the lap of a lot of these sorts of vehicles. They are just, some of them, as we know, Mark's Tirana been around for a while, but now it's like, how do I get into a Jambo? Well, put a 275 on it, you can come and run in J275.
Come and have some fun.
As
Well,
is
looks as though the
Ahan.
Super is going to have forward gearing. How many gears he's got, I'm not quite sure, but it looks like they're going to send him.
Oh, you can just not underestimate what a 3.2 litre Supra can do. So, yeah, King 2, Jay.
Especially if he's had a kebab for breakfast.
Yeah, not there yet with that. I mean, unless breakfast is after a whole night being out. that's the kebab I can do. But if I've been to sleep, I can't have one straight. Oh, little pedal, 2 pedals, 3 pedals there for Mark, and he's still on the throttle. So the Tirana, this track, they're loving it. 863 at 154 mile an hour. Hopefully today, judging wheelies is going to be hard today, Janie.
I know.
If they keep this up later on today during racing, then we're going to have to give someone the Sky's the Limit award. Ayan, no such luck in this particular occasion. And we'll just roll it through. And take the first exit, 27.88 for him. Now here we go. This is why I saw the guy in the staging lanes. 28, not 60. All right. We'll keep that there, or go into that number, and we'll find that and write that in there so we don't forget. Well done, Janie.
No, thank you, Kelly.
No, thank you, Kelly.
Yes.
Don't know how we got the surname mixed up, but we can get the
that should
60
be
and
on
the
there.
28. We can get the 60 and the 28. All right, Mr. Po Tung, Mr. Stephen Carkeet. So Steve Carkeet's new setup, the HG Ute, 414 cubes on a 275. Po Tung, the man just about won everything from 28.9 to modified 10.5. Here he is on a 275 radial in J275. That Gas Motorsport Toyota Supra. Sporting that cracking Gas 2JZ on board. 685's the number if Poe wants a number one top qualifier J, Mini J. So let's see. Carkeet. Oh, nice one for Steve Carkeet. Out and gone. Oh, Poe, 1-2-2 at the 60-foot. Oh, it skates all over the place. Turned the tyres a little bit later on down the run. 499 to the 8th, just zinging them. 814. Still a tough number, 156.
156 mile an hour is off it way early.
Oh, this would be one of the first times I think this has happened.
Colsey
The
and
Coles
Colsey.
brothers, Brett Coles and Andrew Coles. Brent Coles, the bad temper, RX-8 with the LSA on board the RX-8. Brett wanted a drag and drive cruise car, so guess what? Into the spot-on workshop, because Andrew is the, I suppose you could call him the CEO. Let's just call him the general manager. Of course, I'd call Danny the workshop manager. The master builders indeed from Queensland. And this is Andrew Coles in Public Enemy. Noonan, twin turbo Noonan Hemi, 5-speed Liberty. I think it's got a tie drive in it as well. So this is one of our hottest contenders for the first ever 3-second 275 run in this country. Colsey has stepped up this Mustang. This has got more fruit than the Tortorellos. And I'm talking about their fruit being fruit, this being automotive fruit. Lands the shock, starts to walk the car, but it is not ready for all of that horsepower on this run in that lane. But mind you, Brett can tromp that thing all day. 937 at 144 mile an hour. It went 1-2-3 in the 60. You saw it sort of bite the track, do the dead hook that it needs to do on the radial tyre. But then applying that twin turbo Noonan Hemi horsepower just didn't quite go to plan. And I dare say they zinged it. Now that thing ran a 6 yesterday. That ran yesterday. There it is this morning. It ran a 672 getting off it at 1,000 foot. So it's got plenty.
Big things coming.
But that is a car being built basically to be one of the quickest 275 cars in this country. There's a bunch of them right now from all states of Australia just plodding away their creations, and hopefully someone's going to take a 3-second time slip for a 275 in this country. That's kind of a milestone not to be grabbed in this country. We've seen, you know, the top fuel record go down this year. We've seen a few Aussie milestones go down this year, but there's a 3-second 275 milestone yet to be realised. And there's 6 to 8 cars that I know in the build that, you know, I mean, Pazzo was here last weekend. Testing went like 405 or something. So they're close.
They're going to get there.
All right, here we go. Rami Sali, this beautiful hatchback Tirana in J275. Michael El Khoury, what can we say about this car? 2JZ in an RX-7. We do know the rear end of the car intimately because I think last year it blew the bejesus out of this thing about 100 foot out and cost us an hour. See how that stuff sticks in your memory? It's hanging together. It's hanging together. It's hanging together. Half track 461. Here comes the RX-7. 701. 209 miles. 209. 209 mile an hour for the RX-7. Let me say that again. 209 at the back. Oh.
And that's got to put a smile on Joe Signorelli's face down there.
Oh, baby.
Love it.
Our quickest... Our quickest is a V8. The fastest is 209. That is a big, big number. All right, Cam Riley. Could be 200 here as well. Hang on. Again, these cars, full fended, real steel, except for the VK's plastic bumpers, by the way. So engine 7373. Now I met the gentleman last night. This is his. This is the Barra Taxi. I think it was the 7-second K. We go Warren Allen from 275 category classification. So they've got to have that 275. Now I know Cam's one of the quickest on a 235 in the country as well. So Cam is, I think it's at 4 something now in the 8th for a 235. We had George Zeszewski forever at 5.0 whatever. Then the 4 second zone got cracked, and then before you know it, within about 2 years, we're down into the 450s on a 235. And we've got some big battles coming up on that tyre this year as well. Cam Riley will be one of those guys. Okay, we're going to go a bit of Bump City here for J275. Gets out of the hole, 120, 130. Cam Riley starts to send it. 791 at 175. That'll do. 791, 175. Warren Allen, 746. 746 at 188 mile an hour. 746 at 188.
Good enough for 4th qualifying position at the moment there in J275.
A lot of guys smiling on the line there, and it's good when you see that with the crew. You know, they're enjoying it as much as. Because it is a very selfish sport, this. It's only the one guy gets to experience all of this, but you've got a lot of crew that get the rush when it all goes well.
It is very much a team sport. Keith Hartz, did you see his pass last night where he lifted the front of his car to the sky?
I did not see.
Came crashing down with a whole shower of sparks.
Some of us had to drive the higher car. Some of us had the luxury of
think someone was just
watching
eating McDonald's at that time.
Oh, is that right? So you know exactly when that happened. We were inside eating Macca's, so there you go. She's got a mind like a steel trap here, Janie. She knows exactly when something happened. Well, we didn't see it, Jane, so you can keep talking about it. Tell me again, what did it do? Sparks, was it?
Shower of sparks.
Oh, sounds spectacular. That doesn't surprise me with this car. This car, there is not too many things that I've seen Frankie not do in this XW. I remember one run here where the thing went low 7s to 200 and the throttle jammed on the damn thing, and he had to steer that thing under the chute. You know,
it's not exactly an easy car to pull up either.
Well, look, you know, I'll wrap Frank to the day I die as far as one of those unsung drag racing heroes in this country, from what not only he's done with Dandy Engines and Fueltech and you know, ProLine and all of that. I mean, this guy can be on any start line in the world and be recognised.
Yeah.
Anyone that can rub shoulders with as many people as Frank has in the past, and you know, he's another one of these world-renowned guys. But this was the car that made him famous, his own, when he took it for the whole week and did Drag Challenge a few years ago and ran low 7s with the damn thing. But Keithy Hards is now the custodian of the famous Fair XW. Understatement of the year, by the way. This is a 448 cube small block Ford, probably 2,000 odd horsepower when it's all there, on a leaf spring. 4,000 pound XW, by the way. So it's it'll be the heaviest car in competition today. Let's just see. Hards knows how to drive. Knows how to bump it too. Oh, carries the wheels a little bit. 116 to the 60 foot. How does a 4,000 pound car do this? How does it do it? 670 bloody 2! 672! 208 mile an hour. That is some bad XW. That's no longer a fair XW. That is all that is now. I mean, Bazina had the XW, but now the fair XW.
The crown has shifted.
The crown has shifted. 672. Frankie, 672. 4,000 pounds at 116 on a leaf spring on a 275. That's insane. That is insane for the first qualifier for J275 today. And again, we better make sure, Rusty, see if we can, you know, after each session, can they print us something next door? Can we ask?
For our qualifying orders?
It hasn't stayed up long enough. You know what I mean?
See.
Like, I'd want to see that whole session, but we don't have the screen.
We need a magic button.
Where's our button?
We need a button.
Because then we could see it. That's what we're going to need. Because there was a lot of 6s in that session. And we ain't done yet. Nemanja Lozo from Hampton Park, Victoria. CK Automotive. Oh, God, when you see CK associated with a VL, That's like in the same breath as, you know, Matukal Croydon. It's like the ultimate RB massaging. And CK Automotive is one of those there too. We've got Sticks on board with Quick Bits. You can see Sticks down there. He's helped create the performances of these monsters. What do you do as an encore when an 4,000 pound XW goes 670 at 208?
You bring the Commodore out.
Let's see the RB. Let's let the RB rip here. It's got through half track, 448 to half track. Here it goes, 689. We've got sixes everywhere. 686 rather. 686 with a 9, 205 mile an hour. J275 has gone next level here.
It's insane.
Next level. That's the fastest group that we've ever had in J275.
Definitely.
Sixes for everyone that got their combos perfect on that run. That was crazy runs. But oh boy, got one J315 here. And again, that 315, not as many numbers, but Todd O'Leary, he's on that slightly wider tyre now. Not as much competition, it seems. Do we got one opponent for J315?
Yep, Todd O'Leary.
Todd O'Leary. Technically, you need a group to become a category. So he may not quite just walk up and get a J, or maybe he will. I don't know. Anyone out there got some 315s? Go get them on real quick. All right, Todd O'Leary going to run the Mustang. Oh, zigged them on the hit. Oh, we got some cranky stuff to come. We got some Pro Turbo just about to light up here.
Well, just wait for Todd O'Leary to gallop on down. I don't know, it's not really of a gallop for his Mustang, is it?
More of a canter.
More of a canter or a prance. More of a prancing down. And we are getting into Pro Turbo. Of course, all thanks to Enviro. That is Jason Payne in the Skyline. And beside him will be Al Rafai in the Mazda R100.
Oh, just about did a wheelie at the Burnout, did Al. R100. Got the Cato Construction Equipment sponsor on the car. Jason Payne, welcome back, Painey. A really well-sorted, multi-category car in Pro Turbo. Pro Turbo brought to us by Enviro Waste Services Group, liquid waste disposal company in Sydney. Specialise in liquid waste with over 15 years experience. That's a job that I'm glad those guys are excelling in doing.
Have you seen all the big tubs around the pits and everything? Doing a great job here at Sydney Dragway.
Doesn't matter what liquid it is, it can be liquid gold if you're willing to deal with it. And the Enviro Group, well done. They're throwing it back into drag racing as their recreation. So, Jason Payne can normally run in super stock, I think, in double D APIA.
Yep.
So
ultra production injected
ultra
automatic.
Production injected automatic. So this is an RB30 automatic equipment. I don't know whether it's still a 2-speed or a 3-speed. They seem to become absolute beasts on a 3-speed, these cars. But this is a well put together 6-second potential car. And that's not the only one we've got in here. We've got Camilleri coming up shortly in his double D gas car, built for purpose. Could be those two in the final. I'll make that prediction right now. 2 RBs in the final.
Pro Turbo.
Oh, nice lead. 107 there. We just let it go. Jason Payne, the R100, 773. Payne, 683, 206 mile an hour. How about Al? How's the drive? How's the drive for Al? It's carrying the wheel, shifting
it's
gears.
Moving around. It's crab walking almost.
Oh, there we go. This is the guy we're talking about, Daniel Camilleri.
Now, this car's for sale as well. I think he's having more fun playing with his blown car.
He cannot sell this car. Folks, please go down and offer Daniel Camilleri what he's asking, because frankly, you will not be a bigger legend for the money.
And you'll not be disappointed with the car. It is an amazing race car.
It's RB30. It's mechanically injected, so it doesn't even really have a computer in it for the fuel and engine management. So it's mechanically injected. RB30, super competitive. It's the quickest double D gas automatic car in the country. It is super consistent, and he can't sell it.
Sammy Afkel just getting pushed back there in the RX2.
Yeah, Sammy's not getting the boost up in the RX2 that he wants, so they're going to send him off and check him out. Camilleri gets a solo here. Thank you.
Oh, thank you much, Lee.
There we go. That's the workshop stuff. Thank you, Pete. Wherever that came from. All right, they're trying him again. Camilleri's got a bulb on. Camilleri's got a bulb on, so he's going to have to let him go, I'd say. There we go. He's coming in. He's coming in. Twin turbo RB30. Oh, takes the tyre off it on the hit this time. That's a shame. As we talked it right up. Super consistent, blah, blah, blah. And then
commentator's curse.
It just had a little bit too much. All right. Got to try and get Sammy to skid. If you can't front for the session, I think you've got to miss it. Remember, we had our two naughty stages that wouldn't stage. They got sort of booted out by the...
That was a bit. I thought that was a bit sad.
Oh, I know it is. It is.
It's Jamboree.
I know. But yeah, I know those guys knew how to stage. We've seen them stage it before, so we kind of knew they could have staged, but they didn't. They felt the
maybe
wrath.
We'll put them in the boxing ring as
well. They felt
well.
the wrath.
Can we put them in
maybe. What, with the starter?
That starter can't be the
I know. Here we go. Mr. Phil Penny. He gets an OG sticker. He's got it.
Oh, absolutely. If you can see the car from behind that turbo.
That's right. Mr. Phil Penny from Niwi Creek, the Nambucca Heads. The 3-litre 2J Honda S600. 1965 Honda. 7-second performance. Justin Gregory beside him from Cardiff, New South Wales. He's got a 2J in the RX7. Sponsored also by El Mofo Lithium Batteries. I thought that's quite an interesting sponsor.
El Mofo.
Okay, Keithy Hards brings back 4,000 pounds of 6-second XW Falcon. Keithy. That is an epic run. Well steered, well tuned, well done. 6.7 second, 4,000 pound XW. All right, here we go, boys. Bump City on the line. Oh, Phil sinks the tyres. Phil gets back on it. He just wants that horsepower. Oh, the things puff some smoke there near half track, Phil. Not good. Not good for the little 2J in the Honda. Puffed out a lot of smoke. 7.26 for
Justin Gregory.
So he got it to hook up, but Phil kind of blew the tyre off it. Whether or not it leaked anything on the line, I don't know. But we are checking from half track because that little Honda, it belched out some smoke, which is not a good look. Not a good look, and we're going for a wander out there just past 60 foot. We're at half track going for a little bit of a random sweep. We did see some stuff come out the exhaust, but as to what the aftermath is from that, remember, these cars normally have trays or nappies on them anyway, so if there is something that has leaked out, it's got the opportunity to be caught before hitting the track. Ideally, that should be factored into the design of every vehicle that we run here today to certain extents. One being, complete engine containment, lower engine containment.
Device, yep.
Like a, as we call it, a nappy. It's almost like a bulletproof vest for your block. That's the minimum requirement. If you can also, even if you could provide a tray, a containment tray. There's a lot more cars now, not that we ever get to see underneath them unless they're wheel standing, but when you do see photos of some of these things, you'll see that there's been quite an effort in building a tray for them.
Yep.
It's definitely been something that not only helps us keep stuff off the track, but keeps cars off the wall.
Off walls, that's right. Keeps the drivers safe.
You can contain it in the tray or in the nappy. And look, luckily for us, the way we're not paying a lot of attention to the rest of the track, I think they're convinced that nothing did get to the track by the look of it. And that look, whatever's happened to poor Phil, I hope it's not terminal.
Yes. We want to see him back for Q2 a little bit later.
Absolutely want to see the man back. He's got a that car is an icon. I mean, that's one of our highest viewed cars on YouTube, especially when you remember a couple of years ago, 1320 Video came here and they kind of did a little thing on Phil's car, and that was million plus views nearly within a couple of months. It was million plus views. So that car is still on the world's radar. But it's just good old Phil. We've got good Uncle Phil here. You know? He's one of our regulars.
He's been doing it for forever.
And ever since that car, and again, there's a whole podcast just on the evolution of that car, from Fiat twin cam to now.
Yeah.
Plus the next car that's coming from him. Oh, I haven't seen him in ages. Here he is, Dominic Maiolo, almost the Victorian cousin to Jason Payne. Oh, and Eddie.
Eddie Howard, the Enviro Waste Services 20B RX-7.
And of course, it used to be 20B. It sounds a lot like 2J.
2J. It is 2J.
Sounds a lot like 2J on board now.
Sack me.
And I wonder, because remember Eddie's had the 20B RX-7, but remember, you know, Louis Constantino had a 2J
in his
RX-7-ish thing. Whether or not this was that, whether he's got that now or not, I'd have to look at the body to see. Because remember Lewis's thing, because I thought Lewis had it for sale, so I wonder whether that's his. And he's still got the rotary one somewhere. All right, Po Tung needs urgently a set of 275 60R15s. All right, Po Tung's looking for another set of 275s. Might have cooked those ones. So if anyone can help with a set of 275 radials for Po, go down and see Po Tung, please. Yeah, so Dominic, I think same deal. It's like an RB-powered auto R32.
So
him
similar
and
to Payne.
Very similar cars. They're almost opposite twins of each other. Probably a couple of thousand Ks apart from each other. Now Payne will be watching. He's got a bird's eye view of this one from Dominic. All right, boys. Going to Bump City, RB versus 2J.
Here comes Payne up the return road as well, right on time.
No, not good for Dom. Oh, Eddie, half track, 426 at half track. He's still steering at 648, 222 mile an hour. Geez, Eddie, you're getting into faster extreme territory there. 648 at 222, and look, Dom, whether the car zinged the tyres or broke something, he's idling down. He's idling down.
What a ride for Eddie.
Yes, Eddie, 648, 222. He'll be loving that. The Enviro team will be loving that top qualifier. I don't think he can beat that 222 mile an hour. All right, McKern and Associates Pro Compact.
What up, G? That there is Alan Dodd in the RX2.
Oh.
And Anthony DeQuino, the RX3.
Queensland versus New South Wales. A little bit of a state of origin pro compact matchup. Of course, for humble beginnings in 2002, founded by Mr. David McKern. McKern's have worked hard to build a personable and confident approach to working with their clients. Their team of well over 30 accountants and advisors are deeply committed to growing in their skills as well as knowledge so they can supply this to their client's business. I call that ahead of the curve. And Mr. McKern has been ahead of the McCurve for years. So get ahead of the McCurve with McKern.
McKern.
Just break that up.
Shout out to Damo.
Brand new 2024 marketing campaign. Just pitching it. We're pitching it here today. Get ahead of the McCurve. Anthony DeQuino, Alan Dodd, 13B turbo, clutchless gearboxes. Both guys completely addicted to the passion that all-out full tube rotary drag racing is all about. And he's got quite the following. Doddsy, my wife's got a What Up G sticker on the back, and so many times she's been pulled up going, where do you get that? Well, I want that sticker. Where do you get it? So well, you just can't get it. You've got to know.
They do have an online shop if you want to check them out, though.
All right, here we go, boys. Looking for the lead. Oh, What Up G, a little bit of spinning back on and taking it on. Nikito carries the wheels towards the centre line. Up G7 27. He's got one in the bank. It wasn't perfect for Alan Dodd. I think it did hassle the tyre a little bit on the launch. 473 recovery to half track at a 27 at 178 to Quino. It was on a mission towards the centre line near the 330 mark.
Yeah, he had to pedal that one. Jürgen Piscopo now, Lee Doherty in beside him, the MX-5. Back Performance taking on Mazworks.
Tell you what, this category, yes, it's all rotary. Yes, the odd piston engine gets in there. You can't underestimate the piston engines when they turn up. Jürgen Piscopo from Sunshine, Northern Victoria, one of Victoria's quickest 13Bs. Lee Doherty, been in Pro Compact for a while now, and this little MX-5.
Another car that's evolved over the years is this MX-5. We've seen Lee Doherty go from rags to riches almost with the car. And Pack Performance prepped. And
I just can't remember whether we're still back in auto mode. I know we went in the clutch in it, the Liberty, but is he back in auto? Has he got an auto on board? I'll have to revisit his staging procedure to see exactly what he is doing, what combo he's got. How good's that background noise if you're watching it on the stream, wherever you are right around the world, our Jamboree live stream?
There's nothing like the babble of a 13B rotary.
We've got guys like It's Me Denny going 222 mile an hour is effort moving. Thank you for your feedback. Keep it coming. Now he's bumping it in on the auto with Doherty. Jürgen comes in as well. Oh, Jürgen again, 113 in the 60, but the thing got a little bit upset.
All eyes on Doherty. Goes on through for a 765, 167 miles an hour.
That'll do. And, you know, as we say, you can be cutting edge and trying to run 6-second times, but you know what comes with that is sometimes irregular runs. Where you can get some consistency down and you might end up there in the winner's circle. So Doherty 765 puts him in second place. But by the end of Q3, who knows? Who knows?
Well, you're talking about the piston engines in Pro Compact. Here comes Sam Kyprios with the Starlet. In beside him will be Tony Garrett, the RX-8, running for Adelaide Paint Management, Every Trade Building Service and Custom Bodyworks. And Kyprios out of the Kyprios Performance Workshop. Also helps out Import Media a fair bit. You'll see Mikey down there going live, no doubt.
Yeah, Sam Kyprios and Victoria Point representing Queensland and the Pistons. And that 2.7 litre 3RZ on board.
Not quite as quick as Tatey.
No, not as quick as Tatey, but another one of these multi-use cars. So normally double D gas in super stock, but here he is, be able to fit straight into Pro Compact. And what about Tony Grigic here, the RX-8? The Ghost just had his birthday the other day. He told me he's in his 40s. Pretty good. You know, he's born and bred Wellington Point, Queensland. The Ghost. Telling me that last night because I had the right colour jersey on. I had the maroon jersey and he came over and he didn't try and take my head off like everyone else does. Cheap shots, they normally come in 6 in a tackle, you know, squirrel grip, all that stuff. But he goes, no, you've got the right jersey on. He goes, no one knows I was born and raised at Wellington Point.
Oh, there you go.
Sam Kyprios, well, he's from Victoria Point.
No, just down the road.
Down the road. The Kyprioses and the Grigiches, who knows? Back in the early day, I know, of course, Sam's dad, Pete, is an OG of Jambo.
Yep.
So Sam might be in generationally. I reckon if you're second generation of an OG, you can get the OG sticker quicker.
Yeah.
A quicker sticker for you as a second GOG. All right. The Ghost and the Ninja. He's getting through the gears. He gives up at half track, goes through the clutch or something there. Even the Ghost is, even the Ninja is off the throttle.
Yeah, it didn't seem to go up on boost, Sam Kyprios.
110 in the 60 for the Ghost, so it left with enough start line. The Ninja 151, no such luck.
No.
So some runs are diamonds, some of them are stones, and right now some of them are hitting the mark and some of them are missing it. But hey, all eyes on this one. Victoria versus New South Wales, the pointiest Victorian 13B we've got, and the sharpest 13B in Australia, and top 10 in the world. Just about, I think. Got to remember where Rodney is now.
I had it.
I know we got Barnett in there at 25. Janie's got to get the world top 2013B list up real quick. Because it's a tight world top. Now, you've got to be a 38 to be in the top 10. Blueprint 622, the third in the world.
Yeah.
El Jefe now at 606. Rafaelito 610. Blueprint 622. Gabriella 626. El Boss 626. Rampage 628. Well, I suppose that's it. Simon Ionu. Of course, for Promaz. Billet Pro. Not only is this a interstate rotary battle, but it's billet rotary engine battle between Billet Pro and Billet by Pack. Rodney Raham, of course, the RX-8 for Pack Performance. So the ultimate workshop battle. When you get to the pointiest end you can with an engine and put it in the ultimate race car, well, this is the purest workshop battle you can have. But Rodney, I dare say their focus has shifted a little bit because there was becoming this great rivalry between Blueprint and Pack, and that if Blueprint turned up, Pack had to turn up to make sure they're covered.
Check, yeah.
They're covered. Here goes What Up G back on the return road. Check that RX2 out. Australia's quickest RX2. Oh no, Terry's is slightly quicker. I think we'll remember that. Terry Wood, 70 something. So yeah, G into the 690s. And how good does the RX2? Now they've got that merchandise available down there for sale, the What Up G stuff.
I've got my hoodie here. Do you have yours?
I didn't bring my hoodie down. Normally when I come down here, I bring the Queensland jersey.
Queensland.
All right, here we go. Problems for Simon.
Let's see what Rod can do.
Very soft in the 60, 120 in the 60. It's a good settler. It'll go number one, 673 at 210 mile an hour. It will go number one, but when you guys have a look at the 60 foot, you're left 2 tenths in the 60 from where it normally is. Because I know that thing goes one flat, single figure when it's
regularly,
on. When it's on, that was a 120 60 foot. So that thing left with percentage.
Just settling the nerves for today.
That's you know, you can take them all out at that level. You really can. However, it's a long day here. Anything can happen. All right, here we go. We talk about heavy weights. It's battery extreme time. We've had McKern Pro Compact. We've had Enviro Pro Turbo. Oh. It's now Precision Turbo and Engine Factory Extreme for Turbo. Precision Turbo design, test and manufacture record setting and championship winning turbochargers for all forms of racing, as well as OE, such as General Motors. 100 years of combined knowledge of turbocharged vehicles. Friendly staff, full technical support on everything they sell. They put expertise to work for their customers. If you are there working in a Factory Extreme. Now, of course, you will see these cars run in this session, but we do have a big thing coming at the end of Q2 for Factory Extreme. A heavyweight title fight for one race. Doesn't mean from now on that anything changes unless something changes as far as the outright performance barriers, if something's broken or not, or whether it's a win in a race. We'll talk about that shortly. Right now, Dominic Rigoli in one of the other RBs that we're talking about, because we're talking about Crawdon and Matuk, big RB battle happening in the next session. Jay Sadek, of course, stepping up the Factory Extreme, the RX-8 with the 20B on board, automatic transmission equipped. This thing is safely, snugly in that mid 6 second zone. Yes, Factory Extreme can run in the 5s like Rigoli, but need to be that guy there ready to take a scalp if needed. And Jay is one of the best racers we've got.
He has become so comfortable with his car so quickly.
Chip off the old block.
Yeah.
Rigoli goes towards the centre line, gets back on and starts to grab gears. Half track, 469, skating around, pulls the laundry out early. 759 is all she's going to take right now. 111 in the 60. Jay went 108 in the 60, but then there was nothing doing after that. I don't know whether the thing didn't shift or whatever, but that was not happy from its normal happy 20B 3-speed self. But Rigoli, again, just hassling the tyres, hassling the suspension. hassling that launch setup and has just played havoc in that particular launch for him. But here we go. The Don is in the water. One of our two RB combatants. The Batuks Racing GDR Skyline 3.2 litre billet RB. Zoran Gadget beside him with the Gas Racing 2JZ powered BMW. And big shout out to Mr. Eric Lazinski standing there beside the BMW. So good to have you back in Australia, sir. The things that guy has seen throughout his long and illustrious career, as far as not only import drag racing, but the Middle East and Titan,
all sorts of
all
things.
of that through the years. Mr. Lazinski would have a ton of stuff.
Well, just going to be down a moment here. We've still got Dom Rigoli stuck on the in the braking area, so it'll just be a few minutes while we get him removed.
We've got to retrieve him. He didn't get down there at all. Now, look, some of the info that I've been building for this matchup a bit later on. Anthony Matuk and Rob Marjan are having a match race at the end of Q2. We're going to set it up a little bit. We're literally going to put them in a ring. We're going to put them in a ring. We're going to talk them up. And they're going to face off against each other. They're going to go back and hop in their vehicles. And they're going to race one. And again, it goes towards qualifying. So it's a race within a qualifying session. It was going to be first session this morning. We were going to do all of that this morning. But it turns out that it's been agreed to both parties that they'll do it Q2, use this as let's just fill today's track out. They both tested yesterday. Now, look, word on the street is Croydon's still chasing the ultimate torque converter setup. So one thing I've learned is both of these cars now have, well, Anthony's got a quick drive and Rob's got a tie drive. So two different brands. So they are, a fluid coupling. They've both got Neil Chance converters. So Neil Chance knows what's happening here in Australia. I tell you what, between those two, they're the two, one's the quickest, one's the fastest RB in the world. And they've both got Neil Chance converters in it. This car, of course, is the ex-Zoin world's quickest import at 562 Camry / Camaro / Skyline,
whatever.
the Don.
Yep.
And Roberts is a full Craig Burns build R35.
Aussie built.
Yeah. And here we go, the Don. He's going to do his little... Now, let's just scenario-wise here, right? Thank you, Anthony. All right, Zoran. Oh, put your hands together, folks. This is Factory Extreme qualifying.
Putting on a show.
Anthony Matuk, he's probably put it in his mind. If this was the run against Rob right now, this is what I'm going to send right now. Don't care about round two. Let's just see what we do here in Q1. So, yes, he's now got a Neil Chance converter in this with a quick drive, so no more clutch. So they're playing with different stator designs. These torque converters designed to be removed, opened up. The little stator or the turbine within the torque converter changed for some different stall speed characteristics. Word is that Rob's still trying to find one that beats all the horsepower that it needs. Remember, Rob's gone 256 mile an hour with that combo. Anthony's gone 244 mile an hour. So he's not yet got the ultimate lock-up setup, but he seems to have a lot of short time setup right in that torque converter. The thing, he does use nitrous. He's got the little nitrous, that little writing on the back there actually does say nitrous, right? So he's using the nitrous to bring it up. Like he's brought many a auto RB up. But now, this is about the ultimate RB you can get. However, Zora Gadget does not have said converter. He has the clutch. He's got one of those EZ clutches in it. So he is down here, Eric Lazinski, this weekend to help Zoran pursue 5-second ET with this BMW. Again, this has been a mainstay for Factory Extreme for a couple of years.
Yep.
It's won some big races.
Long time now.
I remember it won $10,000 in a 10.5 match race one day. So it can do it. All right, here we go. Factory Extreme brought to us by Precision Turbo Engine. This is just Q1. This isn't the big matchup we've got, but it's Q1. Oh, nice one, boys. Oh, that's a nice one. 995 from Matuk. Half track 386, Matuk 604, 604, Zoran 613, 613, 995 in the 60 foot. Did you see Matuk's light? 033. I want to get that screen back because I think even Zoran went on an O as well. And that's dropping the clutch pedal. Anthony lets the button go. Zoran drops the clutch. That was a perfect launch. Matuk goes 995 in the 60. You can't tell me that short time. That's enough.
No.
995 on the converter. Zoran's was a 107 or something from memory, and that thing came out like a treat. How good was that?
Mm-hmm. That was beautiful.
Now, just in mind, of course, Mr. Rob Marjan, who's now in the water here, has just seen Anthony run that run in that lane. This is as good as running each other in round one, but they're using the same lane.
Yeah.
So just, that'd be interesting. All right, at fifth, Mikhail, what can you say about the Cameron?
How are we choosing lane choice for Q2 for these guys?
Oh, beef. Yeah, that'll have to be, we'll have to toss it.
That'll be decided.
All right, Rob, getting this combo sorted. So I didn't quite get the weight of Anthony's car, but this thing's just on 2,400 pounds, this car here. Built in Australia by Craig Burns, SCF Race Cars. It is a big car. It's pretty much that full size and shape 35. They're a monstrous car. Didn't want to go into gear then. Either that or it broke something. Let's just see if it's gone back into gear. Gonna try it again. Let's just see if it gets some drive here. All right, there we go. Look, he's got something in there. Now, look, that was just a slight. Look, it's a slight delay to a fifth. Now, Rob in a way sort of deliberately just let a fifth start to reverse back there because he did have a procedure that is a little bit shorter than that. However, when the thing neutralised, when he was trying to get the burnout going, that's now chewed into that time. So, you know, Rob will have to be mindful that, yes, he's held a fifth up a little bit, but look, I'm sure they've got hopefully an extra gallon of methanol in that thing. The 2J there, and again, gorgeous car. You got to admit.
And it wasn't intentional.
No, it was just something neutralised there. Look, he's got gears. They're ready to go. So look, maybe not the perfect straightest burnout. We did see Anthony kind of go 400 feet. You know. So both these cars that we've seen, and I don't know whether Rafif's got that Liberty in it or not. He might, but Anthony's got the converter and the 5-speed Liberty. So has Rob. He's got the tie drive. Different drive design, Neil Chance converter and the 5-speed Liberty. So he's and a lock-up converter, as we know, because it went 256 mile an hour earlier on this year, I think, or late last year. It is Zeus against a fifth. Factory Extreme. Look how big the 35 looks. It looks like a street car sitting on the line.
Looks fat, doesn't it?
All right, boys. Time to light them up. They both got nitrous oxide stickers on them. They use nitrous to light the wick. There we go. All right, boys. 103, 104. Oh, my fifth is driving the pants off this car if it had pants. 412 for Rob, 676, 151 mile an hour, 689 for a fifth, 103 to 104 in the 60. 407 to half track, 412. So a tenth and a half off what we saw Anthony go, like an 88 to half track, a 406 and a 412. So the guys were just experiencing probably not perfect scenarios in their power delivery, but just enough for them to get to half track in a decent amount of gusto, but not finishing well. We ain't done yet. Here's Rob Tarabay and Paul Mahayan. Oh, Paul. Double flashing reds at the moment, so we are just out in pursuit of some information, and it probably sometimes starts as a car coming around that bottom loop, and if something's dripping off if something drips off the car coming around the bottom loop, the word might be that we need to check. That's why we've got flashing reds at the moment. So we'll be going off information from down the end. We are going for a little bit of an inspection just to see whether or not there's something that's hit the track after those two, between a fifth and Rob. We see a tractor in pursuit down the end. So we are just checking that lane. It actually might be something from the Camry.
From a thief.
Because we're not going too
It did look a little bit
far
smoky
over.
through the braking area.
Oh, that thing was walking all over the joint. I mean, one thing you got to hand it to him. He drove the hell out of that, and stayed on it. So did Rob. At what did we say? 103. So look, it was a good 60. But then something there from half track onwards was enough to alert the driver that maybe not all was perfect. But look, they've abandoned the run, and let's just look forward to that Q2 matchup when Zeus and the Don take each other on. We'll set everything up in the ring like a boxing match and all sorts of stuff. That's what we've got planned a little bit later on. So we are just going for a quick peruse there, just to see how good or how bad it is. Now, judging by the tractor, like, he's sort of just heading off up there. So we just hope in the short term that that's something relatively minor, whatever it is. We certainly don't seem to be having, put it this way, we're not straddling something. We're not straddling something out in the middle of the track when we know something's super obvious.
Yeah. So
that's a good thing. So, I mean, we are just observing where it's pulled up and what it might have on it. But right now we are just getting that sorted. So nothing particularly raising our attention on the racing surface other than just maybe some there in the shutdown area. So hang a sec while we just quickly observe that. The tractor's kind of just doing its own little drag there, so it may not be something that's too far gone. Thank goodness for that. But Factory Extreme already throwing some numbers up there. We've got some pro mods not too far away either. I can see them starting to tow through, so we definitely got a bit of Bump City to go to shortly. We've still got that Rob Tarabay, Paul Mahayat match up to do, and I understood Paul was supposed to be driving another pro mod or something. So Paul's going to be a busy boy if he's got to race two different things today. But we are just checking that lane out. So just stick with us for a moment while we just check all of that. Of course, Shannon's that show and shine up there. Check them out. They've been a partner for us for a while, and they're official show and shine partners for the 2024 Jamboree Series. Drop into the Shannon stand in the show and shine for the free, no obligation quote. Not only on your car, your daily driver, your project, your trailer, your transporter, your bike, your home, or CTP. Might as well get it all from them. There's no point having one insurance for your car and something else for the rest of your belongings, especially if you've got a few things, models, memorabilia, whatever like that. Shannon's can help you out. Share the passion. Shannon's Insurance for all motoring enthusiasts, not just your car, but your home as well. Well done, Mr. Gadget, on his first hit of the day. Came out an absolute treat. Must have felt absolutely amazing, that BMW on that run. It did everything right. Mr. Lazinski got that thing well and truly sorted out. Well, have a look at these two guys towing back here now. So this is going to be all set up for Q2 a bit later on. Here's the Don. So Anthony Matuk comes back with an 07 after some nice numbers at, what do we say, 388 to half track and a 995 60 foot. So the Don, as you can see, coming back, he will hopefully in the next round race this car, Zeus. Of course, Rob Marjan, the Croydon Racing Developments. This is the world's fastest RB-powered car. What we just saw come through was the quickest by only about a couple of hundredths between the two. So what happens when you got the two quickest RB-powered cars on the planet in the one venue? Why not?
We throw them in the boxing
ring. Why not throw a little bounty in the middle there? There is a little cash amount in the middle for that one. The two RB heavyweights, we'll talk it all up in the ring before the next round when those guys race. So that's going to come up for Q2 a little bit later on. And I believe before too long, if we got held up any longer than that, I'd have to go and warm the old elbow up and hit some stuff. I've done that before. I'd have to do that again. I do believe the racket is here. I'm looking at those beautiful Sydney Dragway shade sails. It's a perfect place to hide a couple up on the shade sails. It's a lot of fun. So I'll be looking to crack a few of those out to the fans a little bit later on. But I think it looks like we're pretty clear where we are, and judging by that, the flashing reds wouldn't be with us for too much longer. as the surface was declared to be, I would say, relatively leakage-free because the tractor is returning. I did think we had...
The tractor's
We've still
back.
got...
We're just missing our starter.
Well, we had Tarabay. Who we were going to have Tarabay and Mahayat, but we've also got Peter Anastopoulos.
Oh, and Botha.
And Botha. So we've got that gold M3 20B, and that Mazda 6 here 20B. So Rotary fans, we've got a little bit of that action coming up in just a tick, and they're all getting told to get back in your cars, gentlemen, and get yourself out to the start line. I think Peter was just seen running back in his fire suit going, oh, now?
What?
Yep.
What?
Well, that's the thing. Sometimes that's the hardest thing to be able to tell someone strapped in a car, right? And I've seen the driver's seats in these things. You're not driving 1,000 Ks around Mount Panorama.
It's not a Luxo barge.
You barely want to be in this thing for 5 seconds. Like, these things are mainly sheet metal seats. You're wearing a Dash 25 seat, so you're about 5 layers in. Or they 10. What are the Dash 20s? 20 layer, are they? Wow. So you're basically sitting in 20 sets of pajamas. You've got your arm restraints on. You've got gloves. You've got boots. You've got a hands device on. And if you're in that car, you're literally kind of sort of strapped into that damn thing.
Yeah.
So you don't want to be in there for too long. So when we have things like an oil down, no one can exactly tell anyone, oh, by the way, we're going to be 6.2 minutes or 90 seconds. So these guys will just, and I'd be the same, be a little bit claustrophobic, would you? You want to get out of the damn thing, get the helmet off.
Stretch the legs.
Because, again, when you're in there with balaclava and everything, like, you're trying to breathe, you'll tolerate the difficulty in breathing, again, for 2 minutes.
Yep. You don't want to do it any longer.
Not sitting there for 10 minutes. It's damn uncomfortable. So the boys just getting suited and sorted back in their vehicles, and they're going to be out again for a little bit more factory extreme qualifying here, thanks to Precision Turbo and Engine. And it's good to see a couple of rotaries representing it in there. All right, FX not too far away. Benny, run us a little ad there or two. Can we do that? Okay, bang like that. Give us a minute or two. We'll be back here, I reckon, with FX in just a tick.
That's what we like to hear, the burble of 20B rotaries. Jason.
You see the front clip off this BMW. I mean, it's gold-plated still, of course, when Muhammad had this car. Look at him. He's still hovering around
Yeah,
it.
there's Moe down there.
He's still hovering around it, mate. He knows what it's like. He's been there. And what about Botha?
Botha, he's on the comeback now with this car.
So it's called a Mazda 6. So he's calling it a Mazda 6.
It's a Mazda 6. Put it in the wall about 2 years ago, I think it was. It's just been able to bring it back out recently for more some testing.
Right, there's the burnout for Anastopoulos. And here goes Botha. Auto as well by the sound of it. No?
Oh, it's gone quiet.
Bit more jandle, please, Botha.
Yeah, that way. That's what we like.
No, goes in the drive and does not want to stay alive. It's him on the starter. There we go. Gently in the gear, gently. Yep, he's got that in time. Again, he's just got to watch a little bit of etiquette here. When you do hold your opponent up, you don't want to do it for too long. And Botha's been around long enough to know that, and he's on. Again, the same deal. You're not allowing for the delay. You're just trying to time your run to your opponent, and he's done that. And again, look where he's pulled up there. He didn't go too far back. In fact, he's a little bit out of the tracks where he was. But look, might just do it because it was a decent enough skid. So let's just see. And remember, we're automatic equipped. You're at the mercy of that torque converter. And again, depends on how tricky you want to go with the torque converter. Do you want it slippable, adjustable? You can get that. You can then choose to lock up, apply power, depends. But there's a lot of converter technology that we didn't have 20 years ago. And you see that with radial cars and pro mods now, is that they can play a lot with that coefficient of slippage. So they can almost do with the converter what they can do with the clutch, but I'm sure Mr. Lazinski is probably going to tell me 10 things that the clutch still can do that the converter can't. All right, here we go. Rotary Bump City. Oh, wild. 118 to 60 foot, all ends but straight. 702 at 194 mile an hour. That went all ends up.
That went this way, then it went that way.
It's almost like we put Witch's Hat about 50 feet out and Botha's, your challenge, Botha.
Slalom.
Get around this Witch's Hat. It's almost like he just had this little altercation with himself.
Went on through for a 702, so he won't be too happy with that, but he'll be glad to just get it down the track. Issues for the BMW. Hopefully we see them back for Q2 a little bit later as we bring forward now Rob Tarabay, and in beside him will be Poi Mahoyat in the Celica for gas.
You won't have to ask Paul to do the same skid twice. He'll do it. I think he's a little bit of a convert, you know what I mean? Like he's driven himself to 2, I think, Australian top door slammer championships. Been at the very pointy end of blowing door slammers. And then now
But he's found a happy place, hasn't he?
This
with
is a happy
gas
place.
motorsports.
You can still run 5s with this amazing 3.2 litre engine. And Rob Tarabay steering the Toyota Scion. Of course, Frank's had a steer of this as well. You got to hand it. To the Tarabay boys. I've always admired Frankie steering this thing. I've seen that many runs where, you know, Frank has steered this thing within an inch of its capabilities. And Rob's pretty good at it too, with not as much seat time as what Frankie's had.
Wasn't he in the final in Adelaide from memory?
Yeah, he did get to the final Adelaide.
On debut?
Yep. Pretty much on debut. Now, here we go. Joe all over the car here with Paul. Now, just trying to sort some little issues out. The thing does not want to light the boost up. He's turned it off and turned it back on again, Joe. So Joe would know every nut and bolt in this car. I'm sure Paul does too. And look, they're just admitting solo run here. Not everything's perfect, so they are going to go back and sort some stuff out, whether maybe fittings or a line's come off or something, but he's just going to drive it back like a street car. and Robert Tarabay gets the Scion to himself. No one to have to bump in against here. He can go in and run this thing the way that he wants to finish off Factory Extreme qualifying session number 1, thanks to Precision, Turbo and Engine. All yours, sir. All right. Here we go. No, sir, did not want to come up on the angry setup. And that's a bit of an anticlimax. I was looking for some low 6, high 5 second action there. You know what that thing's like when it's on the boil. and it wants to work. I love it, but for this particular case, he's going to have to settle for a 14.03. Matuk at number 1, Gadget number 2, Marjar number 3, Mikhail number 4, Botha number 5 so far, and I know the next session will be lit. All right, here we go. Pro Mod, brought to us by Every Trade Group. To deliver the highest quality construction, fit out, heritage, new builds and complex refurbishments in key sectors nationally. Fully integrated services. Every Trade Group. Specialist, sustainable, focused everything we do. Team is passionate and dedicated to meeting and exceeding client expectations. And that, of course, it's the Tarabay business. Every Trade Group out there. Paulie Chabotto from Sky and Victoria. The XR8, go the Falcon, small block forward. Big single. Steve Smith from Victoria Point in Queensland. Well, a little bit different. 481X Pro line, big tyre. Here he is. He wants a Pro Mod Billet J for his troubles. And this car the other day was black and green. It's now
Red.
Red, thanks to his new energy drink sponsor.
Looks great, doesn't it?
It looks fantastic. It's almost back to its sort of original colour when it came to this country. But here's Paulie Chabotto doing it with way less than some of the other Pro Mod field, but he's the guy that can be there when the big guys get themselves, well, overcome with the horsepower and the big tyre. This is Pro Mod Q1. And yeah, that's right. We're going to Bump City again, all through this, because we're all turbo autos. Here we go. Oh, a little bit of shake, a little bit of spin, the on and off the throttle, half track, 448. He's still going to send it out the back, shoots out, 662, 227, the little small block, 721 at 194, not so hassled. Identical 60 foots, 115, both sides of the racetrack, but I think Smithy had to have a little fight with the big tyre there. I mean, he's run it on a radial, but he's also run the big tyre for a little while now. And it is a different beast, that big, soft sidewall. Yes, you've got that big contact patch of a slick, 16-inch wide slick, but you've still got a baggy sidewall that you've got to try and fight. So you've got to have, you can have a little bit of spin, but you can't have too much. Of course, with radial, you can't have anything. You've got to dead hook it. You've got to nurse it a bit. But once it's gone, it's gone. Here we go. Rob Campese, Ivan Tesic, Mr. Mad in pink. Oh, yes, sir. Great side-by-side skid. And you know what? Little history lesson, of course. Rob Campese back in the old days of Pro Street Blowing. We're not talking about Pro Street just yesterday. Pro Street Blowing. The Be Warned Cortina. Twin turbo small block. Campo's been a turbo guy when other guys were blowers and nitrous. Campo was a turbo guy.
First 200, first six.
Well done, Jane. You're showing your age. That's exactly what you're showing.
I was here.
Yeah, you were there. We were here. That Cortina, infamous. And of course, then Campo had the super sedan, the double S double A that would run 6 O's nearly. You know, he was one of the reasons why Top Sportsman, I think, was created as a category, because you didn't want 6-second cars chasing down 10-second cars. And Campo never flinched, never thought, never lobbied about going to door slam.
He built it within the rules. He didn't try to change it.
He just built it because he wanted to run a turbo V8 door slammer, and he could only run it as a double SAA. Isn't that sad that in a way that guys got to build cars of this magnitude with no real class other than I just want to go fast? And he's always had that. And this thing, the ultimate Mustang now. I know it had a Mike Moran engine in it, but I think it's just got a dirty old Brad Anderson in it. And it surprised him just how well that thing responded to 2 turbos. Mr. Man, Ivan Tesic bumping in. Bump City, baby. Oh, he hits the tyre. Oh, wheel stand, double wheel stand. double wheel stand for Mr. Mad. There he goes, 6:05 Campo, only 185 mile an hour. It was 391 at half track. Mr. Mad, 678 at 211 with about 3 wheel stands.
Shoots out way early there for Campese. He didn't see any problems with the car, so whether it was a planned shut-off, but yeah, 6:05, only 185 miles an hour.
Yeah, so 3's in the 8th there for Campo, 200 plus at half track, and God, I couldn't take my eyes off the Tirana there, Mr. Mad. Mr. Mad. I hope Mr. Lazinski gets to watch a little bit of this action too. I think it's quite proud of what the Aussies can belt out of here. Mind you, we seem to have quite a lot of boosted Mustangs here today. The international drag car.
Yes.
Like, here we go, Joe Gauci.
Running for Carl Cox Motorsports, Fueltech Australia, Precision Turbo, Dandy Engine, Speedflow Profab, and VP Race Fuels.
Greg Saccharides. Of course, the one of the quickest, mind you, in Pro Mod when they run, Pro Mod as a category, which I think next weekend they're running here at the Nitro Champs. There's a 585 index next weekend. You kind of got to go 5-second throttle stop racing. Yeah. But here, we don't mind if you got under the 580 if you could.
Go as fast as you like here.
Yeah, at 260 on mile an hour. It's the ultimate throttle stop car. 580s at 260. For those that can master it, it's good. Very rewarding. So Saccharides here, Joe Gauci, of course, Joe. The ex-Carl Cox Pro Mod car. Of course, Coxie's got a new Challenger. Coxie's around here today. He was supposed to run his Capri in J275, but they hurt the engine yesterday, so Coxie will be a spectator today, watching Joe bump in. Greg Saccharides beside him. Both guys, ultimate potential. I think we're both 481Xs out there, I think, from memory. Oh, has it? It's got a Proline Hemi beside for Saccharides. Bump City. Oh, come on, Waller, come on, Waller. The bump's not working. The bump's not working for Greg. Whoa, check that out, 10060 foot, a bit of TC kicking in, 383, there we go, 575, 575. Whoa, big shake there for Saccharides. He won't get a short time either. He gets no ET there because the tree was thrown. He had not put the second bulb on. 575, 237 mile an hour for Joe Gauci, 100 in the 60 foot, 383 to half track at 206 mile an hour. And that is our quickest run of the day, period, for Joe Gauci in Pro Mod, thanks to every trade group. Good number. It's a shame. Yeah, look, that thing's super reliable, Greg's. Like, normally it'll bump and do what it's told, but in this particular case, it did not. And that we'll have to wait until Q2 of everything. So we've run them up. That's one round of everything. That's already in the books. And now it's time to see what our second round of everything brings up. I'll have a quick break and get Rusty Gregory on here with 2 kits of Red Bull by the look of it, so that'll be fine.
So Q2 Street Compact coming at us now. Michael Crouch down there in the Hyundai. Yes, that's right, Hyundai. I-30.
Hi, Joni.
How you going, Rusty?
I'm on top of the world.
Okay.
Having too much fun down here at Jambo, Sydney.
We do love Jamboree, Sydney.
It's always good fun, isn't it? Good crowd starting to roll into the place as well, and we're giving the voice of Jambo, Mr. Chris Diggles, a little bit of a rest. Well earned. That's the thing. Whenever anyone says you're commentating with Diggles, it's the easiest day's work you'll ever do as a co-commentator. You just ask him a question and just let him go.
That's right.
That's all you need to do. But we got Michael Crouch out on track now in the Hyundai, as you touched on, the i30N. Actually knocked out a 13-second pass earlier on today.
It's not mucking around.
Like that's pretty stout. We've got Skyline of some description over in the Rocket Industries lane, but we don't have any details on who, in fact, is driving the beast. Of course, it is the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree presented by Fueltech. A big thank you to all of our partners here today. And don't forget to go up and check out the show and shine up there on top of the hill. We will be handing out some trophies and presentations at around about 20 past 2 this afternoon for the show and shine as well. So big thank you to, I think it's Shannon's show and shine here this weekend. As always, way out of shape for Bradley Halliburton in the... No, well, it's not a...
No, I think this is actually Justin Dean.
There we go.
In the Skyline, who is now just cruising on down. Well, the I-30 goes on through for another 13-second pass, 13.95, 101 miles an hour.
Nice and consistent, exactly what you want. Problems for the Skyline, though. He coasts across the line at an 18-second pass. What's your highlight of Jambo Sydney been so far? We've got one full round of qualifying in the books.
Mine, I think I'm going to have to say the drive job of Jason Boss.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
That was pretty spectacular.
Jason the Slalom Boss.
Yes.
That's the new nickname. Definitely taken the long way to the finish line down there. I've got to be honest, there's been a few good moonshot wheel stands as well this morning.
And some surprise packages as well.
Young Mr. Fakinos was the one for mine, which was literally just straight up and down. I think it went up and came back down before the rear wheels had even crossed the staging beams. But anyway, Craig Benson rolling up to the line now in the Toyota Celica, very clean looking 77 Celica. And Bradley Halliburton, now this is Bradley Halliburton in the Toyota Cressida.
Yeah, made the trek down from Warners Bay, just up there near Newcastle. 0.86 reaction time, so he's on the money early here in qualifying at 10.67, 127 miles an hour. And Benson goes on through for an 11.98. So Halliburton takes that #1 qualifying position with that 10.67.
He's only got a lazy 1.2 seconds over the rest of the field. You know, it's close at the top. Ricky Crow now, the 2007 Toyota Camry. Great example of just we can go racing with anything. It doesn't matter what you've got. Toyota Camry, fast becoming a collector's car, according to Chris Diggles this morning.
I'll take his word for that one.
Yeah, I'm not going to dig too deep on that one. Ilya Bendevsky in the Toyota Sora knocked out a 13.60 to be the #4 qualifier earlier on.
Well, Ricky Crow does thank his dad for being able to race here today, so I wouldn't be surprised if that is the family car. Just the grocery getter?
Don't break it.
You break it, you pay for it.
Exactly. He's consistent, though. 16.34 to go with his 16.37 from earlier on today. And for Bendevsky, a 13.69 does not improve. Will stay in the #4 qualifying position. This is the Street Compact class. As we wait for the next pair of cars to roll up to the line.
This will be Saris back in the Sylvia. Now, we saw him his our very first pass of the day here, and he broke it. So really great to see him be able to come back out for Q2. Michael Osborne will be in beside him with his Hilux. Came out, went a 12.32 on his first qualifier earlier this morning.
Now, is it tuner racing or is it tonner racing?
I'm going to say tuner.
Hot tuner. Tolly Saris, much better run this time around. Not a great reaction time, but the other end of the track's going to work, and it's a 10.04. I think that's the new #1 qualifier for Tolly Saris in Street Compact. So he will go from the outhouse to the penthouse. #1 qualifier. Michael Osborne moves up as well to the #2 qualifying spot. Sean Mejlak now. Mejlak's Installations Toyota Corolla. In the Rocket Industries lane, that is the right lane as we're looking at it from behind.
And our Datto 1000 wagon in the aeroflow lane. Unfortunately, no details, but he did run earlier. Just having a bit of a gremlin in there at the moment.
It doesn't like us today.
No.
There's a few issues we've had with our computer system, but
we'll see how Mejlak goes on through 14.74, and for the wagon, it's a 14.78. Nice side-by-side pass there for both competitors in Q2 of Street Compact. As I believe we're moving into something a little bit noisier.
just a touch.
This is going to be all motor.
Yeah. It is indeed. Sam Constantinou with the 67 Datsun 1000 wagon. Have a look at how much tyre is under the back of this thing. It has got a serious amount of run. It's taking a pay for with the front runners on the back. The back runners now. Lazy on the tree, but 11.68 is not too shabby for the Datsun.
And as we know, all motor, it means that there's no assisted power adders with these cars, so that essentially all motor, 1345, 98 miles an hour there for the boy.
No turbo, no spray.
No spray, no blowers,
boost,
no
nothing.
nothing.
No nothing. It's all about the weather conditions, which, by the way, were pretty bloody good this morning when I had a look at the air. Someone showed it to me, and I think it was well under 100 feet of corrected altitude.
That's what you want.
For all motor, that is very, very good. There's only one way it could be better, and that is sub sea level conditions, which I don't think we'll get in the middle of the day. We might get them a little bit later on tonight. Next up, it is Aggie Desarkis, I should say, racing for Stuffy Burgers. And Anthony Gregoriou, the 74 Mazda RX-4. With the Venetians.
Yeah.
With
Love
the
the Venetians.
You've got to have Venetians.
13Bs, both sides of the track at the moment. Desarkis was quicker in Q1 with a 13.07. Gregorio laid down a 13.20. Let's see, can these guys improve here in Q2 of all motor?
So a few cars just starting to blow the tyres off right at the hit. I think we should bring in a new rule in Jambo. Anything that's got Venetians in the back window gets a 10th advantage of the start line. I think that should be the rule.
Or at least get some credibility points or something.
Credibility points, best Venetians, we can give out a trophy if anyone wants to sponsor it. Andrew Pascali now, the R100 Mazda. With a 12A, you can tell it's a 12A.
Yeah, you hear it scream.
Oh yeah, and Anastasi Gregoriou from Chipping Norton, the RX2. Very clean Westinghouse white model, this one. 15.23 best run of the day so far for Gregoriou, and a 15.62 for Pascali.
R100's getting closer and closer to that centre line. I think he'll be alright to stay in his lane though. This goes on through for a 13.40, 105 miles an hour, so he's found some horsepower. And for Gregoriou, also picked up some ET with a 14.74.
Picked up a lazy 2 and a bit seconds.
Easy going.
All right, it is the 1300 wagon now of Ian Borthwick with the 13 Demon taking on Andrew Stavropoulos with the 808. Venetians on both sides, that's what we like. Tell you what, I reckon this thing's got a little bit of poke about it, this car of Stavropoulos. If you can get it to hook up, it sounds like it's got a bit of go about it.
Yeah, I don't think the 15-second pass in Q1 was very representative. For Borthwick at 14.09, already on the board.
He's out the 300 feet, he's still turning the tyres.
Stavropoulos does find some ET, goes 13.49, 100 miles an hour. And for Borthwick, a 14.65.
Still a big improvement on both sides. And next up it is James Fakinos, who for mine is probably the front runner in the wheel stand of the day. I mean, it's not solely up to me. There is a judging criteria that we have to abide by.
Usually has to be done during racing, not qualifying.
That's right, that's right. But, you know, to quote Mr. Diggles, you've got the 3 H's of wheel standing, the height, the hang and the haul. Those are the 3 criteria. We definitely had the height out of Fakinos earlier on.
Yep.
Wouldn't say that we had the haul, wouldn't say that we had the hang.
No.
But, you know, it was something to work with. It was a base to start from.
It was very spectacular.
100%. Elias Melky over in the Rocket Industries Zone, the SIG 100 Racing RX2. So both cars out of the same stable here.
Unfortunately for Malecki though, it looks like he's being shut down. And the mop's out in front of him, so all eyes will be on Fakinos.
Yeah. Always better to back a car out of the beams if there is something coming out of it. I know a lot of racers do tend to think that their car could never leak, and that when the starter's pushing them back, they must have made a mistake, but very rarely do the track crew make that kind of mistake.
The starter was just picking on them.
It's personal.
Yeah,
It's personal, bro.
Just doesn't like my car.
All right, so what can Fakinos do this time around? Is he going to load it up the way he did before? Not quite. Just slip the clutch a little bit this time. 166 to the 60, so it's definitely moving down there. And 11:37, good, solid pass, 119 miles per hour. Big speed out of an all-motor car, 119 miles per hour. Slots into the number 2 qualifying spot, in behind Paul Matheson, who's currently leading the pack with an 11:17.
Yeah,
Speaking of which,
Yeah, he's coming out right now. He'll be down there in the 1300 wagon. He won our Jamboree series last year as well. He wrapped that up in Adelaide. Was the competitor who ended up with the most points at the end of the day. And beside him will be Jason Studley in this Cortina.
yeah, naturally aspirated Barrow apparently in this car.
That's right, been racing this for many years.
Just waiting on the track crew over in the Rocket Industries lane, just having a quick inspection in aisle number 2 down there. Doesn't look like there's too much activity going on, so I'd say we're probably going to be in the clear here. Looks like track walkers jumping back over the wall, so we should be right.
We do like seeing the track walkers practice their high jump skills back over the wall.
Well, the one that I feel sorry for is always the guy that's right down at the finish line, because the wall is considerably higher down there. To get over the wall down there is a hell of a lot more work to get over the wall at this end of the racetrack.
Well, here we go. The Pick 13B wagon of Matheson. Out of Matho's garage, running for fencing and Gate Centre, Harmony Turf and Silverdale Produce.
It's not the kind of car that you look at and go immediately, I'm going to turn this thing into a race car. It isn't.
Oh, they are the best cars in the world.
They're a
hands
cool
down.
car. They are
my favourite.
I am not hanging on him in any way, shape or form, but if you're going to pick something for aerodynamics and stability, 73 Mazda 1300 wagon, probably not the car that you choose.
They're a ball of fun though. Look at that. He's going out towards the wall. He's keeping it off the wall. He's going to bring it back to the centre line, into the centre of his lane now.
Just wanted to have a look at the new sponsors down there at Sydney Dragway.
That's right. He's just having a really good look writing down that number. He goes on through for an 11.06, 118 miles an hour, so firmly cementing that number 1 qualifying position at the moment. And Studley goes on through for an 11.67, 114 into the Cortina.
Now next up it is Craig Wasson, the John Blanche Racing RX-8. Most curious thing about this car that I can look at, and it shows a great deal of faith in whoever set up your rear end in the car, is the single wheelie bar, the offset single wheelie bar on this car. It sort of throws you off a little bit if you look at it the wrong way, but it is a single wheelie bar that is only on where it would usually be the right-hand side of the wheelie bar. And unfortunately, I don't think it even got on the wheelie bar. That's
No, I don't think it needed the wheelie bar on this pass.
Got further than it did in the first run.
So the Sheriff having issues here today. Good news is he will have Q3 to get it sorted before we go into racing. And he just cruises on through for a 17.14, just 79 miles per hour. As we move into some Street 289.
Oh yeah.
So Matheson will stay in number 1 qualifier in all motor.
So Street 289 was bloody impressive earlier on today, I've got to be honest. And probably one of the most impressive cars in this was Steve Sloan. 809, 150 miles per hour. And it wasn't a fully clean run. It wasn't the best run I've seen this car do either. So it's got plenty left in it, that's for sure. He's going to take on Noor El Jamis this time around with the Datsun 1200 Ute. But this car of Steve Sloan, it's just about one of the best setup cars I think I've seen on a drag strip for a long, long time.
It is not only competitive here at Jamboree, but also in, I guess you call the mainstream series of drag racing. And 100%. He can come out and take the win in quite a few rounds of Super Stock.
I think from memory it actually top qualified at the Winter Nationals
last year.
In Supercomp. So that tells you that this thing it's not just specific to your sports compact style racing. It's a genuine contender wherever he decides to roll it out of the trailer. So
multifunctional.
Yeah. It's like a Swiss Army knife, really.
And Steve Sloan's been racing for a very long time, so he does know his way around the racetrack quite well. 006 reaction time.
It goes so straight, this thing.
It does. It looks like it's on rails.
Yep. And an 801 this time around picks up, well, almost a tenth of a second, 168 miles per hour. Moving around a little bit of the braking 1-2, so he'll slot into the number 4 spot. So in Street 289, I do have some word that we will not be seeing down there. So that is a shame.
Was that Supra?
Yeah, the white Supra. So
yes, I was told it was making funny clunky noises.
yeah, clunky clunk is not usually a good noise to hear on a drag strip. But Mohammed Salami is coming out now in the Aeroflow lane, the RX-7 down there. I do love the burnout evacuation technique down there at the rear window. He's going to take on Bill Nabhan, who, well, I think you could call Bill Nabhan an OG of Jambo.
100%.
Been around for a long time, been doing it forever.
Doing it forever in many different race cars as well. But Mohammed was one of our competitors who came out and decided they were going to try and do a burn down in Q1. And
that's right.
the starter sent him back, said, no, we're not playing this game today. So we'll see what he can lay down for his first qualifying class.
Aggressive on there. 1.26 to the 60-foot timers for Salami.
He is one of our fastest Street 289 competitors, but I don't think it'll be evident on this run as he goes on through for a 980 at just 98 miles an hour. And Billy Nabhan's taken the shortcut over to the other side of the lane, and he'll go off at the finish line there because unfortunately he buttoned it off.
Yeah, that's a shame for both races, but I think there's plenty left in that for Mohammed. I think
definitely
we've still got one more round of qualifying left to come in the early part of this afternoon. So I would say keep your eye on him because I think that they'll roll up with that thing ready to go come the third round of qualifying. We do have Patrick Long coming out next, who went 8.02 on probably one of the drives of the day so far. This thing was bouncing hard off the start line. I don't know whether it was just a little bit soft in the rear end, but it was bouncing really, really hard. And he still legged it through for an 8.02 at 162, so didn't get out of the throttle. Man from Wamberal in New South Wales. Great looking car, this one. Racing for Monster Performance. Got Fueltech and Tonka Tow on board as well. And of course, Fueltech, our presenting sponsor here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree. Founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. With roots deeply embedded in the racing world, our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. And a big thank you to Fueltech and Garrett for that. And a big thank you as well to Speedflow for sponsoring the Street 289 class here today. A fantastic Australian homegrown story is Speedflow. Quality performance hoses and fittings that go everywhere, all around the world, used in a whole bunch of different applications, and all made right up there in Taree, northern New South Wales.
Yeah, big thank you to Speedflow. They've been on board with Jamboree for many years now. And we like to support the people that support us. So all eyes on Patrick Long as he makes his way into the staging beams. Can he improve on that 8.02?
I reckon he can.
I reckon he can.
It's just going to require a somewhat clean launch and a bit of a straight run, and he should be in the 7s without too much. We're not going to get it though. Wow, that thing bounced like a kangaroo on a trampoline. It was out there. Straight up in tyre smoke, and 1.42 to the 60 foot. He was well out of the throttle by then, and to be honest, I don't even know if he's going to have enough momentum to get down to the turnout gate.
Been taking lessons from the Sydney Dragway kangaroos around here. I've seen them jumping on the start.
You've got to appeal to your audience. That's the thing. When you're commentating, and I know we've got plenty of kangaroos tuning in today, all around the venue. So
big shout out to you all.
Big shout out to Joey and the crew.
Just keep on hopping. Okay.
Next up, it's Scott Cousins in this absolutely ripping 73 Datsun 1200 with the 2J in it. I don't know how they fit the 2J in it, but it's in there.
Yeah, they're not exactly the biggest of engine bays, but Gas Racing can do many beautiful things with a race car.
No, the firewall's moved back 2.5 feet, but he's actually sitting in the back seat.
Yeah, he's sitting in the back seat.
Exactly. Andrew Rankin, the Tana Racing Toyota Corona down there from Munrooban in Queensland. Did I say that right?
Yep, Munroven.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Queensland names always throw me off. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't understand these New South Wales names. It's not Black.
Yeah, Blacktown.
Is it
Blacktown.
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 So two small words thrown together.
Yeah, that's right. We got a race on our hands here. Scott Cousins 149 to the 60. Still a little bit lazy on the front half, but goes into the sevens. 794, 183 miles per hour. Thank you very much.
Yeah, great pass there for Scott Cousins. Does put him up to the #1 qualifying position.
And he's got plenty left in it as well, because as we said, it only went 149 to the 60.
Yeah.
So there's probably a couple of tenths left in that. But we got Randall Graham now from Garrett in New South Wales, the Black Track Performance Ford Falcon. Love the big 80s Ford Falcons. They're so ugly, they're cool. Robbie Butler in the Toyota Corolla with the 3RZ power plant.
Let's see what Robbie Butler can do. Laid down an 860 in Q1. Big of the tires there for the XD. No such issues for Butler as he drops the chutes. Goes 854, 158 miles an hour.
A lot of horsepower, but not a lot of tyre under the back of that car for Randall Graham. So obviously we're into modified compact now. And this is Cameron Pease from Glenmore Park, just down the M4. About 20 minutes down the road, taking on Martin Whelan from Thornton in New South Wales. So plenty of Black Track performance cars here today as well. Seeing the Black Track sticker, the familiar Black Track sticker across the back window.
Yeah, Black Track actually have quite a few competitors entered in our Castrol Workshop Wars, which will be happening during racing this afternoon. As we watch Whelan go on through for an 832, 166 miles an hour, and for Pease an 871, 153.
Nice pass.
Yeah, not bad for a little roller.
Yep, 100%. So if you take Scott Cousins out of it, the qualifying list is actually pretty tight. It's about 7 or 8 cars that are within 3 tenths of each other. So next up it is Russell Archer, who's been doing his thing for a very, very long time with this car. The RX4 Coupe, the 13B rider, taking on Mohammed El Asmar, the Honda Civic. Fairly serious Honda Civic.
It is. We haven't seen it have a run yet today. Nitrous assisted.
Yeah, just a little bit of a spray to get it up on the chip. See what he can roll out this time. As you said, we haven't seen him hit the track yet. Russell Archer currently the number 6 qualifier with an 885 and 154 miles per hour. Always well presented, this current team as well. Problems for the Civic. Does not go anywhere in a hurry, and a 900 154 for Russell Archer. So left a little bit on the table that time around.
Yeah, down about 0.2 of a second.
Actually looked like it was a pretty good run. I don't.
Yeah, it looked straight, didn't it?
Yeah.
Very clean.
So it is Jimmy Peskin, now I should say from Smithfield. Again, just down the road. The Top Stuff Carpentry Toyota Hilux taking on Matthew Unan, the RX3 with the 13B under the hood. So, currently the number 9 and 11 qualifiers respectively. Jimmy Peskin, 924, there's me, 979. Not the best of reaction times. A 2-second reaction time is not going to win you too many races when we roll around to the first round. But still, 932 to a 958. So, a little bit of an improvement for Unan. He goes up to the number 11 spot, but Hexon will stay exactly where he is. Darren Worthington now taking on Osman Ahmed.
So pair of New South Welshmen on the track at the moment. Rotaries both sides, 13B. Worthington will be in the RX3, while Ahmed in the RX7.
Looks like Ahmed might have a problem. Oh no, we've got reverse now.
See Gina Bullion's just pushing back Ahmed there. Great to see Gina back in the country after competing over in Puerto Rico. Nice to see a car back here as well, but
Yeah, it takes a little bit longer to get the cars back, doesn't
yeah,
it?
you can't just put it on an aeroplane.
Well, you can.
You can, but
it's only money.
Yeah.
It's only money. There are a few race cars that have been put in airplanes over the years. One in particular that I can think of that you usually see, Frank, is
the preferred method.
The preferred and cheaper method. So Gina just given the instruction down there, and Ahmed should bump it in pretty soon afterwards. Darren Worthington from Coonawarra in the RXB. Very neat little car, this one. Again, a lot of tyre under the rear end of this thing. He's got the wheelie bars on as well, which is going on down here. So the starter's just rolling back out of the beams. Not quite sure what happened there, but anyway.
Worthington goes quiet. Let's see what Ahmed's going to do here. All eyes on the RX-7.
It's actually a pretty decent run, this.
It is. He'll make up some ET.
815.
Yeah.
Wow.
Found 10 seconds in that run.
Yeah, that'll do it. 166 miles per hour. I dare say still a bit left in it. But, yeah, 8-1. That's a good run.
Billy Nabin looking very happy with that pass.
Yeah. 100%. We've got Dean Ferris now with the Ford Escort with the Barra under the hood, or sort of under the hood. It's a little bit under the hood, a little bit out of the hood.
It's a bit of everywhere.
Yeah, again, not easy to fit those engines in these style of cars.
He's not shy about showing what he's got.
Likes to show off a bit.
Yeah, Disco Dean.
So the Esky currently the number 4 qualifying, or number 4 qualifier, I should say, in the modified compact class. We will be moving on to J275 very shortly. You can see our next category in the water box ready to go. So this will close out the second round of qualifying for modified compact.
Being Ferris, one of these competitors that lives in Chris Diggle's Bump City. Not a bad pass here. Go on through for an 8:39, 163 miles an hour. So nice and consistent there. Ran an 8:38 earlier.
All right, so it is Stephen Carkeet and Ben Vlecken rolling out for the first pair of J275. I want to say a big thank you as well to our product partners here today at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree presented by Fueltech, Bullet Race Engineering and Platinum Racing Products as well. Such a good list of supporters and sponsors at Jambo. It really is a credit to Kelly and Colin and the whole team for putting this whole deal together. And not just securing the sponsors in the first place, because that's only part of it, but when you've got the same sponsors returning year after year after year, that's a sign that you've got something that people want to be involved with and something that people want to be a part of. And yeah, it really is a credit to the whole team from Jambo. As we see Stephen Carkeet get off 133 to the 60. That's not too shabby. Vlecken absolutely bombs the tyres down there. And a 910 is a good improvement for Carkeet. He will probably pick up a spot or two on the qualifying list, I would suggest. He was a number 15 qualifier. He will move to the...
Too slow.
Yeah.
You snooze, you lose.
I'm going to have a word to the people next door about leaving the qualifying list up for us.
Just a little 10 seconds would be great.
Well, I'd even accept 2 seconds at this point.
Lee Povey now moving forward in the VL, which is in the Rocket Industries lane. Graham Horner in the VH Commodore in the Aeroflow lane.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to send a text message now. I'm going to send a strongly worded message. That's what I'm going to do.
You lay down the law, Rusty.
Yes.
This is your commentary
You
screen.
make sure
you make the rules.
You make sure you leave that list up if it's okay with you.
So Povey, a 768 on the boards already. For Horner, a 725. He's in 5th qualifying position. What can the Commodores bring? This is J275.
on a pretty good run as well. 118 to the 64.
60.
And a 720 improves on his 725 from earlier on. Still around that 199 mile per hour mark. Picks up about 0.2 of a mile per hour. That is a solid pass.
That was nice. He has got that start line sorted, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 118 to the 60 is probably about where you would expect to be with a small tyre.
Yeah.
Like 275. We're going to see Mark Daskalakis now from Penrith, the PSC Racing Tirana. Currently the number 12 qualifier. And don't have any details on our friend down there in the Aeroflow lane. I think it might be Cameron Riley. I think we might have the number in wrong by the look of it. Yeah, Cameron Riley. It's definitely a VK down there. So, again, don't have any details on it, but I'm sure it's going to be good. Daskalakis, on the other hand, the 6 litre in the Tirana with, I think it's got a pretty simple turbo setup. Oh, that's a problem. That's a big problem. Riley, how about the drive job there? Pulls it back into his own lane. And Daskalakis, put your hands together for the driver of the Tirana. That is some heads-up driving. Jumps on the picks down there. Probably needs a change of undies. I'd suggest there's probably a clean-up required in both lanes. But all's well that ends well, and both cars still shiny side up.
Ooh, save of the day. Whoa.
Wow. That was insane. And I tell you what, I'm glad that they weren't exactly side by side there either.
Yeah.
Because that could have been real ugly, real quick. And hopefully it was just a loss of traction, nothing liquidy, nothing slippery down there on the racing surface. And obviously we're going to have a good look at it, because for a car to turn like that, I think we've got a new contender for the Slalom Championship leader.
I think so.
Because when you have a look, he managed to do it as well, and he didn't take out any timing blocks. He's literally gone between the 330-foot and the half-track timing blocks, and then pulled it back in before the 1,000-foot timing blocks into his own lane. That's a hell of a drive job. Hell of a drive job there. I think he might need a round of applause and maybe a stiff drink when he comes back to the pits. So, J275 qualifying. We've still got a few cars left to go. I can see, is it the Empire Racing Falcon down there coming up next, and that is Jake Sparks. And he's going to take on Andrew Coles, a spot-on performance VL in the not-too-distant future. Just waiting for the fire-up signal down here. Obviously, we've still got the flashing reds on the screen, so I might take this opportunity to tell you about the guys from Bullet Race Engineering. Of course, they're partnering with Jamboree for all the events this year. So that would be Sydney Jambo, Brisbane Jambo, Adelaide Jambo, and seeing the Adelaide Jambo added to the whole series in the last year or so. Darren and Marcus and the whole Bullet team are so excited about it. It's giving them the opportunity to go to events at their local track, which is the Bend Motorsport Park, which is an incredible venue. I know you were down there last year. Just an unbelievable place to go. Bullet Race Engineering, though, manufacture billet engine blocks, cylinder heads and custom components for drag racing, circuit racing, time attack cars, and just about any application that calls for high power outputs and rock solid durability. So a big thank you to Bullet Race Engineering for their support of Jambo.
As we hear the rumble of engines fire up once again, we'll be back into qualifying with J275. Everyone's just had a moment to catch their breath after that wild ride. Whew. And we'll be bringing in Andrew Colesy in at the spot-on performance Commodore forward, and beside him Jake Sparks in at the Falcon.
Doesn't sound super clean, does it, that car of Sparks? Sounded like it had a bit of a weird note to it.
Yes.
I don't know whether I was imagining that, or just didn't sound like it was firing on all cylinders. But anyway, Andrew Coles plenty of work to do for him. Currently the number 16 qualifier with an 11.38, only 78 miles per hour. Just a bet. I reckon he's going to improve on that this time
I'm
around.
going to assume so, yes.
Yeah, I reckon you could probably bet the farmhouse on that one. Solid crowd starting to roll in. Make sure you do go around and check out all of the attractions that are on offer here today. Obviously the jumping castle's up there on the eastern side of the racetrack, the show and shine, as well as the Trader Alley. There's a great lineup of displays down there. As we see Colesy get out, and oh, that's a problem. That's a problem for Sparks. Look at all that stuff on the racetrack. And I think lost a side skirt down there as well. So we are going to be down for a little bit while we clean that one up.
Messy.
Wonder if it's the dreaded OIL or whether it's the wet stuff. Either way.
It's definitely wet.
Either way, it's definitely slippery and we can't just leave it be down there. So that is a problem. So we are going to be down for a little while we get this cleaned up on the racetrack. I don't need anyone to radio up to me for that one. We can see that on the racing surface. So this is probably a great opportunity actually to go around and check out the Traders Alley because we've got a massive lineup of traders down there. If you need any kind of performance parts or anything from a variety of traders. We've got Garrett Advancing Motion down there, Fueltech, Platinum Racing Products, Shannon's Insurance, Precision Turbo and Engine, My Car Hobby Shop, Wild Inc., Toy Lockers, Legends Garage, Super Club by Street 20, Speed for Sale, Howtech, Motive DVD. We've got Shockworks, Pack Performance, CRD. I'm sure there's someone else that I've forgotten that's down there, but man, that's a big list, and there's plenty to see and do, so make sure you do get down there and check it out. Guys, in the meantime, we are going to be having a quick clean-up down there in the aeroflow lane. Fortunately, it looks like whatever it is on the racetrack, it looks like it might have got it all out before the 330-foot mark down there, hopefully, fingers crossed. So we're just waiting on some kind of time from the crew down there on the start line. We might take a moment to have a few words from our fantastic partners here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree presented by Fueltech. We'll be back shortly.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney Dragway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
have one goal: drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Here in Sydney, presented by Fueltech, and fortunately it doesn't look like we're going to be down for too much longer, I don't think. Looks like the cleanup down there, the ever-efficient Sydney Dragway track crew have done a sensational job with their cleanup in the aeroflow lane, and I think we're going to be going back to racing very, very shortly. So that is great news. Big thank you to Garrett for their support, of course, here at Sydney Dragway. And a big thank you as well to all of our bracket sponsors, of course, Precision Turbo and Engine, Factory Extreme, Enviro, Waste Services Group, Pro Turbo, McKernan Associates, Pro Compact, every trade group for ProMod, Speedflow for Street 289, Mainline Smart, Dyno Technology for Modified 10.5, and Wild Inc. as well, Drag Photos, Pack Performance, and Drag News magazines for their support of this fantastic event. We do have the jumping castle up there on the eastern side. There's some kids' rides and face painting, some free Jambo activity books for the kids as well. I might go up there and grab some of them for myself, as long as I'm allowed to use crayon. I don't have my pen license yet, so we shouldn't be too far away from a start with the remainder of the J275 category here, and we have got Mr. Diggles, I think, down there on the ground. What's going on, mate?
Oh, once I work out how this thing turns on, mate, how you going up there, good?
Yeah, look, it's hard to have a bad day at a drag strip, isn't it? It's
hard to have a bad day, you're right, mate. So, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of a delay on track, but who wants to see a bit of skid action? All right, let him in. Let's let him in. All right, come on, folks. Clap, cheer, and whistle if you love tyres to be decimated in only a matter of seconds. Why not? G him up. Give him a G up. Come on. Yeah, we thought you'd like a little bit of that. We just got a little bit of a clean-up on track. Just a reminder to all competitors, when you do go to the line, that you enter your recovery. Yeah, give a round of applause. That was short, fast, and sweet. Jesus, that was like 30 seconds there. I don't know, just, righto. Big tip in, I don't know, eventually. But we thought we'd give you a little taste there. Like, if we get too big oil down, we're going to come to you folks a bit more. But Rusty, back to you, more J275. And thank you guys for applauding what we saw there with Cam Riley and everything. You really appreciate a good safe job by the look of it. Back to you guys, I might pop up soon.
Thank you very much,
here.
Mr. Diggles. Paolo Tottarello now, the Ford Cortina with the big block Chev nitrous-assisted car out of the CV Performance Workshop. He's going to take on Peter Phineas, the RX-8 down there, who had a pretty good wheel stand of his own earlier on today. Janie, welcome back to the microphone. You're everywhere. You were down there, you're back up here.
I know, just magic woman.
I didn't know you could teleport like that. You just click your fingers and it's like bewitched or something.
I know, it's amazing. Can't wiggle my nose, but...
All right, so Phineas from Wallachia, not too far away, only about half an hour to the southwest of us here at Sydney Dragway. Now, Tottarello, 748, 179 miles per hour. He's got more left in this, without a shadow of a doubt. This thing can absolutely haul the mail. And again, the great equaliser in this class is that tyre, the 275 tyre. There's not a lot of width to play with when you're talking about the horsepower levels of some of the cars in this category, but it really is the great equaliser.
And because of that, we do get to see quite a variety of performances. It makes it a very exciting category to watch, as we've seen already. Lots of Paolo put on.
Both cars absolutely bomb the tyres. out there. Totterello got a little bit further, went 169, but rolled out of it shortly after that. And a 2:00 for the 60-foot time for Phineas. An 11:68, probably not what they were looking for. In fact, I'd almost say certainly it's not what they were looking for.
100% sure.
Probably something starting with a 7 would have been more akin to a good result for them. But that being said, still plenty of cars left to come out. I think maybe the track temperature might be starting to catch a few people out there because it is quite warm in the sun.
It is.
Even though it was very cool this morning. It was very cool this morning. Or I dare say it's probably the coldest night that we've had so far this year. So
I thought it was going to snow. It was that cold.
Yeah, I mean, you're from Queensland, so cold's relative, all right? It's really just a matter of
it's cold.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a little bit cold. I've been colder at the winter now, so I'll give you the hot tip. But anyway, Nicholas Constantinou now, the CV Performance Holden Commodore with a 6-litre turbocharged setup in it. Very tough car. This one is going to take on Nemanja Lozo, the VL Commodore out of Hampton Park in Victoria.
So our number 2 and number 3 qualifiers on track at the moment. Constantinou went 685 with the 7, while Lozo a 686 with the 9.
685.
I know, that's crazy.
That's nuts. 686 is still pretty bloody impressive.
205 and 204 miles an hour. So
who's your money on? Place your bets.
Oh, you can't. How can he?
I'm going to say Lozo might get after this one here. I think he might just turning this thing up a little bit. Bump City, baby. Oh! Constantinou rolls the beam to Lozo. Well, he left a big cherry, but he's still going to give it a red-hot crack and goes through for a 679. 206 miles per hour. So he improves again.
Dang.
679. Now, is that enough? That's not enough for the number 1 spot, I don't think.
But look at the way the crew are celebrating. I'm going to say that's a PB there for Lozo.
Yeah, that was pretty happy. Yeah, that does bump him up to the number 2 spot. So bumps Constantinou down. I'll get it out eventually. Spit it out, Rusty. Keith Hards is still the number 1 qualifier in the old Fair XW, but wow. Brent Coles now and Warren Allen. So I think they just showed us that there's nothing wrong with the racetrack. I think guys are just throwing a bit too much at it.
Yeah.
You know, you just got to get through that tricky part of the racetrack, the first sort of 30 feet or so. Once you get past that, take all the horsepowers and put them in the car because it can hold it. Further down, it can definitely hold it. Brent Coles in the RX-8 with the LS in it. Yes, you heard me right.
So wrong.
I'm sure there's plenty of rotor enthusiasts out there that are just they're heartbroken when they see this car.
Shake their head and look in the other lane.
Look, it makes up for all the rotaries that they've put in other types of cars over the years.
That's an improvement.
Right?
Come on.
But it's just one going back in the other direction. Takes all types, all right? Warren Allen, he's in the more conventional Barra-powered FG Falcon.
Yeah, so conventional. It only runs a 746 at 188 miles an hour. Just what you'd see on the street every day.
It's just this is the way
just
they came from the
Falcon.
factory. Believe it or not, the twin parachutes were a factory option. You could choose your colour and everything.
Yep.
So Brent Coles, I don't even know what the PB is for this car. I don't know a lot about it. I've only ever seen it once before up at Jambo last year. Up in Brisbane. It's such a cool thing. But Warren Allen, he's going to give it a red-hot crack. 746, as you touched on, number 6 qualifier in a pretty hot and heavy J275 qualifying list that we've got so far. So I can see them bumping towards the stage down there. Clean green, box lines again in the Aeroflot range. Looks like Brent Coles has gotten around it, and he will leg it through across the finish line for a 9:32. 9:34, I should say, with a 2. So improves by a little bit, a whisker, a smidgen.
He's keeping it consistent.
Yeah, well, 144 mile per hour on both sides of the racetrack. Warren Allen, no improvement for him, a 9:10 second pass, but I did happen to see Frank Marchese standing behind that car, so I dare say that they're going to get it sorted. Now, you want to talk grudge races. This is a grudge race. You got Poe, Mr. Grudge Kings over there in the Rocket Industries lane. Poe Tung, the Gas Motorsport Toyota Supra, the OG Supra, as he called it on social media earlier on this week, and he's going to take on Mick El Khoury, the RX-7 with the 2J power plant. Yes, that's right. It is an RX-7 with a 2J power plant. You must be really upset after the last couple of runs.
I don't like J275 anymore.
I like it. It's cool. We've got 6-second cars everywhere, and both of these cars have run, well, I don't know if Mick El Khoury has gotten into the sixes, but he's come pretty damn close. He did it this morning, 7:01. 209 miles per hour. And Po Tung has definitely been there in the Supra.
Yep.
I think he's actually been up around the 220 mile per hour mark previously with this car. It's had a few different iterations over the years, so it's hard to keep up with exactly what did what at what time.
At what time?
But certainly, either way, it's a tough car. So Mick El Khoury, if he can just wind a little bit more into this car, and I'll give you the tip as well, street registered.
Crazy.
While 13B. It's street registered. It's not your average RX-7, that's for sure. Got a little bit of a staging duel down here.
Oh, don't upset the starter.
No, don't upset the starter. He's already had to send a couple of guys back this morning. He doesn't want to do it again, but his starter's not here to play games today.
Bo's gone in.
Bo's a good boy. 1-2-0 to the 60 for El Khoury. Watch this thing sing at the top end. Another 701.
Oh, no, he's had a
big moment in the braking area. Did he keep it off the concrete? I think he might have, but the thing made a big move towards the right-hand wall. Unfortunately, Po Tung was a fair way behind him. I just looked up from the computer screen and saw a whole bunch of parachutes and opposite lock, and I think he's going to go around the corner at the top end of the racetrack without too many problems. That was a big, big moment for Mick El Khoury there. Fortunately, I think he did keep it shiny by the look of it. So he has had one big accident here at Sydney Dragway before at about the finish line in that car. So, you know, fortunately we didn't have any repeat of that. But for Mick El Khoury, man, that's that'll get your attention for sure. So we've still got, no, we're moving into J315 now by the look of it. I'm just trying to see what we've got coming up. It's definitely a Mustang, but I think they're going to have a little bit of a look at the track at the top end of the racetrack just to make sure that there was nothing on the track. By the look of it, I don't think it did. I think it just got unloaded when the chutes came out, and it fired the car off to the right-hand side of the racetrack. But Mick El Khoury, that was a hell of a driving job, and I am going to welcome now to the microphone. He is the voice of hope in a desperate world.
Oh, I don't know about that, but
Chris
yeah.
Diggles, welcome back to the microphone.
Hello, Frank Walker, National Tales. Yes.
They're not a sponsor.
This Saturday only.
So what have you got for us? You got some news.
Oh, mate, hasn't everyone swung for the fences in that round? Cam Riley's drive job will save. And then we saw, here comes the VL back after a personal best of, I think, a 670 there.
79 it was.
Incredible stuff, folks. Give them a round of applause for these PBs that they're running. They're actually here running as quick as some of them have ever run before.
679 and drive it back to the pits.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I can't help but think it's only got one camshaft in it as well, because that's another little thing as well. You know, you're either an RB twin cam head or you're still the single cam. I'll have to check with Sticks as to what's under it. I didn't quite get all the info on it, but there's a lot. Look, if it's not the crowd applauding the guys on the way back is what I've picked up, it's the crews high-fiving each other and hugging, and you know you're at a good place when you're trying to rate. If you're trying to rate how successful an event is, you've got to look at a variety of different things. Yes, we've got a nice smattering of crowd. They're good. They're enjoying the day. They're seeing some of the best action you can get in the industry, but you know, it's all these other teams that are coming out here, and as I said to Sticks and the guys from PAC, you can be in the workshop for weeks on end, weeks, and it's sometimes you lose focus until you get to an event where you get to see these things unleash, and then that's the adrenaline that makes you remind you why you're in it in the first place.
Absolutely.
Is that result when it all comes down? You see some amazing drive jobs, feats of not only good skill and steering, but the tuning prowess, the setup of these cars in order to make them do what they're doing when some cars can't and other cars can. I mean, remember, we don't have too many cars that are identical. They're all, yes, there'll be a VL out there. There might be 20 VLs throughout the day,
different.
but everything on them has just got something different about them. They're not all the same weight. They're not all the same power. They're not all the same combos. But just to see them all get their own milestones achieved there, it's just been incredible. We've got a run coming up. Obviously, we're into Pro Turbo, of course. We've got Justin Gregory with a 2J RX-7 up against Daniel Camilleri, an RB30 in a Firebird. I mean, that's pretty unique stuff as it is.
I dare say it's probably the only RB30 powered Firebird on the planet.
It would be. I mean, you don't hear of these oddball combos anywhere else in the world. But in Australia, we've got two, of course. Colin Lloyd in Queensland's got a 1JZ with a Pro Charge.
With the Pro Charger on it.
1JZ with a Pro Charger and a Liberty gearbox. So again, you won't see that anywhere else in the world except here. So as much as, we have to go digging deep to highlight some of these unique things, is that, on the internet and the all-wise internet, is that these cars are known in different parts of the world. There's one I've been onto lately called Engine Porn. Have you seen that one?
No,
that's a good one. You should join that one.
I should get on that one.
Actually, a mate of mine in America nominated my old engine I had in the Altered, and that was on there for about 24 hours. I was on Engine Porn, and all these people asking questions.
We are moving into Enviro Waste Services Group Pro Turbo. And Enviro Services Group is a liquid waste disposal company here in Sydney. They specialise in liquid waste removal with over 15 years experience, and they are racers as well. Eddie Howich and the crew, make sure you do check them out for all your
fuel delivery by nozzles.
Yep.
And this car is still very competitive, the quickest car of its class in the country, but yet can't sell it. Justin Gregory, 2J and RX-7, if he put this thing up for sale for 150, he'd probably sell it in a day. But it's just weird that this one hasn't sold. I mean, if it had a different body on it, like if that was a Skyline body or a Nissan body, it probably would have sold it. But it's a Firebird.
The Firebird, in my mind, it's the ultimate 90s race car.
Oh, I've always loved them.
Great shape of a thing.
The old Ekman-Orndorff days of Pro Stock. Here we go. Bump City, both sides. RB2J Pro Turbo. Thanks to Enviro Group. Oh, we just sat there a little bit long, Dan, this time.
Gregory's on a run here.
7:06 at 2:05. Half track 466 at 162. 60 foot 127. And Gregory goes up in the qualifying a little bit from third. I'd say still in third because Payne went 683. Eddie went 648. But just a fantastic lineup of vehicles. And geez, I thought we were going to run the Victorian and Queensland R32s together, but it looks like Payne's still yet to come through. But Dominic Mayolo's back, as is Al Rafal. 13B Auto. And he doesn't technically have to compete in Pro Turbo. He's one rotor short of the maximum amount of rotors you can run.
Yep.
He could be in Pro Compact, but he's decided to just even up the Pro Turbo field a little bit and sound, be that little buzzing fly in the ointment in case some of the quicker cars, slip
based
up.
on the qualifying list that we've seen so far, there's quite a few guys who haven't quite hit their straps, so to speak, in Pro Turbo so far. So, you pick up a couple of round wins just by being consistent, going out there and just putting the thing down the racetrack. Dominic Mayolo with the R32 had a couple of goes at the Burnout down there, but looks like he's got it under control now. It's funny, you don't look at a Skyline and go, it's a big car, but when you put it alongside an R100, it looks massive.
But even if you put the 32 against a 35, and then you just see how big the 35 is, the 32s are still what I'd rate just a slightly larger, medium-sized car. I mean, nowhere else in the world did that body shape probably change the face of motorsport as it did in Australia. Like, again, a Japanese manufacturer in one country, and a minority country being little old Australia, that what we got were the world's quickest skylines around a racetrack.
Yeah.
And 25 years later, whatever, it's eventuated now into the quickest RBs in the world.
Yeah.
Out of that, no one else goes near us. So here we go, both guys bumping in automatic wise.
Looks like Riffi's got a bit of a problem down there.
Is he right now?
He's got the thumbs up. Okay, the universal sign for...
No, he's got an issue. I see one's going back, one's going in. Here we go. All right, Dominic, it's all you, mate. Drops the clutch. So look, they're not identical twins, him and Paney, because Paney is an auto. This one obviously got a clutch in it and a clutchless transmission. But geez, I tell you what, we know how much clutch. It had plenty of clutch in it. It wasn't clutchless.
It had all the clutch in that one.
And so it just zinged those big tyres right off it. And look, you know, Dom, at least we know it's making horsepower. It's just not getting it to the ground right now. But he's in the field.
Yep.
And here's number 1 and number 2 about to go at it here. 2J versus RB. Pick your poison.
Look, I've got to say, Eddie has been on this car for so long. He's been trying to get this thing down the track when it had the rotor in it, and then obviously it's got the 2J in it now. I'm just so happy for him that he's starting to get some results with this thing, because he's been really working on this deal for probably the better part of 3 or 4 years, I'd say, on getting this thing down the racetrack. And to see that 648 come up this morning, 222 miles per hour, that's great to see. He's finally starting to get some rewards for all his hard work. And the time and money and effort.
Absolutely. And because he's, he's been around a few years now, and as you said, sometimes, you just can't burst onto a scene and prove yourself immediately. And Eddie's had highs and lows. Sometimes the car hadn't performed in the past. Now that he's kind of gone 2J and everything like that, I think he's starting to get a little bit more seat time, consistent seat time. And I think just the nature of the car, I think, just suits him. He's come right on here. He is going to be the hottest contender in Pro Turbo that we've got. It's ironic that the Enviro Waste Services Group's sponsoring this category. So sometimes I like it when the guys that sort of sponsor the category can take their own check at the end of the day. Sometimes I think that's the incentive to sponsoring it sometimes, is that you can maybe take it. But hey, it's a long way between now and the end of the day.
That's right. That's exactly right. So just waiting on Jason Payne to roll up to the beams. Looks like Eddie's pretty much ready to go. Now, you might be able to tell me, is this the old Abel Ibarra car?
I think it could be.
It certainly looks like it. I mean, the fact that it's got a 2J in it now would probably upset a few people. But, look.
I know that, remember, Joe had brought it over, I think, in the past.
Yeah, it went through a few hands, that car, but either way, he staged it up a little bit crooked here, and he did this in the first round of qualifying as well, but it pretty much straightened itself up right from the get-go. Jason Payne, on the other hand, from Branyan in Queensland, racing for TurboTech, Autobarn and JW Automotive. It really is a pronounced point to the right, isn't it, for Eddie Howard?
Eddie is, yeah. He's sort of, I can see from here that he's a little bit pointing towards the centre line. They bump it in together. Eddie sort of, it squares itself up. Paney there, 107, 108, half track, 442, 426, 647, 671. Paney, 215 mile an hour.
He's going pretty deep down there, I think.
Paney's deep, he's sideways.
He's in trouble.
He's in sideways. I don't think
he tagged the wall, I think.
Did he?
He's just nosed it into the gravel trap.
Is that Paney in the skyline?
Yeah, Paney in the skyline. So he's just tagged the wall right down before the gravel trap down there, and it's just nosed in. So he actually did a pretty good job by the look of it of limiting the damage, but it was definitely wide open a long way through there. So that is a shame, and obviously the safety crews will get onto that down there. I can see the fire crew have already rolled. In fact, they're already over to him. He is out of the car, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. That's what we would like to see. And a definite attention grabber there, Mr. Diggles.
Well, it got your attention, mate. I was down there. I was reading the screen here, and then you obviously cast your eyes back down the the finish line, and it was Painey either trying to pull the thing up at 250 mile an hour. The chute's out, maybe a little crosswind got in the chute. I don't know, but he's maybe have locked it up and he's given that wall a bit of a tag. Then he's careened over.
I've got a feeling
right
it might have hung the throttle because the chutes came out and the chutes came out on time. And it just looked like it was accelerating into the chutes and went up over the top of the hill down there. So
still had plenty of throttle on board at 215 mile an hour. But, yeah, I did see the car sort of then careen off to the left there, and we thought, hang on, he's still got a fair amount of speed on it. But lucky enough, he's managed to get it to a stop.
There you go. Chutes didn't quite blossom properly.
There you go. So he's maybe jumped on him a bit harder.
They came out, but they didn't come out enough. So going to be a little bit of a clean-up down there. Though he did a great job at keeping that, really limiting the damage as much as possible. Now, it is just nosed into the gravel trap. And when I say nosed into, I think there's one wheel in the gravel trap out of all of them. So he's done a phenomenal job, to be honest.
I'd hate to bring up the past about Painey, but look, him and the R32 have had numerous mini semi moments in that car as he's tried to harness the potential of it in the past.
A checkered history, I think,
well,
is
just a slight checkered history, but he's no stranger to it. And again, he's been around long enough in that car to earn his stripes. That's some decent speed by a long way. 215 mile an hour for him, and I'm just having a look at the start line from that lane. You could see if indeed that's the freshest set of marks out there as he's chatted the thing away.
Yeah, I think it was.
Not so much in Eddie's case, but yeah, definitely Painey was hitting the line pretty hard. As I said, they both went sort of 1-0s in the 60-foot.
Eddie had a really good run going till just past half-track, and the thing made a big move over towards the right, and I think he actually pedalled it because the speed was down. It was only 218 miles per hour for Eddie Howard.
Instead of the two.
Prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, number one qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney Dragway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
V8 sort of form of sport, you know, probably 10 years ago.
And now we're all inclusive.
Well, I remember when a certain Tirana turned up, twin turbo Tirana, Mr. Mad sort of turned up, and people liked it. They didn't sort of reject it. They go, well, that thing was tough, and that ring was on 670s back then.
Yeah, 100%.
And that kind of really got our attention. But I mean, since then, of course, you know, we've got import cars into the the 560s in this country.
Yeah.
With Rod Harvey, of course, back in the day, and plenty of local 5-second Aussie ones as well. But yeah, J275 kind of opens the floodgates for the V8 guys, and we're seeing in there with big cube nitrous deals. We've got to have an element of electronics in there somewhere, EFI or whatever. Of course, V8s with twin turbos, plenty of those in there. The common denominator is that 275 radial, which you can just do it any which way you want, and guys are high-fiving each other with PBs, running in the sixes over the quarter with 6 cylinders on a 275. We've got all sorts of different potential coming on that small tyre as a common denominator, and it continues to impress with its field. As I said, we lost a few soldiers yesterday that would have even bolstered that into more 6-second action. But not to be. The attrition rate, it happens. When you big spot, that saved by Cam Riley. I saw that at ground. I saw that at ground level, right? So I'm watching from the side, and then for him to, you know, just all hell breaks loose. The thing goes on like if anything, by the time it snaps sideways, he
was on it. Yeah.
So I do think that, you know, you've got to respect these things. And I know that every single one of these guys that's had anything to do with high horsepower cars, you know that they're not a toy. You can't disrespect these vehicles. They are going to bite you if you're not careful. Cam was just, you know, lucky he got sort of got off the throttle at the right time and had enough time not to jump on the brakes, not to panic.
There you go. Mark Daskalakis has just put it up on Facebook as well. So that's the run that we're talking about.
Yeah, see, I forgot. You know what? Sometimes when you see one guy go on a massive mission, you forget who the other guy is.
Absolutely.
And it was Daskalakis in the other lane because he got a big round of applause on the way back.
He deserved it too because that was some. A lot of the time, a lot of guys when they're driving these cars.
Here we go. Lee Doherty from Lappington, the MX-5.
Obviously, if there's the slippery stuff at that end of the racetrack, we need to see if it's on this end of the racetrack as well.
Again, same sort of thing that would normally happen if a car comes around the bottom loop and it's got something dripping out of it when it pulls up. We've just got to go for a look and just see whether or not that's just something that happened when you shut it off or happened on the run. Like, whatever it was, if it was dripping on the run, you'd think that Sammy might have had a little bit more of his hands full.
There was a little bit of smoke coming out of the car, but it was sort of right when he rolled out of it, sort of right at the finish line in the start of the braking area down there. So there was a little bit of smoke, but obviously they're going to have a pretty good look at it down there. And by the look of the body language on the official at the finish line, I would suggest that it's going to be going from around about there all the way through up over the top of the hill. So it looks like we've got the tractors rolling down the return road, and they will be heading out onto the racetrack in the not-too-distant future, Mr. Diggles.
It'll depend on what it is too, obviously. He hovered there for a bit, but now he's gone again, so that's interesting. So, again, the tractor's gone for a little roll just to see whether or not it's something they can deal with. We do have some other officials a bit further down that are scouring that. Here comes Mr. 215 mile an hour and big pucker moment. Join the group, Painey. There's been a few guys. Cam Riley, we should
definitely sitting a couple of inches higher in the seat after that one. I think
we should put you in the pucker pits, because that was another big moment there where it looks like the chutes hadn't quite gone open. But yeah, 215 mile an hour.
Not a lot of damage on the front.
No, I can't really see too much there.
It's a little bit of scuffed up fiberglass and carbon fibre, but I think other than that, came out of it pretty well, all things considered.
I know the blue things definitely had some rubbing up against some concrete barrier in the past, I think, at Willowbank. I think Painey might remember a little bit of that. But
don't forget as well.
He lives to fight another day.
Don't forget as well to check out the new range of Jambo merchandise.
Yes.
You've got event T-shirts, shirts, caps, straw hats, visors, hoodies, lanyards, kids shirts, and more. It's all available at the Jamboree merch tent, which is located at the top of the West Bank stairs. So as you come up the stairs from the pits, that's where it is. Check it out, and I dare say, looking at the crowd that we've got in the house here today, there's a pretty good chance that they're going to sell out of some stuff. So get in early, get in quick, get in soon.
Those sub shirts, they're next level.
Yep.
That's sort of that. I'd hate to call it Puerto Rican style, but if you do watch as much Puerto Rican drag racing as I do, every single team member has one of those shirts, at least one of those sublimated shirts. You know, the full thing where it's so colourful. And
have you picked up the language yet?
No,
I mean, you watch so much of it.
I've been on Google Translate a lot, but I haven't really put anything down to start learning. I had a few pages actually prepared, but I forgot to pack them. Silly me. Silly you duffer. Yep, I'll get a few more on Google Translate, I'm sure. But tell you what, the tilt tray's been a bit busy. He's done a few runs down there. I dare say there might be a 20B RX2 that needs some recovering there, just from my memory. But that tractor's done a nice lap or two there, and I don't think whatever it was, at least we're not laying the absorbent powder down that we need to lay down if it's something super serious.
It's not going from end to end, so it's probably more of a mist than a trail, so to speak. But make sure you do check out the Jamboree Trader Alley as well. You've got Garrett Turbo down there, Fueltech, PRP, Shannon's Insurance, Precision Turbo, Toy Locker, Legends Garage, Super Club, presented by Street 20, My Car Hobby Shop, Haltech, Wild Ink, Speed for Sale, Motive DVD, and CRD. They are the traders that are here today. Make sure you do check it out. It looks like we've got a couple more of our Burnout cars heading out onto the pad, Mr. Diggles.
Okay, community service announcement. If someone owns a 68 Mustang license, my 68 MT, you've left your lights on. So if you own a Mustang MY 68 MT, you've left your lights on. So someone's come up to the merch tent to provide that info. So if you own a Mustang MY 68 MT, you'll be hollering for a marshal if you don't get back there. You know what I'd do if I went back there after getting that announcement? I'm going to see if the damn thing starts, because I have been at Willowbank at 2 in the morning to go get my car, my Gemini, and I must have left at dawn, had my lights on, and by the time I got to the car, that thing was black as a pancake. So my 68 MT, your lights are on. The VH Commodore celebrate.
You're taking it to the best venues in the country. It's just going to be next level wherever you go. So certainly building on something, and I think drag racing in general is sort of building towards something with the quality of the venues that we've got around the country now.
Oh, absolutely, mate. We're on the up and up as far as participation is concerned. The motoring industry has not laid stagnant, and here we are. Can't believe it. We're at that stage where, you know, you look at any chrome bumper Japanese car from the 70s and you're looking at that as a piece of treasure, because kids just won't get them in the future. You've almost got to inherit one. You've almost got to find one in a barn. But mind you, nearly every single barn's been turned upside down to find these things.
Yeah.
My old boss had an immaculate KE26 Corolla station wagon, like literally one owner, this thing, the most immaculate thing. And I think even that thing, stock as a rock, was going for nearly 20.
Jeez.
Because they are, sought after beasts.
Well, indeed they are, and we've got plenty of them here. That is for sure. Got to say a big thank you to all of our partners here today. Of course, Garrett Advancing Motion, Fueltech, as well, our presenting partners and naming rights partners respectively. Bullet Race Engineering, Platinum Racing Products, Precision Turbo and Engine, Enviro Waste Services Group, McKernan Associates, Every Trade Group, Speedflow, Mainline Smart Dyno Technology, Wild Inc. Custom Motorsport Merchandise, Pack Performance, dragphotos.com.au and Drag News Magazine. Big thank you as well to Shannon's Insurance for the show and shine. And don't forget the Castrol Edge Jamboree Workshop Challenge. I think I've ticked them all off.
Yep.
Just trying to go through the list here, but we can't do it without all of these fantastic partners, and it really is a fantastic event that we love bringing to Sydney Dragway every year.
Someone wants me to add. Just an announcement, Lee Sutton, something very important at yours at level 1, reception in Control Tower. So if Lee Sutton, you can go and get that. The girls have got a few things to give away, and if we've got some balls to hit, I'm going to go and have a crack because I haven't whacked one for a while, so I'm going for a look there, mate.
Okay, you go and whack some balls, and we're going to take a couple of words from our partners here on the Sydney Dragway big screen. We'll be back very, very shortly with Chris Diggles whacking some balls. Well, sorry, you're on today. Very much the stock body on this car. And it's 727 and 178. So different approaches to the same end result here. Pulled it back into the centre of the lane and actually done a pretty good drive job on that one. And a 718 improves. 718, 192 miles per hour. So he will he move up with that? No, he won't. He'll stay in the number 2 qualifying spot. And Lee Doherty, a 765, will from his previous run will leave him in the number 3 qualifying spot. So Ioanu, the Pro Maz Billet Pro, Norton Moneytech and a Ryco sponsored car. That's the purple car lining up in the Aeroflow lane. Rodney Rahayem is taking his time down here. I can see Sam Sadek sticking his head in, having a look, see what's going on. And looks like Rocky was down there as well. So I think it looks like they've got it all sorted out. Back fast with these cars, don't they?
I swear, all Pack Performance must have a driver training course on doing that, because it's usually the Pack Performance cars that do it.
100%. They absolutely fly back. Anyway, Rodney Rahayem currently number 1 qualifier as he touched on 673. Ioanu, this car's a pretty quick car as well. I would suggest that he could definitely threaten that number, all things going well, but actually staged up a little bit crooked down here, Ioanu. Now, whether that's on purpose or not, I'm not sure. In fact, both cars look like they're the concrete. Really doesn't go that way. Ioanu probably in the centre line just before the 330 foot marker. And that's where he goes. Ioanu rolls out of the throttle. Rahayem, no problem for him. 655. Wow, 612 miles per hour. That's a big run from Rodney Rahayem with the 13B. 655, man.
Yeah, great pass there from Rodney. 212 miles an hour. As we bring forward Sam Kyprios in the Starlet. 3 RZ on board for him. And beside him, Jurgen Piscopo. The Tuner's Edge, Mazworks Performance 13B Datsun 1200.
Yeah, another quick little car, this one, for Jurgen Piscopo. Sam Kyprios had, well, that first run left a lot to be desired. Didn't really build up the boost, didn't really come on off the start line, and it was a 15-second run. So he's down towards the bottom end of the qualifying list. But again, he's another guy that keep your eye on, because could pull one out here. This is the second round of qualifying for Pro Compact. And of course, this is brought to us by McKern and Associates. From our humble beginnings in 2002, founded by Damien McKern, McKern's have worked hard to build a personable and confident approach to working with their clients. McKern's team of well over 30 accountants and advisors are deeply committed to growing their skills and knowledge so that they can apply this to their clients' business, and they are proud sponsors of Pro Compact here at the Sydney Jamboree. McKern bringing you this category.
Yes, we do wish Damo was down here racing with us this weekend. Wasn't to be. Probably up enjoying the warmer weather and the sunshine on the Gold Coast.
Sounds like a good plan, actually. Although, we're racing.
We're
so
racing. Come on, we're at Jamboree.
I'm not complaining. That's better for Sam Kyprios. 114 to the 60 foot. That's going to be a much nicer run. It looks like Piscopo's on a better pass as well. 7:21 and 190 for Kyprios. 7:56 at 188 for Jurgen Piscopo. And that will shuffle things a little bit. Kyprios moves to number 3 qualifying spot. Piscopo in behind him in 4th, with Lee Doherty in 5th, DeQuino in 6th, Tony Grigich and Simon Iowanu rounding out the 8-car field so far. And that does round out McKern Pro Compact, and we are going to move into Precision Turbo and Engine Factory Extreme now. And that is Anthony Matuk. And there was supposed to be a race.
There was. We were going to have a boxing ring and everything.
But he's not going to let anybody down with his burnouts. Put your hands together. Sydney Dragway, Anthony Matuk. He is nothing if not a showman.
Oh, I think out of everyone, he has won the best burnout competition the most times here at Jamboree.
And I would say that's 2 entries that he's got today, because...
But it's not racing.
I know it's not racing, but you've got to give some credit for qualifying.
Rules are rules. Rules are rules.
Yeah. You were the one that wouldn't use a pen before they got their pen license at school, weren't you? You were that kid.
Absolutely not.
Peter Anastasopoulos driving the Queen Street BMW down there with the 20B rotor in it. Also Pack Performance, obviously been part of this team for a long, long time. Yet to put down a representative run, only a 10.17 at 106 miles per hour so far, but I would suggest that there is plenty left in it. Plenty left in this thing. So, Anthony Matuk, currently number 1 qualified with the 604 at 206. What can he do this time? To place any bets on this one?
You just don't know.
Anthony in this car, I think. 613, 239 miles per hour in that first round of qualifying. He's currently the number 2 qualifier. He is supposed to be taking on Paul Mahay. In fact, he's coming through now. And Zoran doing his best Anthony Matuk impression down there. Now, this is an interesting matchup because Paul Mahay had actually tuned Zoran Gajic's car in the Pro Mod series, the big gas Mustang. So it's tuner versus protege here. But Paul jumping into the gas racing Celica this weekend.
We did see Paul get pushed back during the first qualifying session. It looks as though he's having issues again with the Celica.
Not quite sure exactly what the problem is. They don't look too concerned down there. I think they're still going to send it up to the start line to at least register a qualifying time, I'm guess.
Yeah, because he didn't do much of a burnout then.
No.
If any at all.
Wasn't much burnout at all, especially when compared to Zoran Gajic over there in the BMW. Now, 613 at 239, he'd love to see something with maybe a 6.0 popper on the boards with this car. He's been campaigning it for a long, long time as well. It's been around for well over 10 years now, I would suggest. What is the number going to be this time around? Factory Extreme coming your way, presented by Precision Turbo and Engine.
That's funny, both of these cars were probably two of the initial gas motorsport cars when Joe Signorelli started gas motorsports. Obviously, he did have Rotomaster before that, but I think these two cars were part of the gas motorsports from day dot.
107 to the 60 for Zoran. It's moving around. He's driving this thing to the finish line. It is a 617, 237 miles per hour. So speed consistently up there for Zoran. And for Paul Mahayet, don't know what's going on with that car. It just didn't build up any kind of boost down there, and he coasts across the line for a 16-second pass. But Zoran, he was up for that one, 060 on the tree. I don't think you're going to find too many better levers than Zoran Gajic on a pro tree.
Very seasoned racer is Gajic. As we bring our next pair forward, Mohammed's BMW just about to sneak under the tunnels here at Sydney Dragway. Put your hands together for the gold-plated Beamer. But our next pairing looks as though it's going to be Tarabay taking on Botha.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, Botha goes silent.
Jason Both, the Slalom, as we nicknamed him this morning.
Yes, he had the Joker all sorts of sideways. Still managed to get it down the track for a 7:02.
Rob Tarabay, again, only a 14-second pass from him. So there's plenty of cars in this Factory Extreme class that have got some room to move, some room to bump and shuffle a little bit. And Both is definitely one of them.
Now, Botha did tell me in the lead up to Jamboree that one of the trophies he did want to take home the most was the best Burnout trophy.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, so I'd say he's getting a bit of practice in
I was going to say you might need to tell him he needs to do it in racing and
I
not
have
qualifying.
told him that, don't worry.
You have? You've mentioned that to him?
I did also tell him that Matooks were going to give him a run for his money. Yes, Diggs.
Give a round of applause for 640s for the Sedek car. PBs for them. PBs for everyone. I'm waiting for the door. Can we pull him up? Shall we talk to him if we can?
Go for it.
Well, we've just got this run happening here. We'll see if we can't pull him up here.
We'll come down to you after this run, Diggles.
Okay.
All right, so we've got Jason Both lining up in the rocket lane. We will be going down to
off they go.
Chris Diggles very shortly.
Well, hey, the guy that's driving is the guy that's driving. Anthony, new world record, 81.
Not a bad start.
Not a bad start.
Just turning it up.
Just turning it up. We'll wait for this massive match race to happen. We might be waiting all day, mate. It might end up being in the final, but an 81. What did you do different on that one? A little bit more at a time, or what?
Just drive it to the finish line. So, finish line, so now time to turn it up.
Righto, I tell you what, put your hands together. The new world record, he already had it, but there's the new world record for RB, Anthony Matook in the Don.
And now it's time to turn the wick up. But Jason Bott is about to turn the wick up, as is Rob Tarabay.
Much straighter run this time around for Both. Tarabay right alongside him. This is a good pass for him. 6:43 at 2:30, and Both goes through for a 7:07 at 2:06. It was, I don't want to use the term lazy. It left okay, but it just kind of never got up on the tyre the way you would kind of expect it to. So Both slots into the number 7 position. That's a tongue twister. Robert Tarabay, on the other hand, he goes through and he will sit in the number 4 spot with that 6:43 just in behind Jay Sadek. So Anthony Matook is first, Daylight is second, followed by Zoran Gajic, Jay Sadek, Rob Tarabay, Rob Margin, Afif Mikhail and Jason Both, as well as Dom Rigoli rounding out the top 8.
So all
small block Ford single turbo. I think probably the only single turbo small block Ford running here today. Pretty safe to say. Only 347 cubic inches, but punches above his weight. 721, 194 miles per hour. Gauci on the other hand, 575, number 1 qualifier by a bunch, 237 miles per hour. That was with the shoots out just past 1,000 feet too.
Yeah, it was offered.
So he was offered. I think he knew that the speed was going to be well and truly up there, and said, you know what, we better get the laundry out just to slow this thing down a touch. So the question is, what can they do this time around? Remember, Pro Mod is uncorked at Jamboree. There's no index, no 585 index. That's what you see in a lot of other Pro Mod categories. It's heads up, run what you've run in. Get it to the finish line first. Gouchy fuzz the tyres, and that's a lot of smoke out of Paul Chabotto's car. Hopefully it's not dropping anything of the slippery sort on the racetrack. An 8.65 the result, and 12.67 for Mr. Gouchy. And I'm going to go down to Mr. Diggles, who's got Mr. Cox with him.
We've got DJ Carl Cox here. Coxie, that's your old... Yeah, we were doing that last night, but with scotch and cakes. What's it like seeing one of your old race cars go down? I mean, you ran 5s in that thing yourself, didn't you?
Yeah, I did 5 9s in it. It's like watching an old girlfriend go down, but she still likes me.
Down the track.
Down the track, yeah.
Down the track. Yeah, that was really well done there, Coxie. Now, of course, you haven't got out of Pro Mod at all. I mean, you had your radial Capri here to do a bit of J275, but you hurt the engine yesterday?
Yeah, we put a rod through the block yesterday on the first run, so it was a bit unfortunate, you know, because I really wanted that to kind of last the weekend and show the people what that car can really do. But we'll be back in that car for sure. But also, you know, I'm still in Pro Mods. I've got my Pro Mod being built in the US at the moment by Dre Brickle, and it's all ready to go. Actually, next week when I go over there, I'm going to get back in the hot seat and shake it down. And then once we're happy with it, then bring it to Australia and then mix it up amongst the best of them here.
I heard that you wouldn't mind doing it. Now that you probably have some substantial resources after being one of the best DJs for 30 years, that you'd love to run the old Santa Pod. Is that a dream to maybe run back at the old track where you started in England?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they do a Pro Mod series there, as you know. But unfortunately, with my car, the configuration of it, which is the Pro Charger, they won't allow it at the moment. They don't allow it at the moment, so they're a bit scared of bringing that car through. But, you know, I'm going to just keep, you know, sticking at it and keep kind of being in the UK with that car for the moment. But meanwhile, I'm really looking forward to coming back to Australia with the new Pro Mod.
It is something about drag racing that got Carl Cox, before Carl Cox was as famous as Carl Cox is now. Tell everyone about your first trip down a drag strip. Where was it?
Yeah, it was Santa Pod in an 850 Mini, and I think the time was like 1 day, 2 hours.
And the bug bit after that?
100%, it's never left.
Now it's 5-second Pro Mods and a few little other cars in the stable. We can't wait to see you out here, Coxie. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Carl Cox.
All right.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, he would have loved to have been letting the button go today in J275, but as he said, he pushes that small block to nearly 2,000 odd horsepower, and the man knows how to get the most out of his performance. But keep an eye on the man. He's all over the world DJing, and it's good that he's living here in Australia, and it's good that he comes to Jambo, and it's good that he's going to run some Pro Mod in the future, guys. How good is it to have Coxie amongst us here today? Awesome stuff. All right, well, look, the old girl didn't get down the right way there, just blew the tyres all there for Joe, and then I'd say Paulie with that Windsor, that again, those Windsors, pushing a lot of boost through them. It's just pushed a little bit of oil out, which we're cleaning up now. But I'm sure before too long, a racket and some balls might turn up here. We might crack a few into the crowd here in a tick. If we've got some oil to pick up, guys, we'll do it. We'll do that for the fans here today. But Pro Mod still a little bit more to come. A few more trips to Bump City coming up in a tick.
have one goal: drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney's Ragway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us...
Insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
My chips, yeah. Have
Are they cold?
Yeah, probably. Does anyone want to go?
The Jamboree tent, the merch tent, and exchange that for a prize. So these are recyclable. So ideally, we should get the coloured ones back eventually, all right? Back to the merchandise tent you go with these. You hand them back in, and at some stage, we'll hit them back out again. All right, who's been here the longest today at Jamboree? Put your hands up. Who's been here from the beginning? All right, I've got to try and get it over there then, okay? Try and get it over there. Shall we start with a giveaway ball, or shall we give a ball to keep? You know what, I've got to scope the bouncy one. I've got to scope the bouncy one. Now, it may not go into the crowd yet, but I'm going to go for height, all right? I'm going to see how high I can hit it, all right? All right, okay, try, all right? Okay, here we go. Going to try for height. See if it gets in the crowd or not. Keep your eye on it, though. This one is a red one. This one you can hand back to the merchandise tent and get a prize. Okay, you ready, folks? No one's ready. No one's ready. Come on, where's the noise? Okay, I think that's going to hit the crowd. Is it going to go on the phone? Oh, who's got it? He's lost it. He's found it. Have you got it? He's got it. You can go get a shirt with that. Great. You didn't hurt yourself. I didn't see nothing. All right. We're not supposed to do this while there's cars going, but I hope someone catches this, all right? You ready? Okay, that's coming back, is that? Someone's got it. Who's got it? You got it? All right, give him a round of applause. You didn't really catch it. We did this in Adelaide, and I don't think not one of them actually got into the crowd. They kept bouncing back. Now they find the balls. Now they find them. This is the funnest part of the day for me. Complimentary racket, anyone? Oh, you want to do pretend ball? These guys want to do pretend balls. You ready? Well done, all of you special people. Good for you. Hand them back to the imaginary tent and get your imaginary shirt. And sit back down with your imaginary friends again, and we'll do it again. Oh, you missed out. Here's one. Oh, well done, mate. Well done. Oh.
Do you need a breather, Diggles?
What's that?
Do you need a breather?
No? Does
Okay.
it sound like I'm out of breath?
Just a touch.
I just had to run, just in case. You know when you hit the thing high and it may not reach.
All good.
That's-
How about we'll call this run and we'll come back to you shortly.
Oh, you don't have to. I'm going to have a breather. I just didn't want that to go on track. You know, we're not allowed to hit them while they're racing.
All right, so Rob Campese out there going on a solo pass, was supposed to be taking on Ivan Tesic, but it looks like Ivan has pushed the car back down there, and he is... The bonnet is off, and there's a lot of activity going on around under the hood. So Rob Campese, 6.05 was his best run earlier on. Number 2 qualifier at the moment. That was pretty clean, but he had to pedal it. 9.75 to the 60 and 6.52. Just didn't sound like it was really winding in at the top end of the racetrack, did it?
No, it didn't. I don't know. I don't know.
Not the run he would have been hoping for.
Still
there.
at 208 miles an hour, so it's 20 mile an hour up on his 6.05 pass earlier. So.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Ivan Tesic looks like he's going to be pushed away down there. So
hopefully he'll come back for Q3. It'd be good to see Mr. Mad get in a decent pass. I think he laid down the 6.78 in Q1.
So next up, it is, well, I guess the other car that we know can really knock it out of the park, Greg Sakaridis. He's now got the Hemi on board with this car, no longer running the 481X. He's got the Hemi on board, and the team are kind of like, well, we don't really know what it's going to do. We have a baseline where we think it should be, but you never really know until you put the car on track. So for Greg Sakaridis this weekend, it's going to be more of a learning experience than anything else about exactly what the car wants, what it needs. And I think this will be the last car in Pro Mod, which of course is brought to us by Every Trade Group. So Sakaridis, the Ice Group CV Performance Pro Line, M&M Transmissions, Pro Trans, Power Plus Fuels, Pro Sign sponsored. Seems like it's got to be P if you want to sponsor Greg Sakaridis. The business has to start with P. Lots of P's on there. And see the boys from CV standing behind the car. They'll be pretty keen to just see this thing go from A to B, I would suggest. Whoa!
Bit of a move there.
Yeah, tried to drive through the tyre shake, but man, he tried hard. The 60-foot time was 9.48. The reaction time was 0.004, but 0.948. That thing was shaking from before the 60-foot mark almost all the way out to 300 feet. That was shaking really, really hard. He tried to drive through it, but eventually the tyres kicked loose and did a good job of gathering it back up.
So Joe Gauchi will be #1 qualifier in Pro Mod. That was our final qualifying session. The next time we see these guys out, it will be in racing. Followed by Campese, Steve Smith, Ivan Tesic in 4th, Paul Shabotto in 5th. Hopefully he can get that Falcon fixed and back. And Sakaridis, who would just go through, went 8.65 to be #6 qualifier.
All right, so we're back into Street Compact now. So this is the 3rd and final qualifying session for these guys. And we've got Ricky Crow down there on the track in the 2007 Toyota Camry, thanks to Dad. Don't know whether it's Dad's car. Don't know whether it's Mum's car and Dad's just covering for him.
Dad's
Who
just
knows?
tuned it. Yeah.
Well, maybe.
Paid for the petrol.
Tune the radio. Yeah. Either or. Taking on the Skyline down there in the Rocket Industries lane. Don't have any details on this one. It's only run an 18-second pass so far, but I don't think that's representative of what this car can do. It does have the chute on the back, although that is less than ideal. It's going to pull it over to the side of the racetrack, and I think might require a little bit of assistance to exit the racing surface down there. 16.41 for Ricky Crow at 83 miles per hour. Nice and consistent. So all 3 runs within 0.7 of a second. That's what you want when it comes to dial your own racing. So Ricky Crow, one to watch once we get into racing this afternoon. Now, problems for the racer over in the Rocket Industries lane. We're creeping towards the finish line down there. I think we might just get there and get off the racing surface. But
Yep. Not a good day for our GDR driver.
there's been a few that have had a rough day today, actually. A few GDRs, but next up. Keep looking for the button. The button's gone.
The button's
All right, there
gone.
we go. Tolly Saris, who was number 2 qualified with a 10.04. Up from Point Cook in Victoria, taking on Michael Crouch from Jamboree in Queensland. The Hyundai i30. He drove it down to come down on the track.
Oh, yeah, I'd say he drove it down us Queenslanders a hardcore.
Oh, you're going down that route, are we?
Well, issues there for Tolly Saris, again with the Sylvia. That's about as far as he went on his first qualifying pass. The second one was good. It went 10.04, but he has failed to reach the Christmas tree on this occasion. Crouch goes on through for a 13.95, 101 miles an hour. So again, he's fairly consistent at 13.80. Sorry, a 13.83, a 13.95 and a 13.95. His qualifying passes to keep him happy in about 6th qualifying position. As we just push our Sylvia driver back.
Just a reminder as well, we will be doing the show and shine presentations this afternoon. So if you are here as part of the Shannon's show and shine, make sure you do head up there at 2:30 for the show and shine presentation. The Shannon's show and shine presentation will be handing out some trophies up there, and a big thank you to the guys and girls from Shannon's Insurance who are here today as well, supporting the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree presented by Fueltech. So just waiting, not quite sure what the delay is down here.
Yeah, we can see our track officials out there just having a look at the racing surface in the Rocket Industries lane.
Looks like there might be something, some shrapnel of some description. Could be a bit of rubber, could be something, could be nothing.
Could be lollies.
Boiled lollies, you reckon?
Boiled lollies,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's just stuck to the racetrack down there,
Yeah.
just baking in the sun. So Bradley Halliburton coming up now, the Black Track Performance Toyota Cressida. Supposed to be taking on Craig English in the Rocket Industries lane.
Yeah.
Got that one right.
We hope.
Hopefully, maybe not. T5. I might go and see if I can get that one changed in the race computer.
Good idea.
So down from Jesmond in New South Wales. I have no idea where that is. It's a big state, so I'm sure it's somewhere. I believe him. But currently the number 4 qualifier with the 11.98. Bradley Halliburton currently number 1 with a 10.67. Just winding it in on his way down the racetrack, and a 10.69. That's a pretty good banker, that one. 10.69 at 127 miles per hour, 11.92. A little bit of an improvement for English, but he will stay in the number 4 qualifying position.
And Jesmond is up near Newcastle.
Oh, there you go. I think that's the default. If you don't know where it is, just say it's up around Newcastle,
Near Newcastle.
somewhere. It's near
Central
Newcastle.
Coast sort of
Yeah.
thing, yeah.
So it's somewhere, on the coast between sort of the south coast and the north coast. Yeah.
Yeah, near the water.
Yeah, so sort of near the water, but also at
just
the
in a
same
little bit
time, kind of
inland.
not.
Yeah.
No, there's parts of it that aren't.
Around the Pacific Highway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you pass it on the way to Queensland via Victoria.
All right, our next pairing, we have our Sora down there in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, the big heavy Sora that knocked out a pretty good pass earlier on today. I think it's Ilya Bendevsky from memory. Might be wrong on that one, but I think that's who it is. It is.
It is.
There we go. 13.60, 98 miles per hour. Just had confirmation come through. He's taking on Sean Mejlak from Thrumster in New South Wales. Again, I think it's up near Newcastle in the Toyota Corolla. 14.74 at 98. miles per hour was the best run of the day for the Corolla up to this point. 14.90, not going to improve. 14.27 for Bandevsky and the Sora. No improvement there. So where is Thrumster? Please tell me, fill me in.
It is up near Port Macquarie. So again,
Right,
just,
so it's
just
just
on
past
the,
Newcastle.
Just on past Newcastle,
Just
on the
past
Pacific
Newcastle.
Highway.
Yeah, hour or so past Newcastle. See, I was right. Everything is in Newcastle. So we've got the Hilux coming up to the beams now, and it looks like we've just got a little bit of a delay. They've got to back the car out of
Reset the
beams.
tree.
It is Michael Osborne and Justin Dean.
We hope that's Justin Dean.
I hope it's Justin Dean. It could be Justin Dean. It could be James Dean. Could be Dean Martin.
Could be, yeah.
Could be anybody. Michael Osborne, though, he's lining up from Ormeo in Queensland. The Tunner Racing Toyota Hilux with the 3RZ power plant.
Could be Matthew Guffock.
We'll go. Right. Yes, it could be.
It is the Datsun wagon anyway, and it got out with a 1.90 reaction time. Lucky this is only qualifying because that is shocking. Michael Osborne will cross the line first with a 10.57, 128 miles an hour in that Hilux, while our wagon goes 14.48, 74 miles an hour. So he's found, what, 300ths of a second there?
Yeah, give or take.
Tenth of a second even. Saccharides just coming up on the burnout pad now. Snuck into that pro mod field. Alright, just getting to that time of the day where the gremlins like to creep into the system. We'll just have to reset the tree again. We hear our all motor cars starting to make their rapping sounds. Just pulling the R100 out. We've got Andrew Pascali in at the Rocket Industries lane. In beside him will be Anthony Gregorio in the RX4. So the RX4 laid down a 13.20, 104 miles an hour earlier. Well, Pascali a 13.62, sitting in 11th qualifying position, and this is all motor. 12A rotary taking on 13B. And the mighty 12A will cross the line first with a 13.04, 103 miles an hour. And for Gregorio, it'll be a 13.43 with a 5 at 103 miles. Number one qualifier at the moment, all motor, is Paul Matheson, followed by Fakinos. But on track right now, we have got the RX3, the Stumpy Burgers RX3 of Aggie Dasakis even. In beside him, the 808 of Andrew Stavroulakis. 13Bs, both sides of the track. We can see Dasakis, though, making his way down nice and clean. And he goes on through a 13.23, 105 miles an hour. So he's found 0.2 of a second. Stavroulakis, a 14.50. So he's playing the consistency game, running a previous 13.49. Sam Constantinou now in the Datsun 1000 in the Aeroflow lane. So he's in fourth qualifying position, 11.65 on the boards for him. 13B Rotor in the Datsun. And beside him will be Anastas Grigori in the RX2 with the 12A.
I think all motor might be the noisiest.
Oh, it's the best sounding, especially if you love your loud rotors, your ported rotors.
Yeah, loud, naturally aspirated rotors. We got plenty of them. 11.16 for Sam Constantinou there, and a 15.01 for Anastasi Grigoriou.
So I wonder if this cloud cover now is playing into the favour of these all motor cars. Constantinou just found 0.5 of a second there to go up to number 2 qualifying position. Here comes James Fokinos, the wheel standing at 1300 with the 13B on board, and beside him will be Elias Melky. second of the SIG 100 racing vehicles. He'll be in the RX2 in the Rocket Industries lane. So Melky has not got a qualifying time on our sheets. Fakinos came into this final qualifying session in second position, who has just dropped back to third with that 11:37.
Yeah, so looking at it, the current density altitude is just sitting at a bit over 1,100 feet. So not super good conditions, but not terrible either. So the All Motor guys, I think, probably going to lose a little bit of performance over what they did earlier on in the day.
Well, the good news is Fakina's kept his front wheels on the ground this time, and he'll go on through for a nice 11:38, 119 miles an hour, and a 12:46 for Melky. So that's pretty good to put a number on the board there for him. Melky goes into sixth, while James Fakino stays in third.
Yeah, next up it is Craig Wasson, and you would think, all things being equal, if this thing goes down the track, he should be at the pointy end of the field. But at the moment, he's back there in 13th with a 17-second run. Not really what he would have been hoping for coming into this event.
No, the Sheriff hasn't really been firing here today. Let's see if he can put some shots down on this pass. Paul Matheson, though, he has being the gun that he is, an 11:06 and 11:17 on the boards. He is our current #1 qualifier in All Motor. He's gone straight into full stage, so just waiting on Craig Wasson now to move the John Blanche Racing RX8 forward.
That's better.
Yeah, power. Shots fired by the Sheriff. This is a nice, good straight pass there for the RX8. He'll go on through for an 8:51, 155 miles an hour. Paul Matheson, an 11:21, 119. He'll be #2 qualifier, while Craig Wasson grabs that #1 qualifying position by a bunch.
2.5 seconds.
That is going to make racing super fun.
Yeah, 2.5 seconds he's got over the rest of the field in All Motor. Man, we've still got a few more cars left to come through in this session, though. Jason Studley on the Cortina taking on Hayden Boyd with the Volkswagen Golf. Man, that's hard for anybody to pull back on a hole shot. 2.5 seconds.
That's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
It is drag racing and anything can happen, though.
It's kind of like bringing a Tommy gun to a knife fight.
Just waiting on Studley to come into full stage. Boyd in that Golf sitting there. He was eager, a bit too eager, red light. Doesn't matter, it's only qualifying. But sometimes it is nice just to get your reaction times down pat in qualifying. The Golf will cross the line first with an 11:29, 125 miles an hour. And Studley in that Cortina goes 11:70, 114. So that puts Boyd into 4th qualifying position, Studley in 6th.
And that does round out All Motor qualifying. I think we're moving into, is this Street 289? Yeah, it is. Street 289 coming up now. I think.
It is, I believe that'll be Corey Hunter.
There we go.
In the Gemini.
Presented by Speedflow Products. And Speedflow Products have been proudly manufacturing and supplying quality hose and fittings to the performance industry throughout Australia and the world for over 25 years. Located in Taree, New South Wales, Speedflow has grown to be Australia's #1 choice in performance hose and fittings due to the innovative design, manufacturing and quality control procedures that they have in place. Big thank you to Speedflow for their support of Street 289 at this event.
So Corey Hunter, yet to lay down a pass here in Speedflow Street 289. Noor El Jammers, he has laid down a 912. And he's got that Datsun sitting in 4th qualifying position at the moment. Let's see what the Victorian of Hunter can do. Running for Wheel Effects, high-tech brakes, eco-safe plumbing, Acras Industries, Jay's Bodies Works, as well as DJR Tyres. Well, the Gemini's looking quite good until half track, and he's just buttoned off there.
Looks almost like a single pegger, doesn't it?
It does.
It's got the just one tyre track.
The whole way.
Yeah, weird one. 10.28, 108. It's 84 miles per hour, I should say. And that will leave him in the number 6 qualifying spot.
And a 13.31 there for El Jammers. So he will rely on that previous 9.12 to keep him qualified in the top half of the field. The sounds of a 13B turbo. That's Patrick Long in the RX-7 running for Monster Performance. Long will be on a solo.
We're yet to see
Maybe.
a representative run out of Patrick Long here. Like he's running 8.02, but it's a very untidy 8.02.
It was.
Got to be honest. Not what you would hope to see. This car's definitely got a 7 in it today. Just a matter of making it get off the start line a little bit cleaner than the way it has been. 13B turbo underneath the bonnet of the RX-7. That'll make Janie happy.
It will.
That will make Janie happy. A rotor in a rotor. That's the way it's meant to be.
That's the way it should be.
That's the way God intended. So, Patrick Long, what's he got? Man from Womberl. Racing for Monster Performance. Off the hit. It seems like it's just slapping the wheelie bars really hard and unloading the rear end.
Oh, maybe he spotted a problem there because he has pulled over to the side of the racing surface.
He's tried to get it across there. He's done the right thing. But generally speaking, if you pull over to the wall, you want to stop and let the track walkers come over to you. Make sure that there is nothing coming out of the car. And we will have Russell Archer coming up to the line next in his RX-4. Once Patrick Long crosses the finish line, there we go. 42 seconds later, we got there. So Russell Archer lining up in the blue RX-4 down here. Very tidy car, I should say, out of the Patrick stable. He's in the Rocket Industries lane. And he will be taking on, I think it's Paul Tester, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong on that. No, it's Matthew Unan, sorry.
You were close.
I was, yeah, super close. Super close. Like, they get confused all the time.
Just a syllable or two wrong there.
Yeah. So Matthew Unan from Maryland's a 76 Mazda RX-3 13B turbo. Underneath the bonnet, Russell Archer, the RX-4, racing for Pack Performance, as we said. R&J Racing on board as well. Currently in number 7, qualified with 8.85. Archer just buzzed the tyres again down there.
Yeah. Early shoot as well.
Yeah, dropped the shoot very early. 10.12 to a 9.70 for Unan. And that will leave Archer in the number 7 qualifying spot. Unan back there in the number 12 position.
So Scott Cousins keeps on being number 1 qualifier with a 7.94. He's about to come forward in the Rocket Industries lane.
It's hard to see anybody getting over the top of Scott Cousins at this point.
Yeah.
For the number 1 qualifying spot in Modified Compact. Ali Bazi in the Mitsubishi Evo rolling up to the line alongside Cousins. Best run of a 13-second pass, so you would think that Cousins is probably going to have the advantage in this one, having knocked out a 7.94, but I think there's still plenty left in it because the car was pretty lazy off the start line. That's in 1200. Very nicely engineered car, this one. That's a little bit nicer for Scott Cousins. 758, 184 miles per hour. Wow, 758, 184. That's a big run for Scotty Cousins. Sub 5 seconds to the 8th mile as well. 493, which is usually a pretty good indicator of that kind of thing. And we've got plenty more cars rolling through now. Scott Cousins consolidates his #1 spot. So we see Andrew Rankin taking on Jimmy Pexon.
Pexon will be in the Hilux for top stuff carpentry and Pioneer detailing as well as just engine management. Rankin in that Corona. Well, it looks like a Corolla to me, I'll say. So the Corolla's already got an 894 on the boards. He goes an 897, 152 miles an hour. And for Pexon, it's a 933. So Pexon will be in number 10 qualify with the previous 924 and Rankin in 8. As Chris Diggles joins me on the microphone, just in time for Robbie Butler.
Just in time for Mr. Robbie Butler. Yeah, I didn't get to hit as many as I thought I was going to hit there, and we've just been dancing with the timing of the oil down. That's what we've been dancing with, but good to see Q3's happening for everyone. Robbie Butler, Darren Worthington, 13 lead, 3RZ. Now remember, Robbie went 860 and 854, so what's he got here on the last run of qualifying? He rolls off the throttle. Righto, okay, well, I know that normally Robbie Butler would like to have if he went a 60 and a 54, he would probably want to complement the third qualifier with something equivalent. Yes, take that, Rusty. But no, rolling off the throttle, I don't know what happened there. I might have to message him. Despite Robbie's slightly older age, Robbie actually can respond to messaging, so I'll just have to see.
But he can't do it now because he's driving, and we don't text and drive, Diggles.
No,
Very
I can text and talk, but not on the phone. Sorry, not in a car. That's illegal. Cameron Pease and Jamie Borg out there now for their last shot. Jamie Borg from Concord, the RX3. Tony Rototalk, love that. Cameron Pease, I'm sure it's 1JZ or something in there, 868, 871. You start to see cars that might feature really well in Modified Compact later on once they put a dial in on. So let's just see how they go after the third round. They've got to hit the tree as well, remember. And if they were in race conditions, they would not be going well reaction time-wise. Oh, nice wheelie, Jamie Borg. Can you turn it into a run? He hasn't had one yet by the look of it. Out the back door goes Cameron Pease, even though the thing zinged the tyres badly. 883 will put Borg deeply in the field. 883 to 169 mile an hour. Nice wheelie to boot, Miss Jane. And that would put him straight up there to 7th spot. Cameron Pease had run an 868 to be in 6th. Robbie had run an 854 to be in 5th. Disco Dean's gone 838 to be in 4th. Martin Whelan 830 to be 3rd. Osman Ahmed 815, and then Daylight to Scott Cousins 758.
Yeah.
But doesn't matter. You can throw the dial in on during racing. All right, Randall Graham, Disco Dean, Ferris. Queensland versus New South Wales. Barra powered both sides. Where's your money? What do you like? If you could pick one of the two to take home, would it be a Barra powered Mark 1 Escort panel van or the Patina XD? Hands up who'd take the panel van home. Hands up who takes the XD home. Yeah, you sir. Yes sir. Saw you. Yes sir. I think, look, I've already got a Mark 1 Escort in my driveway. It's my son's. A panel van would look nice beside it, but Daddy needs an XD just because I never had one.
To cut the air conditioners around it.
To do drag and drive. So there we go.
Oh, sorry.
Modified Compact, Disco Dean leads. Hopefully he's only red of the day. 005 minus. Randall Graham, not such a big wheelie, but that can be a nice ET for the XD. Look at that. 840 to go with his 838 and his 839. Yeah. Disco Dean's come down here to take a J. 38, 39,
he
40.
Means business, doesn't he? He
means business, and I think he's gone and got his red light out of the way there in Q3. So when this all comes down to who wins the Billet Jays here tonight, now remember, folks, you have stumbled upon, if it's the first time you've stumbled across a Jamboree, this is where the best racers in Australia fight in racing. Yes, you'll see numbers come up. Yes, we've talked about PBs. But in the heat of battle is where it's happening. There's no purer way to do it. Because there's been a bit of a trend in test days. And people have been prepping track. They can run numbers, that's good. But I do give full respect to the ones that want to bump in and engage in war at events. And Osman Ahmed and Martin Whelan are guys like that have to go through after, I don't know whether they're on Chicago Shootout, they might be, remember. So we've got even that to deal with. 3 rounds where you've got to defend yourself on a dial-in. So let's see and how you race with these things. Let's see. Martin Whelan, it's gone 8.30 and 8.32. Let's see what the third one is. Is there a little bit of barra love there? 8.32 with a 6, 8.32 with an 8. Are we going to see barras take over here tonight? Is it a night for the Barra fans? Where's hands up all the Barra fans in the crowd? Any Barra fans? Put your hands up. Yeah, few of you. Same fella that wanted the XD. All right, Osman, got to get this 30B lit.
And just to clarify, modified compact, I believe, is elimination.
All right, well, there you go. It's even more semi-sudden death, isn't it? Round 1 means very well could be your last round of the night. At least in some categories that we run Chicago Shootout, you get 3 shots at it. Normally the smaller fields sometimes get that. Now look, Osman, he went from an 18.31 first run where it did kind of the same thing. It didn't want to come up on boost. The second run goes PB 8.15 at 116. So look, the
Everyone was
upside,
happy.
The upside is that he gets a PB but no other runs. So how do you go into round 1 with that?
Yeah, what do you dial in at?
You got to go 8.15.
You have to.
Got to go 8.15 or 7.99. This guy too, Cameron Barrerio. This 13B auto, it's a good combo, great street combo, good consistent race combo. The only chink in the armour with this Hilux is the staging in combat conditions. When you're against an opponent and you literally have 7 seconds to stage after your opponent stages, if your combo can't get you in there, sometimes it's not going to help you in racing. You need that last bit of consistency to turn on the win light. It's good that he went into stage, he did a 1.42 second reaction time, which normally in racing may not get you the win. But even here, the thing's not playing ball. He's going to get a number, 1370. But what do you do for round 1 of racing? That's the thing. So, again, I know that car's got some performance potential. I mean, anytime you see a Jamboree entry list, I think performance potential straight away.
Yep.
I still, honestly, after a quarter of a century doing this, I still look at an entry list and I still get excited. Why? Because I don't know what these lunatics are going to bring to the track. Out of all due respect, by the way, when I refer to you as a lunatic, a horsepower-crazed, top bulb-loving,
we don't mean
Christmas
to offend
tree
you.
Lunatic.
Yes.
That's the ones we want. That's the ones we like. There's one coming down here in an escort panel van, just to use it as an example. Cue the escort panel van. Cue the 838.
Here is a perfect example of a lunatic.
Here is a top bowl Bump City lunatic, Disco Deed in the panel van. And an 840, 839, 838. That's 3 good runs for Disco. He's come here to get the J, haven't you, Disco? You've come down to do it, mate. You've come down to Bump City. You might have to take on other barriers and defeat them to get to the final. Where will Disco Dean be at the end of the night here? 2024 Sydney Jamboree. Stick around and find out. We made another race team up last night. You know the old F around, find out?
Yeah.
So Farfo, Team Farfo Racing last night. Team Farfo. F around and find out. Like the idea of that. It goes well with high horsepower drag racing, doesn't it?
It does.
Let's go page up and send it again.
Yep.
Are you mad? Cameron Riley, does he ask Con Michaelidakis for more after, hey Con, you know that time the power came up and I lost direction? I want more. Mark, is this a rerun? Does Mark Delaskakis know that this guy tried to hit him at the last pairing and here they are again? Bump City, baby! Oh, it's safe so far. I still think he's got a little bit of squeeze on it there. Cam Riley onto the right foot. He's a little wiser. 7.53 to 193. Goes with the earlier 7.91. 1.18 in the 60. It did its job there. Dallastakis 1.34 in the 60. So both cars came out nicely. But if I was him, I wouldn't have gone up against Cam again. I would have, okay, mate, you know what? You and me again. Oh, mate, I'll
No,
take
you go first.
I'll
It's
take
all
the
right.
next one. I'll take the next one. Actually, I've got to also ask Phil. I hope Phil Penny, someone that can give us some info on what's happened to the Honda. I'm missing him badly.
And what happened with Tatey?
Where's the Tatey guy? Smoking cigars, sitting on the beach back on the Gold Coast, gone fishing.
He's gone fishing.
He's gone fishing.
Trying to catch another shark.
Actually, that's a very good question. If anyone out there, let's just spare a moment for the world's quickest 3RZ-powered guy. Chris Tate, where are you? Give him the old Lara Bingle. Where the bloody hell are you? Because we'd like to know where you are. We can't just run a world record on a Friday night and then go missing on Saturday. So, Tater, where are you? That's another one. Phil and the Honda, missing him badly. Stuff I'm seeing on track is exciting, though. J275, this radial tyre phenomenon continues to flourish all over the world. And we've got plenty of radial disciples in this country that plough their wares whenever they get the opportunity to on a pretty good track, I can tell you. But the way the sun continues to come out and go,
keeping the track nice and warm.
Well, it is to the point, and we've even noticed it before, that sometimes after a lot of cloud cover, it can cool off. 10 degrees. I mean, you know what the Aussie sun's like. You're sitting there in the sun, you put your arm out for 5 minutes, it feels hot.
Burn.
That is going to go up in temperature, and that's what the track tends to do. It can go up in temperature, and then you get that cloud cover, you might lose 7 degrees or something, get a little tiny breeze like we've got out there. Look at our equipment rolling up here, though. Go the XD. That's Roland superannuation right there, my friend. Never going to lose a buck on that thing. All that Hilux with the 13B. And Robbie Butler with the KE10. Robbie, you probably could have had a Lambo, but he's got something faster than a Lambo right there, the KE10. Oh, does he have a Lambo? Does he?
The Corolla's way cooler than a Lambo.
Just, I've got the full update here. Are they just going to drag the tractor? I think that's what they might do. So the word from Crite straight away, addressing two different news stories. Phil Penny's addressing there's some blow-by issues, putting oil into the rear housing of the turbo. So we might have a turbo housing issue there with that big turbo on the Honda, and that's why it's been blowing a bit of smoke out. And Tater had a small engine issue after last night's record, but it's one of the few parts he didn't have in the trailer. And I didn't mean to laugh at the end there, but that's the irony of drag racing. Set a world record, break a couple of parts. Oh, I don't have them as spare. So he's going to go back and probably, Tater, he'll spend 6 months off sitting on the world. That's what he did when he ran the 72, when he came and ran that. And remember, he was the world's quickest 3RZ before when the record went. World famous in no time flat. Sat on the achievement, and then we don't see him for about 3 years, and he comes out and goes 48, 3/10 off what he's run. And that's going to be something to look forward to when he gets it back on there again. We miss him badly. Look, I don't want to be the first one to come out and make it publicly known, but remember Tater used to spend a lot of time on social media, and you'd show the bits he's made and the different things that he would do. And it's like, that was kind of a new media. And as a race guy, to share what you're doing, sometimes you wonder, it used to be all secret squirrel, but now the guys that are sort of revealing everything they do, and they go and they make this performance happen, it just gives you triple layer of credibility. Not only were you sharing everything, it's about proving it. And until such time as the sport of drag racing gets to a point where we wonder whether we still want to do it, it is still the oldest form of motorsport that we know. We still measure. The first motorsport happened after the second car was invented, and then we started racing each other. So that's what this is. It's always going to be that measurement of time between here and there. And of course, we do it on the 660 discipline as well, and we do it on the 1320-foot discipline. But that top bulb doesn't change. That recording mechanism will never go away. The challenge to achieve a number between there and there is an endless pursuit for these people. The categories make it very, very exciting, the opportunities they get to run their cars in equal competition. And the more we don't pull the rule book out, the better, by the way, because none of us seem to care anymore. They just know what you got and we got what we got. And we'll see you at the other end, and hopefully I've outgunned you. Jamboree epitomises that because we do encourage the best racing that we've got. But then you combine what we've seen in performance. And again, I wish I had a graph. Again, by now you'd think, you know, following this all this time, that we would have enough data. I want to see a graph, the average horsepower per event. So take, say, 150 entries and then work out their horsepower and then divide it by the number of entries, and that's the average horsepower everyone's got. I can tell you right now, just by going off. So let's look at the smaller end of the graph, our street compact and all motors, right? So street compact might have some of them 500 horsepower. You know, the 10-second things have probably got that up them. Any street car these days in Australia is 500. Really, when you think about it. When you know what people have got, you know that that's kind of what the standard has been. Our all-motor guys, anywhere between, 250, 300 for the really quick rotaries, or the 20B, 400 plus, 500. 851 there for the Sheriff, saw that before. That's the lowest average horsepower, between 500, and then the highest average horsepower is, if you bring a Pro Mod in or two, or big 2J, RB, 2,500, 3,000 horsepower, easy. So yeah, we're up there. We're nearly average entry for about 700, 800 horsepower.
Wouldn't you love to then go compare it back to, say, the very first Jamboree?
Oh, mate, well, I think we all 250. Look, it wouldn't have even.
Wouldn't maybe.
If you get online, folks, and again, you've got to. Honestly, I love fast forward in the modern technology on YouTube.
Yeah.
Go back. Jamboree's uploaded some of the old original Jamboree footage from Willowbank when it was new and the crowds were huge. A lot of VW influence. The turbo era came in. Literally, I remember going to a Jambo, Janie, where I was one of 5 turbo cars only at the event. You know what? And mine wasn't even really a flash turbo.
Yeah.
It was just something that you got off another engine, Jap import engine, and you put that on there. And I even went super old school and did the old-fashioned draw-through setup, which was the trend at the time. And, hey, we're away. But that was one of 5 back in the day. And, yeah, the average horsepower there 200. Who's got no? There's pit scooters with more horsepower than that. I'm sure of it. There we go. So news coming through from our live stream feedback.
Oh yeah, look, we can see
the
it. Yeah.
Honda, the little Honda, has turned up back in the lane. So here we are calling out for him, and the man has returned.
Lovely. We do like it when racers do as we ask.
Well, it's not about asking him, Phil, fix your problems and get back. It's like, we hope you're okay. Can you come back, please? Nick Baxter's back here too, so the word is Nick is
fabulous.
Back. Oh, there we go. And you know what? So some good news there, some bad news just come back. Robbie Butler's just come back to me. Little Corolla.
Oh.
Top gear's been slipping all day.
Yep. Now it's gone.
Now it's not there. So it's now, is it back to a Toyo Glide now? It's an A340. I think it was what called the A340. Is it back to a Toyo Glide? Is it back to a 2-speed? Is that what the Toyo Glides were? I think they were. Weren't they just a 2-speed automatic? Toyota people, come on. Top 5 Toyota nerds. Back on to me right now. Christian Golby should have already had the answer for me already with Toyota Autos. I don't know exactly. But that was the challenge Robbie made with that car. He wanted the whole car to be Toyota, because he's been Toyota all his life. Yep. He's run KE10s back at Surface Paradise probably in the 60s, the late 60s, early 70s. And here he is still today. And, he's slightly older than me, and I'm getting up there. So I'm nearly technically able to go into a retirement finish, you know that. You know those advertised on TV,
over
the
50?
over 55s? I'm nearly there.
Well, it used to be over 50 homes.
I've looked into it. There's not enough room for the trailer or the 9 engines and all the other stuff I've accumulated over the years. I can't even keep that stuff at home.
3 race cars.
Imagine, you know what, to be honest, I think someone already mentioned that, and I think that had actually happened maybe down near Oran Park, is that somewhere I heard there was a master planned petrol head acreage deal going on somewhere. I did read about something there, whether or not, I'm sure someone's memory will be jogged and tell us about it. But imagine that, where you actually get to, it could even be a gated community. Honestly, if you want to beat development, Cletus should probably build townhouses right around the Freedom Factory and sell accommodation. That way, then, you know, those neighbours won't complain. If anything, those neighbours become instant officials.
And they come with a...
It's a good idea. We should get on to
fully
Cletus.
set up shed.
That's a way better idea than gifting him a 2-seat top fueler. No, that's a way better idea. Cletus would take that on board. How do you stop neighbours complaining about the Freedom Factory? Build property around the Freedom Factory and go, you know where you're living. You're actually paying to live near a racetrack. And when you look at what you see what they've done in Hampton Downs and what they're proposing, I think in the Hunter Valley, aren't they proposing some circuit track that's going to have accommodation on site? Is that it's a recreation. Motorsport is more than, you know, watching professional categories race each other for some series. It's now it's taking over way bigger than that as far as a recreation is concerned. If anything, organised motorsport in Australia per head, when you add up all the kids that, you know, are now in kart clubs and, you know, dirt bike clubs and even the feeder category I call BMX, right? You know, where your kids are peddling those things around. The ladies are giving away stuff there. I didn't get the memo. Did we have any stuff there to hit around? What have they found down there, Janie?
We were told they were just going to be dragging the tractors, but it's a very slow drag of the tractor.
They picked something up there that they're just working on that's just hold us up, so just bear with us for that. A few more still left in the category, J275. I can see him there at the back.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney Dragway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Yep.
So where you hit the ball right in front to the grandstand is literally only 20 metres of window to hit the thing up in the air. Too many times that thing goes over into the pits. And lucky enough, it's only the black foam squeeze balls that do that. But because the bouncy ball is so much bouncier, I made a rule to only hit across the track with the bouncies. So from the run, you know, the sort of the return road for Willowbank in front of the crowd, I would stand there and hit it to the mound. Except I hit it so hard, it went into the car park on the full. And 40 kids hit the exit gate, trying to chase this thing through the car park. That's the reward. And at least here you get it onto the shade cloths, which I think's fun. It turns every spectator into a kid playing backyard cricket. Now this has got a fair little bit of scenario to it here, folks. Nicholas Constantinou from Moorebank. That's the Holden Commodore. C&B performance on it. It went 685, 204 mile an hour on its first hit of the day. Lee Povey beside him from Mount Isa. This car built in the spot-on workshops. 427 cube LS, 768 and 756. So Povey's been on the money. The car's given him that race day love because he wants a billet J as well. But Constantinou's got some horsepower on board. If this thing's going 680s, so it's really going to hit that 275 tyre a little bit harder than Povey. Povey's car's still full street trim, so that's 3,000 plus pounds. I think both sides aren't lightweights. But this grey Commodore, it's, you know, we've got the Gazzard rear end in it. We've got Scott Cortina down there. He's on the suspension of this car. Let's have a look. J275 qualifying. Bump steady, baby. Oh, both of them. Now remember, that was Q3. That wasn't a race. That was qualified. But you know what's going to happen in round one, Jane, if this was to repeat itself, is that they got to get that thing to the stripe to get a win.
They got to get back on it.
So we're going to see some look, if it doesn't go side by side where they both make it stick, you're going to get that pedal fest. Winning these J's is serious stuff once you go racing. We're lucky we're in Q3 here, and this guy might just get some of the big horsepower cars. He might run out of room. He's out horsepowered by about 1,000 horsepower here, Steve Carkeep. He might nearly have 1,000. It's 414 cubes of small block with some nitrous on a 275. One thing about Carkeep, he knows how to hit a pro tree. He's done plenty of radial racing in his time. Keith Hards, well.
What do you say about Keith Hards though?
Victorian streetcar royalty, I'll say, just in the modern history. His Camaro, he had a big block Camaro, he had a big block Impala. But then he's now the custodian of one, well, it is officially the baddest XW in the world. For anyone watching or listening overseas to appreciate that, an XW Falcon was like 1968, 69. Leaf spring, four-door sedan, 4,000 pounds this thing is.
Super heavy.
Leaf spring, no aerodynamic aids. Its sheer weight is the whole reason why it works so well. You want to transfer weight onto a tyre, you've got 4,000 pounds to transfer. So you don't need anything fancy. You've got sheer mass there. It's just a case of massaging it. And I think now that Frankie has given it to Keithy, well, Keithy's had to have it, and he's got it. I think Frankie just lets it swing here. He goes, righto, Keith. Maybe Frankie here, maybe he admits that Keithy might just have something that he never quite had himself. That Keith might have a different driving attitude where maybe the guy wrestles a bit. I don't know. Frankie might be more light touch on it. Keithy might wrench on it a bit. Let's just see. Let's see if he fights this thing to the end. J275. Now remember, we've had cloud cover. The track's cooled off a little bit. If it all goes well, this could be an indicator of where we end up at the pointy end of J275 tonight. Karki's going to lead like a shot here. Oh! So did Keithy, 005 for Keithy. Let's take a 4,000-pound XW on a Pro Tree and go 005 even. Karki, 905. As I said, there's the warning bells. Now look, will 905 get you wins in eliminations for J275? I doubt it, but then remember, Keith Hart's just ran 1795 after running a 672. Radio racing is super unpredictable. Oh, folks, it's just a treat to give you what we're seeing here after your patience. You know, this is hallowed ground, Sydney Dragway. We must make sure it stays in preview condition for these vehicles. So when it's on, it's on. We appreciate your patience when it just goes down for a few minutes to be tended to. Paolo Tortorello and Peter Fernanos. I spoke to, of course, Kevin Haywood before that was the owner of this car, and he said, I just didn't drive it enough. He said, it was a shame I had it there and I never drove it enough, so we sold it to a guy that was going to use it more, and that's now why Peter Fernanos has got this car. 20B, it's gone low sevens, it's gone 7-1s this car over the quarter. 20B auto, Paolo Tortorello, 748 on his first run, 620 cubic inches of big block shed with a couple of kits. Did you see them? We're going to see candles out of Paolo tonight. Hands up all the people that love the nitrous oxide. Who loves the nitrous oxide? Nice, NOS forever. Yep. There's still a few bottle babies. Love that kit. Half track now for Paolo, 479, 118 in the 67.45. That's the stuff that might just get you a few wins tonight. Point A to point B, mid-sevens, very competitive. 7.45 after an earlier 7.48. Keithy just drives the 4,000-pound 6 Street car back. Don't bat an eyelid now, that's just regular.
That's just normal.
Regular stuff. Oh, yeah.
Forever the showman, Potang.
Put your hands together, folks. It's the man who's been... Look, he gets an OG sticker.
Oh, yes.
Poe would be an OG sticker.
Yep.
He's been around doing enough of them to be OG. He's won, as we said, you know, he's run on a 28.9. He's won on a 10.5. Here he is on a 2.75, and it hasn't been a perfect day for Poe. But maybe from now on, we know sometimes guys get a run on. Q3, nothing. Round 1, starting to get it. Round 2 in the groove. Round 3 cleans them up. We've seen that way around sometimes. Very rarely, I can't remember too many people coming up and just going bang, 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 bang. I do remember one rodeo race years ago. Craig Burns did that though. Did like 9 runs in the threes, and I think he even won the final. That was one of the best nights I've seen out of a car. Jared Wood also Midnight Mayhem. That thing went like 64, 63, 62, and then 60 at 20 to 2 in the morning. 360. That was an impressive performance. A streak. Come on, boys. No, no, no. Oh, big mystery bag for round 3. Shout out to you, Hodjo. He can tell Hodjo's itchy. He's heard a little bit of the noises of Jambo, and now he's itching.
Oh, is he missing
I knew
us?
He'd be itchy. Yeah. I knew he'd. He got his Mirage ready. Could have gone in the show and shine. Like, you know, he's proud of his 95 horsepower, whatever he's got. I live my Mirage 95 horsepower at a time, but it looks schmick. So he's missing it. I actually ran into Nick Soltutis downstairs before.
Oh,
so Nick
Superman.
reckons he's coming back for a run eventually.
Nice.
But I said, he said, I've got kids racing now that remember their dad racing me. You know, and I said, well, mate, you're never too young to start, and you're never too old to return. And really, at the end of the day, anyone with half serious stuff isn't 21 anymore.
No.
They're in their 40s and their 50s. You know, or 60s, Robbie. But yeah, or Phil. But yeah. Remember Rocco Tamarello used to run. Like
Yep.
Rocco was, where is Rock? Bring Rocco back. Bring Rocco back. Oh, mate, I have great memories.
Yep.
Great memories. He was just one of those, again, OGs. All right, Nemangeloso and Ben Blecken out there on the line, J275, Q3. Latest memories, greatest hits.
Oh,
Didn't read the memo.
Hodjo misses me too.
Hodjo misses you too.
Yeah, he's not missing you, Rusty.
Anyway.
All right, Ben Vlecken, all eyes on the spot-on
Thanks,
wagon.
Jane.
Sorry, Rusty.
Come on, cuz. Come on. The sun's out. Come on. Both these guys are the toughest damn mofos on the planet. Nemanja goes 679 on the previous run. Can the Super Tuner? Can Sticks tune him down the track right now? No! One big bump. He went in, it spun the tyre once, he grabbed it. Oh, look at that. He grabbed it. That's Nemanja. That was almost Nemanja. Look at even Sticks saying it. Look at that. He had like literally one revolution of the tyre. Now, I want to see the TPS data on that. I want to see the TPS overlay. Sticks will send it to me. Was there a right foot in that where he pedalled that thing to a 703? That was a hell of a grab. Oh, talk about peddlers. Oh my God, one of my favourite peddlers of the day, Graham Horner. Where have you been? He's from South Australia. This VH Commodore, like walking that thing, walking it. Wheelie, then a 720 at a nearly 200 mile an hour. Got it. He does 200 mile an hour this run. I'm going to lose it, right? More than normal. I'm going to lose it. Brent Coles, another one out of the spot-on stable. Of course, Andy Coles, Mr. Spot-on GM. Brent Coles, the brother. Younger brother Tyler also into him. Of course, normally you see him here in his 13B RX-7. All right, 230 show and shine. 230 show and shine. That's going to be Rusty Kelly. That's what it's got on the. That's what we got on the book. So Brent Cole. So he's decided, you know, he loves RX-7s. He did an RX-8. They put an LSA in it for a bit of cruising and dragging and driving, and it turned into a pretty good race car. Horner's in. Oh, no, couldn't grab it. So there we go. Just rolls off here now, does Graham, 895. It was all on the start line where it didn't work for both guys. So again, that time of the afternoon, I don't know, the residual heat, hottest time it's ever going to be.
Catching people out, isn't it?
I think it's the hottest time of the day. If there's going to be the warmest time of the day, right now it's probably that time. So it's got that residual heat over lunchtime. And this is just for the radial cars. I don't know whether the big tyre cars, it might just be perfect for them. But the radial cars right now, I've seen it happen before. Just with, you know, a bit of temp there, because this morning was mint. A lot of people went quick like they normally do. First hit in the morning. Some track temp, all the stick. But here we go. The man that potentially, I mean, he did this on Friday testing. Andrew Coles. This, of course, is the GM of. I call him the GM. I don't know his exact role. You could call him CEO. You could just call him Mr. Spot On. But of course, that's as much spot on as it is Danny out there, of course, who I call the workshop manager. So Andrew Coles, Mr. Spot On, the Dream Factory. I call him the Dream Factory. Every time you turn up to Spot On's workshop, there are 6 to 8 dreams getting built, and a whiteboard in the office full of the next 20 to 30 of them. So there is the dreams getting built every week, and then on the weekends when they can, they don't miss things like Jambo, not for quids. So Andrew, twin turbo Noonan Hemi with a 5-speed Liberty and a quick drive. This is pretty much as much fruit as you could cram into a 275 car, and Andrew's ultimate dreams to run a 3 in the 8th. There, as I said, about 8 cars in Australia at the moment getting built for the purpose of trying to run a 3 to the 8th on a 275. Andy, this thing at a 1,000-foot click on Friday over the quarter went 672. So the thing was pretty quick. So let's see what he does here. Now, again, this car's got more systems and things to try and set and get going. And remember, shifting through the 5-speed as well is Andrew Coles in that Mustang called Public Enemy. And it did go 118 and a 60 and went 440 at 173 to the 8th. Clicking at 1,000 foot, went 672. So let's just hope. And again, the way we've seen guys just zing the tyres, all the big 6-second cars zing the tyres, I don't know. I really don't know. Even for Warren Allen, I don't know. We've got this sun back out, afternoon, hottest part of the day. And he's just going to give it a light bit of throttle through that thing. That's, again, you don't want to let that thing back loose again unless you're trying to win a race. And that's just going to be 2 12s and 11. That's not good for Public Enemy, but they're going to keep trying. Warren Allen, same deal. He went an earlier 746 at 188 in the Falcon. Look at the bunch of cars even there in J275. Keith Hard, 672. Nemanja, 679. Constantinu, 685. El Khoury, 701. Graham Horner, 720. Paolo Todorello, 745. Warren Allen, 746. Cam Riley, 753. It's just about time for Rusty to get up there to that. Is that right? That was you hurrying him up, were you, Jane? Just a friendly reminder. You know how to get up there in the lift, don't you? All right, here he is. The man that has gone a different way with the Fox Body Mustang, and
literally on the track went the different way.
It went a different way on the track. He hit the wall, broke a wheel. Yes, okay. Apart from that, thanks for bringing up his worst memories of the weekend, Jen. But of course, some of his good memories were 506 at Warwick last weekend, testing on the 8th.
And it's a great looking car.
It's a beautiful
as well.
car. Have a look at it. It's got the 2.7 Hilux engine in it, so a Hilux powered Mustang. I think it's a Glide in it. And Nick, let's just see what he can run here with the Mustang. Up on the tyre. Still going to let it eat here. Takes it all the way just to about 1,000 foot and goes 969. So in the field anyway. In the field anyway, 969. 111 mile an hour, just blew the tyres off it again. All right, well, this must mean Pro Turbo. This must be Pro Turbo.
It does look like Eddie down there, our current #1 qualifier in Pro Turbo with a 647. In beside him will be Daniel Camilleri, who probably hasn't had a very good day at all.
He might have to put a Toyota badge on this or a Nissan badge to sell it. He might have to, you know how, they take Camaros and turn them into Camrys. Maybe they need to take the Firebird and turn it into a
RX-7.
A Nissan, an RX-7 or a...
What's kind of swoopy like an RX-7?
Make it a 300 ZX with a funny nose on it. I don't know.
Sylvia or something. So yeah, Daniel not having the best of days. That start line has caught him out every single run. An 11.24 at a 13.24. On the boards, he's sitting back in 7th. But Eddie, he has gone from strength to this here today. A 6.47 and a 6.48. Let's see what he can bring out. Third and final qualifier here in Pro Turbo. And it's all thanks to Enviro Waste Services Group.
Perfect. Perfect product placement there, Janie. Perfect timing of the read. And isn't that great that we saw about 4 or 5 of Eddie's crew? So they closed the door, signaling to go forward, and then there were 4 signs of the cross almost at the same time just then.
Synchronized.
4 of them turned around as they walked back from the car, and 4 of them did the sign of the cross. Like, it is next level commitment. It's commitment to faith, belief, dreams and goals. All right, bump it in, gentlemen. Let's go Bump City again. 6-banger style. Oh, look at it go. Oh, drive that thing out. Eddie! Eddie! Boy, oh boy, son. Eddie Howark. Oh, my God. Is he okay? Well, He's not up against the fence. I can see where his tyre marks went, but he ain't up against the fence. In fact, the parachutes have been pulled, and he is safely pulling up. Eddie.
You're right.
Eddie, it scared me. Oh, my God. Can we overtake England? Can we replay? Can we pull back, Tyler? Is that a challenge?
Please.
Can we? No? I don't know. We've got a top camera. I don't know. That's my little wish list right now, just because I want to just make sure I can remember what I just saw.
We can see by the tyre marks just how close he got to that side wall.
Hey, folks, now that probably, the reason why you're wondering why am I nearly crying is because you're not seeing it from behind. We are rifle straight behind the start line, so you get to see the car and exactly the angle that car went at. The tyre marks we can see here, like this dude went, sorry, no offence to Eddie. Let's just refer to Eddie as this lunatic. It went left. Look at it go left there, Janie. So what's that, 100 foot? It's already on its way to the left-hand wall. It gets probably 200 feet out. So there's the left-hand tyre mark. We are literally 400, 500 mil from the concrete there. So when you measure that tyre out to the outside of the guard for Eddie, plus wing, Eddie was very close. Now, the thing's smoking up at that stage. Like, it had smoke, whether it's rubbing the tyre, I don't know what it was doing, but maybe we got some stuff under the thing, under the tyre. But mind you, he still had enough control with the steering. Again, if it was slipping on something, he's just going to plough into a wall. We've seen that a million times. You get stuff on your tyres and you are a passenger.
Yep.
So he still had the ability to steer that thing. Gets near the centre line. Okay, so we've got a quick little view that we can see just up here for our people on the live stream watching. So if you're watching on YouTube, you're going to get a little instant replay here, thanks to the Jamboree live stream. So Eddie's out, and the thing's it's carrying the wheel. It's carrying the wheels all the way to the left. By the time it came back, I mean, Eddie's probably got some of that reflex on board where you're trying to steer the car.
Yep.
That it's a very common thing when a power wheel stands like that. It's, you're trying to steer it with the steering wheel and it's just not reaching. The tyres aren't on the ground. That's why when it did come down, it's gone for a big walk. That smoke at the same time, like, I don't know whether we're straddling liquid anywhere else. Show and shine. 10 minutes for people in the show and shine. 10 minutes, we're going to have the presentation. So if you were in the Shannon Show and Shine today, you are 10 minutes away from your presentation. So Rusty's going up to sort that out. Look at that fantastic Public Enemy Mustang as it went past there. We got some tough Mustangs in this country of all shapes and sizes, but that's one that you won't see twice. That's the only one they got of those, I can tell you. But that's a big move by Eddie. All right, that's what they're just. They're still trying to conduct the post-mortem examination here of the run, because I don't think he hit anything either, Jane. You see it? He did take some blocks. Are you sure he took a block out? He took he clean punched the 660 out, did he? All right. Well, good. He only hit one then. You know, if you're going to hit one, hit the one right in the middle of the track, and that's what he's done. But that is honestly. I'm almost going to bend the rules here today. I'm almost going to bend the rules. You know how we award some of our awards during racing about, best burnout, best wheel stand, cruise style, light of the night, the ones we always do. Yep. We'll keep light of the night underway for racing because that's our old school. Cruise style, we've got an eye on everyone. Burnout, well, at the moment, again, in racing. Yep. But I know there's one guy there already that wants to just win it again. And best wheel stand again during eliminations only. But I don't know. Eddie, that was a wheel stand. Yes, it was in qualifying.
Yes, qualifying.
Yeah, hang on. So here we go. So Grumsy's given us a replay. So yeah, we've got one here thanks to Graham McKinnon. So he was watching. So he's gone back at home. Yeah, that's just powering its way over. Poor old Eddie.
Poor old Diggles.
I've overdone it again. Oh, well, I haven't. That was an epic ride. Honestly, this is pretty much the scariest stuff you're going to see. Can you imagine the poor bloke driving a thing, what that feels like? That's why I don't think even if money wasn't a problem, I don't think I want to go that fast, to be honest, Shane. I'll be sticking in all mode, 135 mile, maybe 130 miles.
You'll be happy with your 230 horsepower.
I'll be happy with. What did you say I got?
230.
Oh, I'm looking for 300. I want 300. I can't afford 1,000. I'd be too scared. Hoff's trying to give me 700 in the Alton. I said, I don't want 7. He goes, would you like to run 6s at 200? I said, no.
I'll cry.
I don't want to. Hoff could send me to the moon. I just don't think I'm ready for it. But no, for people that want to build these things this quick, they can bite you. It absolutely proves. So many times have we seen people eat this wall here because these things are absolute beasts when they're out of control. And I think that's what draws me back and draws all these people back. And until, folks, you've been in something of this scale, this magnitude, and you know, we start everything from street compact, and honestly, even 10-second cars in street compact, that's enough. Yep. That's enough for a lot of people. You know it when you've been in a 10-second car. But when you see them running 6 and 5s, what's that feel like? No. Well, that's the world's fastest personal roller coaster. You know, you may not be able to afford a whole theme park and all the rides, but you can afford one ride, and if that's going to be one of these things, well, love the beast.
You do you,
and Eddie, oh my God, you do you, Eddie. Oh, my God. And you know what? Isn't it amazing? Because this is a company dedicated to waste removal, and he didn't leave anything. Did he?
It's got nothing to clean up.
It's a perfect clean-up record. It'd be ironic if he left some waste on the track. That would be ironic if he actually had soiled himself. But I don't think he's done. He's all clean. Hopefully Eddie's coming back. And look, if that car, folks, I'll ask you now as a favour, if you see him before I see him, and again, because we get distracted, if you see Eddie coming back with that car, you better treat him like a hero on the way back.
Yeah.
Because he's going to need a little bit of, encouragement to just... And I think if is he driving it back? He might even be driving it back.
Is that it coming up the return route?
Yeah.
There?
Oh, no, he might be one of the push guys. He might get pushed.
Pushed.
Oh, well, you get ready, folks, when he comes past in the white
You show him your appreciation for his drive job.
Phil's still blowing smoke everywhere here.
Just a turbo.
Yeah, well, those big things you'd think after a while might just get a little...
Smoky.
Little loose in the seal. I was always worried that a seagull was going to fly past at the wrong time on this car.
And suck up some little poor child that was hanging off the fence.
But Phil's the most spiritual guy we've got in Jamboree, and he would probably not want one of his creations spoiled in his pursuit of selfish acceleration pleasure, which is pretty full on if you want to drive a Honda S600 with about 1,500 horsepower 2J. Folks, I can't wait to tell you a bit more about Phil's new car that will eventually turn up. Just when you think, what do you do for an encore when you've built this? You wait till you see what the man's built next. That's getting built at the moment. It's, again, you'll go, well, that's something I haven't seen ever. That's Phil Penny for you. So Eddie's coming back real slow here. But that's just epic. Whatever, that was a drive. That was wheels in the air. And folks, that's one thing you guys would have seen more than we saw was the wheelie.
Yeah.
So if you
I didn't realise the wheelie until we saw the replay.
If you hands up those people that saw the wheels just up, Eddie on the wheels, just carrying. Yeah, right? So you saw that. We couldn't see that.
I just know I don't like seeing the side doors from this angle.
Oh, Phil. Looking for gears too. Can't find them either. So he's going to roll through. At least he's going to give it a little squeeze through the end. 10.69. All right, give a round of applause. What a wild ride. Eddie Howaki is back in one piece, but you had us worried there, Eddie. You had us worried, mate. But you know how ironic is that? He left no waste. He left no waste. The ultimate in waste removal, not leave any.
Didn't leave it.
What a drive, mate. That is, and we're glad you're still here with us. That was a wild one. Wait till you see the footage on the live stream. Power wheel stand, mate. Can't steer it when she's carrying the wheels like that. That was wild. That was one wild ride from Eddie. Oh, and I hope the boys from Victoria have got their skyline sorted now, because I know this thing's been bottom 7s in the past. Dominic Maiolo, God, I forgot to ask him how long between drinks for this car, because I remember it exactly like that years ago.
Yeah.
Not and where since? You know, I don't think I've ever seen it pop up at Heathcote or anything like that.
No.
You know, the one car that I would love to see back at Jambo is actually Paul Stanek driving the old R31 Murray Anderson car. He's gone sixes with an RB at Heathcote. But he hasn't run at Jambo for a while. But Paul Stanek in that thing would be great in Pro Turbo, I reckon. Justin Gregory, 2JZ at RX-7. Why? Because you can.
That's what you
fits. 2Js at RX-7s are a worldwide phenomenon. They're everywhere, just like LSs and everything else. Barra slowly going in everything.
It's not the right thing to do, but it is something that people do.
It's not the right thing to do, but it's not wrong. You know what I mean? All right, they're going to bump into here. Mind you, Dominic's got a clutch pedal in it. Come on, boys. Come on, mate. That's all right. That's not a bad launch. 121 on the 60, gets the half track now. This is a good run for him. 695, boys. 695, 203. That's now about 10 6-second RBs we've got here today.
That is awesome.
Here comes Phil, the Honda with the turbo with the Honda attached. Here he is.
Justin Gregory went through for a
Horsepower.
746.
Yeah, so an earlier 706 there for Justin. So issues then, but I was all on the 32 there. I was just trying to hear him because he didn't launch straight away. He let Justin get out and do his thing, and then he just looked at his launch RPM, let the thing out. It didn't shake, it didn't spin. He grabbed a few gears, it went for a walk. He drove it through, and a 6-second time for him, well deserved. And here's the auto version.
Good to see Jason back after his wild ride in Q2.
The reality is we probably have, I was only exaggerating, there probably is 10 6-second RBs here. Nowhere in the world would you have that turn up at any event. We've got 6-second RB here, 6-second RB there, you know, we've got this here, this here. What's the national engine? Well, it's a combination of Barra and RB. Bit of Billet 13B in there, you know, we kind of dabble in every engine down here. But you know what, when you boil it down, as much as the RB came out in a domestically produced Commodore, and that it really is kind of an Aussie engine because it made a debut in a Commodore of that size. The Barra was built and made in Australia, where the RB30 was still Nissan Japan, so, you know, Ford Australia. It's the most Aussie engine we've got, I think, other than the red motor, you know, which we haven't seen any red motors turn up still.
No.
But the RB was kind of the natural successor to the red motor as far as the Aussie inline 6 that we got only for one model before we got the V6 Buick next. You know what I mean? It's almost like we went backwards 20 years. Had a beautiful RB, and then the next Commodore we put a pushrod V6 in the damn thing. Good for skids though. All right, so there we go. Word is that after Pro Compact, there's a prep sesh. We're going to get out there and tweak the track. Good opportunity to take a break, grab a feed, check out our traders. But there's going to be a little bit of track prep coming up in a couple of minutes.
Good opportunity to get your Jamboree shirt up at the Jamboree merchandise tent.
Oh, it all just went quiet for Painey.
That was not happy Painey.
136, 60-foot Painey, but nothing else to write home about there. So it just took a big whole lot of nothing. So the word is after Pro Compact there will be a track prep, and then we'll be back into the last qualifying for the last couple of categories.
Speaking of Pro Compact, we're about to move into it now as we just close out Pro Turbo thanks to Enviro. And of course McKernan Associates bringing us Pro Compact here this weekend at Jamboree. Lee Doherty in the MX-5, the 13B. Pack Performance Prepped Rotary. And beside him, Tony Garrett, the RX-8. Now, Tony hasn't had a good day either. If we look at his numbers, 941, 1013.
Yeah, I just, sometimes there's just a little gremlin creeps in. It's just something like a little miss or something that's a bit big that's just not getting you full power. Is it a crook spark plug? Is it an injector? The thing is with two-rotor motors, of course, is that, you know, it's like the old V-twin Harley thing. You know, when a Harley, a Nitro Harley would drop a cylinder, there's half your capacity gone.
Yeah.
You misfire on one of only 2 rotors, and then that thing's just not good per revolution.
Yeah.
And it can just be this miss. Something's not firing at the right time. I mean, normally you can't do a massive amount of damage with them other than lose compression in them. And whether or not, of course, they'd be doing compression tests on these things every run, so they know that whether the thing's actually still rotating and sealing. It's just about whether or not the fuel is getting burned at the right time and the ignition is strong enough. Remember, we're feeding them about 60 plus PSI boost as well. So you try and be a spark plug and stay alight with all of that cylinder pressure. So you can just tell it's hurting him a little bit. It's not particularly happy in one department. I couldn't put my foot on it. I was down there listening to it on the last run, and the same thing. It was just a whole lot of carry on, and he gave it up. It was just not revving out. Doherty though, this thing seems on point.
Yeah, 765 and an 823. 765 is a good clean run.
Whoa, Ghost! Whoa, Ghost! Thought he'd drive it a bit more. 109 in the 60. So it had enough 013 on the tree, mind you. 013. The Ghost was ready, went straight to that, no rev limiter, like literally everything the engine had, and he threw everything at it, and it went that 10 in the 60. So Doherty had to give it up too because it was an errant Tony Ghost Grigich beside him. He thought he saw a ghost, so he backed off.
He thought the Ghost was coming for him. Anthony DeQuino, Sam Kiprios on track right now. Kiprios in that Starlet. Came out, went 721, 190 miles an hour in Q2. It's a great pass for Sam. Anthony, not the best of days with an 884 on the boards, and it sounds as though that RX3 has just gone quiet.
Again, it's hard to pinpoint exactly where the deficiency's been for the car today. It did sound like it was sort of dropping off a rotor there on the previous burnout when I was down there. It just didn't sound completely happy as well. But then even then, that was maybe something to do with the gears or the clutch. So the wheel speed wasn't there, or maybe it wasn't just making power again. So some days are good days, other days are ones where it's like the thing fights you. Sam Kiprios, another one of these 3RZs. The mighty 3RZs are pointing them in there this year as well.
Yeah.
More RBs than ever. Plenty of 3RZs popping up. 2Js here. Barra's here, of course. We got them all. Got all the favourites. 13B, 20B, family favourites.
It's just a case of pick your poison, isn't it?
3RZ it is for a lot of people. And Kip knows how to build a pretty good Toyota engine.
Yeah, it's a solid car. It's a consistent car for Sam.
Also mechanically injected because of double D gas.
Yep.
So it's another mechanical injected car. Likes everything so far. 462.5 track. Here goes the Ninja 719. That just might be something to look at. 719 for Kiprios. That might put him just, no, Dodd's still there at 18. So number 3 qualifier is the 4-banger of Sam Kiprios. If he can keep that up, he might give them all a bit of a headache. Here they go, Jurgen Vescopo from Sunshine North, Victoria, all the way from Birkdale, Queensland, Alan Dodd, the What Up G, Boostworks, 13B RX2, Mazworks Performance, 13B Turbo Datsun 1200 for Jurgen. Jurgen, number 4 qualifier, 756 at 188. 718 at 192 for What Up G, and no R for reverse.
Poor Jen, she's going to have to push this car by herself.
She's a strong lady.
She's a tough lady.
Mrs. Dodds is a tough guy, but Doddsy's got to get it out of gear here. I think it's still idling. No, could be. I think it's still out there functioning.
No, I think Jurgen may have gone quiet.
Just keeping an ear out in the background. We've got our open cameras on. Don't think it's running. Or whether or not he can't get it out of gear and he might try and pop the clutch in here and turn it on. Let's just see.
No, Jen just did give the shutdown sign.
Not
earlier.
this time. All right. Jurgen gets the track to himself. This little Datto 1200. It's an absolute treat. Whole bunch of everything on that run. 746 at 198 mile an hour. It sort of had a bit of wheel spin, a little bit of a hop, a little bit of a step, a little bit of a shift.
Still his best pass of the day.
Shift and a lift, lift and a shift.
Lift and a shift. Shift and a lift.
746 at 198 mile an hour though. So that's enough. That's going to be a fighting ET to play with. Dodds, he's going to have to rely on the best of a 718 and see if he can come back for round number 1. All right, Simon, again, not a perfect day for him. Maybe now's the time.
Yeah, we'll see what the ProMaz RX-8 can bring.
They raced each other the previous round. And it was interesting to look at both RX-8s from side on. And they are completely different shapes. We've got 2 different RX-8 shapes out there. I mean, I'm sure there's probably 4 or 5 different body shapes. When you look at Puerto Rican RX-8s drag cars,
yep,
there's different glass. Have a look at the glass on the back. Have a look at sort of some of the other shapes on the cars. They are different in many, many ways.
They swoop in different areas.
They swoop in, that's right.
Big shout out to everyone watching on the Jamboree YouTube page.
How are we
Hope
doing?
you are all enjoying the coverage.
How are we doing on there? We've got lots of people enjoying. What's that? Over 1,000 people watching right now.
Including my daughter. She just messaged me.
Oh, hello.
Oh, little Penny.
You can fold the washing while you're there and clean up the kitchen.
No, she's got a broken arm, so she can't fold. She can't do anything.
Can you do half the washing? You can't fold up half the washing. Rodney Rahayem now, Simon Ionu, Mr. Promaz, and one of the many Monsieur Rahayem royalty, of course, behind Pack Performance from Reevesby, New South Wales. High-Tech Steel Framing, the sponsor on board for the Pack 13B. A 6:55 at 212 mile an hour was the run that stunned us all the previous round.
It was good.
Here we are now. And again, look at the size of the RX-8s. Just quickly look at one and look at the other. Have a look at the difference. One of them is almost a little bit more of a miniature RX-8.
It's like it's been squashed.
Doesn't it?
It's like,
doesn't it? You look at Rodney's.
It's very upright.
Yeah, very, very plump. Here we go. Pro compact. Oh, 101 in the 60, but too quick in the 60. 108 for Rodney and a good run. 667 will do. 667, 206 mile an hour. And look, Simon went 101 in the 60. Rodney went 023 on the Pro Tree too, by the way. Rodney's ready on the line. Can't tell me that man's not ready to race on a Pro Tree. 023, 108 in the 60. So look, you know what? How many times has he ever set a clutch in any of their cars? You want to talk about having the right clutch call to make? It's very hard to get these things to make the right clutch call, and these guys are very, very good in that department. Rodney, of course, done it for so many years on the Pack flagship, and then now with 13Bs getting down to that low 6-second zone, a good call on the clutch. 108 in the 60, didn't really go crazy on it, knew he probably had to soften it up, and he did that. And that's a good percentage run there. So, I don't know, the Billet Jays, where are they going to go? We'll find out once we get the rest of qualifying run, and then into racing. We're going to go into eliminations in the not-too-distant future as we're trying to just do a bit of prep on the track, folks. So, before we get to Q3 of Factory Extreme and Pro Mod, I think. No, that was all we had for them. All right. So it's the prep, and then we're going to be back with round 1 of everything very, very shortly. Is that right?
Yep.
Just about. So round 1 of everything going to be happening very, very shortly, folks. And when I mean very, very shortly, I mean maybe, you know, this might take us 15 to 20 to do a good prep. The Ghost has got some stuff down there if you want to go down and get some. He reckons he's got a ton of you, Ghost. Well, give it out to the adoring fans.
Oh, look at that.
Good on you, Tony. That's the way. Mind you, the Ghost was going for a big walk there before on the run. That was a wild ride, and that's Tony himself giving the stuff out. Good on you, mate. Plenty of good stuff.
A man of the people.
Good on you. Good on you, Tone. Go down and say g'day to him there. We've got the track prep going on. A few little knickknacks to clean up and get this track all prim and proper for round 1 of racing. Who's going to take away the Billet J Jamboree trophies for Sydney 2024. Get yourself something to eat. Grab that Jamboree merchandise. It's all there. Everything from the straw hats. We've got the hoodies. We've got the stickers. We've got the great tennis wristbands and headbands. Wearing mine always. You want to wear the J branding, we've got the stuff. Go and check it all out. We've got those guys coming in to do a couple of burnouts in a second by the look of that. So a couple of skids going to be happening out there on the pad if you just want to sit and chill for a few minutes. Catch up on your phone and get on to your friends and see if they want to spend the rest of the afternoon out here, because we are going to see who are the worthy winners of those Billet J trophies. We'll run a few ads through our television screen. Our people on the live stream, sit tight. Track prep happening on here, and show and shine presentations, I'm sure, nearly done up the hill. So please check it all out. Burnout's here soon. Grab that Jam merchandise, get something to eat, and you'll be back for round one here real soon.
We have one goal: drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, number one qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney Dragway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, number one qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney Dragway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, number one qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney Dragway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
goal. Drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney Dragway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Just believe me, this journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me, this
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go.
And again, you can go, if I get it wrong, all right? Hit the kid in the head with the bottle. The ball went 3 foot. It's got no lid on it. Oh my God, children. What's that hat doing there? That's what's in there. Oh, more things that need tennis rackets. Who wants the hat? Shush. What happened to your thumb, mate? What happened to your thumb? What happened? Oh, mate, you deserve it. You know what, folks? His nail came off. Massive bandage, like huge bandage. So I thought, you know, industrial accident or something like that. His nail's gone. Quarterback. 22-46. Tom Brady. Oh, sir, go long. Oh, his mate behind him was supposed to get it. That's what we wanted. We wanted someone in the end zone, and play your cards right, mate, you'll get there. All right, so. Has anyone handed in a tennis racket? Because I've lost my tennis racket. I can't believe it. Who's taken my... It'd be funny if there's a kid up there. I got your racket. It's the ransom's now like 3 shirts. Yeah. Oh, sunscreen. Thank you. Yeah. Put some on. Yeah. What? The what? Oh, okay. There you go. Oh, the other bottle. Oh, kids. Hang on, here we go. This will shut you up. Watch out. No one wants it. Don't you dare. It's not worth jumping. Hey, crazy kids. Oh, no. Oh, it's... Now I know how Santa Claus feels, eh? Oh, boys. I don't know. Can I get down there? I don't know. I'm going to give this little kid this because he's only a little kid, right? And he's down the front. And that's not for you. That's for your mum and dad. That's a stress ball because I'm sure you don't sleep through the whole day yet. So that'll be the right time. All right. Okay, we'll do a goal kick again. Might want to take that small child away now, just for now. It might hit the child. Sorry. All right, I'm going to try and get this into the crowd, eh? I don't know. Well done. 42-63. We need someone in the end zone. You get that in the end zone? Incomplete. And now I've got nothing and no one's cheering because I've run out of stuff. My sunnies, you want the sunnies, mate? You're the same kid over there. Who wants the wristbands? Who wants the smelly, stinky wristbands? I'll go and see what we have elsewhere, okay? Thank you for your patience, kids. Hang on, someone's crying. Someone just cried then. Who cried? Who started crying? Oh, okay. I know we all need something. I know you. We'll try. You got stickers, mate. Oh, this can go wrong. High five. Here we go. Oh, high five. All right, there you go. Oh, they're free. Oh, yeah. Oh, good one. I want you to high five me as hard as you can, just once. Ow, hard as you can. Ow, hard as you can. Ow. Oh. Ow. That's the best. Ow. As hard as you can. Go. Ow. Oh, hang on a sec. Ow. High five. Ow, as hard as you can. Ow. Oh, dude, you guys are strong. Ah. No. Oh, you dropped the nail. You lost the nail. As hard as you can. Go. Oh. As hard as you can. Go. Oh, yes, that's a good one. As hard as you can. Ah. Hard as you can. Oh, that's a good one. Go. Oh. Hard as you can. Oh, let go, son. Let go. You'll get a buzz cut. Oh, how's that ever going to work? Hard as you can. Go. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Good. Come on. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Do it. Have another go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, you kids are tough. Oh, that's good. All right. Hard as you can. Oh, hard as you can. Ah, yeah, righto. Look at that. It's bleeding now. It's bleeding. I'll try. That's a good question. I'll go and ask. High fives. Hard as you can. Hang on. Up. What is it? Oh, oh, oh. 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 No. Oh. Yeah, went on the mic. This kid wants to be on the mic. Oh, my God. Oh, here's some stickers. I need a hand transplant. Those kids hit hard. That was hard. That was... Look at that. It's bleeding. You're going to do one. You're going to do it hard as you can. Go, 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 go. Go, go. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh. Oh. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. That was not the best idea to do that. But you know what? It sort of got a lot of aggression out there. Now, where's all the ladies? No. You give me the hardest high five you can. Go. No, go, go. Go. Ah, yeah, that's good. All right, we're going to go put a couple of stuff on the other side. Is what we're going to do? A couple of stuff. Can someone help us find the racket? That's...
Tell them there's a reward. You get a T-shirt.
There's a reward if you hand in the racket. Is the racket... The racket's not here? Oh, I know. We're just going over here, kids. I know. They break our hearts, these kids. They break our hearts. Break our hearts. All right. Here we go, kiddies. Here we are. All we're doing over here is high fives. No. All we're doing is high fives over here. Hard as you can. Hard as you can. Oh. 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 Okay. Game over. Game over. Game over. That was a good game. It was a good game, and it got out of control. All right. Oh, so we've got a couple of bouncy ones. I can't believe that racket. It was here. It's not on another trolley, is it? Oh, boy. All right, same deal. Same deal here. We've got these lucky balls, so you can hand them back to the Jamboree tent and get some merchandise. If I had the racket, I'd be hitting it 100 metres in the air, but I'm going to put it to boot, I think. Going to put it to boot. All right, so we're going to try and kick it. Round one. Looks like we've got round one coming up of Street Compact. So before too long, we'll be... All right, let's have a go. Let's see where this goes, all right? What do you reckon? No one's yelling out for it. All right, over there then. All right. Oh, side of the boot. Kid minding his own business. Kid minding his own business. Nearly got a ball. That's the randomness of it all. All right, over here. It's really wrecked my leg, but we'll try this. 40-20. Congratulations. Oh. All right, we're going to go get that. Can someone bring that back? That's got out of control. Thank you. Oh. Oh, he's confiscated it. It's gone. Oh, all right. That's gone out of bounds, that one. That's the equivalent of going over the next door neighbour's fence. So we won't be getting that one back, will we? You guys could have had that one. That was all yours. Oh, wee! There we go, there we go, there you go. All right, no more. We can't do any more. We've got a live track, round one. Live track, round one, ladies. Boys, girls, Street Compact, round one. Here it is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diggles, who's done a sensational job out there, I might add. He's a very good tennis player. It's surprising, really. You'd think the mullet would work against the gentleman's sport of tennis, but anyway. Ricky Crow now taking on Michael Crouch. This is round one of Street Compact. My name is Rusty Gregory. Welcome in wherever you may be watching from here at the venue or on the Jambo official YouTube channel. Big hello to everybody on there. Joining me on here is the voice of reason today, Janie Smith. How you going?
Totally the voice of reason. Thanks, Rusty. Well, round one, Street Compact. Ricky Crow got out 0.301 reaction time. That is shocking. Michael Crouch was a little bit better with a 2:30.
He was only barely first off the line.
I know,
Michael Crouch.
it's not very good.
Yeah.
Michael Crouch will take the win, 14.19 at 88 miles an hour, while Ricky Crow will wait till round 2 for his opportunity to get a W beside his name. He went through for a 17.57 at 83 miles an hour.
So this is this round robin or is this eliminations? This is, there we go, Chicago Shootout. See, you've got all the information. This is why I called you the voice of reason, right? I just come in and start winging it. You're the one who's actually got all the information.
Preparation.
This is why we have you on board. This is why we have you around, Janie.
Oh.
Tolly Saris from Point Cook in Victoria. This is Sylvia taking Bradley Halliburton. Two of the quicker cars in Street Compact here today. 10 flat to a 1060 dial in. Saris is trying to chase him down. I think he's gone too quick. He has a 995 with the 3. Breakout there. Halliburton will get the win, 1070 on a 1060 dial-in. Next up, it is Michael Osborne, the Toyota Hilux, taking on Craig English in the Toyota Celica. Racing for New Pure Beverages, Full Send Motorsport. He hails from Jesmond in New South Wales, which we deduce is up near Newcastle.
As is everywhere else in New South Wales.
As is everywhere else. It's pretty central to everywhere. You know, South Coast, sure. North Coast,
Yeah.
sure.
Central Coast, totally.
Yeah, 100%. Red light on the tree. In fact, left before the tree was activated did Mr. English, and Michael Osborne will go through for the W. 052 on the tree probably would have been hard to beat anyway. What's the number at the other end? 1057. 57 on a 50 with an 052 reaction time. That's a pretty safe
good.
package.
Pretty good.
Saw it now of Ilya Bendevsky taking on Sean Mejlak from Thrumster in New South Wales, up in the Newcastle region. Bendevsky from Adamstown, which actually is in Newcastle. The Sora, 1365 to a 1474. Those are the dial-in. So the Sora doing the chasing here. Has a start line advantage. I think Bendevsky might get there, just squeak it in. Does. 1367 on a 1365. Beats a breakout from Mejlak, a 1471. Too quick for a 1474.
All the dramas of Street Compact. That is round 1, run and 1.
That's the whole round.
That's
Oh, that was quick.
Super quick.
We're bashing through it
These cars
here
are
today.
flying.
That's it. That's it. Everyone got all that yucky stuff out of their system this morning. All the slow bits and pieces. We're going to get into it. We're going to rip in and have a red hot crack. Cameron Pease now, the Toyota Corolla, as we move into modified compact. Cameron Pease in the Corolla taking on Russell Archer. This should be a pretty good race. Another dial your own category. And it is Cameron Pease 864 the dial in. Pease 885 for Mr. Archer in that very obnoxiously loud 13B RX4 coupe. Good looking car, this one. Very tidy car. Oh, I got a ball. It's the lucky ball. I'm playing with Mr. Diggle's lucky ball. Only one. You only gave me one. Are you keeping the other one in your pocket? Oh, you've got one of his black balls, Janie. Well done.
The other one's in a jar, locked up upon my death. Anyway.
Are they always green? Because that's something you should probably see somebody about.
Natural daylight, they reckon, will clean that up. So good luck with any of that. God, I got a sore hand from all them high fives. But anyway, here we are. Modified compact round 1, Russell Archer, Cameron Pease. Trying to get a win here. See how hard it is to race on this tree. You got to hold on.
Oh, late on the tree. Archer, very late on the tree for Pease.
Yeah, no, he was just trying to make the run count here. I think he's just looking for an ET. Here's Cameron Pease. Russell Archer's going to turn it into a win. Pease goes 75 on a 68, but not with a 1.8 second reaction time. This is what it's all about in modified compact. Any of our categories tonight, we are racing on these categories, especially dial your own handicap.
Dean Ferris now, the Escort with the Barra power plant, taking on Osman Ahmed, the 13B Rotary. I think we might have actually had a first in the Shannon Challenge today.
What was
Mr.
that?
Diggles. We gave away every single trophy.
They were there.
Everyone was
Is that
there.
right? I mean, that has got to be a record. PBs everywhere.
PBs everywhere.
PBs everywhere, even in the show and shine. PBs.
Even if they did come a little bit late, they were still
100% take up.
All gone.
Are you telling
no
me
billet J's left?
100% take up on the trophies? I love that.
100%.
Well, it's not often you get a billet J. That's a great way to try and get one. But I mean, the competition is still second to none. No matter where you come here, it's quality. Whether it's show and shine around here at track, he's going to go bump it in here. Here come the lights. Disco's got to leave on a clean green. This time Osman gets out on a clean green. Disco Dean can nearly dictate the race from here because Osman hasn't got him yet. Disco's on the roll-off. 8:46 at 140 mile an hour.
Pretty safe in the end.
Yeah, he's hunting for a billet J in modified compact today.
He wants a W. That's what it's all about. 906 was never going to get it done. I will say though, a few of these races need to brush up on their reaction times. They do know green men's go, right?
They look. I think they believe when it gets to the two-step. That's when they believe it.
Right.
See, even then, my reaction time, nothing to write home about. Jimmy Peckskin on a 9:31, Randall Graham on an 8:95. The XD can't catch the Hilux unless there's a breakout. No, 9:37 on a 31, 9:30 on an 8:95. So some of these cars are falling by the wayside. Guys like Jimmy Peckskin, from memory, probably his first ever Jambo, because I've never called the guy's name before, comes out with like a 3RZ powered 83 Hilux. It turns it into a bit of a round one weapon. And look at those ETs, 933, 932, 924. I mean, this is just another one of these great little 3RZ powered combos that are coming together around the country. And we've got plenty of them. And Barras as well, 930 there for Randall Graham. That XD definitely exciting in qualifying today when it came out in the big power wheel stand. Another one from Black Track Performance, the Barra Power.
100%.
Haven't added them up yet, but honestly, who's the most dominant engine of the day? We'll have to see. But let's just look at some of the results already that we've seen. There's a bit Barra action
It's actually
from
a really
Disco
good
D.
question. I reckon you'd have to make a case for, well, are we putting 13Bs and 20Bs into...
Yeah, well,
into
again, the rotary, you just have to say rotary. You just have to say rotary.
As a collective?
Yeah. So
if that's the case, I'd say the rotary as a collective is probably out in front.
Well, I'm going to do this, right? I'm just going to write these engines down just for the moment, and then we're going to just, for now, sample a few things, right? And if we see a win by a Barra or a 2JZ or a 1JZ, we'll just put a little tick beside it there.
Should probably put RB30 on there too.
RB30, well, we'll be off the page. We'll be off the page for RB30 in different categories. But just having a look in the staging lanes now, because we're trying to pull the rest of Modified Compact around, and we've got plenty of 13B in there. We've got a bit of Evo 8 in there. We've got 13B powered Hilux. Scotty Cousins is coming around in the
Speaking of which, did you see what that ran before?
It ran a 50, didn't it?
7:58.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yes.
And you know, been out of the seat a little while, getting back into it, feeling, turning it up, and it's got plenty of performance. The mighty 2JZ. Let's just see how they go from here. So we've got a 3R. I know we've got a 3RZ win. I know we've had a Barra win.
Yep.
Let's just.
I think we've had 2 Barra wins actually.
Have we? Yep.
Yeah,
we have. We have with Disco Dean and the other one.
Yep.
So
the other one.
And the other one, yeah. Well, remember Disco Dean.
All right.
There was another black track car there as well. Okay. Well, here's the next one. Another brown Toyota. This one being Andrew Rankin and Jamie Borg. So Rhoda versus another 3RZ. Now this will be interesting.
Place your bets.
Look, I'll tell you what, I don't want to put the curse on anyone, but Rankin with the auto, if he can get this thing into stage, it's actually quite a good race car.
Yeah.
8 seconds, 4-cylinder street car, by the way.
Yeah, pretty ambitious dial in. Jamie Borg, 883, best run of the day. Is dialed in with an 810.
Let's have a look.
Can do a good burnout. I'll give him that.
That's maybe near where its performance may exactly be. It did go 883 with not much effort at 169 mile an hour, but we are now no longer qualified. We are trying to take names in eliminations.
I have a feeling this car has actually run into the sevens.
Oh, look, mate, no doubt that we've got the potential in not only this car, Jamie's. Considering that, again, you've got to have everything working perfectly for the run. Here we go, round one of racing. Ranker, 890, getting chased by an 810. Too light head start on the Christmas tree. Rankin's let the button go. Jamie now trying to get the boost up, and right now Rankin's holding all the cards. Rankin's holding them all. He just doesn't want to break out. He doesn't want to break out. 8.96 is the win. Nice wheelie for Jamie Borg. It was sort of a it was a dulled wheelie. It came out, pulled them up. 8.86. His earlier 8.83 would have been a perfect run for him. It's 8.49 second reaction time though. However, let him down somewhat. And Rankin kept a safe race. 96 on a 90. 96 on a 90 for him. All right, racing, street compact done, modified compact run. I know that we were supposed to, according to this here, get Factory Extreme round one, is that right? But not at this stage.
The plan has changed.
Yeah, modified compact out there. Matthew Unan and Ali Butsy. 870 the dial in for the Bitsy.
Can have 4G63. Well, I think
that's if there's a breakout for Matthew Unan. Let's have a look. That Evo getting some power down. No, he's going to keep a 10.13 as a win. So another win for a Rota. And a loss there for Ali Butsy. 13.20. Just cannot get the power down with that thing today. It's a shame. I love a good drag Evo when it's sorted right, and a lot of that's important in the first 100 feet, getting the thing off the line.
There's a mid one for a while.
No, I think they're incredibly hard work.
Oh yeah,
they are probably one of the harder things that you could ever do is try and do a drag Evo. Right now here though, Martin Whelan's going to finish off this round by the look of it and tick another win for a Barra. Yeah, well, no Robbie Butler with the herd auto, I'd say.
So this is on a number. 129 to the 60 for Martin Whelan.
Dialing in 8.30. Let's see what he does. Legs it out the back. 30 with a 9. 8.30 with a 9 on an 8.30 dial in.
Do we have a closest to dial in award?
No.
Maybe we should.
Oh, well, it'd be up to the competitors to determine who it was, because you could remember it and then have to write it down. That's not bad.
You got to claim it.
You got to claim it.
Like a record.
That's a better way to do it.
You got to claim it.
Because if you ask us, it's, a lot of runs fade into each other, and especially when you see someone pro tree and someone handicap.
Very true.
The dial-in thing is hard. That's what he should have done all day, Cameron Rosario.
Just dancing the front end on this thing as well.
This is a representative number. He's lucky he's got it on a solo. Look at that, 890 on an 888.
Without a representative run up to this point.
I love it when a plan comes together for these guys. In other words, throw a dial-in on. This is what it should run, and then the damn thing does do what it's supposed to. That was good for Pesario. Sets him up well for the next round at least. So
Scotty Cousins has wound back the dial in a little bit from his 758 that he ran in qualifying. He's dialed in 760. He's on a solo pass, so he gets a little bit of a free swing at it here.
I remember the Scotty Cousins of old, and that dial-in being around a long time with this car, is that it's just a good sweet spot.
On the side.
Just virtually nearly permanently painted, just because this car just goes down on a string when everything's perfect. He gets that solo run here at least, so he can rack up a win.
It's just a really well-engineered car, this.
Oh.
When you actually look at it, like, they haven't really massaged the guards at all to get the tyre under it. It's a beautiful little car. 110 to the 60.
491 and a half track. Oh, 757. Oh, boy, give us a skid. Scotty Cousins, 757. What a great run from him. Darren Worthington, thought he'd give us a hell of a bit of a skid.
I just noted something about your ball here.
What's the matter?
That's made in Thailand. That's ironic.
Is it? Isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought ping pong balls were smaller than that.
Darren Worthington,
yeah.
The RX3 13P Turbo with contender for the biggest burnout of the day so far. That's the biggest one we've had in racing so far.
I'd say so. So that's why I'm going to actually say, for the moment,
now,
Darren Worthington.
Can I ask a question? Sure. Is it a requirement that you need to be able to back up from the burnout?
Yes. Well, I don't know. Like,
is there a set of hard and fast rules? I know Janie is our rule gatekeeper.
Yes.
But I'm just saying. If you do a burnout, you've got to be able to get back from the burnout.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, maybe.
Here
yeah.
we go. He decided, unless he wanted us to rule on that right now, that's why he was waiting. Do I win that now? Do I win that?
Take the award now. I'll take it off your hands. Half price.
I don't know. That's not a bad skid to start with. Now, of course, we've got cruise style and reaction time and wheelie. And hang on to your hats by the end of the night. Some of these things have been on the cusp of giving us some of that great wheel stand action. As we're rustling a few more cars to the lanes. We are into race mode there, and I know that some people are just getting themselves prepped. We're going to be on a bit of a tight schedule to turn them all around today. But we've done pretty well to give them enough qualifiers. Just how is it all going to end here tonight? Who knows? Right now he's dialing 880 Darren Worthington. All by himself. No, what are they saying to him there? Might be all over Red Rover for him. Might be all over Red Rover. It was a good skid. It was. Can he start the thing up? Issues. All right. Now, well, we've got to solve those issues. Now, this is an interesting ruling. Now, you've come on the solo. You are on a solo run. You've done the burnout. Can't come back. Technically, in the rule book, you've got to put that thing into the beams to get any sort of result there at all. And if you can't do that, unless we just missed that there, maybe he sat there and let him do it. I don't know. I didn't sort of see where they'd pay particular attention to staging him. And again, you've got to kind of be under your own power. That's
well, I think the rule,
one of the rules normally is in old school drag racing rules.
Old school.
Shouldn't
There's
be
your
touching.
problem. We're new school now, Diggles.
I know, we shouldn't be.
We're all inclusive. Once you cross the water box,
that's it, you reckon?
You are in the hands of the starter.
And
they reconfigured that rule.
Yes.
To effectively say once you cross the water box under your own power, you are deemed to be in the hands of the starter. Because realistically, you are.
Yep.
You still, right. Once you're on the racetrack, you are racing.
Yes.
You know, whether or not you're in the beams or not. But anyway, so Darren Worthington will be pushed away. Do we have any more cars left in modified compact, or is that the last?
Pretty well round one. We did have Scotty Cousins on a seated bye there, so we had that.
Okay. And I think we're moving into Factory Extreme next by the look of it.
See a few of them getting ushered up there. Now, there's a few more to roll around there, but I can see one of our first pairings, and it hasn't been Paulie Mahayet's day, really, in the...
Has he got down the track at all yet?
It's like the thing doesn't want to sort of come up on boost or something like that. And I know in that second round when he raced, when he went up against Zoran, he kind of just went into stage and let Zoran come in on the clutch and everything like that. So he was more or less playing the game to make sure Zoran wasn't going to get stuffed up there. But again, the thing hasn't really sort of, given us the performance, because I remember Paulie steering something down the track today.
Oh.
If he'd done it, and he hadn't
Usually
done it yet.
if Paul gets something off the line with a bit of horsepower behind it, he'll get it to the finish line. He's just that kind of a driver. But
he sure is. I can see a few more Factory Extremes starting to come down now. See, sometimes it's the whole see one toe out and then realise you've got to go because a few have towed out. If you've got the attitude of, well, I'm not towing out until I see someone tow out. I don't want to be the first one there.
You can't be the first
one. But you've got to be seated. You're normally seated anyway.
Usually they'll line them up before they even get to the staging lanes.
Which is the dummy grid here.
Exactly. So we just, while we're lining this up, we might take a couple of words from our fantastic partners here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree presented by Fueltech. We'll be back after this.
We have one goal: drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney Dragway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Factory Extreme time now, and it is Paul Mahayat in the car formerly campaigned by Joe Signorelli. That was a good save, nobody noticed. Taking on Peter Anastasopoulos, the Queen Street Pack BMW. So Paul Mahayat, that's a healthier burnout than what we've seen so far from anything out of Mr. Mahoyat. So far today, the Gas Racing Precision Turbo Toyota Celica, also with Fueltech on board. The number 10 and 9 qualifiers respectively. An average run between these two so far today of around about 13 or 14 seconds. A long way from what we know these guys can do. Factory Extreme, of course, brought to us by Precision Turbo and Engine. Thank you to them for their long time support of the Jamboree, especially here in Sydney and up in Queensland. The newest one on the calendar as well, the Adelaide Jamboree. Hopefully I get to go down to that this year. Hint, hint, Kelly, if you're listening. So, Mr. Mahayat lining up in the Celica. That's the grey car. Left of screen if you are watching on the Jamboree official YouTube channel. Peter Anastasopoulos in the Rocket Industries lane. Mr. Diggles, welcome back.
Yeah, we are back into it, and we are going to take two automatic equipped cars to the line, which means more Bump City to talk about. Mahayat, Anastasopoulos, Factory Extreme. Bump City.
Staging duel.
Oh, no. 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 Oh, that's... He tried, it went 983 in the 60. God almighty, that went on. It almost felt like it went on for a minute, but it didn't. But that just goes to prove what happens when you go downtown in Bump City.
So just to recap there, Anastasopoulos actually bumped through the beams.
Yes.
And Paul Mahayat was flicking the beam ever so slightly to the point that he actually had to go in further to get the stage light to fully register. And unfortunately, I reckon Anastasopoulos probably would have had the wood in that one.
Yeah.
From what we saw, but the win goes to Mahayat.
And again, we talk about inches, we talk about millimetres. That tyre is millimetres away from being in the perfect place. However, when you're holding back nearly 2,000 horsepower there, you're trying to hold back 2,000 horsepower, have the thing ready to go, and you want to move that thing an inch.
Yep.
You can see just how important that is in the whole scheme of how you get a drag race underway.
That was Bump City.
That was bump, and when you bump out like that, and I'm standing here looking at it, and you know that there's heat building up every second.
Yeah.
That's wrong. It's bad, and you know what? The reason why the tree didn't throw is because Paul hadn't put the bottom bulb on properly.
That's right.
So the thing couldn't be thrown. You had to stop that bulb from flickering. I'd love to see that in a replay. It felt like eternity, but it was only a couple of seconds, but things can go wrong in a couple of seconds.
And it probably felt a lot longer for Paul Mahayat as well, who's sitting there with the thing on the chip, with the transmission heating up next to him.
I'd love to actually check their data and say, well, trans temp, tell me how many degrees that went up while you were there in stage, and that's got to be a couple of hundred in no time flat.
Jason Both now, the Mazda 6, also known as Slalom.
Is that right?
Yeah, well, after this morning. It was like we put the cone out there and he drove around it and then kept it all in his own lane.
It's like a motorcana for Botha out there before.
It was,
he just sort of steer it around. This thing's had a habit all day too, as he puts it into gear.
Dies.
It just does that.
Does that.
Start it up again. Starts up fine. Normally. See? Starts up really good. Feels good. Sounds good. Sounds awesome. Put it in gear.
It's almost like you know what's going on.
Nothing.
Could you go on a system?
Starts well. Starts great. Like, I'll get that back to neutral. I'll get that on the starter. It'll kick straight in.
There you go.
The trouble is, though, you got to try and put that into gear,
And what happens then?
It might just work. See? There you go.
Right.
I've had a sticky needle in seat 2 before with an auto car, yeah. I don't know what he's doing there. The idle speed, remember, you've got a torque converter in there that you can also vary in your slip, right? So we've got tricky converters out there that everyone's playing with that give you a degree of slip, but then if you need to, you can lock up.
Yeah.
And that can vary in the amount of actual fluid volume within the transmission and how you distribute that fluid. Normally a lock-up converter takes another dose of fluid to give it a full lock-up. Now, Botha's got a bit of a conundrum happening here with this car. He's going from nearly full lock-up where it pulls that motor right down to just trying to get that thing to do everything properly. So I think it's all good now. I don't know. So many more guys are now using these heat exchangers between rounds. Have you seen the big fluid exchangers? They cool everything and put it through a little refrigerant cycle.
Yep.
So sometimes I think that, that again, you get that transmission fluid to a nice, warm, decent temperature, slips a bit more for you. It's got it this far. All right, Botha, let it rip, mate.
That's about the best run so far.
Yeah, good one. 697, 210 mile an hour. It all worked. It got down there. 107 in the 60-foot. Half track, 459 at 163 mile an hour. And from point A to point B, that was the best he's done today. 210 at the back. and it was all working. It's just got the weird stalling
Just
deal.
got to load it up a little bit.
Yeah, just every time. I mean, it starts up, no problems there. But it's a shame we're on seated runs here, so this could have been an ideal pairing, but we've had to put them down as paired
Now,
solos.
I do need to say, Janie's upset some people on the live stream.
Have you?
Yes.
Really?
By saying that Newcastle was the Central Coast. Newcastle is not the Central Coast.
Janie.
Allegedly. But see, did you ever hear that song, Queensland's Everywhere?
Yeah.
From State of Origin. Well, it's the same with Newcastle. Newcastle's everywhere.
Newcastle's
All right, Newcastle
everywhere.
is in the hearts and minds of everyone. It is everywhere.
Yes.
All right. If you don't know where a suburb is, it's near Newcastle.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Near the Central Coast.
That's the way it is. Yeah, near the Central Coast. It's all around that Newcastle Central Coast area. Jay Sadek now from
I'm not even in the
Elderslie.
education system, and I know that it's not part of the Central Coast.
From Elderslie in New South Wales, you know. Where's Elderslie?
Jane's, yeah, it's Elderslie. Yeah.
It's near Newcastle.
Yeah, it's just near Newcastle.
Yeah.
Central of some coast.
Jay Sadek, the Sadek Motor Group Pat
She
performance.
threw a dart between coasts. Said that was the Central Coast.
The Sadek Motor Group Pack Performance Mazda.
It's like North Ipswich. Yeah, Ipswich is the Newcastle of the North.
That's exactly right.
Don't want to live in Western Ipswich. That's about as west as you can get in Ipswich. All right, here we go. Come on, Jay. 6:42. That's got to be the world's quickest auto 20B, surely.
It's got to be close.
It's got to be. I'm claiming
6:42.
it. I'm claiming it.
I reckon. Yeah, I reckon you're probably on the money. Now.
Was he scheduled to run? There we go. So we were supposed to have the Don up against Salupa, but in this round, no Anthony.
Couldn't back it up after the 581.
No Rob.
That's clean. 102 to the 60 for Jay Sadek. That's on another number. 648.
48, 648, 212.
Speed's bigger too.
Half track 418 at 170 mile an hour, 102 in the 60 foot, 061 off the button.
That's
And
crazy.
yeah, that's a nice backup for the 642. A great backup. Well, for Factory Extreme, it probably is. Yeah, right, yeah.
Look, definitely maybe.
Yeah, okay, 06, yeah, righto. Janie's thinking on various levels here because she's a girl and I'm a boy, and I'm thinking on one level, and I can't even get those thoughts together. Too many things distracting us. 20 Bs.
Next up,
It's enough to scramble the brain cells.
Next up, Zoran Gajic, the gas racing precision turbo Ford. It's not a Ford Mustang, it's a BMW, I should say. That's what happens when I read the computer screen and not look down what's on the track.
That's right, Ron Burgundy. You read anything that's in front of you.
Yes, I will.
Whoa! Robbie Tarabay. What a steer. What a steer in the skid. Nice matchup going to happen here. 2J both sides.
Interesting to see Con Elves down there.
Yep.
Helping out Rob Tarabay with his car.
Yeah, there's the brains trust's incredible because, you know, at the same time we've got Paul Mahayat down there on the right-hand lane, and of course all these guys know each other for decades. We've got, of course, Monique Ambrosi down there as well. She's all over the place for Fueltech and all the guys that run in these operations, so she's very much part of the exposure of the products. Getting deeper into the industry, Monique. I think she's definitely got the bright future there. She'd be in there in a flash if she could steer it herself. I know she's got the big block rail there, but I'm sure she'd like to steer one of these things, I can tell you. It'd suit her well too, I think. Don't need them blowing alcohol V8s all the time, you know.
So,
come on, Zoran.
I've got a question. Can Zoran go a 6.0 in this car?
We've got the right brains trust in the clutch area there. Of course, behind there, you can see with a hand up behind the BMW, that's Eric Lazinski from LZ Clutches in the States.
All those years ago, if we said when they first brought this car out, do you think that it'd ever run a 6.0? You would have been laughed out of there.
A 6 would have been it.
Yep. Absolutely right.
Yep. It'd still probably go down in history as the biggest prize winner for a 10.5 race here when he raced Matt Abel in the final at a $10,000 shootout. Matt Abel broke the crank trigger on the hit, and Zoran power stood to victory, 10 grand. Remember that as one of the big milestones from the big man. Time to bump it in, time to bring the clutch in.
Bit of a staging field here. Zoran's in. Tarabay bumping slowly. 0.25 on the tree for Rob Tarabay. Zoran drives around him though on the BMW, and a 6.14 gets the win. 237 miles per hour. Robert Tarabay was psychic on the Christmas tree with almost a 1/10 of a second advantage, and at the other end of the racetrack, 39 thousandths of a second. What a race.
Race of the day right now. 14 and a 27. 108 in the 60 for Zoran with the clutch. 407 a half track. Tarabay 103 to the 60 foot. 416 at half track. 189 mile an hour in the BMW at half track. It was coming on strong.
They wound it into it, didn't they?
How good a race. And folks, you deserve that run. You deserve that run. You know, we've had delays all day, and you know, you guys have to sit and wait, but look, be part of the event. We can't entertain you every second, but when we do entertain you, we give you the world-class stuff. And that's a great race between two of Australia's best factory extremists. Again, just that moment feels like an eternity on the start line. It's a couple of seconds.
So next up it is Dom Rigoli taking on a fifth McHale. Who's going for the Burnout Award, I think.
Put your hands together, folks.
Oh, that's a hard one.
I don't know, a fifth done a good one. McHale, I'm going to put him down there.
You putting the name down?
But Tarabay at 025 on the tree there.
Yeah, that was a very good
So I've got an 025 for Tarabay on the tree. We're keeping that there.
025 on a pro tree is just a good job of red lighting, or a bad job of red lighting, I should say.
He's been really good on the bottom bulb. Not only, of course, Rob, but when Frankie runs. Frankie's always been good on it too. The boys know how to race.
Dom Rigoli, a fifth McHale. Now, this is going to be an interesting one because Dom Rigoli, we know, can run a bunch quicker than the 759 that he has run in qualifying. And McHale, well, a 689 best at only 154 miles per hour. He's got plenty left in the tank as well. This is not one I'd want to throw down any money on because it's a real 50-50 sort of shot.
It is. I mean, I know that the Brains trust in Afif's side of the racetrack with the 2JZ and Auto, and of course with Gas Racing. You know, there's a lot of data there that they can throw into this beautiful car. Dominic Rigoli, though, like he's always sort of done things his own way, and you know what? He has definitely proven himself to definitely wear the OG, double OG, Nelly, for Dominic and Vince back in the day, and Tony back in the day. So the whole Rigoli family, you sort of get that whole. You're in anyway with a name like Rigoli, as far as Jamboree folklore is concerned. And Dom continues to do. He went so far on the old RD28 Nissan block. So he nearly ran a 5 with the cast iron block. I think he may have even run one. I think he went close.
I think he did.
He might have run one with the cast iron block.
Yeah.
I think he's a billet RB in it now. A fifth McHale though, that 2JZ on board. That is one smick looking Camry. Only Camrys look that good all the time.
Two-door Camry.
Two-door Camry. Dom just wants a clean run here. A fifth's bumping it in with the door. He's swinging the door.
Both doors came open when it shook the tyres down there. He's going across the centre line. I think steering wheel might have come off that car.
A fifth.
Because
that okay? Rigoli, 640, not the tidiest run, but you know what? He got one down, 642, 24 mile an hour, 105 in the 60. It was carrying on a bit, still drove it. And one thing about Dom, you know he can drive.
Oh, yeah, he can steer.
420 to the 8th at 178 mile an hour and still managed to come up with a 640 at 224 to be sort of ballpark performance in Factory Extreme that might still turn on the win light for you. And a crazy run there from a fifth. How's that? He's bumping that thing in.
Concentrating on shutting the door.
And then he's got the left-hand door, just given that slight shut. You know when you leave the shops and you haven't, you know, your belt's caught in the door and you just give the door one more little open.
He had the flashing light on the dash. The
door's open.
The door's
ding,
open.
Ding, ding,
exactly.
Ding, ding. Yeah, the Toyotas do that, you know. Toyotas do that. They don't let you put your seatbelt on, or if you don't have your seatbelt on, the same deal. But yeah, but maybe the wheel did come off there or something. I don't know.
It just looked like it was going too straight without having any input in it whatsoever.
Yeah.
Now, eventually, he's obviously jammed it back on there and started controlling the car again, but not before he was across the centre line down there. So that is not the kind of run that he would have wanted, but nonetheless, it is what it is. So that, I think, does wrap up Precision Turbo and Engine Factory Extreme. And I think we are going to go racing with every trade group pro mod in the not-too-distant future, because I can see the guys from Carl Cox Motorsport down there, Joe Gauchi, coming up next.
Oh, yes, he's got the Eleanor ready to go, maybe on a solo being #1 qualifier. We've got the mop out there just in that lane where a Fief was. So a little bit of thinners and mop, a couple of little gypsies there, which they're just picking up.
It's door fluid.
It's door fluid, is it?
It's door fluid.
Bit of
When the
hinge,
door came open, it was at the,
bit of hinge juice. So he's just giving that a bit of a wipe there to clear up. And that was exciting. There's one thing you got to say about today's Jambo. You haven't been sport for. You haven't been lacking entertainment.
There's
been
plenty going on.
Guys doing crazy stuff. Eddie, I still can't believe Eddie with that big epic run there. We saw Cam Riley early on today catch it.
Oh.
Catch it good, the guy in the Tirana.
Which the video on that's doing the rounds on social media
really?
at the
Is
moment.
it really? Yeah, that was a big one.
That was a massive one.
That was a massive one. We've seen PBs from the Sedec team as well. World record in RB30 already, 581 there for Anthony Matuk. And we ain't done yet. There's a few more things. I know there's been a whole bunch of PBs for a lot of cars. But we've seen a world record. We've seen in 24 hours, and again, this was technically part of the event. The Jambo testing yesterday is Chris Tate resetting the world record for 3RZ, and we've now seen a world record reset for RB30.
Did Tate hurt it last night, or
apparently he's hurt the cylinder head or something in the head.
Okay.
He's on his way back to Brisbane now, but yeah, it was something that he could not repair or want to repair here. Damaged the cylinder head. So I do believe that was, I think, a billet 3RZ anyway. I think it was pretty much fully bespoke aftermarket aluminium billet 3RZ. And normally Tatey, as he dictated in the past with what he used to share with us online, is he'd do complete engine package. So if he did swap engines between runs, he'd have the whole spare engine ready to swap everything over.
Back in.
And you know what? There was a guy that, of course, sort of, I shouldn't say he pioneered it. I know a lot of other teams have gone to similar lengths to have the ability to change engines over. One guy that comes to mind, remember, and this man went in deep for Factory Extreme, was Scott Porter.
Yeah, that's exactly the name I was about to say.
Scott threw a lot at the billet sort of VQ Nissan engine, the billet V6. He had Phil Laird all over that thing, and Phil would normally do a rebuild on that engine after about 2 or 3 runs, and that would normally be in a 2-day event. That would be Lairdy's late night freshen up, because you'd look at the main bearings, and those V6s would hassle the mains after a little while. But Lairdy would keep it all together and make it last the weekend, until such time they figured, you know what, we're going to put one in for qualifying, and then we're going to put one in for racing. So then the whole idea became, well, why don't you build, not only have the complete long engine, but manifolding.
Had everything.
Manifolding, wiring, plumbing. The thing was essentially a whole swap over.
Yeah.
A swap and go. And I think the record for them, and I remember them, they timed themselves, they'd come here and do a couple of runs in qualifying and then go, right, we're swapping. 26 minutes, they reckon they've done a swap in. 26 of the whole thing. And again, when you think about it, ready for running, if they got it down that good, well, hats off to them. That's a little bit of excitement and innovation. It's come from a need. Instead of pulling everything out, undoing everything.
Taking everything off that one, putting it on that one.
And remember, I mean, I think he even played with single turbo for a while there too, Scotty Porter. So he actually went from twin turbo to single. So you know what it's like to probably want to pull a motor out. And look, blowing door slammers, it's relatively easy. They've got tubular zoomies, so they're off in no time. You know what I mean? The blower sort of lifts off the top, and then there's the engine. But with turbo cars, you've got exhaust manifolds, you've got packaging of where the turbochargers are, then you've got all the plumbing from the turbo, if through intercooling and then into plenum. So you've got a lot of stuff that's all over the engine that you've got to get that stuff off before you even get to the long motor. Where Porter had kind of done it as a whole, well, it's going to have manifolds, it's going to have turbos, it's going to have everything. And Tatey sort of went down that track once he finished packaging the 3RZ to have a changeable power unit where you can do that without having to, have a table full of bits just sitting there on the table ready to put back on once you put the new long motor in. But that's the way we're playing now. Do you imagine the first few Jamborees where you turn up and go, oh, what's that in the back? Oh, that's my spare engine. Why? Because I'm going to go really hard today. You go, good one, idiot. You know, you wouldn't. You go, good one. You're taking yourself a bit too seriously, aren't you? But honestly, there are spare engines.
Oh yeah.
There are spare engines in trailers here today. I can tell you right now.
Well, when you look at the investment that's involved from, you know, the trailer setup, the truck and trailer setup for a lot of these teams, the car, all the bits and pieces that it costs to go racing, realistically, a spare engine is probably not a bad idea in terms of when you look at all of the other stuff that you spend, you may as well have a spare bullet in the chamber, so to speak.
Well, I'm sure most the top end of town, as far as motorsport's concerns, got that. I mean, you know, Formula One teams, spare engine. Top fuel teams, you need 6 of them.
6 spare engines.
You know, any alcohol or door slammer racer that's semi-serious have got the spare there. Got a couple, 2 or 3. Anyone that turns up and that's the only one they got in there, it's like, all right, mate, well, I hope you go.
They're on a budget.
I hope you're okay. Hope that's going to make you through today. You know, and you read back to the old stories of drag racing where, you know, Big Daddy Don Garlett's might have kept a few pistons, maybe a spare cylinder head, maybe.
Yeah, 2 or 3 rods,
you
maybe.
know what I mean? You keep a couple of spare rods. You might have 2 spare rods, 2 spare pistons and 4 valves left over.
A couple of springs, off you go.
You know, and then you put a few pistons in or something like that, you know. But these days they're throwing spare engines in the rack. You know, in Tatey's case, he'd have them lined up there. But there are spare engines here today in people's trailers, no doubt. I know What Up G carries a spare 13B around. I know probably Pack's got the old
Speaking
spare
of What Up
13B. There he is. Oh no, that's green. It's not quite it there. Should have gone to Specsavers.
Should have gone to Specsavers.
Should have gone to Specsavers.
Should have gone to Specsavers. All right, there are cars firing down there.
This will be Joe.
So got a solo pass by the look of it.
Yeah. All right. Pro Mods, where have they all gone?
Yeah, it looks like Pro Mod might have thinned out a little bit. Looking at what's in the staging lanes and what's in the tunnel and the racetrack, but Joe's going to go on a solo pass. He's number 1 qualifier, 575, 237 miles per hour. That was with the chutes out at probably just before 1,000 foot. It was way, way early.
Here's Coxie down there. Just love watching the man move. Like he's just, it's surreal. You watch the guy on YouTube, watch him on Reels, watch him just turning venues inside out with ravers and partying all over the world. The man is in the live party business, and here he is, just here,
why he's here at Jambo.
little old Sydney Dragway, little old Jamboree, little old us, hanging with little old us, and
he just loves it.
I was lucky last night that I managed to have a couple with him last night, having a good chat. The guy is a die-hard drag nut.
Yeah.
The bug bit him, as he said, his 850 Mini was his first thing that he ran.
He's not a DJ that goes drag racing. He's a drag racer that does a bit of DJing on the side.
He's a drag racing DJ, and he's the best. He's the best in the world at it. I mean, there's other DJs out there that probably have Lambos and supercars, but Carl's got a hell of a stable of very tough cars, and you know, no other DJ I know in the world's got a Pro Mod.
No,
he's got one, and this is his old one, of course. Tell Coxie to come down and see Disco Dean. So Disco Dean said, come and get Coxie down there. That might be, you know what, it'd be right up his alley there too, Disco. I think you needed to go down to Joe Gauchi's pit with the car. Coxie nearly melted when I told him about Mark 1 Escort, that we got a Mark 1 Escort in the driveway. He goes, oh my God, now you're pulling at me heartstrings. And he loved them. He's had Capris, Cortinas, Escorts. Here we go, Bump City, solo Bump City.
A little bit of tyre shake from Joe Gauchi. Over near the centre line, drives it back.
Oh, yes,
Still drops the chutes early, and a 66.
Oh.
242 miles per hour with the chutes out early, 566. That is motoring. Sub 1 second to the 60-foot timers.
010.
That is fantastic, and a great reaction time as well. That was pretty much a perfect run.
Oh, yes, oh, yes, oh, yes. Well done. What a rush to see that thing. And you know what? Hats off to Joe too. The man can steer. Like, he had to wrestle that thing. That's the quickest Joe Gauchi has ever run in his life.
By a bunch, I think.
Congratulations, Joe. You've just gone the quickest you've ever run.
Next up, it is Mauler. Greg Sakarides, the ICE Group CV Performance Ford Mustang, and he'll be taking on Steve Smith.
Oh,
this is a good matchup.
Mauler's got to start the thing again. It's just not doing it. Not doing it.
Yeah, just got some teething problems with the Hemi in this thing now. It hasn't quite hit the marks that we've expected it to get to.
Yes, as we said, these things, I mean, they're pretty complicated deals. Yeah, turbocharged DFI. You've got different things you need to do for different parts of the run. If you want to bring that thing up on boost, you've obviously got to lock the trans brake in, have that in gear, get the torque converter to start slipping to help you spool the turbochargers, and these turbochargers are massive. I don't think they're 88s. I think they're 98s. And,
yeah, I think you're right.
I think because, you know, like NHRA Pro Mod are 88s.
Yeah, they
but
are.
then we're in sort of outlaw Pro Mods. These cars can be 98s or whatever.
Well,
if you can put 102s on them or 106s, go for it.
Yeah, it's all depends on what you want to do with it. If you want to run, you know, outright fast, that's one thing. But if you want to run the Pro Mod that a lot of these guys run for the championship, where you can only run 585, and detuning these things to run 585 is a tough enough task on its own right. So, you know, you go out there with, you know, anything more than an 88mm turbo, it's going to be hard to slow it down.
Well, that's the thing. The ones that can do it well, and I'd say Zoran Gadget's team's nearly got that on a string.
Yeah.
585 at 250 plus most runs.
Pretty much.
Oh, that's a
250,
perfect setup.
252.
Okay, Bump City, baby! Problems for Mauler. Problems for Mauler.
This happened last time as well.
7 seconds.
It's like the bump box isn't...
Smithy gets it, but Smithy wants to load this thing back up and go again. He's got the green. If he just rolled forward, he's got that win anyway. There's a red light already there to Greg. He's accepted the green.
He has accepted the green.
There we go.
Mauler got timed out, so Steve Smith is the winner of the race. You don't need to cross the finish line.
Come on, Smithy. He still wants to send. I'm sure he still wants to send it. Yeah,
I was going to say, he could still...
It's a shame. Because, yeah, would have loved to have seen him go, because I know the guy can bury that thing deep into the 6 second zone. Definitely 5 second potential. And I wouldn't doubt if that guy's entered for next weekend.
Maybe.
I think he might be. He's committed to the big tyre for a while. He's run the small tyre on it. But that did not want to move that inch, that 1 inch we needed it to do. With 4,000 horsepower loaded up behind it, we wanted it to move an inch, and it couldn't.
Something not quite right with the staging setup on that one, but either way, Steve Smith will get the win.
That is an absolute shame, because we want to see these things out the back into the 5 second zone. It's interesting that he's got that Proline 481X, but there's not too many of them on Holly EFI, and that's what he's got on that thing. He's got it on Holly EFI.
There you go.
So he's got tuned by Ricky, and they got Kevy Morton in his corner as far as the engine program's concerned. So that's a good little collaboration there with that car. And here we go. Here we go. I can't get enough big cube V8 turbos. I just can't get enough of them. And when you look at Mr. Mad, when they pull off the front hood of the LJ.
There ain't a lot of space in there.
Oh my goodness, it's in there. It's a. If we could have a top 10 baddest Tiranas of this shape, even if you just said a top 10 outright baddest Tiranas that have ever, that's a podcast in itself. We could go an hour talking about that. We want people to come in and go, oh, you know, Phil Relotta or Cal 400 or Grant O'Rourke or Mr. Mad, hey? Tomo's white, Tomo's orange LC, Saparovich. Didn't Russell Taylor have a go at one of those over there? Yeah, Phil Relotta as the original. One of the original. Cal 400, I remember with that screw blowing Santos small block in that thing. Oh my goodness, you could. And then Mr. Mad.
I was going to say, I know it's not a Tirana, but you got to give the Sarkis brothers a special mention in a similar vein.
Well, remember, Saparovich had that hatchback initially with the big block in it before he had the LJ. But look, I'd love to know what, you know, we'd have to go back a generation or two and find people that have followed the sport for ages. What do you rate as the top 20 baddest to runners
Samet
in Australia.
brothers.
Samet brothers with the early LJ. But Mr. Bad, as far as the first sort of turbo LCLJ to come out with the V8 in them, there wasn't many before that.
No, there wasn't. There wasn't. All right, so Rob Campese, the monster Mustang. And Ivan Tessick has rolled the beams down there. Campo is going to get a free shot at it. Goes straight for the centre line, and that's pretty much it. Rolls out at the throttle and coast on through.
965.60, so Campo had it ready to go. But Ivan, he just had it bumped in and don't know what he saw, but
Too much bump.
yeah, just overbumped it. Bit of overbump. So that is, we got some pro mod in there. It didn't look like we had many, but they did come through. Now we're going to get into, I think, a little bit of, well, I can hear Angry 13B there. It is Pro Turbo. So this is our little R100. He's cranky until he gets put in gear.
Confirmed.
All right. There we go.
There we go. So who's he supposed to be racing here? Solo pass?
Dan Camilleri, it says here. Unless that's changed. I don't know. He might be there. No, it's Mayolo. So he's supposed to run Eddie Hawack. So unless we've had a couple of dropouts and we're pairing them up.
Mayolo's thing absolutely bit as it came out of the water box there and just lurched its way forward.
I think this track's in pretty good nick for these guys.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Hold on to your hats if they get it all right themselves. They can't keep this thing under control.
Yeah, look after your balls.
Yeah, no, well, just put a few obstacles in the way so it won't rock. A few obstacles. Well, there we go. There we go, sorted.
All right, so Mayolo with the R32 Skyline and Al Riffai, the Cato Construction Equipment Pack Performance Billet by Pack Mazda R100. Should be a good matchup. This 773, best run for Riffai today. Mayolo has dipped into the sixes, but only just 695 at 203 miles per hour. This is Pro Turbo, presented by the Enviro Waste Services Group.
Big round of applause there for the man, 566, the quickest ever Joe Gauci has ever gone. And it's got to feel good to share that with you. Give him a round of applause. All right, yeah, Enviro, Pro Turbo, round one, bumping in a 13B against an RB with a clutch pedal.
Talk about flicking the bottom bowl.
You're going to need a bit more than that, Al. There you go.
Still flicking the bottom bowl. Yeah, he got timed out. Got timed out, didn't quite get it all the way into stage.
Yeah, no, it is just flickering again. It's down to that half an inch.
It was still flicking the beam because it's got to bring the beam on for a certain amount of time before it registers in the computer.
Absolutely.
Because the car needs to be stable.
Absolutely, and again, that comes down to the tyre just not being in. It needed that extra 25.4 millimetres.
Yeah.
That's what it needed.
Probably not
it
even
needed
that.
0.4 of a millimetre.
Yeah.
When you flicker the beam like that, if that was playing up, it would flicker all the time. But I mean, we know that and we saw that with Paul on the previous run, Paul Mahayat, when he had to make the bulb stop flickering.
Exactly, you've got to bump again.
You've got to make the bulb stop flickering. And it just, again, another millimetre and it would have been there. But that's just a round. That's all it is. It's
Jason Payne back out.
It's a three-round setup, so just going to have to knock that down for a loss, come back and have another shot the next round.
Awesome to see Jason Payne back out after what happened in the last round of qualifying.
Yeah,
Nosed it into the wall down there.
That was the mission.
Q2, yeah. Q2, so awesome to see that they got this car back on track. It is amazing what you can do with race tape these days.
Yeah.
It really is.
It works well. If it was just a flesh wound, they'll sort it out later. But again, if it's not affecting it mechanically, they'll patch up what they need to. But here we go. Payne, he's going to make this one happen. Now, Mayolo's already got one from one. But this one's going to matter between Justin Gregory and Jason Payne, because whoever wins this has got a leg up on the other, who's got all the potential to go through to the final. Payne with 671 ETs, Justin Gregory 706, 726. He's over a little bit to the left there, Payne, but that seems to be a place to go. Checking wheelie bar height. Got the best brains trust around there. We've got JW out the back. We've got Kyle from Six Boost out the front. Got big Matty Lowsby on the wheelie bars. Let's see how these guys end up in this round. Round 1, Pro Turbo, thanks to the Enviro Waste Services Group. 15 years experience, specialising in liquid waste removal. Payne getting himself ready. We do go to Bump City again. Got to load these 6 bangers up. 2J against RB. All right, Payne, what's going on? Jason Payne, he needs to put a bulb on. He needs to put a bulb on. He's got one there now. He knows his way from here. There we go. Oh, Gregory. Oh, he got out of jail there. He got out of jail there. He left Payne sitting there, and he's going to go the win. 734 against the 674. Wow, he took the bottom bulb. He put that bottom bulb on notice. The top bulb went out. We thought he's gone too deep. He's over bumped it. Oh, my goodness.
The bottom bulb flicked off as well. Like, he was so close to going all the way through. Wow.
Had the starter throwing that any faster, that probably would have been a red light to Justin Gregory, and Payne would have got the win. But oh, that bulb came on probably a microsecond before the tree was thrown. We looked at that in slow. I wish we had in the foreground the actual starter's thumb from when he threw that to when that bulb went solid.
Well, it's Sammy now.
Sammy against Phil Penny. So the giant killing S600, 2J back on board. Sammy. 742 on paper. He's got some potential.
It's not often an RX2 is the biggest car on the racetrack, is it?
No. There's Billy Nabin behind there. Road of Jesus, I used to call him. It's ironic he's got Jesus one beside him.
I was going to say, he's got Jesus on.
It's ironic. What a coincidence. Here we go. Sammy's making sure there's no mozzies around the start line there. That thing is fat. What are they trying to explain? The starter?
Yeah, I think there might be some stuff coming out of the car.
Might have some fire or something carrying on. All right, he's alerted to it. IHRA's there. Trent's there.
Yeah, they're pushing it back to have a look at it.
Yeah, no, that's going to be. Is there got something on the track there too? If that's the case, we got to. It's for the safety. It's more of a safety call than anything. It's not to spoil someone's party. It's basically a safety thing. You got something on fire, something dripping onto something, causing the leak, causing the smoke. Got to give it to Phil.
This is such a cool little car.
Struggling, trying to grab gears, trying to get it all sent. He sends it out the back because he can. 844 at 168. 029 on the tree. So he's not bad on the pro tree, was Penny. So reaction time so far at like 010 for Joe Gauci.
That's pretty hard to top.
That's pretty good light so far. Someone's going to have to go 00 something, I think. Yeah, look at that. Little bit of a leak there from Sammy. And well picked up by the start line.
I was impressed. It was actually an IHRA official in the other lane that spotted it and ran across. I don't know how he spotted it, but he did. Alan Dodd taking on Jürgen Piscopo now. It is Pro Compact, presented by McKern. From their humble beginnings in 2002, founded by Damien McKern, McKerns have worked hard to build a personable and confident approach to working with their clients. McKern's team of well over 30 accountants and advisors are deeply committed to growing in their skills and their knowledge so that they can apply this to their clients' business. And a massive thank you to them for their long-time support of Pro Compact here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree.
Big shout out to Damien and Esther and the boys. I know that if he gets the opportunity, schedule-wise, he's like Coxie. Just can't wait to get some seat time when he's not kicking butt in his day-to-day work. It's a busy schedule. Oh, yes, the little cars are back, the little angry ants, the little cranky little vehicles. What up, G, Alan Dodd? This is the start of the account now. This is where he's got to start giving us that repeatability. He's got himself to the pointy end before. I think he cleaned him up in Adelaide, didn't he? I think he did. Dodsy. Then we close. Can't remember. Might have been Brisbane Jambo. He cleaned them all up. Might have been. Last year, Janie's on the stats. My memory ain't that good. I just know What Up G got rewarded for all his effort by being one of the best on the day. What's that? In Brisbane. Okay, there we go. So he might have done that. Yeah, Paul Matheson. Oh, that was Paul. That was on total points. There you go. So Paul Matheson won his in all motor. That's right. That's right. I think Rodney might have red lit or had to give up the run. All right, What Up G? And Jürgen Piscopo. So Maz Works against Boost Works. Wheelie bar setting. The last thing to do for Jürgens. There we go. Final Titan. There we go. Righto. Time to send it. Round one, Pro Compact. Who's going to come out on top and get the billet J's today? Round one. Yes, so yes, so yes. What up, G? Drive. Jürgen's right there, side by side early shoots for Dodsey. 7:39 for Jürgen. 7:39, they were neck and neck all the way down. 4:85 to half track for What Up G. 4:90 for Jürgen. 6:50 at 1,000 foot for Alan, and then the shoots were out. Jürgen ekes by a 7:39 for the win.
That was a weird one for What Up G, because the shoots came out at probably the only point of the run where he was actually still under control.
Yeah, well, the car was back.
Front half of the racetrack thing was all over the shop.
The car was, yeah, well, he drove through it.
Yeah, he got through the hard bit and then the chute came out.
Power wheel stand and then more gears, and then he's just ready on the chutes. Maybe he's just got a bit disorientated or something, and then just gone for the chutes.
Either that or he had an actual problem, one or the other.
You want to know about a guy that's wired in that car, and that's Dodsey. He's wired in that car. He is ready for everything that it gives him. Certainly gives it plenty, does Lee Doherty in the Burnout. Issues for the Ghost. The Ghost is going back. That's not a good look. Not a good look.
Not good at all. Lee Doherty, on the other hand, has had no real problems today. 765 deaths run, 167 miles per hour. But I can't help but feel this car's got more left in it.
Oh, look, I definitely think it does. It's one of those ones that just continues to not throw too many curveballs to its combination. It's a well organised setup. 13B now again, forgive me if we get the auto wrong. I mean, I know C4s have been something that, you know, now you can get big horsepower out of them. I know that the Turbo 350 400s have been something that they've used as well, the 3 speeds. A well-sorted converter and 3-speed auto in these cars work a treat, and we get a chance to let Lee show it right now, because I think he's going to try and send it. If it's all going to work, he's going to try and send this. And why wouldn't he? Beautiful time of the day, perfect conditions. Track's ready to take whatever you're willing to give. And of course, with the auto setups, you can go more towards that sort of progressive feed-in of the power. There it goes through the gears, puts it all the way at the back, 773, 169 mile an hour. So that stuff works. We know it does. You could see even that staging procedure. He could light that thing up. He could bump that in the right way. Didn't flicker the bulb. Deliberately add that in. So that's a well-sorted setup. It is, in the reality of things, 7 to 8 tenths off the pointy end, but it doesn't matter.
You got to be there.
You got to be there. And, you know, guys like Rodney and Sam here, where Rodney's like he is daylight ahead of everyone else, but that car, when it is on the edge, it can cross center lines, it can red light, it can climb the wall, it can zing the tyre, it can do a lot of things when you're the quickest.
This will be a good matchup. Sam Kiprios and Rodney Raham now. 6:55 at 2:12. That was the best run of the day for Rodney Raham, which pretty damn impressive from 13B Turbo. And Kiprios, on the other hand, is flying the flag for the Piston Brigade in Pro Compact in the Toyota Starlet. Very well sorted little combination, this one.
It is. And the 3RZ's just standing tall. And again, in the world scheme of things, Aussie's probably building just as good as Tacoma motor as they do in the United States or Puerto Rico, as it's known all over the world as the Tacoma 3RZ. In Australia, we've held on to those original engine suffixes. But this is one for the Ninja. Can he claim a high-priced rotary scalp, or does Rodney brain us with another beautiful clutch call? The last two runs have had that sorted. So it's about trusting the track, trusting your combo, setting that clutch pack up, not afraid to have a clutch pedal in the car. It's the only way that we've seen these cars go so quick. .107 in the 60-foot half-track, 439, 674, 202. The Ninja 720, look at that, 721, 719, 720. The three runs for the Starlet. Rodney, 674, 667, 673, 655. Now that's a pretty decent masterclass.
Consistency.
Well, you know, they don't have to keep pulling out the big flagship every time to remind them who's boss.
That's right.
They pull out the little 13B and go, you know what? You know, they're still trying to, they've admitted it. 13B's where they know they can make a big impact. 20B, for some reason, they need another couple of hundred horsepower out of it.
It's the first time I haven't seen the big car here for a while, at a Jambo for a long time.
No, well, I'll tell you what, before too long, I honestly think it's better for Simon. That's way better for Simon. I think they've hopefully solved all their little gremlins. I'm making this prediction now that I think at the right time this year, there could be a 5 from a 13B before a 20B.
That's a big call.
Heifer Racing, 606. Heifer Racing, 606 is the world record for a rotary. I think that's actually quicker than Lakita Killer's 608, I think, or was it? It's close. 606 for Lakita Killer. So 606 to a 608. Or like, I think it's close. They're both 606, aren't they? Yeah, both 606. So there you go. Identical just about
606
to a couple of hundreds between 13B and 20B. So, yeah, that's crazy. So who knows? The right, you get mine shaft conditions, perfect track, and 13B just might just beat the 20B to the punch, which would be a crazy thing to happen in the world. But I'm ready for more crazy. I am so ready.
That's why you're the voice of hope.
Yeah, I'm the voice of hope. All right, come on, Simon. Give us something, mate. Give us something.
That's on a number.
Hey, 419 a half track. Simon, 648. Hey, a 48. 648 for a 13B in Australia. Oh, they're in the same company as the Packies with the 640s out of that car. Wow. We got to get the Aussie 13B record looked at here. 48 with a 4.
That'd be pretty close.
48 with a 4. 213 mile an hour for Simon Ionu. 104 in the 60 foot. Half track, when I saw the 419, I thought, here we go. Strap yourself in. 419 at 173 mile an hour and a 648.4. I think it's a 47 or a 42 for Pack, isn't it? But that's the 20B. Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see. I'm sure the Pack's doing the 47 or something, but there's a 48. Not over here. Aussie, the Aussie record. Yeah, I don't know. We might have to go to the Pack Performance website and just find their best ever 640 run. Oh, all motor to come up in round 1. I'm going to ask Little Pete Raham. Have you seen him lately? It's Big Pete.
Yeah, he's
Raham.
not exactly little anymore.
It's like Peter's head on Potung's body. That's what it is now. He's Big Pete. Big Pete. Here we go. Here we go, round 1 of all motor. 050 light for Sam Constantinou. He's going to try and make Aggie Dasakis pay. They hit the stripe. 11.30, 30 on 11 flat beats a 13.34. Stumpy Burgers. Oh, where's that joint? Aggie Dasakis has a place called Stumpy Burgers.
Yeah, I know. Part of me wants to find out about Stumpy Burgers.
Big burnout here from Anthony Gregoriou and Hayden Boyd. I managed to have a quick chat. So VR6 Golf motor in this thing. And I said, did you build this because of the all motor rules? And he goes, absolutely. I said, I'm one of the first or the only guys that put my hand up to allow 6 cylinders into all motor. And he goes, thank you. He says, thank you.
What?
He built the car because you could run this. So a VR6 in a Golf for all motor. 11.29, 11.41. It's a crazy setup. Almost as crazy as Rob Barak's V6 creations.
Well, the one thing with all motor is you've got Craig Wasson out in front at the moment, and then you've got Daylight second, third and fourth, and then you've got everybody else. 2.5 seconds he had over the rest of the field.
I like the fact that it's freedom of expression. It's open-ended. You can come in and be the quickest, but you may not end up winning everything. You may get a little J for top qualifier, but can you beat everyone? Can you chase the slow cars with your quick NA car? And I actually want to know whether this might be close to a record number, because all motor's growing again in popularity, because it is that minimalistic form of it. It's cranky, it's loud. This thing's awesome. This is a left-hand drive RX2 coupe. So California spec, you just about say. Yeah. And Elias Melky beside. Sorry. Oh, that's ringing a bell. Sorry, Jane, I don't know what I need.
Stasi Gregoriou taking on Elias Melky. Melky unfortunately leaves the cherry hanging on the cherry left before the third amber even came on there.
Too many syllables. 12.28 on a 12.20 left before the third amber. Did everything right except leave on time, Elias. So Anastasi Gregoriou gets the win, 14.96. I think it was a Constantinou in the first one, because he didn't race. Yeah, so I'd say it was Sam. I don't know. Oh, you might have to check in the old CompuLink, a couple of doors in. So look at this little Golf. So again, another perfect little car that you can build. You can build anything you want. Like, as we said, Rob Barak and Queensland's sort of grafted Mitsubishi V6s in the Mirages. This is a VR6 Golf motor in the front of a 95 Golf. And 11-second car already, sort of on debut. So not a bad little racer. But we've got all sorts of forms of the discipline here to see, including a guy that's in the staging lanes now. It's coming up for a run. That'll be Jason Studley. And back when we were forming the first sort of rules, because remember the old days of Andra were quick to jump on the Sport Compact drag racing bandwagon and appointed their own director and rule book. And then we were lucky enough to be part of the rule development panel. We'd have back then, before Zoom meetings, we'd have conference calls and we'd talk about all the different things. Are you there? Because you know the conference call will be, okay, are you there? Because it'll be Ray Boxy to go, are you there, Chris? Yep. Are you there, Angus? Yep. Are you there? Yep. Are you there? Right. And then we'd talk about it. Are you there, Jason? Come in, Jason. And we did. We looked at the all-motor rules. We looked at copying and pasting what the NHRA were doing with the Sport Compact rules. And then we got to all-motor, and I said, can I just say something? Thanks. I said, I think we should allow not just 2-rotor and 4-cylinder, which was all motor was allowed in the States.
Yeah.
I said, why not triples? Why not 6-bangers? Why not 5-bangers? So I wanted them to bring in 4, 5 and 6-cylinder and 2-rotor and 3-rotor, because I thought, wouldn't that be good if someone actually went out and built a peripheral port 20B and put that in an all-motor car?
Yeah.
You want to see it, you want to hear it. And look what's happened. We've got these cars. No one's still done a big, massive compression 2J.
Not yet.
Or an Aspo Barra other than Jason Studley.
Give it time.
I do notice that Andrew Stavlakis was actually going to be entered in all motor. And if that's what I thought it might have been, is an Aspo Barra in an old EL Pro Stocker with a Liberty. Ooh. So an Aspo Cranky Barra in a full tube EL Pro Stocker.
Oh, the old Ian Johns.
Yes, yeah.
EL. Where did those cars ever end up?
No, I do remember. Who was the guy that used to have it? You put a 20B in one, and then, what was his name? Queenslander.
What, Falcon?
It was a Falcon Pro Stocker.
ASV?
Yeah, the name will come up. Carandrews. Scott Carandrews. Yeah. That was a crazy thing. So is this thing. Paul Matheson, he wrapped it all up at Jambo Adelaide with this car, built it for all motor. Matho's Garage, it's got there as the sponsor. Here we go, rolling through the gears.
Something's come off the rear end of that car. I don't know what it was. So it's
car's just going through.
Whoa, bonnet
there's
came off.
The bonnet. Rusty goes, something's come off the car, and then a little bit more of it came off.
Yeah, there was a bit, and then there was a bigger bit. There was a little black bit that came off, and then the big white bit came off at the other end.
Who says you can't be spectacular in 11 seconds? I mean, he's just gone rifling down. Here we go. Simon Ionu, 6:48. Give him a round of applause. 6:48. Big number. Wait till you see the time slip, Simon. It was a hell of a ride. You know it. You steered it, mate. So there we go. We've got 2 Australian 13Bs in the 40s. And that's a hell of an effort here. And we've seen a couple of milestones get whittled away here already. It's a good sign for the start of 2024. It's been a couple of months since the year started. And yes, we've had plenty of drag racing action to speak of in various forms of it, being, Top Fuel, Nitro Funny Car, Sportsman stuff. But Jambos, we've been waiting since the postponement with the weather to come here today to do it. So we got held back even more, and it was all, when I was walking through there in the staging lanes when they're all running, and it's just like, this has still got energy to it.
Got the vibe.
Still got the energy, this place. Just those different power plants that you've got to wait to see this many in one big group. And no matter what you want to pack, they've brought it. Whether it's rotaries, 4-banger, 6-banger. You know what we've missed here today, which we've seen in Queensland a little bit, is, the hot Audis now. We're getting all these hot Euro things running in the 8s. I know a lot of them trying to go over to the rolls and everything like that, but, there's still nothing better than getting some 8-second time slips out of those things. Guy in Queensland was good for that.
James Fakinos now who, if he did the wheel stand that he did earlier on in the day, he'd be a front
right.
runner. He'd be a front runner.
Let's have a look.
But it's
see
got
how
to
he
happen
goes.
in racing.
Let's see how
That's
he goes.
the rule, I've been told. The keeper of the rules, Janie, informed me numerous times. Although I'm firmly of the opinion that I think we need to open it up. I think we need to extend it to the whole event rather than just racing.
Well, that means we've got to have our eyes on every damn thing that happens to make
Well, we
sure
already do,
I know
because we are professionals. Diggers.
I know, but racing-wise, you know, sometimes a change of shifts, something goes through the. You know what I mean? You
Slips through to the keeper.
I'm going down the lift and can't remember the wheel stand that just happened because I was in the lift. You know. All right, here we go.
That's a gearbox full of neutrals.
Is that second?
No, that was second, third, and fourth all at the same time.
You know, you used to say snatch second. That's smash second. Oh, okay. Has he found a gear that works? Has he got one there?
I don't think so. Oh, we found something.
No one's even looking for shrapnel. Might have just crunched second and that was it. Not much left to second. That's a car that's kind of come on. Of course, we've had Connor for Kinos. Now we've got James for Kinos. So the Fakinos family enjoying a bit of all-motor action. I think Connor had a pretty cranky 13B RX4 in Brisbane. All right, Jason Studley, it says here he's on his own. All right, it's all you, Studley. He's going to go on that 1166 dial-in. This is that Aspo Barra.
Yep.
And he's just going to be able to run it. He's supposed to, I don't know who he was supposed to run. But here he is on a solo. Supposed to run Andrew Pashali, but I don't think we saw Pashali, so.
No, I don't think we did.
All right, here we go. Studley, 1166, so careful to stage. I think it's a C4 behind this thing, so it's an Aspo Barra that works. Great combo.
Good line.
088. I don't know what he buzzes the Barra to, whether it's 6.5, 7 grand or whatever, but it does sing for its supper. It's a beautiful combo. Goes a 73 on a 66.
Now here's the question. You got Craig Watson coming up next. Went 8:51, I think it was, off the top of my head.
Yes.
On his one and only run
yes.
that he made today. Gets the bye run in this round of racing. It's going to be a tricky thing. On pure outright performance, you've got to think nobody's going to get on top of him.
No.
But at the same time, he's made one clean run out of 3 attempts.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, so
he can have a lot of people red light against him though when he's chasing him. So as long as this thing stays alive, and he's got to chase
pretty hard to
someone.
make up a day and a half on a hole shot.
And one of the things about NA cars, especially, you can't just make a mistake and then expect horsepower to get you a different result. You've got to use everything that this thing's got perfectly to get a good run in. So let's just see what happens here. It's a beast of a car. For something it's got, when you have a look under the hood, I mean, I don't even know whether it's just a Platinum with a big throttle body. I think that's the way they go. I think that's all it is. I don't think it's 3 throttle bodies. I think it's 1 big throttle body. And of course the exhaust system.
Absolutely buzzed. 883, 155.
Oh, you got to
miles per
let
hour.
it sing. I had to let it sing. Got to let those things go.
100%.
That's it's something different about an engine when you're not muffling it through a turbocharger sometimes. Just giving it the full lungs, and that's what I love. Big lungs.
All the horsepowers.
All the horsepowers. And look, spinning the tyre, slipping the clutch, whatever it did off the line.
Got a pretty passionate argument going on the live stream chat.
Oh yeah.
At the moment.
What's that
about the 5 second 13B/20B.
Oh, they reckon. Yeah. Right.
There's a fair bit of feeling in it. Put it that way.
Yeah, well, I bet 20Bs better hurry up. You know what I mean?
Well, There's some people saying that. There's some people saying it'll never happen. And then other people pointing out that the record is currently 6:06 for both of them, so it's not that far away.
Well, I can remember to a similar ET. I remember one night in Perth when news came through that Peter Kapiris went 6:07 in a door slammer.
Yeah, I remember.
And I remember the whole world. That was the quickest door slammer pass in the world at that stage.
Yeah.
I think 6:07. And now there's a 13B going 6:06.
That was with the Stato, wasn't it?
No, that was with the Studebaker. That was with the Studer. I think it was. No, I don't think it was with the Statesman.
Oh.
It had Ian Cleland tuning at that stage, and I think
had the inky valve.
Yeah, it had the inky valve. Yeah, whatever that was. That word.
That's right, the inky valve.
It's like the energy polarizer. It worked a treat.
Just tape it to the dash.
Yeah, but I remember that. Remember the air. So Perth Motorplex. The Fremantle doctor had come in, the air had dropped.
That's right.
Mine shaft temperatures, and apparently Kapiris went an 07 with a wheelie to half track. They turned it up in the final for a 5, and it went into a huge drive over the centre line run. So he aborted on the last run. He was on a streak, and then, of course, back then there's not much social media, so, you know, that went across the world, that 6:07.
I don't believe that, because the centre line never stopped PK before.
I know, but I think that one did. That'd be good to see if anything on YouTube's still about that, because that was a big night. I remember people ringing at 10 o'clock at night or whatever.
Yeah.
Because, you know, WA's behind a bit, so by the time that happened, it was late on the East Coast.
That would have been like very early 2003, 2004, somewhere around there.
Sloan, here we go now. Can Steve Sloan run a 7-second run in Street 289? Here goes the Gemini to the end. Oh, 8:28, only 136. Nerel Jamis goes 9 flat. This is in Street 289, so 8:01 Steve Sloan is what he's run before.
A lot of smoke out of El Jamis down there through the braking area as well.
The heavy breathing 28.9 car. SR against G180.
Yes.
Here's the other G180 here, the second quickest Gemini in the country. Corey Hunter, 1.8 single overhead cam, of course. Driving the car, Dad Darren normally drives the car. Darren's down there in the red jumper. But Corey doing all the pedaling. It's got the clutchless gearbox on board. So trying to get all the horsepower out of this G180. They're still tough. One of the world's toughest 8-valve engines, you know. You almost need to have a single cam class. I mean, there might have to be a single cam 2-valve class because you could put them all in there together. Mind you still have a lot of RB 12 valves in there, you know, but you'd have a lot of Intec and cross-flow going in. I think it'd actually be a good class, the old 2-valve class. Geminis, the G180, it'll probably, as long as the guys like Sloan and Hunter have them, they'll never die, these things. They refuse to die. They're one of the strongest engines Isuzu's ever made.
Yeah, I'm going to be really interested to see how Patrick Long goes here, because this car has been so soft in the rear end all day. It's been squatting so hard, smacking the wheelie bars and then unloading the rear end on almost every run. And I'm just wondering if they're trying to stiffen up the rear end a bit just to try and get this thing to hook. Just seems super, super soft right at the hit.
There we go there for Corey Hunter. He paged up. Darren said he paged up with the Gemini. Half track, 5:45. He runs it towards the finish line. He's rolling off the throttle, 9:38. It was good up till then. 9:38 at 104 mile an hour. It was 1:35 in the 60. He's going to get a win though, so Corey gets one from one.
A win's a win. There's no asterisk next to it.
But that was a good run, and I know they were looking for a low 8-second time somewhere. 5:45 to half track, and it was motoring, but then it's just fallen off from there. So no smoke, no bleeding that we can see from the car, but that means a win for him. Patrick Long, as you said, Rusty, it's just had issues with the car applying that horsepower, that magic clutch combination just slipping away. All right, must be J275 time. Geez, we've lost some in 289.
Yeah, we have.
Haven't seen Paul Tester back or any of those cars. Yeah, right.
J275 has been the pick of the categories for me so far today, so I'm actually really amped up for this first round of racing.
Let's see what happens here. Potang, he did get an 8:14 in today. Lee Povey, he's zinged the tyres once but gone 7:68 and 7:56. So that LS-powered VL is in good step here. Love to take the scalp of the importer. However, when this thing's on for Poe, it's 6-second time, baby. He's just got to get that launch sorted. Is that your father messaging me there? Volvo has a nice 2-valve engine for your new class. Yeah, I know they do, Bruce. I'm half trying to feather the own nest. I'll bring an 8-valve. I'll bring an 8-valve Volvo engine into it. That's why I'm inventing the 2-valve class. I've got red blocks, baby. I've got 3 of them. I've got
Staging duel.
no
No one's going in here.
Bump City, baby.
Oh, Povey with the reaction time advantage.
Watch out, Povey. If Poe is not shifting gears, it's not carrying on the way he wants it to do. Povey steps up, 758 at 183. I thought Poe's matching it here. You're watching this big top-end 2J horsepower, but it wasn't to be.
I thought Poe was going to drive around Povey, but it wasn't meant.
It didn't
to be.
happen. It did not happen. I thought it was going to go back to Poe once he got it all hooked up and brought that traditional gas horsepower home, but it didn't happen. Yeah, that SR is a bit smoky on the way back. Doing his best 13B power. Doing his best 13B impression on the way back.
All right, next up it is Steve Carkeet taking on Peter Vinianos. Vinianos in the RX-8 Pack Performance stable with the 20B on board. And Carkeet, small block shed, 414 cubic inches, I should say, with the little bit of the giggle gas.
It's working a treat. He can definitely hit the tree hard, does Carkeet, and it doesn't seem to bother the 275 radial.
Yeah.
Vinianos with this 20B powered beast has gone low 7s with Kevin Aywardson, the previous owner. But now Peter just needs this thing to hook up even half a nick here.
It's a really neat car as well.
Yeah, they
Looking
are.
at it on the live stream, it's super straight, which is not easy to do with these things.
There's not too many like this, I can tell you. He loves a good car, does Carkeet. He loves his Holdens. He might have half a chance here. If Vinianos puts a foot wrong, he might have one here. Oh, working a treat this time. Working a treat this time for Peter Vinianos. A good number, 717. There's the sweet spot. Oh, Carkeet 908 again, 908, 910, 905, 717 is the best run, I think, ever for Peter Vinianos in that car.
Yeah.
So
and
there we go.
908's a good run, nice and consistent for Carkeet, but it's just not going to compete with the 717. Next up, it is Janie's favourite car, the RX-8 powered by the LS.
It's a tough car, I tell you what. It is a very tough car. All built in-house and spot on, of course. Brent with his business, Coldwood Homes. I said, how busy are you? Bigger than 30 houses to build, Brent Coles.
Only 30.
He's got 30 to build. And he kind of, you know, he won't build your specky. He'll build you the bespoke house that you wish builders could build you, instead of the big companies that kind of belt out a floor plan and go, do you like that? All right, we'll build it, you know. He'll build it to suit the side, or build it to suit what you want. But you've got to do something for your recreation. And let's build an LSA powered RX-8.
Straight in. No hesitation.
Yep. Listen to that thing. There we go.
He's going to get a whole shot win.
Yeah, 32. Just goes to prove that, you know, ET-wise, you can still run a number and claim a win. It's whether or not you come up against an opposition that can just walk away from you. Jake Sparks, in theory, 890s out of the F6 today. Could have matched it with him, but hey, Brent went straight in. They threw the tree. He was gone. So you've got to be able to race with these things. All right, Warren Allen now. Another Falcon FG 740s. Graham Horner, hold on. I'm going to call him Graham Hold On Horner. That's what we're going to call him. This car impressed me. The first two runs today, 720 and 725 at nearly 200 in the VH. Time to see these performances step up, I think.
Sorry. 740 out of a full body FG Falcon.
It is a 4,000. We were talking about it last night. It's over 4,000 pounds. This Falcon, so it's as heavy as the XW.
Yeah,
it's as heavy as the XW. Graham Horners would definitely be, you know, in the middle of the 3,000 pound range as well.
At least, yeah.
Yeah, Horner Performance from Lewiston in South Australia. So the Bend is his home track, and he's done a lot of testing there already. So good to see our South Australians using that track, getting to those test and tunes, running their numbers, sorting their combos, and then going, right, give me a Jambo. Let me at it. Let's do the trip from South Australia to Sydney, and let's run this thing in J275, because that's where I want it. On paper, he could take them all out here, one by one, Graham Horner, but you've got to find a combo that's now going to work.
There's not a big gap between a 646 and a 746 and a 720, though. Yeah, this is not going to be a pushover for Graham Horner.
No, this is where it starts to get a bit serious, some of these races. Someone might start, this might be the start of a streak for some of these guys. So let's just watch it. There we go, 3,800 pound full streak car. Thank you, Quentin. Quentin Feast, Graham Horner, White VH, nearly 3,800 pound full streak trim. All right, nearly 8,000 pounds a car around there. Bum City, baby! Horner, pedal door, Horner! Oh, Graham Horner! Hold on to it! Hold on to it! It's the Falcon over the Commodore!
That was a race.
Oh, baby!
That was a drive. That was a drive and a half for Graham Horner.
Horner.
Yeah, that carried the front end about as far as he could until he had to get out of it. And then when he pedalled it, it started getting the wibble wobbles on, and wow.
Graham, hang on, Horner. There we go. Mate, he didn't want to get off that thing. That was walking to the wall.
He wasn't getting off that thing. He wasn't getting off it. Speaking of not getting off it, Cameron Riley up next.
Oh, they're crazy, crazy. J315's really given us the adrenaline that we've been looking for. Ooh. And the Horner, that was on its game. I wish I got the short times. It was making some steam.
This is going to be a run too. So you got Cam Riley, best run 753, 193. That was when he went straight down the lane. That was when he stayed in his lane. Paolo Tortorello, best runner was 745. So we got less than a tenth between these two.
Yeah, thank you, Quentin. Yeah, woohoo! Thank you for your colourful comments, Quentin Feast. Watching on the live stream. This would be a bit of you too, Quentin. You'd be right in here, I think. But as we know, there's the difference between probably getting in there and putting it right in the middle of the sevens. And then there's that difference between doing that and trying to run sixes. My God, these things get stretched to the limit when you want to run a six.
This is going to be a good matchup, I think. Tortorello's got the wood on paper, number 6 and 8 qualifiers respectively. But I can't help but feel there's a bit left in this thing for Cam Riley.
I think so too. Now, he's got to do everything to bump this thing into stage. Paolo's just got to roll that thing through, grab the trans brake. Let's see some candles out of the nitrous 620 Cuba. Let's have a look.
Tortorello knows that he's got the advantage when it comes to staging here as well. He was never going in first.
Oh, you better hurry up. You better hurry up, Cam Riley. You better hurry up. Here goes Tortorello. Oh, 85. 685, 205 for Cam Riley. 685, 205, 448 and a half track, 119 60 foot. Paolo goes 117 in the 60, 042 hole shot for the Cortina, 479, trying to keep Cameron at bay, and then that comes through. 746 for Paulo. The car's been on a string all day, 181, but Cam Riley steps the VK up.
I stand by what I said before. J275, best category of the day so far.
It's just, it turns it on. Just turns it on no matter what. Graham Horner, you beast. You phenomenon. Triple wheel stands, kept the car on the right side of the wall. Oh my goodness, it's excitement plenty. And go, Dave Reed, here we go. Photo from Dave Reed. Oh, it's coming past him. Horner's coming past
Straight
Dave.
to the pool room.
Dave's got him on the photo. Big time on the photo, coming past him. And where are we at? We're 250 feet out.
Show me the signage on the wall, I'll tell you. Go back a bit.
Go back.
Go back, go back. Yeah, that's probably about 100 feet out, I reckon.
Yeah, that's big carry there.
All right, so we got the 2 6-second bandits, or 2 of the 6-second bandits from today. Keith Hards in Fair XW, number 1 qualifier, 672 at 208 miles per hour. That's just insane. Taking on Nicholas Constantinu, 685, 204 in qualifying. You going to bet the farm on this one, mate?
Look, that lane, I mean, Horner's going into triple wheel stands in that lane. So
It's got teeth.
Keith's going down that lane. Mind you, Nicholas Constantinu is going down this lane, which has supported Cam Riley, 685. So both lanes, I think, right now are ready to deliver what they need for these guys. So let's just see what happens in this lane. Keith Hards just bringing the Fair XW back. Nicholas Constantinu is back and ready to go.
Very precise with getting this car back to the start line, aren't they?
Yeah, Frankie knows what this thing likes. He really does. Look at this. The big-bodied Commodore against the XW. Full-size cars, and again...
All steel.
All steel, minus the bumpers for the Commodore.
That's right.
And Keithy knows how to steer. Here we go, a bit more bump city in J275, round number 1. We know what these cars are capable of. Let's see them together this time. Small block Ford against 6 litre. Strap yourselves in, folks. J275, this is a great race. If they can keep them stuck and not wheel standing. Keithy needs a bulb. There we go. Let's go to Bump City, gentlemen. Oh, simultaneous bump. He gets off the boat. 067, he sinks the tyres. He's trying to get back on it. There is Keith, but it's Nicholas. Point A to point B, 690, 203 mile an hour. He jumped first. The car stuck better. 451.5 track, 119 in the 60 foot, 067 off the button, and a 690 there for the Commodore.
I think Keith Hards might have just confused himself for half a second there when it just rolled in deep.
Yeah.
And it just caught him out.
That simultaneous bump, they both went in and lit them together within half a second of each other. Keith's then flickered. So he's probably just had to ride himself for a little bit, but then got himself in and gone. All right, here we go. Oh, step it up. DiMargio, another one. This thing marches like nothing else.
Yeah. Taking on Nick Baxter, who is going to be up against it with this one, the Mustang.
He can be the giant killer, though.
Could be.
He can. He didn't want to play the game last run. He still won a 969 at 111 to get a number in, but now he's back. He's going to throw a bit more at it. Mind you, DiMargio, so my goodness, this thing hunts. Like it every time I see, and I've related to Chris Kurumola before, CK Automotive, these things sound different. They make horsepower like nothing else. Sticks is there on the line, of course, Michael Kalatzakis from Quick Bits. He's the tall, skinny Greek god of tuning.
A tall, skinny Greek guy.
He is. He's. I've heard of stories from a lot of Victorian street machiners. Remember a young 17-year-old Sticks cruising up to cruise spots, laptop in the passenger seat, tuning stuff. As soon as you could tune something via laptop, Sticks was on that. And he tunes various ECUs. He's got a couple of favourites that work well. Bump City. Oh, carries the wheel. Oh, he's got to get off it a little bit, or does he? No, the car just settled.
He did. He
the car
pedalled it.
just settled. 717 to an 807.
He definitely pedalled it out there. It was carrying the front wheels, and it just started to kick on him. 717-201. 807 for Baxter. That's a big jump forward.
That's a big number. That is a big number for a 4-cylinder Mustang. That is a hell of a pairing. But yeah, he had to calm that thing down to Manja. 113 in the 60. You can't tell me that thing didn't come out stuck. 113 in the 60. So that is our best 60 foot, I think, out of that group so far this round. 113. Stixie, you've got that thing stuck to the line. 113 in the 60. All right, here we go. A couple of guys out of the same workshop. Spot on performance. Ben Vlecken. The Cuz, 768 for the VH wagon at 184. This is a full-blown street car. Does drag and drives, you name it. When he's in drag and drive mode, he'll actually drive that thing up for a midweek test and tune when the track's open.
That's cool.
Test it, drive it home with the trailer, all that, test the whole deal. Andrew Coles. Well, what can we say about Public Enemy? This is the new spot-on flagship for Coles. He's retired, semi-retired his 6-second VL LS street car, and has really stepped up with a Noonan Hemi twin-turbo Liberty 5-speed on a 275. It's got plenty, it's got plenty. He's just trying to keep Cuz at bay. Good run, both sides, 768 to an 820. And Colesy trying to hook it up, 768 with a 7 to go with his 768 with a 4 at 183 mile an hour. Colesy goes 030 on the button. Colesy leaves on time. Both 60 foots, 126 for the Mustang, 125 for the wagon. And then at half track, Colesy's just trying to get the thing to hook up. There's that much horsepower on tap with that car. So badly wants to get a 3 out of that over the 8th. No one's done it in Australia yet, and that's one of the cars that's finished and starting to get towards that goal.
So for anyone playing along at home, I just thought I'd have a look at what the air's doing at the moment. We're down to 900 feet and dropping.
Oh,
so
goodness.
it's going to be good for anything in all motor. Definitely good turbo weather, that's for sure.
Horsepower, who wants some? It's all here.
Yes.
The weather conditions are lending themselves to that.
We are getting into flavour country. We just hope that the track retains just enough heat to be able to handle all that horsepower. That is the plan. Of course, this time of year, it is just starting to get a little bit cool. If you want to go up, grab yourself maybe a jumper, a hoodie, part of the new merchandise range from the Jamboree guys. They are up there at the top of the stairs behind the main bar. So if you go up and check it out, they've got a great range of merchandise. Although I don't know how much they'd have left with the massive crowd that we had in the place today.
Oh, look, with the temperature dropping, the hoodie sales just spike, of course. They just absolutely spike. Here he comes, 6-second cam. 6-second cam. The Workshop Wars, have we got an update? Spot on at the moment. So after round one, spot on after round one, spot on. Again, this is where all the little dice fall. Yeah, that's where all the little dice fall. 6-second Cam. How you going there, Cam? Good, 6-second. Good run from him. He had to really haul Paulo down. All right, Michael Crouch, 1390, getting chased by 1060 from Bradley Halliburton. The I-30N gets to leave first. We're in round 2 of Street Compact. Clean green, not a fresh green either. 106 for Halliburton. It just might be all academic from here because Halliburton's been in this situation before. Have a look at the VL coming back here, 6-second VL stuff just idling back like a street car. 1067 on a 60
That
for
is
Halliburton.
cool.
Yeah, just pack your own twin chutes at the back and go back to the pits. What a country we live in, hey? What a world. What a world. What a country. All right, here we go. Michael Osborne and Elijah Bendevsky. Bendevsky, the Sora, 2.5 litre, 1365, getting chased by 1050. Another 3RZ Hilux. Tuna Racing from Ormo in Queensland. There's a few in the tuna group. 3RZ guys. Maybe they're joking, maybe they're hinting. This is all they can live on because they're spending all their money on their projects. Tuna no crust. Yeah, those 3RZs have that different noise to them, don't they? They're a decent sized 4-cylinder and they make good steam. 1055 at 128 mile an hour on the 1050 dial in. Elijah could not get the Sora in the stage and keep it there. So that's a loss there for him. But hey, Osborne doing pretty well for himself. Here comes Keithy back in the XW. World's quickest XW. We can say world's quickest for a lot of things today.
We can.
We've seen it.
We can.
All right, here's the Mustang back, Salika back. No details on this, so maybe we are just sneaking a grudgy in or two. Just when we go to the temporary numbers and the names go, we normally think we can slot a grudgy in or two. Here we go, the Commodore comes back, hey? 6-second stuff just rolling through in J275. And the Cuz, back-to-back 760s for the Cuz. You got to be happy, Benny, the vacationer. Doing its job. In true streetcar fashion, drives it back. doing all sorts of things, percolating all the way down there.
Right at the end.
Bit of slippy and whatever. Could be another one of these A340 Toyota boxes starting to lose top gear. There's a few of them on the
Just starting to get that slip.
But it is that little bit of Toyota pride, and as we said today,
slip.
you know, Robbie Butler being Toyota guy his whole life. So yeah, Toyota engine with a Toyota gearbox and a Toyota rear end in it. In a Toyota, he puts as much genuine Toyota on as he can. So Street Compact's run in that round. Folks, we take a quick breather. We'll be back more from Jamboree as round 2 of our eliminations continue on. We'll be back with a break after a break shortly.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney Dragway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
Modified compact time now after a short break, just stacking up the staging lanes. We are back into it. That is Mark Whelan, the Black Track Performance Ford Falcon, taking on Scott Cousins out of the Gas Racing Workshop. And Scotty Cousins has certainly been the class of the field so far today. So Scotty Cousins, 758, 794, 945. I think he went 757 in the first round. It's pretty much just raining 7-second runs for Scotty Cousins. Martin Whelan, he's gone straight in. He's playing the double bulb game. Scotty Cousins can take as long as he wants until he's in pre-stage like that. Then he's got to roll in within 7 seconds. He does so. Clean greens both sides of the racetrack. Advantage to Cousins. He's rounded him up by half track. He's out in front and he should get the win pretty comfortably here. 771 to an 831. 760 was the dial in for Cousins. So it takes more points bank to the bank. Jimmy Pexon now, the Toyota Hilux, taking on Matthew Unan, 76 RX3 Mazda. So they had a great time up there with Shannon Shelton this afternoon, handing out plenty of trophies. Oh, all over the shop for Matthew Unan. I think it was a wheel stand and then it came down and it was ugly left, right and centre. And a 967 will get the win for Pexon on the 930 dial in. 11.99 on the 958, not enough to get the W this time around. Plenty more cars rolling through. Darren Worthington, who was in the running for, I think, Burnout of the Day up until just a little while ago. He's going to take on Andrew Rankin this time around. 880, the number for Worthington. Andrew Rankin, and 890 is the dial-in. And unfortunately, that's a big puddle of stuff underneath the car for Worthington down there. We're going to be down for a clean-up in that aisle. So although a little bit, it might actually be fuel. And if it's fuel, that would be good, because if it's fuel, that will evaporate fairly quickly.
Very well could be. Very well could be.
I would hope.
And again, fortunately, if it is fuel, that it didn't light up and catch on fire. So let's just see how fast that stuff disappears, that puddle. But wouldn't be the first time that we've had a leakage here in Jamboree history. In fact, I think we've nearly hit 500,000 litres.
500,000 litres dropped.
500,000 litres dropped
and
in the history of Jambo.
Dropped and mopped.
Dropped and mopped. That's it. We've just hit the 500,000 litre milestone.
Right, we're now in competition with the Exxon Valdez.
Yeah, it's thank goodness we've got Enviro Waste Services Group on board. They're going to be able to help us out with that.
It's handy,
but it's not ideal. But it does happen when you're pushing the horsepower that some of these are. Every little fault gets found eventually. I mean, it's not often that things go 100% perfect, but when they do, it is truly epic. When it doesn't, it's just so humbling and grounding. And realising that not everyone is perfect sometimes, and it takes a lot of preparation to make these things stay together all day. Something like a fitting, and again, I think it must have been a fuel fitting, because look, that puddle has kind of disappeared. They used the mops for it, so that picked it up. What are you laughing at now, Rusty? It's a funny comment caught your eye.
No,
there.
Nothing in particular. I'm just a happy kind of guy.
You are, mate, and you're in your element because you're like me. We love this sport. Out of all motorsports, this is the one that sort of continues to linger as well. I think I like this one the most.
It's just got the needle far enough into the arm.
Yeah, it is.
Just can't get it out.
The top bowl, but I'm just going to continue to come back to that. It's the most universal language for a motorsport, where you are at the most, what's the word?
Recognised.
Synced. You're synced with the whole world when that top bulb goes on, no matter what goes on after that. Okay, Disco Dean up against Presario. So look, Presario's only just started to find this automatic 13B combo out, and he's up against a seasoned stager in Disco Dean Ferris. This man knows his way around a Christmas tree. This man knows how to race. He knows what's up. But he's also aware that it's moments like these where it can go the other way if you don't give yourself a little bit of a reminder, a little slap across the chops to go, nope, this is another one. We've got to treat this as seriously as the rest. 837 chasing an 888. So Disco's sharpened that dial in up to somewhere he hasn't been today. The air, as you said, is coming in, so we're all going to be quicker.
Oh,
Bump City, baby! Bump City! Oh, Disco, I didn't do that to you. I didn't do that to you. Couldn't have heard me.
At what point does it become Bump Tri-State Area?
That's right, Bump State.
I think we're about there, aren't we?
Oh, my goodness. Bump City, he's going to look at that Disco and go, whoa. 012 minus. He was trying to be a gun on the tree.
That's your fault. I'm sure I heard you say...
You know what? I'll cop that from my mate Disco. I'll cop that. Mate, Disco, if you have to put that on someone, mate, you put it on me.
I don't mind being your punching bag. That's what you're saying.
I don't mind, mate.
You're the emotional fuse breaker for these guys.
1-800 abuse me. Just ring me and pour it all out. I'll relay it. I'll absorb it, and I will then relay it to the masses.
Russell Archer on a solo pass. He had a solo pass in the first round as well, I think.
Well, 8:58. He's not going to be tried here. I think some of these categories, believe it or not, we're going to get some pointy end here pretty quick here tonight, folks.
Yeah,
I think the way that attrition has taken its toll, I honestly think the ones that get the J's tonight are the Survivor. This is almost like the Jamboree Survivor Series. Who does enough? Who keeps turning up? Who keeps putting on the wins?
And that's what it comes back to, is you got to be able to keep turning it around, rolling up.
It's not just a sprint, it's a marathon. And some guys like Archer, he's been here before.
Yeah.
Got all motor coming up for the next round too. So we're starting to crack the whip on round 2 of everything. So folks, we're going to have some champions here before you know it. So don't go nowhere. Stick around. We've got the light starting to maybe turn on. Is that? I thought I just saw them go on before, but do I do this? No, they didn't come on.
You got to say, hey, Alexa.
Hey, Alexa, can you turn on the lights here at Sydney Dragway? Thanks.
Soon.
I don't think she likes me.
No. Not tuned in here, boys.
No. All right, Russell. All yours.
Not a bad light, 237.
Disco's coming back. He may or not seen what happened. 9:01 for Russell Archer on an 8:85. The little escort might have to go and party with Carl Cox. So are we still at an 010 for Joe Gauci?
I think that's still the best, yeah.
We'll have to see. Here we go. Bit of cranky NA action, round 2. Mate, some of these cars, like I've had a look at a few of these little all-motor cars, they're built for purpose. They're there for this class. I can't wait to race with these guys.
Sam Constantinou, the Datsun 1000 wagon, that's a cool little car. And Jason Studley.
Barra-powered Cortina. And look at this race, 11 flat chasing an 11.66. So Studley actually gets to literally foot brake his way out of here. And he's got to get the revs up here ready, Sam Constantinou. He's got a fair chunk to it, you can hear it. Plenty of cranky ones in all motor. I'm loving all motor today.
Yeah.
It's the little category that makes the biggest noise. All right, Studley, so careful to stage. Constantinou wants a race here. He wants a race. He's going to get himself one against Studley right now. Oh, Studley a little bit better. 0.33 on the tree. You can't give Studley too much, but this little rotary, he's got RPM on his side. RPM through the finish line. No, Studley, 69 beats an 11.08. 3/10 at the stripe, but a 69 on a 66 for Studley. And Sam having a bang gears. And drop that clutch at the right time. Great run. All right, Anastasi Gregoriou and Anthony Gregoriou.
There'd have to be a relation there, wouldn't there?
I'd say the whole Rotary family is out here today. More syllables than Sesame Street. Let's go.
And on today's show, we go free G. Anthony Gregoriou, Anastasi Gregoriou chasing down Gregorio.
It's the left-hand drive RX2 Coupe. And he might have him covered here. He might have him covered. They roll to the finish line. 15.02 beats a 13.66.
Just my great cousins. That's all it is.
They're great. They're fantastic. 15.02 for Anastasi. All right, it's James Fakinos to keep the Greeks coming. This is Nelly NA Acropolis. That's what it is.
That's right.
Natural Acropolis. That's what NA stands for, is it?
Big shout out to all the members of the EEC that are watching online as well. You guys know who you are.
This is a great family gathering. It is an all-motor family. Damn, I can't wait to get it. I'm going to try and make a promise that I'm going to be here for next year.
Oh, you have to.
Make a promise. Yeah.
You have to be here.
Yeah. Technically just here, but yeah. I want Gordito to come and play in here. All right, two guys that want to have a crack here. I think it was going to be Wasson and Fakinos, but it's just gone to... Might just be the Fakinos yet. I haven't seen Wasson coming in. Maybe he is now. Got ourselves a cranky matchup coming. Can't get enough of them. Look at the little on the way back there with the big air intake on them. These things, nifty little pieces of fun. You get 11 seconds of fun with a lot of them. That's a lot of fun. Some guys are unlucky enough, they just get 6 seconds of fun. These guys get 11. So much more fun, less danger. Technically less danger.
It's a new race number.
Yeah.
Hashtag.
Is that crypto?
T. Little wiggle 8.
We know who it is. We know who this young bloke is.
Who we do. Chris Fakinos. I want to see a wheel stand. I don't feel like we've seen a don't get me wrong, that one from earlier on was not too bad, but it didn't have the height. You know, we always talk about the 3 H's of the wheel stand. The height, the hang and the haul. That one had the hang, that one had the haul. It did not have the height.
No. That's why a big horsepower car always seems to win that, because it just shows you how epic a wheelie can be. NA cars, unless they've got a lot of flywheel in their light, you can maybe get 2 or 3 wheelies out of it.
But usually they're up and down.
That's right, they're up and down, and they're normally jumping up in the air after the after the gear change a little bit. Flipping the wheel up. Okay, 11.15 getting chased by an 850. This is where the weight comes into it. God, I can't hear myself think in the background.
No.
All those people watching.
I mean, it's always noisy in your head anyway.
I know. This is exactly what my head feels like most days. Exactly this much noise.
Oh, it's a red light. Oh, he would have had him too. He would have had him. 008 red for Fakinos. Oh, man.
27 on a 15 would have done it. Wasson, lucky enough there was a red light. I think there was just about to be another one from Craig Wasson as well. And that thing, all he had to do was grab that gear, and that thing was going to be on another 850. That is an incredible beast of a car. But guess who's up here still? That's right, folks. That little car just made all that noise. I love that this little car is filling this whole place.
It does. It just...
This is the person you want to turn up when you don't like your neighbours.
It's the symphony.
This is the guy.
Oh, this thing jumps about a foot to the left every single time he changes gear.
Well, there's the bonnet again. Every run, the bonnet's going up in the air. 1091, 120 mile an hour. Can you come back and do that again?
More race tape required.
I think it's actually a piece of cardboard painted white. I think that's your commitment to lightweight. There you go. Pick up the bonnet again. Oh my goodness! Is this the trademark now? It does the little side kick 4 times, and then it throws the bonnet up at the end. Yeah. I love it. I love
4
it.
4 jumps to the left, and then the bonnet up in the air. Woo!
Matho's enjoying that gearbox. Let me tell you, that little car just for about 2 runs before he ran, we can hear him in the background, and then he does a burnout by himself, and you look around going, "Where are all
Where's
the other
other
cars?" Hang on, you mean that is the only source of all of this noise? There it is. It's nuts. I'm sure people there on the North Shore are hearing that right now. Like, that thing's travelled. I'm sure people are hearing that on the other side of the highway.
Yeah, there's probably reports going into Crime Stoppers right
now.
Yeah,
right now. I'm hearing a ridiculous noise. Are there aircraft overhead? What is going on? That was Paul Matheson, ma'am.
Yeah.
He's you don't know him, but he's making a big impact.
You don't know him, but you've heard him.
You've heard him, and we'll take that complaint on board. Thank you, Karen. And please call again. 1091 there for Matho. And cranky little thing
Looks like we've got some Factor Extreme coming through.
Can you imagine that? So as I said to you earlier on today, watching Pal February TV on YouTube,
yes,
is that when you go to one of those events in Puerto Rico, and I talk like I've gone to it.
You do.
It's almost like I flew over and went
this
to the
one
event.
time in Puerto Rico.
This one time at Salinas, right? I was just at Salinas last week, actually. But no, when you tune in and you watch these events called Asperados, think of that multiplied by 100, and that's exactly what Asperados is. It is nothing but cranky, high RPM, high compression, open exhaust rotaries. There's not a mozzie to be seen in about 20 square kilometre radius. I think just from the pulse, from the pulse waves of the noise. But yeah, as we said, they let them run on a bit of nitrous. They let them run on a bit of nitro. And the results are pretty good for a small package. Speaking of a small package, we've got one of those to play for you and a break and back with more. Round 2 for a few other categories, hotting up shortly.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney Dragway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call
Same to
13.
you. Same to you.
Undo.
Anyone out there in the pits cooking up a delicious meal, can you deliver us a sample to the commentary box? We'd love to sample the food you're cooking. Kebabs preferred. If we can get a couple of the best kebabs.
Yeah.
How many? 3?
Oh, I reckon three would do
Four?
it. Four would be perfect.
If we could get 4 kebabs to the commentary box, if someone out there can
One
do
of
us
them
up a
with no
kebab,
tomato,
I'll
please.
give you a full wrap over the PA for the rest of the night. All right, Peter Anastopoulos in that M3, Dominic Rigoli in the 350Z. There we go. So Dom sounding a treat, that RB singing along. Is this the run where it starts to come good for him and he features maybe towards the final? You've got to play the percentage, you've got to play the long game. We've seen some big numbers already, but now that we're in racing, who is left to pick up the pieces to grab a Billet J here at Factory Extreme?
I'm just saying, I reckon Dom Rigoli's building into this today. He knocked out that 649, I think it was 647 in that first round of racing. I think he's going to lay down a number by the time this event's done.
Well, I think it's just a matter of more seat time.
Don.
Where? There he is. There we go. We've started to write them all off, but they've turned them back up. Wow, there you go.
See, I do have my glasses on.
No, there you go. The attrition rates maybe being oversold just yet because they have got 3 rounds to turn up. Ideally, if you want to feature in the pointy end, you've got to turn up every round. But if you want to fix, repair, regroup, retune, reset, resend, this is the option. All right, Anastopoulos and Rigoli. Round 2, Factory Extreme. Great matchup. Rotor versus Piston. RB versus 20B. Because the M3's still there, even though 101 in the 60.
Yeah.
101 in the 60 for Dom. He threw it at it and it nearly took it. It took it, then it kind of almost bogged as it moved. So it's almost like, unless he's lifted early, because you can't underestimate how fast Mr. Rigoli can apply the right foot
100%.
on and off. So that was another little pedal for Dom. He got it sorted and got through to the end and turns on the win line.
If you look at where he's at the tyre tracks out there, you can actually see the pedal marks. You can
Yeah,
actually
he's grabbed
see
it there.
you can actually see where he's lifted off and got back into it. It started spinning again, and then it started driving out of it as he plugged the next gear. So
it is so hard to even try to imagine what that feels like when you're trying to steer a sedan-style car. You're in a car with a steering wheel, with steering wheel, to be launched to 60 foot in 1 second neat, for then trying to comprehend what that thing is doing as far as movement is concerned. You are already in 1 second flat. You know, a fair way out, and that car's already doing 100k an hour.
That's true.
What does that feel like? I mean, that is a hang-on moment. This is why I think these guys get hooked, because that is a, I mean, that's your adrenaline. That's your attention getter right there. Come on, Bob, put it into gear. Let's see what happens. Let's have a look. Come on, Bother. D is for drag. Sign with, say a prayer, put it
now,
into gear.
here's the question: is it still got the problems?
It's good so far. It's good so far.
It's good. It's good.
Good so far.
Looks like we've got a clean up though over in aisle 2 down there.
All right, we're scouring the lane, having a bit of a look around. We've got Paul Mahayat's team going for a bit of a look down track, going up near 60 foot. Maybe in anticipation for a burnout from Paul. No thanks, mate. I don't know, they're out of walking a fair way down that lane. And then climbing the fence. So there we go, that's an interesting view. Maybe he's going to do a decent skid here and walking back from there. I don't know, that was interesting watching his crew down there. Or whoever that was, if it was not his crew. Botha sounds a lot better. Everyone's looking at each other, wondering when we can let it free. Still a little inspection going on. All right. All right, I think we're on. I think we're
good. Got a cast of thousands down there.
Oh, Botha, well done. Oh, Paul Mahan, come on, put your hands together, folks. You got to give them a bit of lead up. You got to get these things right, feeling in the right mood, and when they're in the right mood, these things do perform. These things do let you know how refined and beautiful they are. Yeah, I still don't know. That was pretty good. Mind you, there's others to come. Let's just see what happens. These guys are set for a battle. Paul Mahan, can he get a win here in round 2? Jason Botha. Trying to keep the rotary end of the deal alive. Remember, we've still got Sadek in there for the rotors, so let's just see. No dial-ins required. This is Factory Extreme, brought to us by Precision Turbo and Engine, combined from 100 years of knowledge of turbocharged vehicles and committed to providing full tech support, all forms of racing worldwide. Look at the crew behind Paul's lane there. They want to see this thing go down the track.
Do they take a bus up to the start?
They nearly have to, don't they? They nearly need the bus. Shh, here we go, boys. All right, here we go. Time to bump it in. Bit of Factory Extreme Bump City as we put a couple of converter-equipped cars into the beams.
We'll go through and get the win, I think, in this one. 687, 212 to a 745 for Mr. Mayet.
There we go, the Rotors, they both left together, 106 in the 60-foot, but then Paul's car hassled the tyre early, 360 to 330, while Botha was straight and smooth, 303. Half-track 454 for Botha, 687 at 212 out the back, and Mahayat had a bit of a squeeze through the middle, still went 170 at half-track with a squeeze, and then buttoned it off at 745 or 189, gave up the chase. All right, we've still got another one to go. The Rotors maybe tonight. This is Rob Tarabay though and Anthony Matuk. We got double reds for a reason. We don't know why. What's that? Yes. Got a few movable hazards in the way there. But by all indications, the next run is a 2J versus RB battle. I'm hearing something odd. I don't think that's Junior. Sadek. Sounds like it's idling there. Just, I don't know. Yeah, that's 20B. All right, now I can hear a little bit of 6-cylinder in there. So I think we've got about 3 cars in the tunnel area. And according to our screen, Anthony Matuk against Robert Tarabay in just a sec. Again, torque converters, both sides. Rob Tarabay with his auto, Anthony Matuk with the quick drive and Liberty transmission. Here they go. All right, hold on to your hats. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah, put your heads together.
That was a genuine 300-foot burnout from Matul.
Yeah, you can't take stuff away from the guy when he just
coasted to nearly 1,000
feet.
Yeah,
and you know what? He did that on the last run and it went the world record. You know what I mean? So for a guy that's not only trying to show off, he's backing up everything he's doing. He really is. Honestly, you know, he's a polarising character, Anthony. You know, he's you know, that's the Aussie tall poppy. You know, everyone feels you need to bring someone down because they kick so much ass, and then it's like, well, he's going to keep turning up and kicking ass, and he doesn't care whether you like him or not. But at the end of the day, you can't help but like the guy. He just, it's just this sheer single-minded want to be the fastest at something that just keeps Jambo, puts the spark in Jambo, I can tell you. Just when we've seen 100 heroes, yeah, he's doing that as well. There's been a little bit of tweak in the laptop to do that as well. He's just got it all. He's got the burnout show. He's got the flame show. He's carrying it on now. There we go. He's just got it all. It's about a 5-trick pony, this thing. It's ticking all the boxes. This is the all eyes on Anthony moment that he's kind of set himself up for. The big skid. He's still got to get past Robert Taubay, who can steer and run 5. Side by side 5. That's what we want. Can we see it?
Has Matul got enough fuel in this thing?
No, I don't know. Actually, we forgot to ask you. Come on, boys. Bump City for the folks. Oh, he's behind on the start, Anthony. He's got to lock the converter up side by side. They hit the stripe. Oh, 21 to a 43. Oh, you love that, folks, did you not? Wasn't quite side-by-side 5s, but oh, you could not take your eyes off him. 0.25 for Anthony on the tree. 0.25 for Anthony. 0.43 for Taubay. So the guys were ready. That's a race, folks. That's what we're talking about.
Absolutely.
That's what a race looks like.
Yeah.
There's no testing there. That's the culmination of a lot of testing. But that's one drag race right there, folks. An 0.43 leave for Robert, an 0.25 leave for Matuk, 107 to the 60-foot for Anthony, 102 to the 60 for Rob. They hit the line hard. Half track for Taubay, 412 at 185 mile an hour, 419 for Anthony at 180. And then look at that, 621. 235 mile an hour for Rob. 643 at 201 there for Anthony. Now look, that's round 2. The man's going to probably go back and see if he can't make wrong a few rights there and come back and do something else. You know what I mean? He did everything there. He's kind of got himself in front just in the burnout deal. If we were judging on flame jobs, he's done that as well.
He had the flame job going as well. Just a really quick line for everyone that's down there on the start line. The meeting director has requested that anybody who is not with the next 2 cars to please vacate yourselves from the start line. That goes for everybody down there. Doesn't matter whether you're waiting for your car a few pairs back. Go back and be with your car. Do not be up on the start line unless your car is on the start line. Cannot make this clear enough to you.
That's true. That's true. That is true. And we had not many move from there. But that's that's what we need. That's what the Reds are kind of there for, to say, all right, we should vacate this start line before we can fill it with the relevant crew. Here they come towing back, these guys. Madness. Wild scenes, wild stuff. Bother enjoying the day. Bit of race car love. The thing's starting to go down the track. Is that right? 2 from 2 for Bother?
Yeah, okay.
Anyone, whose else is 2 from 2 there? Robbie Taubay? No. Just checking round 1. Yeah, Dom's 2 from 2. Now, we haven't seen Zoran yet because Zoran's up shortly. Zoran was the win. So Zoran's got to go in against Yeah, and Jay there as well. Okay, so we've got a potential pairing coming up in a sec. Just checking on thing. I don't know whether we've got anything around the bottom there that's got our attention. No one's sort of walking the track. The track looks pretty good from here.
Yeah,
is that what it is? We're still
yeah,
waiting
we're
for
still
people
waiting for the people. So
we need the start line cleared, please. We need the start line cleared. I know we've got people with headsets on, which kind of makes them crew chief people.
Yep.
But as far as
if you're there and you don't
crew,
need to be, move. Simple.
Yeah. So we've got a bunch there. And again, I can't. Here we go. We're just trying to get everyone to come back. Come on, everyone. Let's just get on back so we can start with the next pairing. Yeah, that was a hell of a. I've got a few people sending back through their feedback pup and everything like that. What did people think on the stream there about that run? Honestly, that's got to be some good feedback coming from throughout the world. We had literally thousands watching on the stream there. I mean, over 1,000, so that's thousands, isn't it? Yeah. So one hell of a run. I was so hoping for side-by-side fives there. The cars have got that potential, but playing that little bit of percentage game where they're not going to get too aggressive. Mind you, 107 and 102 on the 60s.
This is going to surprise you. Apparently, the deep, in-depth conversation that we're having on the live stream chat at the moment is about birds, companion birds.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know why. I don't know if we're talking pigeons. I don't know if we're going full Mike Tyson on this thing. I don't know.
Is that right?
I'm not monitoring the chat, but that's what I've just been told. So either I've been led up the garden path or...
No, there's some deep thinking going on there. Some deep thinking. Companion birds. Yeah, great.
Ah, there you go. Chris Lyons has a rainbow lorikeet that used to touch the corner of his eye to make it tear so he could drink it. That's weird.
Yeah, I'll be worried about that bird at night, pecking your eyes out.
Yeah,
no,
that's sort of next level weird.
I'm setting him free the next day.
Yeah.
We could talk about companion birds all day. My father's got a little bird that's in a cage. I think he's some sort of little parakeet.
What's her name?
His name's Rocky. His name's Reggie. His old one was Rocky.
Reggie and Rocky.
But his head fell off.
His head fell off?
Yeah.
What, in something's mouth? Or?
No, you ever seen Dumb and Dumber?
Yeah.
The budgie? Yeah. His head fell off.
All right, Soren and Jay Sadek now.
All right. Oh, yes, please. Come on, Jay. Come on, folks. Come on there.
Jay's getting after it.
Oh, yeah.
I thought he was going to stay in it a bit longer than that.
I know, me too.
I did expect...
Chip off the old block.
Yeah. Well, he's got some good flamage going.
I tell you what, I hope Mr. Lazinski's having a fat time down here in Sydney, Australia. Can't help but think is that when these things are on, the adrenaline goes to 11 again every single time. When they're ready to rumble, there's nothing better than it. And then we get hooked on it. Then when we have moments of silence, we start scratching our own eyes out.
Yeah. Where you get your rainbow lorikeet to do it for you.
Rainbow lorikeet. I was going to have a cockatoo on an answering service, so Cocky answered the phone. I'll do that one day for you. I've done it before. Cocky speaking. How can I direct your call? Cocky. He's a pretty boy.
I take no responsibility for you.
Oh, there we go. You've got one there. He's lovely. She. I can't tell when I look at a bird. How dare you call it a she? He. It's a she. Oh, I'm sorry.
How are you supposed to know? Oh, didn't you know? The boys have a black ring.
No, I was looking for more obvious things. Well, the other day I saw a male bird identifying a female bird sitting on eggs, but I didn't question it. I wasn't allowed to. How dare you question how this bird identifies?
Sora engaging. Let's focus.
Yeah.
Sometimes I need to be the voice of reason.
I know,
it doesn't happen often.
You did mention, you were the first one to mention companion birds.
Yes.
Sora engaging. Jay provided a photo. I just provided the comedy of the minute. All right, here we go. Jason X, Sora engaging. Let's go, boys! Oh, well done! Oh, Sora! Careful, you two! Oh, 650 for Jay, and another rotary takes a scalp of a 2J, 762. I'm sorry, I lost it. Gadget 022 on the clutch, 060 for Jay. Don't tell me these guys didn't come to race each other.
Oh, yeah.
104 and 107 for Jay and Zoran. 274, 276. 420 to a 430, 170 mile an hour for Jason Egg. Zoran was already off it. 650 at 213 mile an hour for Jason Egg. Well done. But Zoran, they come gravitating together at half track.
Yeah, the magnets in the doors were definitely working there. It's about 300 feet. And I thought Zoran's was actually going to snap back on him. It started getting out of the groove, and I thought it was going to snap back on him. But he did a good job, kept it shiny side up. And
when it's on, it doesn't have to be side-by-side fires, but when it is on, it's one of the greatest shows on earth.
No, I'll tell you what, you went all motor level volume.
I did. I cranked it.
You were cranky.
I did an apex seal.
You did.
That's all right. That's all right. The side seals are fine. Might have hurt the crank, but that's all right. I'll put another quart of oil in it, see if we can't get to the end tonight. It's just the stuff that keeps coming out. Performance stuff. Here, Pump will be onto this one.
It is Pro Mod now, presented by Great Group, and it is Joe Gauchi taking on Steve Smith. Pair of Mustangs. Oh, Steve Smith's giving it a red hot crack for the burnout.
Well done, son. Get those big bags nice and hot, ready to take on Joe.
Big block Chevs do good burnouts.
They do. They do. I do think it's 481X base.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, and I don't know. I think Joe's still 481X based as well. So I think we're both.
Oh, we've got some
down
done
that
information.
Yeah, no. Well, again, it could be loosely termed as that.
Could be either or.
It could be that. Sometimes I do think when you hear about all these things that big block Chevy still can punch well above its weight.
Oh, yeah.
And one thing I've been noticing more and more is those coyotes and how quick they can go. And if someone ever built a killer combo at 2,300 pound with a coyote in it, they've run 560s with that motor at 358 cubic inches in the States. So maybe one day we might see someone play with an ultimate coyote in this country and see something happen in Pro Mod. Honestly, if money was no object to me, I'd come in with a car like that because I believe what MMR's done with that little engine in the States. And big block Chevs and Pro Lines, they all got big valves, valve train. Yep. Those overhead cam engines seem to just handle the RPM. They don't have the mechanical issues. They're smaller, so they don't make as much pure grunt, but they can still make that horsepower. All right, here we go. Bump City, baby. Pro Mod. Every train route. Oh, Gauchi moves out for a wiggle. Smithy's right there. Half track, 414, 420. Oh, got a race,
another
gentlemen.
good race.
6:11 for Gauchi, beats a 6:26 for Smithy. Tail of the tape. Look at the buttons. 055 for Joe on the tree. 050 for Smithy. 990 for Mr. Gauchi. Thank you very much to the 60 foot.
Smithy had a pretty good wheel stand going out there. He was carrying it a long way out there
What
as
a
well.
run. 113 to the 60 for Steve Smith. Now half track, 420 for Smithy at 187. Joe, 414 at 193. Value for money here tonight, folks. And there, that 26 for that low 6 there for Joe. They're the runs. That's what the people want to see, that side-by-side stuff. Nearly identical off the button. Like, well done, sir. That's ultimate fencing. That's two guys waving a sword at each other. In this case, let's talk about 4,000 horsepower Mustangs at each other.
True.
On guard is what we must say from there.
Ivan Tessic, Greg Saccharides rolling up to the line now.
Oh, man. You got your value for money here, folks, in these last few runs. Let me tell you, round 2 has put it on. Match race after match race.
I've got to give shout-outs every now and then on the live stream. I've just seen Theo Pony from Sweden.
Well done.
From Sweden.
Well done. Welcome. I wonder what brought him to Jambo. He's probably been following it for a while. I'd like to know what he's got going on in his country. What would he race?
Ice racing.
Well, I've seen some of that stuff.
Yeah,
too.
that's good value, that stuff. That's good value.
That's
if it gets cold enough, we might be doing some ice racing here later on.
I wonder if they could have J275 where it's 275 spikes in the tyre instead. You know, because they do race with those damn spikes. You can't worry about an oil down in ice racing, or can you?
I don't know.
One thing I've noticed, I've been watching also a lot of dirt and sand drag racing as well, and I still think maybe in Australia they can take off a bit because no oil downs.
That's true.
You've got an excavator and you sort of
churn the dirt.
You just churn the dirt. You put your paddles on. There's a lot of Puerto Rican drag races that have been going from dirt and sand. They're putting front runners and slicks on it and coming to the drag strip.
Yeah, right.
We've got one there that's gone 640 over the border.
Okay.
with like a 2J sand rail, like sand Jeep. All right, here we go. It's the Mauler against Mr. Mad. Sydney Pro Mod Identities and, well, Ivan Tessing. He has a legion of fans that go back, and for those people, you just say Mr. Mad. Remember, in Australia, we've got to explain to Americans. It's sometimes, oh, not again, Ivan, not again. Not again, son.
This is a run.
Saccharides, 5:59, 5:59, 251 mile an hour.
Holy.
And you tell me that you've got that thing pulled up, Mr. Mauler. Yeah, he goes around the bottom loop. There we go. A complete, perfect A to B run, and let's talk about the run. 9.45 to the 60-foot, half track, 371. 208 mile an hour at half track, folks. 0 to 208 mile an hour in 3.71 seconds. He didn't stop there. 5:59 with a 9, 251 mile an hour. The perfect run.
Yeah, that's a 59 at only 251.
That's sending it. You cannot stand here and tell me that that doesn't look like he's fair sending it.
That should be north of 260.
And you know
I'm just
what?
saying,
but hold the
should
phone.
be.
Hold the phone. Who's here? Who's here?
Mr. 260 himself.
He's going to need more skid than that, Campo.
He will.
Look, I'm not a qualified crew chief.
Now, you're a skidologist, aren't you?
Is he just going to try and get a run here? Is he going to? I think he needs the skid.
I don't think.
Come on, mate.
Surely he wouldn't stage it based on that.
No. Can we get him back in the water? Yeah, let's get him solved. Let's get him solved. The opportunity is here for Rob Campese to get this run in. No.
Oh, he's just rolling up.
Okay.
He might just be accepting the green.
All right, we throw this run away, I think, just purely on not the best burnout. Maybe there's a little bit of work they need to chase on the car, and they just wanted to make...
He's rolled the beams up there.
They just wanted to roll up.
He has rolled the beams, but he didn't cross the beams during his burnout, so technically, he can reverse back.
It's his first time.
Yeah, technically that is his first time accepting or crossing the beams.
Well, hats off to him if he's just come to make the call, whether it was ready or not. And that's the thing about our vehicles that run sort of on our Chicago shootout is you've got 3 rounds to front. Some guys choose not to purely because they've got something they've got to turn around on the car, and they'd rather give up winning the event, but just to get the car back and try and get it umber down. So whether or not he's just tried to get a win up. So he's still 2 from 2, Campo.
Sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good.
Well, you know what, mate? I found out when I went to Europe last year, no one's ever heard of the term Bradbury anywhere else.
No.
No one even knows.
No one cared.
Someone says, I did a Bradbury, they don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. My sister-in-law, she hasn't lived in Australia 30 years. I told her what a Bradbury was. She didn't understand
She didn't know.
Was. No, she's an Australian living in Switzerland.
Well, he's going to stage it here.
Might as well be living on Mars.
This could be a great decision.
Here comes Zoran back in the BMW. Give a round of applause to Zoran and the drive job. Yes, just a wicked run to be a part of there. Oh, that was fantastic. Giving us the price of admission here today. All right, come on, Campo. Just give us something here. Gorgeous car. And again, just one of the turbo door slam. I should say pioneers, because, I mean, he just assembled the right bits. He loved turbo door cars.
First turbo car in the world to go 260 mile an hour.
Yeah, so he's got the milestones there.
Yeah.
Just a guy that's a turbo guy.
Yeah, he is.
What?
Yeah, he is.
You turn up with no burnout and hit it nearly, 102, hit it? Like, didn't expect that.
No.
That had no burnout. It's just probably proving how good the track is. You just basically clean the tyres.
And how good tyres are now as well.
That was good. And maybe what start line management's all about. The thing kind of grabbed it. I've been listening to a few of them go down and hearing a little bit of management, which is good. This is, it's part of tuning now. You can't call tuning traction control. It's basically trying to harness what you've got. Traction control only slows you down. Good tuning makes you still fast on the edge. All right, here we go. Phil's back. He's going to go maybe 2 from 2 if he's by himself here. He's got Camilleri supposed to be next to him. Here he is. Yes, he's back. Pro Turbo brought to us by Enviro.
Oh, oil.
Oh, Phil.
Look at the oil underneath
no.
Phil Penny's car.
No, it's gone. Bazook.
Yeah. Much better to happen in the burnout than...
Oh, that's going to be that lane down just for a bit. I mean, it's just out of the water, so we can kind of really clean up a bit messy there.
That has lunched something significantly.
Yeah, God knows what's happened there. Now, I know that they're having blow-by issues, and now whether or not that's maybe
more
that
than
is
a
something to
blow-by.
do with the engine, whether it's the block or whatever, because, you know, just in what happened to Ryan Holt's Captain Risky yesterday is the thing sort of split the back of the block off a bit. Like, broke a bit of the block. Now, whether Phil's got a bit of a block problem there, who knows? Here comes Joe Gauci back up. A fantastic run, I must admit. Vid, very, very good run. You and Smithy, very, very good.
Good side-by-side run as
good
well.
bumping too. Simultaneous bump city, a perfect double bump. If I had to, and you know what? We had a sponsor at Kender last year give me money for best bump. So we had to pick me, and Mark Allen and I had to pick the best bump. In other words,
the best bump for mine are the ones that go all the way in, that don't come back out, but the car is still doing these ones.
Yeah, well, that's a fluky bump. I'm looking for a deliberate.
Oh, you're looking. Oh,
I'm looking for a deliberate bump to race.
A bump with purpose.
And Shane Baker from Warwick, he bumped in clean second bulb and then went like an 03 on the tree. So a bump in, bump out was perfect. All right, here we go.
Purpose, that's what you're
bump with purpose, with intent.
Daniel Camilleri with the Firebird.
Just went off the boil.
Yes. Well, he hasn't moved, has he?
Got to get the launch RPM
Still
up
sitting in.
again. Smithy, well done, sir, as he brings the Mustang back. Well done, you and Joe. Fantastic show then, the two Mustangs bumping in together and leaving within half a tenth on the tree together. Have a look at the time slip when you see you two guys leave against each other. All of those races that we've just seen, they all left. They wanted to beat the opponent next to them. They were on time. And remember, it's not like these guys test every third week, some of them. So for them to finally get to a Jambo and then go into race mode and leave so well, just goes to prove that, you know, now that this is technically still all amateur motorsport, how good they're at it.
Talk about leading from the front. Colin Wilshire down there on his hands and knees cleaning up the oil down from Phil Penny.
One thing about the captain, he knows what hard work's all about.
Yeah.
He knows sometimes you just got to do it yourself.
No, that's leading from the front, isn't it? It's
and you know what? He probably, one thing about Cole, even though this is an inconvenience, obviously, to the running of the event, is he won't bear any grudge to Phil at all, because, you know, Phil's been one of those.
He's been a supporter for a long
forever,
time.
So
he's got the OG.
Phil will feel just as bad about it than anything. If anything, he will. You know, he definitely will be feeling the pain here as well. If there is something horribly wrong with the poor engine,
that's an amazing amount of oil that's come out of that.
Yeah, that's dropped a whole lot somewhere from somewhere.
Yeah,
and we'll find out from Phil eventually. But the boys, one of the Spot On boys, might be able to fill us in on what happened as well, because Phil does sort of he hangs with the Spot On family, of course. Phil has helped with my car especially, as well as Spot On. Phil's doing the paint and panel on it, and Spot On's done the fab on it. And you know what Phil's new car is going to look like is fantastic, and there's a lot of work done by Danny from Spot On that car as far as the welding. Phil's done a lot of the fabrication. Danny's been doing a lot of the welding, because he is just a gun with the TIG.
I don't actually think we're going to be down for that long here.
No, it's happened. Looking
at the cast of thousands.
Well, let's just thank, and it's like a lot of different things. The scenarios could have been so much different. He could have got through the burnout, could have got that thing in the stage, and then the very first time it copped some boost, that he was on his way down, and then that thing goes. Greg Saccharides, ladies and gentlemen, 550s, 250 plus mile an hour. Mauler, that's the adrenaline machine right there when you let that thing go.
100%.
And you let that thing go, and it goes 550s at over 250 mile an hour. And here comes Mr. Mad back, just not happy in the beams the last couple of runs. But just remember this, the first time it came out in silver with the twin turbo small block, pedal clutch, 4-speed Lenko. Wow. Yeah. Now it's, growing another 150 cubes and probably another 1,000 plus horsepower. But it's interesting that Australian car culture can remember cars by their license plate.
100%.
In America, you don't have that. There's names of teams.
Yep.
So you might identify a car. Some cars start to get these nicknames now, like Snot Rocket. Like that's a car that you wouldn't have heard of 12 months ago. But now Brett Lasala, that's all you see on social media is this Coyote-powered Mustang that not only won Sick Week and ran, I think, an average of 640 at every track every day, but then now goes and runs a 3 in the 8th with that Coyote engine.
It's crazy.
And is, going 3,000 to the hubs on the damn thing.
Absolutely crazy. I don't think we're going to be down for too much longer. I think we've just about got it cleaned up. Maybe a few more minutes. We might take a quick word from our fantastic partners here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree for Sydney 2024. We'll be back shortly after this.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney Dragway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
strip domination. Quicker ETs, number one qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney Dragway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and not on a run, or else the whole track would be getting the oil cleaned up. So we saw Dan Camilleri come in and take the win. Who have we got now, folks? Let's have a look. A couple of cranky 13Bs around the joint. Idling away. And we'll have to get an idea of what the workshop challenge is going to do after round 2 of everything. Have we had round 2 of everything yet? No. So we're just touching the surface. All right, we are in Pro Turbo. This is the R100. So this is Al up against Mayolo. So this is a seeded pair. We've actually got a matching up. There we go. All right, into gear, boys. Here we go. No, we just tell him Mayolo to turn off for a sec. I saw his crew tell him to turn off. We're ready to go. Oh no, we're ready to go. Start her up. Mayolo's got it started. I don't know what box he's got in it, but it is a manual, a clutchless box of some sort. God, I'm gonna have a clutchless box. Gotta get one. Gotta have one. Well, baby, thank you for the effort. Yeah, Jane's just shaking her head. She's just, oh. We've had a few little frights today, haven't we? But honestly, if we didn't have any of those frights, I'd get to the end of today and go, oh, Jambo, oh, not today. No, I didn't do it for me today, but I can tell you right now, done this for a quarter of a century, I still turn up and go, wow. You can still lose your marbles around here. Because these things still keep doing wild stuff. Doesn't matter who. And I like guys sort of coming out of the wilderness after a while. Dominic Mayolo, one of my favourite R32 door cars, full tube, RB30, clutch pedal on board, 695 here today. Al Rafai, 773. It's a 13B in a 6-cylinder world. He doesn't seem to mind. It's good that he's not only making up the numbers, that he's just going to always be that annoying little buzzy bee flying around your head as you're trying to run another 6. He's got both bulbs on. He's getting just pushed, pulled back. There we go. Now he can do his bump. All right, Mayolo has had a habit of either zinging the tyres or getting out and running. Here we go. There we go. Seven seconds. His fish Starting all over the place, Dom. He's still going to get it 8.26 at 169 mile an hour. Not an ideal run for both guys, but Al, they've got 7 seconds to stage, and Aiolo went in. Al's tried to bring that thing in and bump it, trying to get the boost up and bump it. He just had to get the thing in, and he had half a chance there, but he ran out of time. He got timed out. And Aiolo might have gone 2 from 2. Jane, is that right? Wow, okay. Aiolo 2 from 2. All right, Jason Payne, Justin Gregory. Hang on a sec. These guys, didn't they run last time? They are again. Other lane. All right. He's going to have another go here, Jason Payne, Justin Gregory. These cars, big tyre, 6-cylinder, 3 litre for Justin Gregory, 3.2 for Jason Payne. Someone's cooking the biscuits downstairs. Someone's got the biscuits going. For those people watching on the live stream, anyone that can tell us how long they've been watching continually, get us that up and see who our longest continual runner is, because this stuff would be in your head already. Hear what we're hearing right now? That's going to be in your head for a week. Yeah, Penny's hoping not. I find it quite soothing. It's a busy noise, but it's relaxing. It's a little bit of mechanical repeatability that I like. I like mechanical repeatability. I know. You'll have that. Hang on, someone saying? Since 6 a.m. at the track. Is that right? Have we had... Oh, who's that? You guys. Mitch Peterson's been on it since 6 a.m. Have we had a live stream since 6 a.m.? Mitch Peterson's logged in at 6 a.m. wanting to watch the stream. So he's been there the longest. Here we go. Mrs. Colesy reckons Harry Coles has been watching it for 2 days straight. So Andy's boy's been watching it 2 days straight. Oh, Payne goes to the wall. Hold on to it, Payne. Oh, fishtail. 7.03 at 2.08. Justin, I don't know what happened there. He sort of rolled in. May have red lit, I don't know, but he's just decided to take it back. And Payne had to fight the long way down. 7.03, 208. I'm sure that because of our angles on the live stream, we are watching straight down the track here as well. So you're seeing the fishtailing like we are. Because we are situated directly behind the start line, 2 stories up. That's the Ghost and Simon Ionu. Did anyone get back to us as for the 13B Aussie record? $42 it is. All right. Oh, well, the internet's really wrong. Brooke Shaw's been watching since the beginning, so shout out to Brooke. Mrs. Coles has had her son Harry do hardly any chores this weekend, I would imagine. Ready to watch Dad. And Uncle Brent. The rest of the squad on. All right, Simon Ionu, 6.48. What does it take to go to 42? Do we see the Aussie record go? 42 from May 2023, so it's nearly a year old. 6.42. Simon, peel a number off here. 42's the Aussie record. Ran a 6.48 the previous pass. The time is right. Conditions. Payne's been struggling down that track. I don't know. Can we take the 13B down that lane? Simon Ionu, Tony Grigich. Pro-Max, Villain Pro. The best of the best in rotaries on display here this weekend. Pink and Villain, peripheral port poison. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter McKern and Associates Pro Compact, round number 2. 6.48 previous pass for Simon Ionu, so Mr. Promas. now a big contender for Aussie 13B glory. The Ghost, never underestimate Tony Riggins. On this run for Simon, the Ghost is out there and is going to get one down. He goes 788. It wasn't pretty both sides, but hey, that'll do. The commentary's gone quieter. The cars are louder on the live stream. Thank you, Nathan, as well. Nathan watching at home with Mrs. Goes at his home as well. What a great Saturday night it is to watch the live stream right around the world. And it's so good to bring it to you. Chris Diggles, JD Smith and Rusty Gregory going out live on the Jamboree live stream. Yes, Mrs. Coles, we do have a background microphone that's picking up everything off the front, which, to be honest, I don't mind that ambient. As long as, you know, we don't have cars idling below us. At the end of each train, you can probably hear the commentary a little bit better. We'll try and talk it up a bit more for you people at home there. There we go. Microphone a bit closer to the mouth. All right, Alan Dodds. Doddsy, what up, G? How did he go round one? No good up against Jurgen, all right. I think they pushed the thing back, didn't they? Something in gear or something. Lee Doherty beside the auto might just be the go tonight. Winning round one, I think, out of solo, didn't he? Legged it through into the 760s, that car, very consistent. Alan Dodd should have him on paper if What Up G gets that 6-second mojo back. But he's just been spinning that tyre. The thing's been bucking and rodeo bull riding all day. He's another one of our sort of new generation heroes, the What Up G. Got a following. He's a far-out dude, hard-working family man from Queensland, dreadlocks and all. Like he typifies the adrenaline he's giving, he's getting back. All right, here we go. Lee better bring that in. Here we go. Here we go. Doddsy, What Up G? There we go. Oh, we left him on the tree. Then Doherty went out. What Up G starts to steer the car through the deep end. It's What Up G. 705, 199 mile an hour, and he gets one back, and it makes Doherty 1 from 2 and Dodd 1 from 2. Ionu 1 from 2. Rigic 1 from 2. I think we got a whole lottery already in Pro Compact and not much stability yet. Let's see what Jurgen does against Rodney. Rodney's the one that might just rise here. But if he's not on the money, Jurgen could go 2 from 2. Here we go. The current holder of the Australian 13B record. They don't take any of their opposition lightly, the pack boys. I mean, this is when they're locked to dominate, they're locked to dominate. But I mean, the only time they have ever come unstuck is when they've actually pushed the limit. Like, you know, then they're not afraid to go and push that limit. Sometimes it's at the wrong time for them, they'll admit. But that's their attitude to how they race, and that is, you know what, we're going to go for it this one. They've never pulled back from a fight. They never have. And they'll try in the final. If they have to run a number to brain their opposition in the final, it's bitten Rodney before. Let's see what they do in round 2 here. This car, again, hats off to the clutch call in these cars. But yeah, Rodney's just making that thing get in that 1-0 area. That 108, 107, it seems to just like it right there, right now. That'll be a 660 if they use that combo. If they go any harder here, it's another 50 coming up here. Let's just keep an eye on the short times here for both cars. McKernan Associates Pro Compact. Rahayam versus Piscopo. Mazworks versus Pack. Jurgen, go inside. 102 to the 60, half track it goes 424
4, it's another 60-something. Oh, 55 with a 4. Wow, we're stringing the numbers together now. 455, 655 with an 8, a 655 with a 4, identical runs. Nelly, 55 with an 8, 55 with a 4, 102 in the 60-foot, half track 424 instead of the 19 on the previous run, 171 mile an hour at half track. 55, that's showing a little bit of dominance. Huh? Sure, mate, yeah. I'll have a 196. Yeah, got a prescription for him. Yeah, so they're good. They're good. It's the fruit I need. It's the fruit. Hmm? That's why some people can and some people can't. But this has been some crazy running. You're not guilting me with it. I mean, you unconsciously guilt me, but I'm just used to it. Oh, the ninja. He's going to go 2 from 2 here too. Is that right? No. I don't see any Anthony DeCino here. Sam raced Rodney. That's right, in round 1, didn't he? So Sam's already none from 1. So he's going to go 1 from 2. So he's going to be back with all the whole rest of them, with the Jurgens and the what up G's, and it's going to have to go down to the quickest ET at round 3. What's happened here in round 2 doesn't have any bearing other than set up what's going to happen in round 3. Who turns up in round 3? Who gets what win, but then we'll be looking at not only wins, ETs in that 3rd round. And we've had people lose finals berths in the past by rolling on a solo in round 3 and going, oh, I didn't think it mattered. I thought the win was the winner. So
it's a tiebreaker.
When it's a tiebreaker, that ET matters.
I feel like I'm in that meme where you got the lady and it's all the numbers just floating through the air.
Yes.
It's a lot of numbers, a lot of mathematicianship over there in the corner going on with Janie.
I wouldn't be so harsh. Oh, you said ship, sorry.
Ship, yes, mathematicianship.
Like penmanship.
Penmanship.
Yeah,
steer the ship. Steer the ship.
Companion birds, yeah. All right, Sam Kyprios.
That's nice.
Yeah, baby.
Oh,
whoa, Sammy!
Shoots out.
Whoa, might have pushed the little 3RZ. He might have pushed it a little bit too far. The 3RZ goes 9:21. Maybe wounded. Who knows? We've got to get down and see if anything's gone on track.
I saw something come out, but I wasn't sure if it was a timing block. I saw something fly off to the right-hand side of the car, but yeah, he did a great job there. If in doubt, get the shoots out. And Sam Kyprios definitely subscribes to that theory. Very, very good drive job.
He's up, so he's pulled up all right.
He's pulled up, I think.
Oh, there he is there. Yeah, there we go. The little starlet. 80 inches of pleasure. 80 inches of thrills, I can tell you that. But he's pulled that thing up, so who knows? We're now going on a little bit of a post-mortem trip here to see exactly what may have occurred with the little ninja.
It was a fair bit of heat haze. A fair bit of heat haze coming out of the car, looking at it on the camera as well. So I would suggest the fire crews have rolled down there just to make sure that everything is A-OK. But I'd suggest that there is almost definitely some stuff on the outside that shouldn't be of that car.
We haven't even proceeded to just sort of check where all that sort of happened for Sam. But I mean, look, worst case scenario, you start to wonder: is it a fitting? Is it pushing the head? Because I know that, you know, cylinder head lifting is a thing if you're running big boost on some engines, and sometimes they might push water out, which is a thing. Whether or not any of that sort of made it to the surface, I'll be amazed if something didn't get to the surface.
If there's nothing on the racetrack, I'll be supremely surprised down there. But there is oil. Yeah, see, that's the problem. You let the smoke out, and it's you let the smoke out, and it's very difficult to get the smoke back in. So the good news is that Sam's done a great job of pulling that thing up. He's stopped it down there in the braking area to try and minimise as much damage to the racing surface as you can. But it looks like we are going to be down for a bit of a clean-up in aisle 1. That is the aeroflow lane.
We've got a bit of a traffic jam here. Everyone's sort of just rolling up.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the Ninja pushed some stuff out by the look of it.
That's Tony Grigic, is it? Down there handing out some stuff to the crowd.
Is doing it again.
Some of the show bags. If you go on and like all their social media pages as well, Tony Grigic and the Ghost and all the social pages that they've got, go down and show them, and they've got plenty of show bags to give out as well. Lots of, I think it's Makita stuff that they've got. And great way to interact with the fans and the crowd here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree.
All of our Pro Compact round 2 guys are coming back. Another great run there from Rodney, 6:55 for him. Star of that round, best performer of that round. There's a little bit of a delay and a break and back from more. We are just sort of scouring that area. We thank you for your patience. If you're heading off, well, I hope you had a big day. I hope you're just grabbing some merch and you'll be back soon because someone's going to win these Billet Jays here today. You can see that these guys are pushing very, 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 very hard. But sometimes the downside is that some of that stuff hits the track. We'll be picking up what we got.
Is your tennis racket arm still warm?
It's not bad, but guess what? The racket's gone missing. The racket has been racked.
Oh, you're kidding.
The racket has been racked. It has not been handed in. That racket is either floating on someone's golf buggy. But we're going to maybe send the guys into the
return the
burnouts.
racket, ladies and gentlemen. Have a heart. Return the racket.
Oh, Leanne reckons she's found the racket.
She's found the racket.
But you know what? It's so hard to hit them in the dark.
Breaking news. I've heard that we've recovered the racket.
The racket's been found. We just got to get some balls. We just got to get some balls out
The racket is over.
Yeah, so the racket has come back. Here's what up, G, after a good win there for Doddsy. Getting back in the groove. The mojo's back for just one of the sexiest RX2 drag cars that we have got. And I didn't tell Doddsy this, but the other week we had a young bloke mowing the lawns over at the mother-in-law's, and the young fella came past my wife's car, and there's the What Up G sticker on the back, and he goes, "Where can I get that sticker? I want that sticker." "What is that?" "I want that sticker." And I said, "It's What Up G, mate."
What Up G? You don't know?
If you know, you know.
If you don't know, you don't know. If you know, you know.
All right, so we need permission from the meeting director to do burnouts. So that's what we're waiting to see if we can find.
My guess is the meeting director's probably got his hands full with a bit of a clean-up going on at the top end of the racetrack. But if we found the tennis racket...
Yeah, bit of red tape.
We're doing burnouts.
All right, so we are able to do burnouts. Do you want me to go and hit that lucky ball out?
I want the hat.
You need the hat. You need
I need a hat.
You need to go and also get that kind of now as
I
well.
probably
if you're going
don't
to do
I?
that. But, yeah, we're just surveying the damage. What we've got to pick up. We've just got to see how long that's going to take. We are looking to get permissions through from local government authorities to do some more skids, and I'm sure you folks that are hanging around are going to appreciate that.
Planning permissions?
If I do have to, if we got a couple of our black stress ball, that'd be a good idea, Janie. Chicken nuggies, big pack of chicken nuggies would be good if you were going shopping.
Do they do dino nuggies for him? He loves dino nuggies.
And again, if there's donuts, go for them as well. Looks like the four, you can. You can run a half marathon, you can carry some food.
Some donuts.
Yeah, carry me some donuts. That's ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it looks like the 4 kebabs did in front. I honestly thought we had a bit more pull than that.
Look, I thought we were going to be in. But, yeah, apparently nobody cares about the commentators anymore. So.
No, well, I mean, I've been on a hunch for a fair few years about that. But honestly, if I got the racket back and we had a few black balls, it's hard to hit that into the darkness. But I think if we got some of the lucky balls there with the light colours, is maybe we can do that. And maybe Leanne's ahead of the curve there because she's sort of down in that area. She hasn't messaged me about it, whether we've got a couple of those to hit.
How good an arm have you got on you? Can you throw it?
I can chuck it. I know, look, we're down there probably for more about burnouts.
You can chuck it better than the Indian cricket team?
No, look, I tried the quarterback thing. That worked well, where we're throwing them like a quarterback.
Yeah, okay.
But if I've got the lucky balls and the tennis racket, I think I'm going to hit some big cross quarters.
Oh, you're going to go cross?
Like Steed here, hit this one as high as it, so that way people can see it in the air for a long period of time.
Get it above the light so it goes dark and then comes back.
And maybe hit one from there to there and then go over and hit one from there to there.
Black balls at the night time, though, probably not a great idea.
I think I've got to use the lucky ones, which are like the yellow or red ones that might show up here. If they made sort of glow in the dark ones, they'd be fantastic.
It does seem a bit dark out there tonight, doesn't it? Am I imagining it? Or?
I need someone that's an absolute geek to do a few little ones of these with GPSs in them so we can actually see which ones go the highest. I know they haven't quite done that in cricket yet. I know they can measure the speed of, like even in baseball.
Ball tampering?
So, with Hawkeye, they can measure a tennis serve. Yep. They can measure a baseball pitch. They can measure how fast a cricket ball goes, but can they measure how high I can hit the damn thing?
I don't see why not.
I can't see why they can't. Honestly, I'd love to see them in a cricket ball so you can see just how fast the ball leaves the bat. That's another speed I'd like to know. Because if you're seeing past bowlers go at 160 k an hour, I want to see what it comes off the bat at. That'd be the way to go. So, you know, we might get the skids out. I know we're pushing towards that. Give you guys a couple of burnouts.
Do have to say a big
Sure.
thank you to all of our partners here at the Garrett Advancing Motion. Presented by Fueltech Sydney Jamboree for 2024. Garrett Advancing Motion, our naming rights partner. Fueltech, our presenting partner, and of course our product partners. Billet Race Engineering and Platinum Racing Products. We've got the skid cars out there now. Oh, take it away from the Diggles. We had some premature delamination earlier.
Yeah, we
right?
did have that premature delamination. We took the pellets, fixed it, and now he's going to last longer. And it took a long time to lead into the skid. Like, I mean, I didn't think he was going to start it where he did. He had a nice, glorious tip in. Some good manoeuvres, which I just can't judge at this moment because we can't see them. But he's definitely done in no time flat here. Definitely no time flat. Now, look, Rusty, you might have to keep watch over here. I've been summoned to go down and maybe perhaps try to reacquaint myself with the racket.
Wax and balls.
I'll leave the green one here. And I might head down. So it looks like the racket's arrived.
Okay, you go sort
and
out your
I'm going to do
rackets.
some big cross courts, do you think?
I reckon you could channel your inner John McEnroe.
Give him a round of applause if he's finished his skid. If not, hold your applause.
Hold your applause. Based on the advice of Chris Diggles, hold your applause. He's still getting after it down there. Our friend, he's got a fire. He's got a proper fire going. Ooh. That's gone out pretty quickly. Oh, it's not out? Oh, no, it's not out. Looking at it, it is still well and truly going down there. So all we are just sorting things out down there. The Garrett Advancing Motion Company is the leading automotive turbocharger provider, supplying technology solutions to nearly every major automaker in the world. Their innovative turbo technologies for all applications enhance vehicle performance, fuel economy and drivability. They cover the full range of engine sizes, from sub 1 litre economy 3-cylinder engines to premium and high-performance V8s and V12s. And a big thank you to Garrett Advancing Motion as well as Fueltech. Founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. With roots deeply embedded in the racing world, our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. So it looks like we've got our burnout car sorted out down there. A little bit chilly, isn't it, Mr. Diggles? I know it's not exactly the warmest night out there, but the track seems to be holding plenty of heat. It should be good if we can get it back underway.
Yeah, it's all right down here, temp-wise. It's not too cold. Doing well. Cole's still nice and warm from all the hard yakka he's done, getting all that oil off the start line. We've still got a fair bit to pick up there. That damn 3RZ pushed a bit of stuff out there. But good news is someone found the racket, right? Found the racket. We got the lucky balls back. So they are high-vis balls, right? So they're going to look good in the air, aren't they? All right? They're going to look good in the air. Now, remember, these are the ones that you can hand back in for a shirt. Now, I don't have hundreds of them, but I still got some of them. And I don't know whether I want to send one up in the air. I don't know. Can you? Can't see the blue one. Let's see the blue. Oh, you can't see the blue one. Are they the black ones? Or are they all the multicolour ones? What's that? Oh, here it is. Hello, old friend. Hello, old friend. No, let me just have a look at them.
There's t-shirt.
Oh, yeah, quarterback. Bit of quarterback. Oh, there's another blue one. So give us the blue and the yellow one. All right. So, couple of cross. I'm going to. I want to set one up high and see if you can see it, right? I'm going to set this one up and see if you can see it. And for the people over on that side,
Can you see us down here? Can you give us a wave on the spectator mound? Can you guys see us there? Can you up the top? Up the top, I can see you. That's a hell of a challenge. That's a challenge. If I can send one to that, do you see where that person was at the top? Do you think I could send one from there, and then I'll go over there and I'll send one from there to here? Shall we do that for a full send? I might just put this one up in the air and see if everyone can see it, okay? This is a test one. This is the blue one. This is the dark one. Now, even I can't see that, so keep an eye on the sky. Let's try this, right? Height. Height. Need a countdown. 5, 4, 2. Can anyone see that? Oh, well, one hand, one bounce. Could you see that? Could you see that? All right, I'll hit one other one here, but so those people on the other side, where are ya? Oh boy, that's a long way. That's a long way. I need a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, here we go, here we go. All right. Where is it? Where did I make it? Anyone got it? It didn't quite go up the top, did it? Sorry about that. All right. All right, well, I'll go and do another one over there and hit it over here.
More beans, Diggles, more beans.
More what?
More beans.
More beans. What if I hit the invisible one in the sky? What about this dark one? I'll just quickly duck over here. Quickly duck over. I'm going to send it over here, right? Going to send this one from here over there. Okay. I can't go over there. Yeah, righto. These don't respond to backspin like the foam ones, but the foam ones don't go that far. All right. I might send it into the general area here. All right. Can you see this here? Can you see it? Can you see that? Over there. All right. 5, 4, 3. No one. 2, 1. All right, here we go. Who's got it? Who's got it? Who's got it? Who's got it? No one catches it. No one. No. I would assume that one went to ground. I would assume that one went to the ground. Okay, who's ready to catch the invisible one? Can you see this one? All right. Invisible one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Where is it? He's got his eye on it. One hand. Oh no, he's missed it. He's missed it. He's got it. This kid's got it. This kid's got it. Now remember those balls that you've got to take them back to the Jamboree tent and hand it in for a prize. Remember that? Because if you keep it, the whole system fails. The whole system fails. You hold on to these balls and the system shuts down. All right. Over here. One on the angle. One on the angle. Dude, this one's not that bouncy. Can you guys down there see this one? Can you see this one? Geez, they all know the name over here. All the kids know my name. All right, big angle, big angle. This will be impossible. I want one person to catch it on the full tonight, just one person. All right, can you see that? Can you see that? All right, okay. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Is that on the roof? Has he got it? Who's 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 got it? Who got it? Now it's coming back. You got it? This guy got it. Did you get it? Put it up. Did you get it, mate? Show us. Oh, it's gone over. Oh, what? What? No, it didn't go over. Did it? You got it. You got it. This guy, oh, it's gone over. Shall I send it up? No, I won't send another one over. All right. I don't know. I'm going to just try down here. I don't, honestly, I've got to step back a bit because this is going too far. We can't be hitting them over the fence. These are the lucky balls you got to bring back. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's in. It's live. Oh, what? Hang on, here it comes, here it comes, here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. Watch it, watch it. They got it, they got it, they got it. They got it. They got it. All right, I think we've got to go cross court. We've got a coloured one. Oh, what? For now, righto. Oh, we can play quarterback. Actually, where did the shirt go? Hang on. I got, is that right? Got one more ball. Mr. Mullet. Mr. Mullet. Quarterback. Hit. All right. Blue 22, 22. Go long, go long. Who's got it? Who's got it? Touchdown! Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hail Mary. We've got 2 left, is that right? Hey? More what? Quarterback. I can't throw from there. I can't go from there. Okay, this one's going to come in sharp, right? I want everyone to just get away, just get in a nice thick group. Everyone just bunch up here. Everyone bunch up. That's right, everyone bunch up. That's the way. All right. All right, just bunch up. Because this one's coming through with a bit of speed on it, all right? This one's coming through with a bit of speed. Okay. Okay, blue 22. Turds, fakes, throws. Oh, incomplete. 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 Boy. Boy. All right. Bunch up, bunch up. Oh, Kipper, you okay, mate? You okay? All right. Righto. All right. All right. Hail Mary. No one. No, to ground. We've got to go back to school and learn how to catch. Oh, yeah, we can do these. We can do these. These are good. These are good. Sorry. All right. 18:20. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to go. Oh, what a cat. No, not a catch. All right. Thought that was it. That was it. We'll hit those over the other side. All right, I've got one more little thing, and I'm going to go and give a couple of things to the people over there, all right? If we could only power the Earth's electricity through these voices, honestly. All right. Do you reckon? Do the old Mel Meninga, do you reckon? The old Mel Meninga? Mick Cronin. Bit Mick Cronin down here, isn't it? Mick Cronin. Mick Cronin. All right, here we go. So you reckon the straight toe punt? Bit of old school. Oh, that worked. That worked all right. It was all right, wasn't it? It's all right. Where did I leave my racket? All right. All right, couple of caps. I'm going to go give a couple of things to the people on the other side, all right? Who hasn't got a sticker? Line up against the fence. You ready? All right. Okay. Okay. Don't keep moving. I said stop. All right? All right. One for you, little boy. One for you, little boy. Scissor, paper, rock for the hat. Just, well, it's going to be random, all right? Sticker, 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 stickers. Okay. Sticker. We've got the looks of desperation. The looks of desperation. Just hang on. Just hang on. I am only going to go and give stickers now to the quietest children here. Shh, shh. Just can the older kids keep out of it for now, please? All right, here we go. Polite. Shush, shush, shush. Oh, this is much better. This is much better. Oh, this bloke just threw the sticker away. All right, there we go. All right. Shush, shush. My God, you kids. Oh my God, it's getting feral. Oh. Sticker. Oh, mate, fella. Don't break it. Don't break it. Hut. All right. It's a hat. It's a hat, for heaven's sake. It's not a bill at 13B or anything, all right? It's not a bill at 13B. There, look, put them on your school books. I'll see if I get a few more. All right, kiddies. I just needed a bit of soul. Oh, no, come on. All right. Wolf. What? Is that for over there? Hey? All right. We'll scoot over there just for a sec, kids. We'll be back. I might hit you something from over there, okay? Do you want me to try and do that? Can we drive over? All right. Oh, boy. You coming on the stream or what? Hello to everyone on the stream. We'll be back. I'll try. Look, honestly, I thought I'd stop raising my kids. Now, got another 150 kids that want stuff and not enough stuff to give them, and the live stream is still working. This beats walking, eh? This is good. This is just, I feel happy they got the racket back. We got the racket back. It's better. We can chuck stuff. All right, here we go. Here we are. People on this side. All right, people on this side. People on this side. It's a bit more peaceful at the moment over here. A bit more peaceful. All right, this bloke, I'll just try and put the boot up. This guy looks like he plays a bit of AFL. Oh, beautiful catch, sir. Beautiful catch. What a bit. Oh, beautiful. Bit of punt. Beautiful. Careful, everyone. Wouldn't want you to slip over now. Beautiful. What do we got? Better quarterback? All right, better quarterback over here. Better quarterback. All right, better quarterback. Who said over here? This bloke over here wants a bit of quarterback. All right, here we go. Hut, 20 foot. Whoa, it's incomplete. Oh, my goodness. I need someone in the long end zone. Oh, it's rebounded. The poor lady, she was all ready for it. And all right. Now, this is a little one you can keep, right? It's a little one that you can keep, right? So try this. Can anyone see it? There it is right in front of that bloke. Careful. These are ones you can keep. If you've got the rubber ones, you know, the bright coloured ones, they're the ones you give back to the Jamboree tent and you'll get yourself a prize. All right, we'll try this, shall we? It's a bit dark. Have a look up. Acclimatise your eyes. All right, you ready? So you can keep that one. Hopefully no one gets hurt. Hate for that to happen. All right, better quarterback. We should do a bit more quarterback. You're a fullback. He's a fullback. All right, here we go. Blue 22. All right, I want to hear who wants it the most. Go. No, oh, careful, stacks on. No injuries, is it? I think that kid's got to go to a HIA. All right, here we go. Bit of a, this gentleman likes something. Oh, I'll get that for you, mate. I'll get that for you. Whoa! There you go, the kiddie one. There you go, Castrol drink bottle. All right. Quarterback. All right, quarterback. All right. 36, 22, 36, perfect. Hut. Oh, incomplete. No one's catching. No one's catching. Put the big boot up. Put the bomb. Put up the bomb. Oh, knock on. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Knock on. All right. Just to keep the people on the other side interested. Who wants up? Can anyone see that over there? Anyone? No one. Okay. Let's try this one up there, right? Let's try this. As high as I can hit it, right? As high as I can hit it. You all right? This could go anywhere. I need a countdown. 5. Watch out, watch out, watch out. It's a big bounce. Oh, well done, well done, well done, well done. Well done. I'm amazed these guys are lining these things up. I'm amazed they're lining them up. I am without merchandise. Let me go back and get a bit more. Give us the hat, he says. Is that a hat? That's a nice hat. That's a nice. What is that? Oh. Oh, lovely. Oh, righto. All right. Here we go. Ready? Oh! Hey? Okay. All right. Here we go. Random stuff. No favourites. Oh, careful, boys, careful. Oh, Jesus. All right. $2. What are you, kid's giving me $2 over here. Kid wants, what are you giving me $2 for? Here we go, there we go. That's a girl's shirt. That's a girl's shirt. That's a gender-specific shirt, apparently, that one. All right. And a couple of quarter pack. All right, kiddies. Kick it to you. What's your name, little boy? Little Trent over there. All right. Okay. Boundary line. Here we go. I can't hear the countdown. I need a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, to no one. I love that one. All right. You're a good group. Oof. You're a good group. You're a good group. Do we have something to hit over here? Do we have something to hit? What's that? Actually, we've got to do a bit of a sticker give here too. Hang on. Are you able to bring Look, I know it got a little bit hectic over there. Who wants a sticker for the school book or something? Jambo sticker for the school book. I hope you're all going to school on Monday. Who likes school? Put your hand up. Oh, you all get one. Yeah, like you. You like school? All right, it's good on you, mate. Last year, is it? Last year, it's who doesn't go to school? You go to school? That's good. My advice to you, if you want to come racing, stay in school. Or be a tradie on a government worksite. That's the other option. You can have a factory extreme car if you work in construction on a government worksite. Right, lovely. Oh no, we'll just keep it. Folks, we've got a bit of a ration here which we're going to get to, and then if we get to any more oil downs, well, we might be out. So, okay. We have. Well done. We've really rationed. All right, we've got a couple more caps here. Look, we gave a couple of caps. We gave a couple on the other side. Oh my God, you guys are just crazy for caps. You are just crazy for caps. All right. Oh boy, where'd that go? Oh dear me. Oh. Whoa, boy, bad luck. No, don't you get too risky there. Let me get that for you, mate. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, okay. I can't keep randomly giving it away to someone. Careful, no. Hey, okay, hang on a sec. Hey, it's turned into Hunger Games over here. It's like Hunger Games. And she's left me in the middle with no golf buggy and no more toys to give away. And I hope she's got my racket. I'll go get some more stuff, all right, guys? Thank you for your cooperation. Let me get some more stuff for you, all right? I'll head out this way, and I don't want to be lynched or made feel guilty or anything like that. Big shout out to everyone still watching on our live Jambo stream right around the world. I think we're in the thousands there watching. Look, this is a byproduct of pushing stuff too hard, and this time it's just a little bit of oil and water out. We're cleaning that up. But, hey, let's get some more stuff here, folks. Get that opportunity to get that merchandise. We'll be back soon. Uncle Chris needs to go and get a Gatorade or something, so we'll be back soon.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney Dragway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
have one goal: drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, number one qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Hi guys, Herman from Platinum Racing Products, and I'm here at Sydney Dragway to unveil our first new prototype RB blocks.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands.
Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make
Okay, well, guess what? Bit of Street 28.9. We're going to get this Gemini battle happening between the Hunter family car. Fingers crossed, Page up against Steve Sloan from Brizzy. The two quickest Geminis in the country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diggles, as you touched on Corey Hunter from Harkness in Victoria. And Steve Sloan, after what was a pretty mammoth cleanup, it's probably the last thing you want to try and do before when you get to this point of the night, that's for sure. But we do have cars back on track. We are back and racing. Thank you to everybody who's been waiting patiently on the live stream, hopefully entertained by the antics, the comedy stylings of Chris Diggles, and everybody here at the venue as well. Thank you for your patience. We understand where you're coming from. That was a big one, but these things happen. That's what happens when you push engineering to its limit. And we've got Steve Sloan and Corey Hunter. Now, it is Street 289, so number 1 and 4 qualifiers. Steve Sloan, number 1 with an 8:01. Welcome back, Janie.
How's it going, Rusty? That was a bit of a clean-up, wasn't it?
Just a little one. Just a little one. But we got it done.
We did. All the excitement now with Street 289. Steve Sloan, how is he going to go in this Gemini? Man, this car has been super consistent, super great all day. Corey Hunter, not the greatest of days, but it's good to see him here.
The changing conditions might catch a few people out here, I think, because it's vastly different to what we saw earlier on in the day. Steve Sloan, though, got and straight down the centre of the lane. No problems whatsoever, and a 7.96. There's the 7. 169 miles per hour to a 910 for Corey Hunter, but a 7.96. That is awesome to see, and a testament to the Sydney Dragway track for getting it back in racing shape. First run down the track, no warm-up after the clean-up, and bashes out the first 7-second run of the event for Steve Sloan.
Yeah, that's a real testament to the hard-working officials here at Sydney Dragway. And great work, of course, to Steve Sloan as well. We know how competitive he is. Our next pair to move forward in Street 289, we've got Patrick Long and in the RX-7 and El Jammers in the Datsun 1200.
Correct. Nurel Jammers, best run of 9.12 earlier on, but he really picked it up, I think, in the first round of racing. It was Patrick Long still looking for any kind of representative run down the racetrack today. An 8.02 is his best run at 162, but even that wasn't the prettiest of runs.
No.
This is this round 2 or round 3?
This is round 2.
This is round 2 of Street 289.
Alright, in goes the Dado. Here comes the RX-7. Tree goes down. The Dado's up and out of there. Over to the wall.
I'm pretty sure he got the wall. He's gotten back into it. I don't know whether or not that's going to be deemed to be a wall touch or not. That's not up to me. He gets the win on paper.
I didn't. We don't have a good enough vision here to say yes or no. So we'll leave that to the meeting director.
It's also a bit dark out there. When they get that close, looking at it, if he was going to hit anywhere, it would have hit the Atlantic Oil sign. Looking at the tyre tracks, he was very, very close. And Nurel James goes through for a 9.92. Takes a win on paper, but not necessarily sure if that one will stand. It is time now for J275, and I've been looking forward to this. Second round of racing for J275. Welcome back to, I'm going to call you Gru from now on, because you've got all those minions out there following you.
3 little kittens, all in a row.
Money, we have no money.
1 little kitten.
Paolo Tortorello taking on Nicholas Constantino. Enjoy your cold nuggets there. I did borrow a few chips. I'll give it back to you later on. I'm not sure if you'll like them.
All right.
Yeah, and yes, Janie ate all the donuts.
What?
No, there were no donuts. So, same difference really, same end result. I was just trying to outrage you. Nicholas Constantino, 685, number 3 qualifier. 745, Paolo Tortorello, 182 miles an hour. That's where he sat in the qualifying list.
Is this round 2? Wow.
It is round 2. 2, 1, 2, 2. Clean green, we got candles. Oh, big wheel stand! Huge wheel stand for Nicholas Constantino. Wow! That came down in a shower of sparks, and looking at it, I dare say he's probably taken a little chunk out of the racetrack. At about 200 feet out there, I can see a little mark, and that was about where he came down. 742 gets the W for Paolo Tortorello. I dare say we got a leader in the wheel stand competition. What do you reckon?
Yes, let's tip that. Nicholas Constantino. Sky's the limit.
I want to know if we can get a replay of that one. That was good. That was good.
I'm just trying to get his name right. Constantino.
From Moorebank, J275. I've said it earlier on today. It's been my pick of the categories, and it just keeps turning it on yet again. Nicholas Constantino. That one was up and away, and it wasn't like it was straight off the deck wheel stand. It sort of got out, carried it, and then just drove into a monster power stand.
I'm sure the people in the grandstands would agree that as far as our wheel stand is concerned, he's kind of leading right now. That's a crazy,
I don't know, maybe we should ask them. What do you reckon? Is he leading the wheel stand comp?
Sure is.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that's a positive. That's an affirmative. Wow.
So that spray, it really benefited from that spray.
Absolutely. And again, I keep saying it, the Sydney Dragway track crew did a phenomenal job getting that track back into shape after the oil down.
All right, here we go. Cam Riley and Po Tung.
Yeah, Cam Riley's had a day and a half as well. The adventures of Cam Riley visiting both lanes in the first round of qualifying earlier on today. That was wild enough. That was probably the drive job of the day up until some of the stuff that we've seen later on tonight.
That was so this morning, Rusty.
Oh, that was so, yeah.
That was so Q2.
Old news.
Oh, we've seen so much since then.
Old news. Po Tung hasn't exactly had the kind of day he's been looking for. 8.141, 56 miles per hour, and we're yet to see him really get after this thing. Just had some trouble getting it to hook up the way that God intended on the J275 tyre. Po's just had a little bit too much of the go, a little bit too many of the horsepowers, blowing the tyres off at the hit.
Well, we know Po's got about 2,000 there if he wants it, the tyres with a full tilt gas motorsport 2 JC. Now we know Riley's got very similar with the LS on board, so bit of import versus domestic. Bump City going on here. J275.
That's better from Po. Cam Riley's having a good look at the centre line down there. Makes a big move at the 1,000-foot mark and a 683. Gets the W, 198 miles per hour. I think he rolled out of it a little bit down there. And a 753 for Po Tung. I think that's his best run of the day for Po. So moving in the right direction.
116 in the 60 for Cam. Half track 442, 167.
These things are just dancing, aren't they? They're sashaying their way down the racetrack. And Cam Riley did, again, another good drive job just to get that thing in his lane. It was walking around a bunch. Now, do we have a replay for the people on the live stream that are watching of that big wheel stand from Constantino? Let's have a look one more time. Really drove into it, didn't it? Just sort of carried it for the front part of the run, and then up and away. But anyway, Steve Carcate and Andrew Coles now. What are these two going to bring out?
Well, look, I know Carkeet's good off the tree here. This thing's been wheel standing all day. There's a gas small block Chev on board. Andrew Coles, the Public Enemy, spot on Mustang. It's got, as we said, it's got all the bells and whistles and all the bits and pieces. It's pretty much one of Australia's, and this is a big thing to say, toughest Mustangs. Honestly, we've got them. Radial Mustang. We'll even just say Radial Mustang.
Very rarely did you see Fox Body Mustangs back in the day. You didn't see them in Australia, but the last 10 years or so, they've been growing on trees, evidently. Andrew Coles with the disco lights. Behind boys on the tram track. That was a pretty solid one as well.
Here we go, Colesy out the back. He's going to send it 7.15. He went half track 4.50 at 161. Carkeet 9.11, nice and consistent, but off the button, Colesy goes 0.61. He goes 1.19 to the 60, half track 4.50 at 161. 7.15 at only 168 mile an hour. And a bit of flame out of the car on the way down too. Going through the 5-speed Liberty.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on again here.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, folks, line this one up.
Graham Horner up against Nemanja Lozo.
So, talking to the tuner, Sticks from Quick Bits that tunes this car. This is Chris Kurumola's own car, driven by Nemanja. It is the world's quickest single cam RB30 car, right? So that's 6.79. It is only within 0.2 of the twin cam record as far as VL street car or radial car record. Beside him, Graham Horner. What can we say about this car that hasn't been said all day? Hold the hell on to something, folks, no matter where you are around the world right now here in Sydney, Australia. J275, after that spray and that track prep, might just bring a few more surprises out here.
I'm thinking there's going to be a moonshot here from somebody. I don't know who, but... got after it, had to pedal it, and it just opens the door for Lozo.
Oh, the mark, 682, 206.
That thing is just a bracket car, isn't it? Just anchored in the high 670s, low 680s every single time. 682 this time. 720 for Horner with a pedal. That's not too shabby.
088 off the tree for Graham, 094 for Nemanja, and then half track 446 at 166 for the RB. Oh, here we go, RX-8 versus RX-8. I've been looking at this one.
A little bit different for Brent Coles, though. Starting without Brent, Jamie's favourite car yet again.
Being sarcastic, are we?
No, I'm not being sarcastic. Jamie loved it before.
Yeah, Jamesy would love an LSA powered anything.
Oh, she.
Well, look, Brett's got a lot of rotaries in his stable. He's got, of course, the familiar blue RX-7 that he normally comes and runs Street 289 with. He's got other beautiful rotary street cars, but then decided, let's see what these LSs are all about.
It's going to be an interesting one, this. Best run for Finianos, 883 in qualifying. I think he went 717 in this last round of racing, from memory. And Brent Coles, on the other hand, I think we saw an 8-0, 8-1, somewhere around there, out of Colesy.
This thing's a nice low 9-second car.
I'm doing this from memory, so...
Look at that thing absolutely go early, shoot 7.32. And Brent's gone off the throttle there early as well. But look, he's had a good couple of round wins and now faced up against some formidable opposition. Just sort of relinquishes the feet. And he'll come back again for another round, just for fun.
J275 has been off the chain today. Absolutely off the chain.
All right, Jake Sparks from Appin in New South Wales. Nick Baxter from Pimpamar in Queensland. Pimpamar.
Is that near Newcastle?
It's Central Coast. No, it's near the Gold Coast. Pimpamar. I used to call it as a kid Pimpammer.
Pimpammer.
Used to go past it in the car. You'd see well, no one told me it was Pimpamar, but you'd say Pimpammer.
Pimpamama.
Appin, of course, Empire Mechanical and Racing, Empire Street to Elite. Spot on performance in Nick Baxter's corner.
Appin, Pimp.
Now, the little four-banger might just be nipping at the heels here if this Falcon doesn't behave.
This could be a good lap,
actually.
Big hole shot. Shut the gate. Baxter's out of here.
Zings the tyres, does that. 791, there's the 791 for Nick Baxter at 171 mile an hour. He will be happy. 7-second ET, 5:06 in the 8th. That's exactly what he's run up at Warwick in the 8th.
Is it really?
Yeah, exactly that time, 5:06. So that thing's done 5:06 now at 2 different tracks in 2 consecutive weekends.
Pretty consistent.
Shows how good even Warwick is now as a good regional track too.
I don't think there's any question about it from what I've heard. I haven't been there.
It is so refreshing to see the Warwick folk turn the track into a more formidable place worth visiting. Absolutely.
I think Warwick is actually one of the few tracks I haven't been to.
Oh, mate, you'll enjoy it when you go.
Yeah.
It's like any other regional track you've ever been to. You fall in love as immediately as you turn up and you see the track, you just go, yep, I'm totally at home. I'm totally in with my people. And there's the Christmas tree, there's the timers, there's the pits.
Yep.
Where do I
There's the
sign
finish
up?
line, off we go.
All right, Keithy.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Keithy and Lee Povey. Now, on paper, there's about 7/10 between them in performance, and that's towards the XW being the 6.7 second car.
Yeah.
However, Lee Povey is deep into the 750s he's run with this car. Gets some regular street miles. So this car does everything. I think you'll see it at, I think you've seen him at the Red Centre Nats. I think you've seen him at the Rocky Nats. So Povey's actually done a few. Being at Mount Isa probably makes it a perfect location for him to be able to get to the Red Centre Nats or the Rocky Nats. I think he's done them. It's just up the road.
Just up the road.
Just a little west.
Just checking.
Just get the Janes and go left. Yeah, for about 4,000 Ks. You'll end up a bit sad. Don't listen to me. You'd rather should listen to Russell Coit. He'll probably get you there.
It really all comes back to what your definition of close is. But
Yeah. Some people, it's a couple of hours. That's close.
Yeah. So Keith Hards, can he better that 672 that we saw earlier on today? I reckon it's got it in it.
Yeah, Povey's, Povey's not one to just lie down here. He wants to take one just as much as Keithy does. Keithy's got to keep this thing on the ground. Here we go. Bump City, baby!
Oh, Hard blows the tyres off at the hit. Povey's going to get the win here, and he's on a pretty decent run as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 7:47.
Oh, I think it might be a PB. They're punching the air there. They're high-fiving the spot-on guys. They're loving the performance from Lee Povey's car. 7:47 at 187 mile an hour. So it's good to see some of the team enjoying some good track success. It's a good day either way, but yeah, it's good when things do go right.
Confirmed.
Great stuff. Good to see. J275 continues to just remind us that it's this category. Oh, yeah. Once you finish listening to the rotaries for a while, then they all pop up with their boosted V8 and 6-cylinder goodness, even a 4-cylinder in there.
They're coming. The all-motor guys are coming.
I know. Get your earmuffs in. Yeah, we've got some cranky all-motors coming back in a sec. I hope all of them, actually, because at one stage there, when they're all idling, waiting to run, it's just incredible.
It's a cacophony.
It's exactly what it is, mate.
A cacophony.
And here we are thinking we're going to run out of words late at night. You've come up with cacophony.
Yep.
That's to go with your philanthropic activities.
My philanthropic.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
And you know what? Thank you for your philanthropy today, Graham Horner. You have definitely contributed to the cause, and we are worthy of your donations of absolute effort and awesomeness.
I hear a cacophony is also a good companion bird.
It is. Cacophony.
Warren Allen, the FG Falcon. It's getting a bit loose, isn't it?
Loose?
It's that time of the night. I think we can get off the chain by now, can't we?
Warren Allen. Someone pick up this sulphur-crested cockatoo on my shoulder here. All right. Here he goes, the FG Falcon, 7:46 from Warren Allen. What's he going to get?
Oh, that's cranky.
That is spicy. Half track, 7:44 to the end, 4:81 at half track. Close to his 7:46 he ran today.
Thought it was maybe a little bit quicker than that. It left just dancing the front wheel. It was a really, really nice launch.
Yeah, that's a good one from Warren. A couple of those time slips are going to the pool room. Keeping some of those. Elijah Bendevsky back now. Here we are into Street Compact. Is this round 3 for Street Compact? I think it is. Must be close. 10.60 chasing a 13.65. So a couple of the 1JZs, the big heavyweights, having a race here.
Oh, yeah, 13.65, 10.60. So Halliburton's going to have to be pretty patient here. 3-second wait on the start line. Dial your own. Is Street Compact. Is this round 3? Semi-final?
I think it is. No, round 3 towards...
It is round 3.
Here's the chase. Oh, red light. There we go. Bradley Halliburton has thrown one away.
Wait 3 seconds and go 5 thou too early.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Wow.
And probably wouldn't have got the win anyway. 11.41 on a 10.60. Fair way off. A 13.27.
That's Nick Baxter coming back. How mean does that look with the red lights on it?
It does, doesn't it?
7-second Nick now. 7-second Nick.
Drive it back to the pits.
Yeah, how good's that? Go and have a look at that if you get a chance. Michael Crouch and Michael Osborne. 13.90 getting chased by 10.50. It's the I-30 driven by Michael from Jimboomba against Michael from Ormo in his Hilux. So top Michael eliminator.
How is that Ormo?
It's Ormo.
It's
I know. Bo.
Orm-E-O.
Bo Ryan.
Orm-E-O.
All right, they go into stage. Here is the weight. Michael Crouch. There goes the clean green. Michael Crouch. Michael Osborne waiting for the lights. Michael gets a clean green, and it's Michael out in front of Michael. Michael holding it down. Come on, Michael, get it through. Mick, go, Mick. Come on, Michael. Michael and Michael side by side. Michael's not on the brakes. Michael's on the brakes, and Michael takes the win. 10.60 for Michael. Beats Michael's 13.99. Well done, Mick. Commiserations to Michael.
What's wrong with you?
We had a race with 2 Kevins one night. Wasn't that the best? Remember those Kevin versus Kevins?
What is wrong with you?
Michael versus Michael.
Have you been diagnosed with anything like
no,
serious
not lately.
question?
Not in the last 10 minutes.
Something
could have happened.
Taking on Paul Matheson, Matho's Garage. Let's see if he can keep the bonnet on it this time around.
Oh, well, maybe. I'm $5 says he loses it again. No, I'm not. I don't have that money. That's race tape?
It was race tape last time.
I think it was the lid of an ice cream container painted white. I don't know.
Actually,
they're up for lightweight.
I'm still impressed that the thing is still in one piece, to be perfectly honest. Oh, there we go. Oh, he's getting his money's worth out of that gearbox, isn't he?
Okay, looking for the bottom.
Here it comes, here it comes. Is it going to go?
Oh, he makes it to the end, but doesn't run into the 10s this time.
That's why the bonnet didn't come off. It only went 116 mile an hour, not 118 like before.
Oh, that's a whole lot of racket right there, isn't it? It's so much racket. So much racket. And mind you, loves the all-motor category. So's this guy. He's fashioning to get himself to the pointy end tonight, and he might just get there. It might be Matho and Studley just yet, if they're knocking each other out here tonight, because we seem to have less buzzy noises in this category.
Vroom, vroom.
For the first round, of course, we had them all. Now we're getting down to these sort of pointy ends. It might be Matho and Studley. I don't know.
Yeah,
that seems to be left.
I think it might be.
His dial-in's 11.63. Now, again, let's just listen to the barra get out of there.
Well, according to my schedule, all motor is eliminations, isn't it?
I think it is.
Yeah. Oh, it's Chicago Shootout now. Okay.
There we go. The Singing Barra goes through the end, and a 60. Look at that, 62 with a 9 on a 63. Can't tell me that's one of the most consistent vehicles we've got here today. Mind you, we've seen some quick ones throw a few runs in together, like, Rodney, 2 655s. But that's a good couple of runs there for Studley, a nice strip of them. But that looks like that puts him in good stead in all motor. We're just having a quick look here. There's a, is that an RX-8 and a tilt tray? just looking at on the screen here, just parking, whether or not that's a street car or a race car, but certainly hope it's not one of the ones that's been racing today, whether or not it might be a car on display, but it is on the tilt tray, which, if it is racing, it's not how you race them.
No, no.
Huh? Ah, might be. There we go. Might have been on display. All right, so we've got Jay Sadek and Jason Both, so someone in a road is going to go a full string of wins here.
Jay
and Jason.
Jay and Jason.
We got a good one coming up here, folks.
There's a pretty good debate going on about exactly what is wrong with you too, Diggles, on the live
happening?
chat. Yeah, Panel Van Man says you've obviously caught something from the cockatoos that you've been touching.
Yeah, an Australian bird flu.
It's bird flu, that's right.
Yeah. You get that by drinking Bundy out of the same cup as
Is that what it
your
is?
companion bird. Yeah. You start eating crackers and hanging upside down, looking at yourself in the mirror. It's all right. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. All right.
See what I have to work with.
Yeah, I know, mate. My dog goes crazy. All right, here we go. Janie's okay. She needs a Panadol. I'll get that for you. Hang on, here you go. Here's a Panadol. Here you go. Have a Nurofen. I'm ready. I know I've been a headache. Here we go.
All right,
okay,
Jason
here we
Both and Jay Sadek now. New South Wales Fire Detection Mazda 6. It's been improving as the day goes on, Jason Both.
It's staying alive when he's going through the gears. That's good.
That's a start.
Oh, yes, all fans of the Rotaries. Aren't you glad you stuck around to see how these 20Bs do battle? Jason Both into the 6 second zone. Jay, big day for them, PBs for the cars today. So they're very happy campers as well.
We'll see if Jay Sadek can improve on his 640s that we've seen out of this car earlier on in the day. Jason Both, 7:02 best, but plenty of potential left in this one. So racing for JSN Enterprises, built by Pack. So Pack cars on both sides, according to our system here.
All right, here we go. A bit of flamage as well.
Oh, flamage. Good flamage, actually, out of both.
Good shout out to everyone watching on the live stream. Danny Pellizzini, Dwayne Wisby, Mr. Bruce Casos, the Hoff, Scotty Hoffman. Apparently the oil filter actually spun off on the Starlet, and that's what the oil was. So there's a word from the Hoff in regards to what happened to the Starlet. So not hurt.
Well, that's good.
You wouldn't think if the oil filter's come off, hopefully it hasn't toasted some bearings. All right, Rotary Bump City.
Sadek getting a little close to the centre line down there, but he's staying in it.
Well, Sadek, 645,
Yeah.
214, 678, 217. Oh, yes, gentlemen. Thank you for the display.
Yeah.
103 in the 60 foot for Jay, 055 off the tree, 418.5 track at 171, 449 at 169 for Botha, 645 at 214 for Sadek. The kid can steer it, no doubt about it.
3 from 3.
3 from 3. Oh, okay. 3 from 3 with a what in round 3? 40. And the Workshop Wars has shifted with a win from Pack, putting Pack ahead. So that's just another little thing that's happened in the last couple of runs is the Workshop War points has shifted with a couple of Pack cars, and that's a good one for Jay. And if that's Jay 3 from 3 with a 645, we've got to just see if anyone else can match something like that. We might see Jay Sadek with a Rotary in the final of Factory Extreme. We're crunching the numbers. We've got to see who else comes up in Factory Extreme. Just then. I think Jay did go
Yeah,
45.
Jay went 6:45.
A 45. His earlier 42, and there was a 45.
Yep.
2:14.
Yes.
So that's a good number for him.
And a 6:78 from
from
both.
It's good when they give you that bit of race car love where everything works every run. I mean, you've got to work
That's what
hard.
keeps you coming back.
But it makes you work hard to prepare these things to hope that they can repeat the performance and get to that point where you have the luxury of going, you know what, I'm going to give it a little bit more. We've got no more things, no more questions in our mind that's affecting some part of the run. If you can get that golden start line sorted, you get that magic 330 foot sorted, the rest should take care of itself. But we've seen so much happen in that first 330 feet.
Peter Anastasopoulos now taking on Rob Tarabay. Tarabay claimed one last time around, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Drove around the outside and it took.
Literally, yes. That was a cracker. That is a cracker.
So this is an important race in the scheme of things because if Tarabay takes the win, does that give him 3 from 3? 2 from 3. So he needs to win it to at least keep pace.
There might be a few guys fighting over the 2 from 3s, yes.
So he's going to need to go quick. He's going to need to go quick.
Who raced Anthony last round?
Rob Tarabay.
He took one. Did he get one off Anthony that run?
Yeah.
He did. All right, so Anthony's none from 1. Oh, well done. Nice burnout. You wave that flag, Pete. Free to do so. Well done. Here we go. Factory Extreme putting it on again thanks to Precision Turbo and Engine. Choose your poison. 2JZ or 20B. It's good to see a whole bunch of them lining up.
Well, the air is down to 489
Is that right?
feet.
Is that right?
Now, so we're in flavour country here.
Absolutely.
For horsepower.
Absolute flavour country. What's this, 2 or 3? Round 2 or 3? Round 3 of Factory Extreme. Righto, so we're going to start to look at some scenarios towards finals for some of these categories. We've still got a round of J275, haven't we? No? Yeah, right, so that's another scenario yet to come. But we might be able to determine Factory Extreme finalists after we see them all. See what they got. See how the cards fall.
This is a tricky one, isn't it? Because you go out there, it's quite chilly. There's no getting around that, but good horsepower conditions.
Oh.
Do you throw everything at it and hope it sticks? Do you be prepared to pedal the thing and get it to the finish line? Because as we touched on, the tiebreaker, if you're got multiple guys on 2 wins, the tiebreaker is the elapsed time.
Yep, ET right now. ET right now, round 3. It all matters. It all matters. It's the lowest ETs, the most match-up wins, and then to tiebreaker, all ETs. All right. Bump City, baby. Oh, Tarabay, 103, 413, 622, 233. That's a pretty dominating run, 622. And Peter goes 1203. Left the line all right, and then, the thing was not playing the game, but it was certainly Tarabay. 103 in the short time, 413.5 track at 185, 622 with a 2, 233 mile an hour, starting to hone in on the good stuff.
Certainly is.
Is that the Sadek boy? There he is, coming back. Got the big fan club there. Big numbers coming out of our cars here in 2024. And some guys have still got PBs that they're ticking there. Some of our ultimate records haven't tumbled, but you can't expect that to happen every event. We've got some big numbers happening on any given day, and we've had plenty of our own good numbers go by the wayside already. And that's a good one there too. So, is that Rob 2 from 3 to finish off, right? So Rob 2 from 3 with a 622. So if they were looking for a 2 from 3, that's the guy right now.
Is there anyone else who's on?
No.
Dom's on 2?
Dom, all right.
So if Mahaya can beat Rigoli here, then we're going to have a couple of guys on 2 wins. If Rigoli can win, he's going to go straight to the final against Jay. Is that right?
If he somehow pulls this off, 3 from 3, that's a shoe-in. Is that right? Him and Jay, maybe. Yep, all right. Paulie may
All
not let
unofficial.
that happen. Paulie may not let that happen. The scenarios are spine-tinglingly.
And this is all unofficial. This is just speculation from
Right
the
now
commentary
it is.
box.
It's another series of scenarios.
Yes.
It can go any which way, and I love getting to that time of night where it's like, well, some people are on that streak. They've found their problems. They've ironed out the bugs. They now just need another lap. Hope that we can keep this track clear. That spray really did a great job for all of these cars.
Yeah,
we need to
100%.
keep them coming down right now. We've got some Pro Mod coming out for round 3, and looks like a lot of our contenders have rolled up to do it. Seeing Sakarides ready to come out.
Yeah, you
I
can
know.
see.
A round of applause as he comes back. Botho, they're still loving the fan club's still out there loving these guys on the way back. It's good to see. Good to see you're in that habit of appreciation for these amazing cars.
So in the scheme of this event, this is a big race. Dom Rigoli and Paul Mahoya has not had a good weekend. I don't think I'm stepping out of line in saying that. He's yet to really put down any kind of a representative run. Rigoli's had a bit of a mixed bag. I think he's had a best run of a 640. But that being said, he still finds himself on 2 wins from 2. And when it comes to taking home those billet J's, you've got to rack up the wins. Doesn't matter how you do it.
Yeah.
You've got to rack up those wins. So Rigoli with a chance here to put himself into the final.
All right, we're looking at some of our, our trophies for later. Wheel stand, I think we've just about got it solved. Crew style, we've got plenty of crew, but one's caught my attention a bit today. And best reaction time so far. Oh, put your hands together, folks. He's never loved doing Burnout so much, Paul Mahayat. Big skid from him. Now listen, pretty good.
Pretty good.
Maybe third so far in the Burnouts. We know what we've seen.
See, it depends. Are we going on distance? Are we going on density of smoke? Are we going?
I still think he's just a bit behind on that because what we saw there is done with complete.
I agree.
intent.
I agree.
No other word to describe it really. No other word to describe it. Let's just see what happens here. Dom Rigoli, that thing, the first 100 foot of the track today has been Dom's enemy.
Yeah.
Getting this thing pointed in the right direction and not hassling the tyres has been the scourge of Dom Rigoli's normally flawless or very close to it, flawless performances. So let's just see what he can come up with here. This does matter. If he can just get to the other end in front of Paulie, he might just have enough to get to a Factory Extreme final. Mahayat put something down here. We've got to start looking at 622s and stuff like that as to see whether or not someone else has to go in there. Scenarios are aplenty. So let's just see how this all racks up. They're on their way back now, the gas team. And a couple of runs where it just didn't want to light up the boost and get the thing ready to run. But here it is now, back in prime condition. All right, bit of round 3 of Pro Turbo, not too far away either, Pro Mod. Got them running around here now. All right, here we go, gentlemen. Engage. Engage in combat.
I think Paul found the go button. 592 and 245.
030 on the lights. He was ready for that race with Dom. 992 to the 60. Half track 392 at 195. And there you go, folks. 5-second Factory Extreme stuff. 592, 245 mile an hour. If he ends up, 2 from 3 with a 592, that's not bad. I think he is 2 from 3, is that right? 2 from 3 with a 592. That might be enough. We don't have too many 3 from 3, so it could be Jay and him. Who's, let's see.
All right, so that puts the cat amongst the pigeons in terms of working out who's who in the zoo when it comes to the final here.
Oh, there's an update. Who are they playing? Who?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't.
The West Tigers under 10 team.
Yeah, the other 12s. The other 12s. If you believe Des Hasler, did you hear the spray he gave the Titans a couple of weeks ago? Oh, I can't replay it. Definitely can't. Okay, the Don. Is that the Don back? Gadgick and Matuk. Oh, no, we have not finished with the tantalising matchups, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no. Oh, no. He keeps bringing this thing back. Zoran keeps honing in on wanting a 5-second something out of this car. Anthony, what can he do that he hasn't done already?
Big flamage at the end of the burnout.
I think Anthony
like
knew that the previous run's given him what he needed, and now he's just going to come back now and get a run that's going to probably matter here. Now remember, he missed a round from memory. I don't think he fronted for one of the 3 rounds, is that right? So he is down 1. He lost the last round to Rob, so he is none from 2. So if he goes 1 from 3, no matter what he runs, he's just not going to make the final here. So this better count. This might be the last we see of the Don tonight, if that's the case. Zoran, what's his performance been in the previous round?
6.
Hey? 1 win. So he could end up 2 from 3, but that ET's going to have, well, it can't be a 593 or whatever it was that Paul ran. So he's going to need like a 592.
Is Paul on 2 wins?
2 from 3 with a 590.
He's on 2 from 2. Yeah,
2 from 3 with a 590.
That's going to take some beating.
Yeah, so Zoran's going to have to run an all-time PB and beat Anthony Matuk here, one of our quickest cars here today. No biggie. If there's a man that knows how to steer, it's Zoran Gadget. Mind you, both these guys. Incredible. Set a new record for the start line too.
Yes.
3 buses turned up.
At least 3 minibuses.
Here we go. The Don against Zoran Gadget. Factory Extreme.
Place your bets. Red light from the tool. So Zoran will get the win, but he's not going to be quick. Matuk goes at 670, 162, but leaves the cherry hanging on the tree. Big cherry too, 104 red.
Zoran Gadget, 011, drops the clutch, 011 on the tree. He was ready for Anthony. Anthony goes 1 second flat to the 60, and after that, I mean, he started banging gears and locking up and loading that thing. But I think, yeah, she's out of juice tonight, that thing. I heard all sorts of noises through the cameras, and I'd say he threw everything in the kitchen sink at that thing, and it didn't take it all on that run. So a win there to Zoran, but he ends with a 12.67 in round 3. Wow. It's incredible stuff. Incredible stuff when it goes right.
There's a lot of discussion going on down there on the start line.
Chatting. Yeah, we can hear a lot of stuff there, but he did roll in, and the red light doesn't lie. Minus 104. I mean, we've seen plenty of red lights in the past, so we know what that looks like. And he was ready to leave on time, but then so was Zoran. So Zoran's let that out, and it didn't all want to stick at all there. So that's the end of Factory Extreme. Drives it back. The Don drives it back. Give a round of applause. He set the world record today. Was that Paulie? Paulie in the street car. I can't keep up with these guys. Paulie drives the street car back with a lot of smoke coming out of it. 5-second car driving it back. However, I mean, it just ran a 590, whatever. A 592.5, but is it going to be okay for a finals berth? Is it? They've got to turn that thing around. We've got Jay Sadek already probably, 10 minutes run, and there, an auto car, again with Paul's car. I mean, it is less maintenance than say when you've got a clutch that you've got to cool down and basically reset. At least with the autos, you're not right now, you're not making a state of change in the converter, put it that way. Whatever you've used for the last couple of runs now,
Yeah, you got
that's
what
in
you
the
got.
car.
You got what you got.
So what the auto guys do now is they put their heat exchangers on it when they get back to the pits, and they cool that transmission temperature back down to a manageable rate. That is the single biggest thing that these guys worry about with these auto transmissions, is to not fry these torque converters and not fry these transmissions. And you can just do that very quickly by overheating them. So a lot of them run the heat exchangers. Of course, good Aussie brands like Mood Motorsports, they do a great heat exchanger, refrigerant heat exchanger, that they plug in basically quick fit fittings that take you into the auto trans fluid, whether it's the sump or the system. Normally, I don't think that way they keep coolers on the car. I think they just keep it in the pan, and then they circulate that through a series of hoses that pump it out. It's like dialysis. It's like it's ATF dialysis is pretty well what it does. It takes it out, cools it down, sends it back in. So they'll be needing to cool that down. I'm sure the Sedec team's getting theirs done, and I'm sure Paulie will be on the way to his. If they can fix that little smoky leak or whatever was happening to the thing on the way back, but at least he turned it around, drove it back, didn't wait for the pickup. And it's sad that on that run, Dom couldn't take it with him there. As we said, the first 100 feet today have not been ideal for him, but we know that car just keeps turning up. He deserves that OG badge that we'll look at getting as a great sticker. I think it's a great one. Wouldn't it be good if you could buy that at the merch tent? You'd have to prove that you've been to, you've been to so many Jambos, so you can get an OG sticker for that. But
the J Hall of Fame.
Yeah, the J Hall of Fame. There's a lot of the guys that go in that Hall of Fame, and we've got a lot of guys that we know are OGs, but imagine if we had OG fans out there, the OG fan club. You'd have to prove that.
Show us your oldest piece of merchandise.
If you keep your tickets, that'd be a great way to try and prove that. I know no one holds on to that stuff anymore, but let's see what else we do now. All right, V8 boys, here we go.
Presented by Every Trade Group.
What's that?
I think.
Who is it? So Gas is now in front of Workshop Wars.
Yes, it is. Every Trade Group Pro Mod. So a pair of very, 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 very quick Mustangs out there. And that is Joe Gauci taking on Rob Campese. Yeah, much better burnout this time around from Campo. Although no burnout worked, almost worked.
No burnout worked an absolute treat. Now we've got some red there, whether or not, again, it's for how many people we've got on the line here. We've got plenty of crew sort of hanging up the left-hand side here. Greg Saccharides and Rob Campese. So combined 1,040 cubic inches on the line. So 514 for the blue car and 526 for the black and orange car. What do you do as an encore when you run a 550? Do you just do another one? Let's just see whether he can take it here right now.
Well, from what I understand, I think that's one of the first 4 runs that they've actually made on the new combination as well.
Yeah.
So it's probably they're trying to find their feet with this thing.
Well, considering if they run next weekend, they've got to take about 3/10 out of it to make it qualify. But it's good to let it eat, so to speak. Let them both go, boys. Let's see how we go. Saccharides and Campese. I'm hearing someone turn off there. I don't know. I can't quite hear it.
Yeah.
Might be the Mauler.
Yeah, I think Mauler might be shut down there. Campese's bumped in. That's pretty clean. It was clean.
It was clean. A 102.60 foot. It kind of went in a bit of a wheel stand from there, and he gave up the ghost. It still goes up easy, 797.
You can see the tyre tracks go fat, then skinny, then fat again, then skinny. He was on and off it definitely down there, and unfortunately for Saccharides, he's going to be pushed back. I think there might have been something coming out of the car. They were looking around the back of the car, so I don't know if it maybe was a bit of overflow or not quite sure.
It wasn't
but,
behaving itself, and whether or not they've left anything there, I've got a little bit of minor moppage there, but not much. But yeah, the car did not want to play the game after the burnout. It's a shame. It's not going to register as a win. Campo will. And Campo's 3 from 3. Semi-Bradbury.
Campo's got a way of doing that.
Semi-Bradbury conditions here. Semi-Bradbury deal there. This might be enough to get him through. If he's 3 from 3, well, it's kind of going to look that way. But who does he face? He's still got We've got Joe Gauchi out there that's got a half a chance. We've got Ivan there, just needs one run where he can keep Mr. Mad in the beams. The thing's been rolling through and taking the lights out. And then I think we've got Smithy in there in the Queensland Mustang as well. But he's got the bye. All right, so it's going to get Smithy the opportunity to try and do a good run there. That previous run that he had there was a great side-by-side run, but just came up short. So he's going to have to get a good run in somewhere, you would hope. So that little miner, just chasing that out there, a few feet out off the start line, whether or not that's something that may have contributed, may have been a fuel thing, who knows. If it's oil, they're normally paying it a little bit more attention. If it's a little fuel thing, that might have also affected the way the car performed as far as spooling up and getting into stage. But well spotted, guys. Got to clean that up, which we're doing. So just starting to form some of the ultimate final scenarios in some of these categories. The prestigious Billet Jays. Who's going to get the big one? Who's going to get the runner-up? And who's going to get the top qualities? We should probably got all the top qualities already locked in, of course. But it's far, yeah, we've got to try and get them somewhere. But who goes to the finals? Who goes to the who gets the runner-up one? Who's the winner? Who's the runner-up? I see you catching up on your reels there, Rusty. Is that a bit of a Thailand drag racing?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is, and it's
those crazy D-Maxes. Yeah, it's next level. I'm sure a lot of people have seen those things. Yeah, seen those things on
next
YouTube.
level. That is.
CB Media, I think there's one guy over there, CB Media. He's been covering it for years over there. Of course, 1320's gone there a couple of times and raised the profile, but it's a wild place. I know that we've got a few eyes from Thailand watching what happens over here with that Jamboree, but they are absolutely diesel mad over there. Of course, they manufacture D-Maxes in that country. What do they drag race? What do they hero worship over there? The D-Max. The D-Max is kind of, I guess, the Turan. I don't know. Like, you know, we don't have a typical one Aussie muscle car. Maybe it's the VL. I don't know. Like, we've got about 10 different types of Aussie iconic muscle car that we can show someone. But in Thailand, it seems to be D-Maxes.
The D-Maxes.
When they're going on sand in, you know, up the hills of Saudi Arabia, it's Nissan Patrols.
That's true.
They don't seem to use Land Cruisers. They use Patrols.
No, it is Patrols.
Patrols the world over there, by the way. And mind you, we've got a lot of patrol and four-wheel drive worship in this part of the world as well. But the Thai people love that D-Max. They love that 4JJ engine. Those D-Max drag cars now, those Pro Stock style D-Maxes are getting wilder and wilder. Some of them now running the 7-speed Liberties in them, running low sevens, nearly 6-second times with the damn things. 3-litre four-cylinder. They've even got tons of even street-based classes where they're still 4JJs and H-pattern stick shift dual cabs running 10s.
Correct.
Side by side with each other. It's a mad, mad place. Privately owned drag strip over there. Even Kyle from 1320 sort of gave us a tour because under the sort of stadium grandstand is a full cafe and restaurant underneath it and everything, and you can sit there and look through the glass and watch the racing. So
nice.
That's a bucket list for me, mate. Getting to there would be interesting. They do have a festival every year called Souped Up, which is just a massive couple of weekend car culture extravaganza, which does tempt you to want to go over and check all that stuff out. Honestly, you can nearly get back into the travel agency business and line people up with some pretty serious petrol head holidays.
The old drag racing.
Maybe we need a tour. I remember Stomper, of course, the old
Travel Tours.
RIP Travel Air Tours. And you know what? He was one of those guys that set up a specific, go to the States, go and see Don Garlett's museum, go and see an IHRA event, go and visit Gary Densham.
Yep.
That ultimate hands-on,
behind the scenes sort of stuff.
So close to the scene that you can touch it. And I think there's a market coming for petrol head style touring because I mean you can try and line it up yourself. But
it still goes on in Speedway. They still do have the World Speedway Tours. So
I'm sure the people might be able to chat amongst themselves on the live stream about what would be the ultimate if you could go on a little tour. What would maybe be 3 events that you would want to go see in a row? I know.
Indy 500 has to be there.
Yep, Indy 500. I'm thinking of drag events for myself. You know, I'd like to go and see a Lights Out, a World Series of Pro Mod, and the World Cup Finals. Like everyone talks about the World Cup Finals, the
go
World
down to Orlando.
the World Sport Compact Challenge. Go to Maryland for the World Cup Finals, the WCF down there. You know, the sick weeks that are happening over there now.
There's
crazy.
a lot of cool stuff, isn't there?
There's some cool stuff.
I think putting a limit of 3 on it is
it's hard.
Is
it's
a
hard.
tough one.
Oh, like my kids want to go to Goodwood one year, and it's like, that's a list. Like we watch again, Goodwood's production is just incredible as well. Their live stream of the hill climb part is really quite incredible.
It's really TV production.
The cars that do come on display, you know, they're museum pieces, but they run them in Fulanga with professional drivers.
Oh yeah.
But even last week, they had the 81st anniversary of the Goodwood members meeting. So here's all the old historic cars, swap and paint.
Really?
Like ridiculous races.
Like Rubbins Racing.
They are punting these old cars, you know, mega dollar old cars, and pushing these things to the limit. My old boy gets a real kick out of watching all that stuff, so he has to come over and watch it on the special TV.
Greg W says Hot Rod Drag Week,
Yes,
Sick Week,
Sick Week.
and the World Cup Finals.
Yeah, there we go.
That's the number for him.
That would be a corker. I'd love to get the Thailand for the souped up. That would be good. I'd probably need the translator just to, mind you, you probably wouldn't have to. The ETs are the international language, aren't they?
Yeah.
That
you
stuff
just
I've
wear the
watched
right
before.
T-shirt. You wear a drag racing T-shirt.
Because
that'll get you in anywhere you need to go.
Well, they've got other classes, so it's not just the like a top diesel class, but they've got the dragster classes there, which are 4JJs, 2JZs. There's a guy with the Toyota V8 Turbo. Guys turn up with a blown big block Chev, so he's pretty much top dog. So there's a guy there with, I think, a top alcohol car.
Yeah, okay.
And that track barely gets the prep that you would expect it should get.
Is that the one that tied the car to a tree? It was a dragster and did a burnout.
Could have been.
Was that over there?
The almost sounds like
I did
that's
see a
something
video,
that you'd
and
see in
they
Thailand.
basically chained it. It was an alcohol dragster.
They probably did.
Chained it to a tree and basically did a static burnout.
Yeah.
Plug top gear and off you go.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Yeah,
but good to see.
Yeah,
you know,
you got to have a hobby.
You can't unsee that stuff. Once you see it,
No.
it's good.
Etches itself into your mind. So I think we're just about ready to fire up down here. Just waiting on the signal from the starter.
Any other events they're popping up there?
Any other events that are popping up? Panel Van Man wants you to talk about Crocs for some reason. I don't know why.
Crocs.
I'm not sure if we're talking animal or shoes.
No, well, both of those things I try to avoid.
The Nitro 4-wide.
No, that'd be one. That'd be
Jambo
one.
and the World Cup final. So
There we
obviously
go.
someone from not in Australia.
Yeah, Jambo. So any one of our 3 Jambos we have.
I think Marco might be watching the wrong stream here because he wants to go to Nürburgring, Laguna Seca, and Daytona.
That's right. He can tune in and watch the stream here. We'll get
Actually,
Jambo
they're
there as a close fourth. The Nürburgring would be good.
Nürburgring would be cool.
I get on and watch the Nürburgring fails. Have you seen that? Because they just
Oh,
open it
yeah.
up on the weekends.
Yeah.
So you just watch the Nürburgring fails. You just watch them come around. And
There's been some big ones,
they-
some mega accidents.
honestly, kind of, if that's what a European power cruise would look like, that's what it looks like pretty much. Is watching them all come around Nürburgring at different levels of talent.
Yes.
And then they got the buses punting around there too. So, yeah, that would be a good one to go and take in. I was lucky that when I was in Europe last year in the UK, we hired a car. We went out and saw Santa Pod in the flesh. So drove around the pits of Santa Pod, had a good look around.
Nothing was going on that day.
No, nothing was going on that
that's
day.
okay. You can still say you've been there.
Yeah, it was good. And then the very next day we drove to Clarkson's farm. So I actually went out there and saw Jeremy Clarkson's farm.
There you go.
And that was pretty good. Here we go. Smithy's got the Bangkok Drag Avenue. Is that a channel? That's the drag strip. Well, that's what it's called, eh? So that's called Bangkok Drag Avenue. That sounds.
Just don't Google it, all right? Do it. Put your incognito browser on first.
Yeah, I'm not. Kreitz has got the good mission out there. Yeah, people living the life. That is the definition of living. That ain't living. This is living.
We're not too far away from getting back into it. We might just take a quick break here at Sydney Jamboree, and we'll be back shortly.
Having a quick break here. We'll be back here shortly. A bit of a shout out throughout the group. And this is absolutely living. So breaking back with more from Jamboree as we give this track one more little fiddle before we get the next bunch out.
It's always the way when we say we're going to have a quick break, and by the time we wind Diggles down, and then the cars fire back up, and we've got to get back into it.
You just got to crank me back up. It's like, you know, when I'm disconnecting an old aircon unit, I've got to pump the unit down.
That's right. It's like one of those little wind-up toys. You just got to let it go till it runs out, and then you got to wind it back up.
I stood up, stretched my legs, got a breath of fresh air, and now I am back. And no, Webby, I'm not talking about Amsterdam. He's heading over. Do you say you're heading over to Amsterdam at the end of the year, or overseas at the end of the year? Amsterdam was good. No drag strip. I wish there was. They've got really good cafes over there. Really good coffee. All right. Mr. Mad and Mr. Gauchi together. Joe Gauchi, 5-second time slip today, his quickest ever. I think he won a 60-something, didn't he? I think he won a 65.
Yeah, that's 66, I think it was.
Yeah, so he's found the love. I'm loving their whole crew. I've kept an eye on that whole crew. They've all got the same nice shirts on it.
Yeah, it looks good.
It also helps that they're just 15% cooler than everyone else because Carl Cox was wearing the same shirt. So I'm a little bit biased, but no, all the crews have been fantastic. But these guys have had the shirt on for this. And the cookies. All right, the cookies.
All right, here we go. Ivan Tessie, can he hold it in stage 4? He backfire. Yeah, he put it in.
Oh, we're going to send it a big walk at the end there for Joe 572.12. Boy, oh boy, look at this. 9.75 in the 60-foot for Joe Gauchi. Half track, it was booking. 3.77 at 214 mile an hour at half track. And it goes 5.70 at 2.12. The thing started to snake right around the joint.
That thing was over near the wall, and it darted back to the centre line. He did a good job. He obviously had his finger on the shoot button because he got it out very, very quickly.
Oh, yeah, you're moving 377 at 214 mile an hour in the bottom, and that is one hell of a pass there from Joe. Does that put him in good step towards a finals berth? Who knows? But Mr. Mad gets back in the sixes there. He held it just in time.
There you got there, 6.96.
So 6-second times for Ivan today. He's had some luck come to him. All right, Smithy. You can see it's getting a bit cold out there. The unicorns, the horns. Oh, I think he's going to need that. He's going to need every bit of that. Got those big tyres, nice and hot. And let's see him get a good run down here. I think, wouldn't it be good if he can get himself a 5-second something? Because I think he might, when he wants to run, he wants to run. He tested a couple of weeks ago at Warwick. Talking about maybe running Pro Mod next week at the Nitro Champs. I'll have to check the entry list. Is he on for that? I'll have to see. I think he wants to run a bit of Pro Mod. I think he's definitely up for it. He's going to leave the big tyre on it for now. It's had a radial on it for some part of its life. Of course, in the early days, Dom Lupino had brought this car over.
I was going to ask if it's the same.
One of the baddest purpose-built radial cars that ever came to this country. So that's it's been one evolution of it. It's got the big tyres on it, the big slicks. So who knows? Let's just see what he can churn out here for us. All right. Let's let it rip here, Smithy.
I think it was sort of 6.22, was it last time out? It was 6.2 something.
108 the 60-foot half-track, 406, big number, 615, 206 mile an hour, point A to point B. Nothing...
Shootout real early.
Yeah, look, nothing to bother the car on the run. It wasn't super aggro on the launch, 108 in the 60-foot. It did a nice 406 at 193 to half track, but it's something to work on. That's a good number for him. If he's looking at some 580s maybe next week, that's a good place to start. They know they can tidy a little bit up. They just didn't want to get the thing to shake, so the thing's handled itself off the line. And good tuning there from Ricky.
All right, moving into Pro Turbo now. It is Jason Payne. Of course, Pro Turbo brought to us by Enviro Waste Services Group. So Jason Payne taking on Al Riffai. Cadco Construction Equipment R100. Jason Payne, the Nissan Skyline in the Aeroflow lane.
Here we go, Pro Turbo, round number 3. Indeed, Anabi, indeed. True radial OGs. Thank you, Janie. Push that in there. Al Rafal and Jason Payne. I haven't heard that cranky little 13B fire up just yet.
No, not yet.
I have seen him, I think, pop through. The little green car came through.
It's
got to get
definitely
him fired.
I'll tell you what, have a look at the amount of race tape that's on the front of Jason Payne's car.
Normal day at the track for Payne.
Yep.
Just a little patch up.
It's holding together.
He's had a bit of fun today, Payne.
Well, you can tell they're prepared because it's colour-coded race tape.
Oh, that's good.
It's
Got the
blue
right
race
matching
tape.
colour. Yeah.
You know, you could have professionalism.
Yeah, if you're gonna patch it up, make sure no one can see it. So he's supposed to run Al here. We haven't had the little
Al's
R100.
down there, but I saw a lot of shaking of the car. I don't know what they were trying to do, but there's a lot of activity going around, and I think they might be giving up down there now. So I think they're going to be pushing the car off. There we go. So unfortunately for Al Riffai, it's going to be pushed off, and Payne will get the win this time around.
All right, track to himself to make amends. Let's see if he had anything in round 1 for him. No, nothing against Justin Gregory, round 2. He's trying to race Justin twice. So let's just see what he can do here on a solo. Yeah, it's a bugger when the proper guys don't turn up, and then they kind of run someone else, and then it's like, do you both get a win, or are you racing someone? Normally I would rate that sometimes if it's a paired solos that we should be ticking them both, but it's hard to keep up. It's how they're being seeded, how they're being put out there. So here we go. That's that little 13B I can hear now fired up. Nowhere to go. All fired up and nowhere to go. All right, here we go, Payne. Oh, going for the centre line. 1-1-0 in the 60 foot. He will play no more part in the run. It's time to get off it, and he has. So Payne finishes the account off tonight. Let's just see where he might stand in all of this. Don't know. All right, Gregory's there. It's going to be Dominic Maiolo beside him. So this will be an interesting matchup between the two. Haven't seen this one yet, I don't think. Oh, good skid, mate. All right, we've got the tyres hot. Tick.
That was a very stout burnout.
Got that RB twin cam engine ready. Tick. And, yeah, he's going to be every match of Gregory if he keeps it all together. He dipped into the 6s here today, Dominic.
Gregory's been a bit of a quiet achiever, though,
Yeah,
today.
that thing just gets it done.
He's been going out there, knocking it down.
46, 26, 706. Sometimes these numbers all mean something. Drives me mad, this car of Dominic. He's just got this little loose earth on the tail light of the R32. It's driving me nuts. Just that little earth on the tail light. Just a little bit. It'll come back on in a sec. There it is. Just that little earth on the tail light. So this is a pretty serious matchup between the two. Let's see how they go. Because when it's time, we get these good matchups. Gregory is ready. Mayolo is just about ready. Setting that wheelie bar up. All right, doors closed. Let's bring that R32 to the start line. Find the beams. Round 3 of Pro Turbo brought to us by Enviro Waste Group. And yeah, no more Eddie today, I've noticed, after that big move. All right, here we go. Oh, he sat there. Dominic's just going to get the launch ready now. He sings the tyres a little bit, but he's not going to worry. Justin Gregory, he puts the RX-7 all the way down, rolls off at the end. 902 at 95. Mayolo 770, 280 out the back. 208 out the back. A good first half for Gregory. 485 at 121. 485 at 121. But he's going to rack that one up. But again, is that enough in round 3 with that low ET? Hopefully there's not too much tie break to worry about, because if there is tie break to worry about, then that's not a good enough ET. But if it's about wins, he might be all right. Yeah, might be all right.
It's going to be hard to work out.
Yeah, well, I think sometimes when we get that little cross-reference from race control and we run it with what we've got here, we can normally come up with the right answer. But yeah, that was a number. Like a 770 at 208, I think, is what Dominic ran, didn't he? I think it was like that. 770 at 208. It was not a representative ET.
The speed was good.
The speed was good, but yeah, he sat there and couldn't get the win. All right, round 3 of Pro Compact brought to us by McKern and Associates. 13B from Victoria, 13B from New South Wales. 1200 against an RX-8. And we'll turn them off for a second.
Why not?
Just getting these pairings sorted out for round 3. We can still see a few in the lane. Some modified compact action to come up here. Another round coming up for them. Maybe some 28.9 in there as well. So we've still got a few there to determine maybe who's going to go to a final. We've had a few fall by the wayside today, either breakage or whatnot. We had a few slip through the cracks. Cars that we saw there round 1, round 2 of qualifying and then not seen. Gremlins that crept in. Problems happen. The attrition rate.
The attrition rate is high today.
It's always, but it always is. I mean, it just goes to show that no one comes here to not throw the kitchen sink at it. They come here to throw everything
Build
at it.
it, race it, break it,
repeat.
Fix it, race it again.
Get to the next Jambo in Brizzy. Here comes Smithy. Round of applause if you like that car. Let me tell you, good runs from him. Getting themselves set up nicely. Loving the Pro Mod action this weekend. And a new livery as well for his new sponsors. Great deal indeed. And it's good to get it out of his system because he just wants to steer this thing and get all its potential there. He does want to race with. He's done plenty of it already this year, and honing in on the big tyre dreams that he's got to run a bit of Pro Mod. He's still not scared to want to put a radial on it again in the future. He said he's never ruled out going radial again. And boy, oh boy, he's got a machine that can just about be the ultimate weapon in every way. All right.
Trying to work out exactly what's going on down here. There's a lot of finger pointing and...
Is there?
Yeah, there's... Not quite sure what's going on, to be honest. Thankfully, I don't think anybody else does either. So.
All right. Gotcha. Copy. Copy, Roger. Thank you. Roger, copy.
Shout out to Benny Newman, who just sent a shout out on the stream. Hope you're well, mate. Been a very long time since we caught up with each other. So Tony Grigich now, the Makita Every Trade Building Services Adelaide Paint Management Custom Bodyworks RX-8 taking on Jürgen Piscopo. Now, it's going to be a good one.
Ain't seen no Jürgen yet. Can hear something's trying to start up there. There we go.
There we go. Fire in the hole.
The Ghost just needs a bit of luck to go his way. He's already done his burnout and backing back, Tony Gregic. So I don't know where Jürgen is. I'm hearing another 13B in our background audio. But we're going to get the Ghost up to the line by himself. It looks like Jürgen could not front, make this seated pairing. The Pro Turbo guys toe back. Who knows who goes to the final just yet? All right. Bring it, guys. Bring them on. All right, Toad. Time to lock and load and see if we've fixed a few gremlins that got into the Ghost. All right. Whoa, Ghosty, where'd you go, mate? Where'd you go? 104 in the 60, swaps lanes. I don't think he hit anything. I don't think he took anything out.
No, I didn't hit any timing cones down there. It was very considerate of him, actually.
Yeah, very nice there. He gave it all on the line there. 104 in the 60, so that's pretty representative. Here we go. Our RX2 in the water. What up, G? To finish first you have to finish.
It looks like it's going to be last man standing.
It might be last man standing. I have not seen the white RX8 from CAC just yet for round 3.
No.
We've seen some dominating ETs from the car the first 2 rounds, but round 3, we're just having a quick scope around, and who knows, it might pop up from somewhere just yet. But I ain't seeing it. I did see something on a tilt tray there that resembled the car, but whether or not that's that one or not. They have, remember that problem they had, I think it was Brisbane Jamboree last year, they broke the rear end in the run and then they literally speed jacked it from the return road all the way back and did a rear end change and made it out for the final. And I think that was him and the Blueprint team. They weren't going to miss that one ever, that one. That was about the world's fastest rear end change that you've ever seen. Now, whether or not something like that's happened or whether they've hurt the engine, I don't know. But it seems obvious we ain't seeing that car just yet in round 3. But what up, G's turned up. He's going to finish his account off with a little bit of respectability here. The ET may matter. It may matter. Like a big wheelie or a bit of wheel spin or something, it sort of climbed up. He had to give it a pedal. And it still goes 723, nice and straight at 180 mile an hour. Does that make him 2 from 3 with a 723? Did he miss one run there today where he didn't beat Jürgen? So he won against Lee. He's won now, supposed to be against Ducino. Here's Piscopo against Ione. I've just got to count what we see here. Count what we see. Does this leave a little window open for Simon Ionu to just throw more of the kitchen sink at it this time? Just to see whether or not that might just have more than a 648 in it.
It's going to be an interesting one.
Isn't it? Isn't it? Like, if it's got a 48 in it, it's probably got a 42 in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like it's got a 48 and that's it. It might have a 42 in it yet.
And if it's got a 42 in it, it's probably got a 39 in it.
It's probably got a 39 in it. I mean, if we're playing with billet 13Bs like the rest of the world is, we know
it's
that...
probably got a 6.0 in it.
The quickest billet 13B in the world goes 6.0. So this has got 13B billet stuff. So this might end up being a good run if it all comes to fruition. Jürgen Piscopo. We had him initially in there against the Ghost, but here he is now against Simon Ionu. I mean, the cars can be mistaken, the two, in the right light. They both kind of look nearly the same.
They do.
All right, here we go.
All right. Place your bets. Who you on?
Pro Maz against Mazworks. Oh, look, I tell you what, I'm going for Ionu here. Like Simey. He's got some performance on board. Let's have a look.
He's way over near the wall as well. So Iwanu's going to get the win here, and a 7.02 will get it done. 189 miles per hour. 9.32, not enough. And I think he knew he needed to cut a pretty decent light there, Piscopo.
Yeah, we've got to see if there's going to be needing a count back there, because that ET may not be, well, it may be enough for him and maybe not enough for Dodd yet. Doddsy may have been in and may have just been pushed out there. Depends on Simon's previous rounds of success. He may have been a chance. He may have just lost that chance because Simon at least got it into the low sevens there. Lower than Dodsy's 7. So we are cutting it fine. The feeler gauge is starting to come out. Oh, spoke too soon. How dare the pack 13B not turn up around 3. Here it is.
Well,
he threw a scenario in that wasn't even true. Here it is. And he's just sitting back to see how the rest of the field goes. He's still got to watch. He's got to mind his P's and Q's here. Because Doherty will lay down that percentage run. Rodney's the one that has... Well, it's like when you're in a really tight rugby league game. You can't turn over possession. Same thing here. You cannot slip up on a run. You might have all the speed in the world, but you've got to keep it in your lane. You can't get distracted for a moment. You can't afford one little mistake on a run against someone like Doherty. He will make it count if he needs to. So Rodney, again, if we are looking at true form here tonight from this team, they can dazzle us again like they have all day. Because it's been quite a streak. I mean, if it runs another 55 right now, I'll bow right here.
You reckon?
Yeah, yeah.
And if it goes quicker?
I'll bow again.
Doherty bounces his way in.
He's got to drive it, he's got to drive it, he's got... Oh, Rodney!
That is a big moment. And some good heads-up driving from both races.
Oh, my goodness. We talked about this. We talked about it. We try and prepare you for a series of scenarios, and then it does... I mean, it's done it before. It's gone ape before.
People say drag racing is not a contact sport.
Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't watched a lot of this type of racing before.
106 in the 60. So 106 in the 60. Started to walk towards the centre line. We saw one little puff of smoke like it might have been a pedal for Rodney.
Yep.
He wanted to keep the run going. The thing did not respond nicely to a reapplication of the throttle. The thing has gone for a massive wander and a walk.
I don't know how close they actually got down there, but Doherty jammed on the brakes to try and avoid him, and I think he might have even locked up the front.
So he went in front of Doherty there.
He went in front of Doherty, and Doherty jumped on the picks, and I think might have locked it up because the car darted back towards the centre line, and I think took out the 1,000-foot timer down there. So that was that was seriously tight. Seriously tight.
Okay, attention in the pits, Competitors staying overnight, it's okay for you to stay overnight. There is one catch. You've got to be out before 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. So if you are staying tonight, can you please make sure everything's properly packed up and you set a nice early alarm so you can get out of here? I don't think you're going to like being here after 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. It may be a bit hard for you. So that's just a warning on behalf of Sydney Dragway that if you are staying here tonight, you must be out by 7 a.m. in the morning. I do normally feel when we get late here, if you do need to get out of the place, I think the gate opens by itself if you need to get out. Now, that doesn't do the same thing when you're coming back in. So just be mindful. But we need all competitors that are staying overnight out of this venue by 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. I figure we've got something else on here tomorrow, whether or not it's maybe parking for across the road. I don't know, but maybe we've got another
No,
event
there's
or a function on here.
test and tune for
Is
the
there?
Nitro Champs.
Oh, right. So there's going to be a whole
So there's going to be
bunch.
a lot of other races doing the same thing that we're doing tonight.
Needing pit space and so on and so forth.
Correct.
So there we go, an announcement there on behalf of Sydney Dragway for that.
Yeah.
Well, that was that was a real heart starter, that one there from Rodney. That was a real heart starter.
Yeah, I think, and it was funny because I was waiting for the shoots to come out from Raheem, but I think when he got over in the lane in front of Doherty, I don't think he wanted to slow down any more than he had to because he didn't know how far in front of Doherty he actually was. So he didn't throw the shoots out. He didn't move back into his own lane because I'm sure he thought that Doherty was trying to avoid him. It's one of those times that maybe a reversing camera might come in handy in one of these cars.
It's hard enough to see that on the run there, I guess. But if Lee did have a GoPro on board and, it's in car, well, that's going to be quite spectacular to watch Rodney sort of, cut in front of him there.
Yeah.
That's I'm sure most of these competitors, they do sort of still go the GoPro. It's handy in-car stuff. It picks up different things sometimes that you may not pick off your time slip or recall on a run. Some guys know their cars so well they'll remember sort of everything themselves. But, the GoPros inside are very valuable information to gather that way as well. So it's good that maybe Lee's going to have some spectacular stuff to put up there on social media or on YouTube.
It'll get plenty of clicks. I'll give you the hot tip.
Oh, that was a walk and a half. That's what you call making a move. That's what making a move looks like. A big move. Here we go, Disco Dean in the water. What up, G, coming back on the return road.
All right, so Scott Cousins up against Dean Ferris now.
Has What Up G done enough to make it into the final? I do not know. The cards all got thrown up in the air. I know there were some ETs there that it was only by a matter of what, so it might be Simon still, who knows, that gets in there. And now that Rodney's thrown a win away, he's ended up with 2 from 3 with no ET in round 3. So that might have, sometimes you can just throw all that under the bus in one run. Yeah, well, honestly. Well, that's a run that's not going to, a run that doesn't count. You can be 2 from 3 if you don't have a time to barter with in round 3. Unfortunately, it's meant a lot of people that may have made the finals don't. All right, Cousins 770 chasing Disco Dean's 837. Bump City, baby. Disco Dean gets a whole shot strapped on him by Scotty Cousins. That 2 JZ power. No one's on the brakes to the finish line. Disco Dean breaks out. 774 on a 770 for Scott Cousins. Modified compact. Round 3, I think. 8.35 with an 8 on an 8.37 there for Disco Dean, but that's a whole bunch of really nice time slips from the 8.30s today for that car. And in the heat of battle, breaks out a little bit more, did not want to lift off or anything. He was behind on the scoreboard. When you have a look at the time slip when he gets it, it'll definitely show that, yeah, he left on a safe green, too safe. Big shout out to Chris Honor watching live on the live on YouTube, the Jambo stream. Still plenty of people seeing how this is going to end today. Martin Whelan and Cameron Bosserio, 888 getting chased by an 830. Oh, big hole shot. He's got to be careful to stay on the right side of 830. 31 on a 30.
That's a touch closer than he needed to be on that run.
Great. 31 on a 30. 904 and an 888 with a 1.6 second reaction time. Wasn't going to win Cameron any awards for that. All right, here we go. Modified compact next round. 3 RZ powered vehicles. Hilux for Jimmy Pexon. 923 getting chased by Andrew Rankin's Queensland-based Tuna Racing Toyota Corona. 3 RZ on board both sides. Let's have a listen. Of Tacomas on the way down there now. I tell you what, they're fighting the traction all the way down, Rankin especially. The Hilux goes 9.33 safe on a 9.23. Here comes Rodney back. Give him a round of applause for the wild ride. Thank you for the entertainment, Mr. Excitement. Boy, That's the adrenaline right there.
Yeah.
Mr. Excitement.
They definitely didn't come together, did they?
I don't think they did.
If it was anything, it might have been the wheelie bars, but it was tight. Like a toy.
Schmucking a pancake.
Crazy Dutch.
Baja.
All right.
Oh,
It
that's
is Russell Archer now.
That's a keeper. It's a keeper.
Russell Archer in the RX4 on a solo pass. Another solo pass. Is this the third solo pass Russell Archer's had today?
May have. You got to turn up.
Yeah,
turn
that's
up.
true. You can only race who's in the other lane. And
That's right. There's no one
guys
there.
in the other lane don't show up. Well,
I can see J275 round 3 starting to roll through. Let's see how we work that one out. Plenty in there to feature. They're all towing back. Some of these guys, it's their last run of the night. Some of them may be in with a chance to get to the finals. Who knows? Russell might be his last one of the day, or who does he take on next? He's got a few competitors to whittle through. Got Cousins in there. Got that Falcon. 897 and an 885, not bad. Gonna have to go to the pointy end though. Gonna have to take on some of the other guys we've seen run already. Oh, it's tough, I tell you what, Street 289. How good was Sloaney? I missed it before, I didn't call the run. Runs the 7-second Gemini.
7.96.
Runs the 7-second G180 pass that we've been waiting for. And he does it.
is that the first one?
Well, that's his first one.
That's
I'm
his
sure he
first
hasn't ever
one.
run a 7. I'm sure he hasn't. I know the Hunters have got that low 8-second potential as well, looking for 7s as well, but it was Sloaney here today. Got the 91 in. I think it was a 91.
Yeah.
It was a quick number.
90, 96?
Might have been a 96.
96, I think it was.
We don't get all the runs up here every run. All right.
We go close.
Street 289 heads up category. So Patrick Long, Steve Slow. So Long's got to be near his best. Sloaney's got to be down in that low 8-second or high 7-second zone.
I think this is the first time I've seen Patrick Long in the right-hand lane
Yes,
today.
yes, interesting. He may not have had lane choice. Maybe he's got a favourite lane. He's been taken out of it. All right. Ready for the whole shot. Patrick Long, he's got to make sure he gets all that power back. He's got to try and catch that Gemini, but Sloaney all the way. 8:39, as easy as you can. 8:39 at 1:44. He's either saving a little bit in reserve or he's given it all it's got and got to keep the G180 alive to the end. The 8 valve. Here's another 8 valve now, Corey Hunter. Oh, now El Jamis. Still got a bit of life left in the SR20. 9:12 at 109 was the best so far for now. I think you might have actually bumped that up a little bit quicker in performance today.
I'm pretty sure.
Corey Hunter, they've had a horror day here at Jambo. They're so keen to run at these events. They travel, they test. Corey driving the car for Dad, of course. Darren turns the screws on the family coupe. But here they are, real family deal. And there's not too many that play at the pointy end of G180 goodness. A bit more racers tape we can see on the front there. Cam Riley's VK got a bit of tape on the grill. The VK grills aren't good at 208.
No, they weren't speed
I don't think they
tested
quite
at
got to that at Lang Lang, you know.
Has anyone made a bill just a little bit closer to the centre line down there for El Jamis.
He's out there against the Dano U. They go to the stripe. 890 gets it in the 8s, 58 mile an hour. So at least Corey's got an 8-second time today. Again, the start line not its favourite part of the run. 151 in the 60-foot half track, 585 to now is 580. And a 67 got past at 170 mile an hour out of the SR. You think that SR20's not making some steam? 170 mile an hour in the SR20. All right, J275, what happens here?
All right.
The scenarios, I can see them. Oh, my goodness. I'm having a look at some of the pairings that are going to come up and race each other. Let's start with something interesting. Pretty much one of South Australia's quickest street cars and one of Victoria's quickest.
I think the biggest takeaway for this round of J275 is win.
Yes,
win and go as quick as you can in doing it.
Two of the best pedallers I've seen together. Graham Horner, he has had the two-step working well, and I mean 2 steps of the throttle after the launch. That's that pedal as it comes
and generally, wheel stands to about 100 feet, and then he pedals it, the front end touches down, jumps over to the right, jumps to the left, and then, you know, legs it on through for a low 7-second run.
Some of these runs today from both Keith and Graham have been just epic. And we're not talking about the purpose-built tube frame, big tyre race cars. We're talking about full weight, real steel, radial tyre. Pick your poison, pick your engine. 400 cubes for the Commodore, 448 cubes for the XW. For all the Ford fans out there, all the Commodore fans. J275 continues to give us that entertainment. Radial racing at the cutting edge. And the Radial Revolution, she ain't done yet. If you can get to Mackay in June, come on up to Kenda. Carnage in the cane fields in June. Horner, Hards. Let's go to Bub City. Oh.
Baby.
Here we go. Zing.
It's a pedal fest.
Zing. Someone wants to get a win light. Anyone?
Who's getting back into it?
Who wants a win light? Anyone? Keithy? Graham? Anyone?
It's the world's most expensive billy cart race.
Might have been a match race if it all hooked up. Keithy.
An 18-second run gets the win in J275.
That's not going to help him if there's tiebreaker stuff. At 18.86 won't be enough.
Well, you don't know how slow the other guys are going to go
I
yet.
know. Horner, 22.13. We talk them up for hours, talk them up for minutes, talk them up.
Yeah, that was the commentator's curse.
Yeah,
that's on you.
That's why they blew the tyres on.
Yeah, that's you.
Too much of my saliva all over the start line. That's what it is. Too much dribble.
Too much dribbling.
Get the unlimited dribble package.